Chapter 441, I don't want casualties, I just want Jaeminling. When the Orc warlords really gathered the Greenskin army, when the Greenskins' firepower, armored strength, all were unfettered and could be used, they also showed the powerful combat power of this race that could traverse the Star Sea. This battle line of more than 100 kilometers was strongly broken through by the Greenskin army. A large number of human troops, caught off guard, were directly swept away by the Orcs' torrent. Of course, the human forces here are still mainly composed of the planetary defense forces. The enemy large-scale massed attack is the result that Prabhav himself wants to see. It is normal that the defense forces can't hold on. However, the poor performance of the defense forces is still a bit beyond his expectations. Or it can be said that the Orcs' offensive power exceeds his expectations. How can a single assault break through the defense line and create a gap of 150 kilometers wide and nearly 300 kilometers deep? Prabhav's main force had not yet completed the deployment. This gap was too big. Even if he had completed the deployment of the troops and won the decisive battle, it would still be difficult to encircle and annihilate them. If they could not form a siege, the defeated Greenskins would regroup and restore their organization. And then, they could fight again. Only by encircling them could they fight a proper annihilation war. The Greenskins were still gathering step by step. And now it was time to close the net. Prabhav no longer considered how big the results of the battle would be. What he had to consider was whether he had enough appetite to eat. At the same time, he couldn't let his action cause too bad consequences. There was a large city with a population of tens of millions on a native planet, which was right in front of the Orcs. Tactically, the Greenskins couldn't be allowed to expand the gap further. And strategically, they couldn't lose such a large city with a population of tens of millions. So, Prabhav issued orders to the 3 divisions that were blocking the front of the Greenskin army, asking them to defend the periphery of the city. And he himself began to mobilize the main force of the Alliance army on a large scale, preparing to participate in the war. Before that, the 3 infantry divisions of the Union Army must build defense lines on mountains, rivers, and multiple bridges to prevent the Greenskins from advancing further and tearing the front line before Prabhav's main force arrives. I don't want casualties. I just want Jaeminling. This is the last order from the division commander that Zhang Zikai heard on the phone. He is the major commander of the 7th Regiment of the 326th Infantry Division, the 7th Army Group of the Union Army. 4 hours ago, he and his men received an order to support Jaeminling. Currently, the main attack direction of the Greenskin Orcs is to try to cross the river, while the human army is guarding along the river to prevent the enemy from crossing the river. The core of the battle at the beginning was at the bridge. But the bridge was soon blown up. The 2 sides began to fight for the damaged bridge repeatedly, rebuilding and destroying it. Countless humans and Greenskins died in the process. Then, the Greenskins tried to open up other crossing routes. Those Orc masters brought a large number of fart assistants and servants to build floating bridges and simple bridges from all over the river to try to cross the river. There were failures, and of course, there were successes. But even if they succeeded, the bridgeheads built by the Greenskins would be met with the most resolute counterattacks from humans. Often, a cluster of heavy artillery would be mobilized to bombard, followed by a resolute counterattack by the infantry company. Later, the angry Greenskins might even find a short river and swim across with the squigs. Of course, this was courting death. Once a large-scale swimming was discovered, it would be a way to send people to their deaths. The green-skinned Orcs in the turbulent water couldn't even fight back, and could only passively take the beating. Even if a small-scale swimming was successful, it would not be very meaningful. A small number of troops could hardly play any role in such a situation where both sides had hundreds of thousands of troops. Zhang Zikai's 7th Regiment was originally tasked to garrison along the river. There were no bridges or pontoon bridges in the area they were responsible for, so the Greenskins swam directly across and were severely punished by them. But soon, this kind of battle of beating the drowned dog could not last too long. His defense zone was taken over by 2 infantry regiments of the Defense Army. Those 2 regiments were the teams that had been defeated in the front and retreated to reorganize. Don't count on their combat effectiveness. But there is nothing you can do now. Their defense line was already stretched to the limit under the fierce attack of the Orcs, and they had to use all the forces they could. As for Zhang Zikai's 7th Regiment, as a standard infantry regiment with relatively complete combat effectiveness, he received a new mission to reinforce Jaeminling. This is a river bend highland. The altitude is not particularly high, but the location is still very important. It is surrounded by water on 3 sides. By setting up artillery arrays and stationing troops here, it can guard a large area of the river. From a high position, the Greenskins have no way to break through from here. But precisely because of the importance of this place, the Greenskins' rocket launchers and heavy artillery are always looking after this place. Those Greenskins who cross the river from other locations go around to the north of the only land on the highland and attack the highland fiercely. Originally stationed here, another infantry regiment of the 326th Division. They have been holding out here for 2 days, and it is said that they have suffered heavy casualties and can no longer hold on. The 7th Regiment was ordered to support. As soon as it entered the battle, the 7th Regiment fought a good battle. At that time, the Greenskins who were attacking the high ground were suddenly attacked from the rear end, were badly bombed by artillery. The battalions and companies that went up to the top also eliminated a lot of Greenskins, especially the anti-armor company directly under the regiment, using portable armor-piercing rocket launchers, using plasma guns, eliminating 7 or 8 killing canisters, and also killed 2 squig monsters. The Greenskins didn't send many heavy units across the river. The severely damaged Greenskins were beaten back just like that. Then, Zhang Zikai sent out a liaison soldier to communicate with the 11th Regiment on the high ground. According to his plan, defending the high ground was the first priority. But they couldn't just stay there. The 2 regiments could support each other. The 11th Regiment continued to stay on the high ground, and he led the 7th Regiment to the side of the high ground. Once the Greenskins continued to attack Jaeminling, the 7th Regiment could attack from the side. Just like the previous battle, if the Greenskins chose to deal with the 7th Regiment, the 11th Regiment could be high above, provide fire support from a high place, and even counterattack. The number of Greenskins crossing the river is still limited. Otherwise, they would not be so anxious to capture Jaeminling. That is to ensure that the subsequent crossing operation can be smoother. In this case, the Greenskins should not have enough troops to attack 2 regiments and 2 positions at the same time. However, when the liaison soldier sent back the news from the high ground, Zhang Zikai's heart sank to the bottom of the lake. Where is the 11th Regiment? After guarding Jaeminling for a day, the 11th Regiment, which should have a full strength of 3,000 people, now has only 300 people left. It wasn't that there were only 200 people left in the frontline combat troops, but that there were only so many left in the entire regiment. The artillery positions had been destroyed by the heavy firepower of the orcs across the river, and countless soldiers died in the artillery fire. Even so, they took on huge casualties. The frontline troops were wiped out. So the logistics battalion and the guard company took over. The artillerymen who had lost their artillery had to pick up their guns and enter the frontline trenches and anti-artillery caves. The regiment commander died, and the political commissar and the deputy regiment commander took over. They all died. So the battalion commander took over, and the battalion instructor took over. Now, the person in charge on Jaeminling is a lieutenant officer, and his main job is to be an instructor of a company. And this is the one who is left in the 11th Regiment, and he has the highest rank. Zhang Zikai was silent. On the one hand, he was shocked and lamented at the great sacrifice made by the friendly forces. On the other hand, he was also afraid of the entire mission. Of course he was afraid. Is there any essential difference between the 7th Regiment and the 11th Regiment? Now, the 11th Regiment has been defeated, and there is no one to fight him. What should he do? According to the division commander's task, he must take the lead himself. Then, he will watch his own regiment being beaten into the same state as the 11th Regiment. He was really afraid. However, the mission was here. He could only ask the signalman to find a way to contact the division headquarters, report the situation of the 11th Regiment, and express his concerns. The casualties would be very heavy. Then, the division commander told him that he didn't care about the casualty figures, only Jaeminling. What else could he do? No matter how scared he was, he could only go ahead. However, the 11th Regiment fought like this. The lessons that should be learned should still be learned. If you defend the dead end, you will only die. He decided to defend both the foot of the mountain and the high ground. The artillery company was placed at the foot of the mountain, ensuring that it could hit the Greenskin attacking forces coming from the north. But at the same time, the high ground would provide shelter, making it difficult for the Greenskin artillery on the south bank of the river to directly hit here. The artillery must be preserved. Otherwise it would be impossible to attack. The 1st Battalion of the regiment, together with his own guard company, was sent to the high ground to replace the brothers of the 11th Regiment. The 2nd Battalion, the 3rd Battalion, and the regimental headquarters were set up at the foot of the mountain. The two sides ensured that they could communicate and take care of each other. Before the relevant strategic deployment was completed, the Greenskins came and attacked his headquarters at the foot of the mountain. The positions were not set up in a hurry, and his troops could only use the artillery pits, fallen trees, small slopes and boulders as cover to fight the attacking orcs. The casualties were not small. It took an average of more than 10 or 20 gun hits to kill an orc, and the shotguns and large caliber rifles that they were generally equipped with could hit the orcs with one shot, and the individual bulletproof armor on their bodies was like paper. Even though the artillery array had been erected, the 7th Regiment's foothill position was still nearly breached by the impact of thousands of green-skinned orcs. Zhang Zikai even doubted whether his strategy of dividing troops was correct. Fortunately, at the last moment, it was proved that the troops assigned to the mountain were still useful. The 1st Battalion indirect fire mortars fell from the sky, and several heavy explosive machine guns, at a distance of 1,500 meters on the high ground, fired madly downwards. In addition, the division commander did not really let him fill the gap with his life. Under the call of the signalman, the division's aviation formation squeezed out 3 Feng Falcons, came in formation, broke through the blockade of the Orc Air Force, and fired 6 missiles. With all the help, Zhang Zikai paid the price of more than 200 casualties and repelled the attack of the Greenskins. But there was no time to catch his breath. He had to reinforce his position immediately. He had to dig foxholes, anti-gun holes, and trenches. The Greenskins would not give him too much time. It would not take long. The next round of attack by the orcs would arrive soon. The scouts on the high ground, looking through the telescope, could see several more squig war beasts, breaking through the river blockade and swimming over. Judging from the path they were moving, they were coming to take Jaeminling. Chapter 442, We Can't Let Down the Hero. Captain, get off the car. Quick! The staff officer shouted outside. Zhang Zikai seized the last bit of time, edited the last paragraph of text in the electronic system of the command vehicle, clicked send, and then got off the car. This was the 3rd round of attack they had faced since the battle began. There was no preparation for the first round, and the losses were not small, but at least under the fire cover of the high ground, the enemy was repelled. The 2nd round of attack took place that night. The Greenskins chose to attack the high ground and the foot of the mountain at the same time, and also mobilized several squig war beasts. But at this time, the human troops had already prepared their positions. With the efforts of the Artillery Support Company and the Anti-Armor Company, the squig monsters were destroyed, and this round of attack stopped. However, the losses of the 7th Regiment were also very heavy, and the casualties of the frontline troops were more than half. Then, the Greenskins' attack finally stopped for a while, giving them a full half-day of rest time. The 3rd round of attack began at dawn on the 3rd day of their garrison here. This time, the Greenskins were clearly serious. The Jaeminling position was hit by unprecedented artillery fire from the other side of the river, with countless rockets, as if every inch of land on Jaeminling was covered several times. The troops on the mountain, under such heavy firepower, did not dare to show their heads to support the ground. The ground troops led by Zhang Zikai himself were attacked by the greenskin orcs. There was not only a squiggle war beast, but also more than 20 killing tanks. This brought a huge test to the position of the 7th Regiment. The position was breached, so that the regiment headquarters where Zhang Zikai was located was directly attacked by the green-skinned orcs. A killing tank, 20 or so green-skinned orcs, caused a chaos in the regiment headquarters. One company had already received the order to rush back. With so many people back, they should be able to eliminate the enemy who broke in. Although it would make the frontline positions more tense, the brains in the rear could not be lost. If the regiment command post represented by Zhang Zikai was destroyed, all the frontline troops would immediately become blind and deaf. But he had to survive. After sending the last message to the division headquarters reporting the situation of Jaeminling, the major left the command vehicle. When he got off the vehicle, the staff officer, who had called out to him before, had been broken into pieces. Not far away, the killingkin that the guard had mentioned was already in sight. The one who killed the staff officer was this orc armor. The next target was the command vehicle Zhang Zikai was riding in. As soon as a rocket was fired, the vehicle was destroyed. Zhang Zikai was sweating profusely. He wanted to kill the enemy, but at this moment, he could only take out a laser pistol from his waist. What could he do with this small flashlight and a killing can? He could only run. And the killing can was also running towards him. The chainsaw axe swung left and right as the killing can ran. And the harsh sound of the chainsaw made people clearly think that if they were hit by this thing, the end would be extremely tragic. But with his 2 legs, how could he outrun the orc mecha? That meant the other party was trying to kill people with a chainsaw, enjoying the pleasure of blood flying wildly. Otherwise, if he was just fired at with a large caliber rotary machine gun, his fate would be exactly the same as that of his staff officer. At this critical moment, a loud bang of fire exploded on the side of the killing tank. Zhang Zikai looked in the direction of the firing, and saw a young Alliance soldier, who put down the rocket launcher and gave him a thumbs up with a dirty face. He recognized who it was, a member of his guard company. He said 2/3 of his guards to Jiaminling, and there was another guard platoon beside him. At the critical moment, they really played a role and saved lives. He was saved, of course. But at this moment, he shouted to him with horror, "Be careful!" Behind the guard, an orc was holding up a simple, rough, but exaggeratedly large weapon, and pointed it at the guard company soldier. Zhang Zikai also raised his pistol. Red laser beams, he fired 3 times in a row from his gun. His personal combat skills were not bad. All 3 shots hit the target, and 3 holes were made in the green-skinned orc's body. The power of a laser gun is stronger than that of a normal live ammunition weapon. When a finger-thick laser beam hits the enemy, it will not only cause such a large penetration damage, but also high heat will instantly explode in the target's body. From the front, it is a hole. From the back of the penetration, it is a big pit. However, after 3 lasers, the orc still survived. He fired the big gun in his hand. The young soldier who had just saved Zhang Zikai's life had his upper body blown into pieces in an instant. The orc roared and turned the muzzle of the gun towards Zhang Zikai, stretched out his hand to pull the bolt, and tried to fire another shot. Ah! 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 Zhang Zikai screamed, and continued to pull the trigger. Before the orc fired the next bullet, he was hit by 3 lasers again. After enduring such damage, the beast finally fell. Zhang Zikai panted, looked around, and called several staff officers to join him. Advancing instead of retreating, they entered the battle line outside the barracks and personally joined the battle against the invading greenskins. When a frontline infantry platoon came to support, the enemies were finally wiped out. However, the 2nd Lieutenant platoon leader, who came back, also clearly reported the situation on the front line to Zhang Zikai. It's hard to hold on. If not, the enemy wouldn't have been leaked into the command center. At this moment, Zhang Zikai was faced with an extremely painful choice. The situation on the high ground was completely unknown. The enemy was still bombing. There had been no news of the defenders on Jiaminling for a long time. In the worst-case scenario, it was possible that the whole army would be wiped out. The troops at the foot of the mountain were only about 2/3 of the whole regiment. Now, it was good to have 1/3 left. Losing half of the personnel is not as simple as reducing combat effectiveness by half. Most of the soldiers lost are from the frontline combat companies, logistics soldiers, communications soldiers, anti-aircraft soldiers, artillery and other units. The casualty ratio is definitely much lower than that of the frontline combat companies. Such a large casualty ratio means that many companies on the front line may only have 3 or 5 squads left. Although logistics soldiers, artillery without shells, and anti-aircraft soldiers have all been deployed to the front line, adding a lot of manpower. The combat effectiveness of these soldiers is definitely different from that of the frontline combat infantry. The subjects of normal training are different, and the tactical coordination is also different. In this sense, Jiaminling has actually been lost. His troops no longer have the ability to continue to hold on. The artillery support company's shells are almost exhausted, without reinforcements and supplies. Even if they survive this wave of attacks, they will inevitably fail to withstand the next wave. From a rational point of view, they should retreat. The difference between retreating and not retreating is nothing more than whether the greenskins will directly take Jiaminling in the next attack, or kill all the 7th Regiment before taking Jiaminling. In fact, the greenskins seem to have sensed the weakness of the 7th Regiment. The front attacked too fiercely, and the losses were not small. The greenskins did not continue to fight this time, and retreated for a while. But this was obviously not a retreat, but to accumulate strength. The orc leader in charge of the opposite side was reorganizing the team, not rushing and fighting blindly, but planning to gather the team together Focus on one point. And attack with all their strength. What should I do? Zhang Zikai was extremely entangled. He wanted to order a retreat several times. But on the one hand, he would think of his brothers on Jiaminling. What if they were still alive? On the other hand, he would also think of what the division commander said before, I only want Jiaminling. When he was most entangled, the signalman came to him. Zhang Zikai's eyes lit up. Did the division headquarters reply? Is it good news? Zhang Zikai was full of expectations. The message he said just before the command vehicle was blown up was to explain to the division headquarters the current tragic situation of the 7th Regiment and request support. Transfer a new regiment, transfer a battalion from a brother regiment, or even a company, that's all good. If that doesn't work, the aviation team can come over and bomb me, or the artillery battalion of the division can turn its guns to help me fire a few times. That's also okay. In short, give me something. The signalman's face was a little ugly, but at this critical moment, he didn't hesitate. It is indeed a letter from the division headquarters. The division commander and the division political commissar have both died, and now the chief of staff has taken over the overall command. He said, the entire division now has no soldiers to reinforce the 7th Regiment, the aviation team was completely wiped out, and the artillery battalion was also destroyed in the fire confrontation with the greenskins on the other side. The 7th Regiment can only rely on itself. In one sentence, Zhang Zikai seemed to see the tragic situation of the entire division. It turned out that it was not only the 11th Regiment and the 7th Regiment that were emptied, but the entire 326th Division. Zhang Zikai said with difficulty, I understand. Captain, what should we do now? Someone asked. Zhang Zikai looked around and saw his partner, the regiment political commissar. Political Commissar Wang, what do you think? He asked softly. Political Commissar Wang's calf was injured. A large piece of flesh was taken away by the flying shrapnel. He could only walk with a limp and barely endure the pain. Hearing the question, he did not hesitate, smiled and said, You lead the people to retreat. I will stay and cover you. Old Wang, don't look like that. Our mission failed, but I'm not stupid. Don't you know that this is not your fault, nor the fault of everyone in our 7th Regiment? Everyone is great. All heroes. It has come to this point. Even if the whole regiment dies here, it will not change the outcome. Let's retreat, and leave a seed for the regiment. Zhang Zikai gritted his teeth, and made a decision. Retreat? In this case, there is no hesitation. He planned to let the signalman send orders to each company. The choice of the rear guard also needs to be carefully considered. Just as he was about to give the order, the explosion sound from Jiaminling finally stopped. Has the situation changed? He paused the order. Then, he received news from the Sharp Knife Company, which was responsible for the forward reconnaissance work. The greenskins who were originally accumulating strength and preparing for another battle, retreat. The battle situation must have changed. Otherwise it would not be like this. Send someone to Jiaminling immediately, to see if our brothers are still there, and see if anything happened on the other side of the river. Zhang Zikai immediately gave the order. The scouts set off, but before they could send back the news, another good thing happened. On the high ground, the radio from the 1st Battalion called. Captain, we won. Zhang Zikai was extremely excited. The brothers of the 1st Battalion on the high ground, who had been bombarded with such high intensity for a whole day, were still alive. In addition, he was even more excited about the news from his comrades on the high ground. 20 minutes later, Zhang Zikai climbed up Jiaminling himself. This place was already a rotten land, with shell holes everywhere, no vegetation, and even few large rocks. But he was too busy to care about these things. Holding the telescope, he looked to the south. In the wilderness, the greenskins were being torn to pieces by an alliance army. This alliance army came from the west side of the river with the armored forces as the vanguard, and what can be seen among them is not only the lions and the lion kings, but also some bigger things, titans. Zhang Zikai saw 4 titans in Lingao through the telescope alone. The Warhound-class titans continuously fired rapid-fire grenades and rocket launchers, accurately spreading the terrible firepower to all places that needed firepower support. Although it was slightly behind the Lion King and the Lion, and it was determined to let the cheaper tanks absorb the firepower of the greenskins. In fact, when it was needed, it would definitely not hesitate. Zhang Zikai saw with his own eyes that a squig monster was still rampaging on the battlefield after being bombarded by several heavy artillery and rocket launchers. And it overturned 2 lions. However, A war dog took the opportunity to approach it, and its gravity fist suddenly hit the monster's head from the side. The steel armor, the tough scales and skin, the solid skull, all failed to withstand the heavy blow. The whole head was deformed. Its body fell down in a crooked manner. Titan fired several grenades at its relatively vulnerable belly, completely ending the life of this war beast. It won! It really won. At this moment, Zhang Jikai couldn't help but shed tears. In his mind, one comrade after another who had sacrificed flashed through his mind. The 7th Regiment, the 326th Division, and even all the participating troops paid an unimaginable price in this difficult riverbank blocking battle. And these costs finally paid off. Sacrifice, comrades. You can't see the scene. I will see it for you. Prabhav didn't expect that the riverbank blocking battle would be so tragic. First, the scale of the greenskins gathering was beyond expectations. The enemy on the south bank of the river had exceeded 2 million, and was attacking on all fronts. He thought the riverbank would be lost and his plan would go awry. While he was preparing for the general offensive and launching Plan B, he discovered that the riverbank, which had been bombarded and attacked from all sides, was still holding up. The 326th, 376th, and 442nd Divisions of the Union Army's 1st Army Group were almost wiped out, with more than 100,000 casualties, including the losses of the defense forces. The total number would probably be more than 250,000. But they finally held on, and Prabhav vowed that he would never let down the sacrifices of those heroes. Chapter 443, Annihilation War is still more effective. The war on the other side of the river progressed rapidly. Although the scale of the orcs' assembly was far beyond expectations, the gap in the front line was larger than expected, so that the 3 divisions responsible for plugging the gap and the local defense army suffered huge casualties in less than a week of fighting. But under the heroic and fearless perseverance of the human troops, Prabhav still won the opportunity he wanted. The troops he assembled, the Alliance Army alone, had 4 army groups, reaching more than 3 million people. And the local defense army also had the same scale of mobilization. Some troops were advancing from the west side of the encirclement, some troops were continuing to move southward resolutely, some troops were reinforcing the defense line on the north bank of the river, preparing to cross the river and pursue the enemy after the enemy was shaken. One of the decisive battles was commanded by Prabhav himself. Not only were the multiple skeleton divisions and elite armored divisions of the Alliance called, but also the most important strategic force at his disposal. The Knights, which was actually the National Knights of the Titan cluster. This unit is Prabhav's favorite. The total number of Titans accumulated by the Alliance is not that large. Only 23 units have been produced in recent years. The number of Ranger Knight mechs is a little more. About 300 units. The National Knights with such strength are not small in scale. It is not an exaggeration to call it a pocket Titan Corps. Compared with the real Titan Corps, it lacks quantity on the one hand. And on the other hand, it lacks some higher quality Titans. What's the point of having only the War Dog class? If we can get some War General class, or even War Marshal class as the Corps, then we can have a proper Titan Corps. Of course, it's still a bit far to think about that. At this moment, although not all the National Knights have gone to the battle, all of them are under the command of Prabhav. Only half of them have come, but the role they can play on the battlefield is already very large. From the west side of the river bank, the 3 Titans that launched a fierce attack, with more than 80 Knight mechas, 70 Lion King tanks, 2,000 Lion tanks, more than 40,000 armored vehicles of various types, swept in. What is the Iron Flood? This is the Iron Flood. At least 10,000 cannons, further away, at the scale of 20,000 to 30,000 shells per minute, smashed into this battlefield 100 kilometers wide and 60 kilometers deep, providing firepower support for the human army's batch by batch, distributed full-line offensive. Under the baptism of heavy artillery, under the impact of the Iron Flood, the green-skinned orcs, whose original military arrangement focused on attacking the river, could not withstand such a blow. The reserve troops on the west side were the first to be defeated, and they were not able to play any role in blocking, delaying, or defending. No matter how good those green-skinned orcs were, they could not withstand such a charge. Then, the green-skinned attack on the river bank was forced to stop. Some troops rushed to fight, while others were attacked from the side before they knew what was going on. The artillery guns did not even turn around before they were rushed into the face by the mechanized infantry. The infantry fighting vehicles and machine guns swept wildly, and the infantry attacked fiercely. The greenskins who operated the artillery, who were happily firing fire at the other side of the river a second ago, were beaten to tears and screaming. Even the roar of the orc supervisors was useless. They collapsed on the spot. The greenskin artillery positions were quickly cleared one by one. The armored vehicles and infantry rushed to the next place. Even if a car got stuck in the mud halfway, they would leave a few people to try to rescue it, or simply give up and come back to clean up. Anyway, they had to ensure speed. Once these mechanized infantry encounter the enemy, then put down the infantry and fight together. The orcs are just infantry, armed trucks and the like, then just attack them directly and destroy them. If the scale is large, or there are some powerful units among the enemy that are difficult to deal with, then call for support. The best thing to call is the artillery of the division, then the artillery of the army group. Anyway, this attack, there are enough artillery. As long as you don't run too far, they will come when you call. Next is the aviation force. There are 2,000 of them. Even if only the Wind Falcon comes, a few missiles and machine guns can help. However, the aviation force has to fight the orcs' air force in the sky, which is a little harder to call than the artillery. If the point is too hard, don't fight. Call more people, or call the tanks or even titans of the armored division. Such troops that are not in the main attack direction cannot be called. But it usually doesn't come to this point. As for the real main attack direction, titans, night mecha clusters, and tank clusters don't need to be called. Instead, various infantry cooperate with them, like a gust of wind sweeping away fallen leaves, and gnaw down the heavy units that the green-skinned orcs are not prepared one by one, and clear out important strongholds and military camps. The green-skinned orcs were not completely defenseless. The orc commander was obviously not willing to accept defeat. When Prabhav made a mistake, he also made a mistake. He overestimated the offensive capabilities of his troops, and underestimated the defensive willfulness of those shrimps on the other side of the river. In his opinion, he had 10 times the number of troops, and it should be smooth sailing to cross the river. Those shrimps should be defeated by him like before. Even if some places could gather troops to defend, they could cross the river from other directions, and attack from the other side of the river, and they could win in one fell swoop. But unexpectedly, the difficulty of crossing the river was greater than expected, and the losses were also great. Many of his men did cross the river, and even sent many heavy units across. However, the shrimps that were expected to be quickly defeated and killed were actually standing firm at various points of the defense line. At this point, the orc bosses of each unit were also getting too excited, and the commander could not control them. In fact, he did not care at all, and he himself got too excited. Fighting! How can we greenskins not like fighting? He could also see that the shrimps on the other side of the river had been drained of blood. If he put in a little more effort, he would be able to achieve the victory he wanted. As a result, at this moment, the human army attacked from the side, making his offensive plan fail. This was also his second mistake. He once again misjudged the combat effectiveness of the human army. His tribal prophet had warned him that the human army was rapidly gathering a large number of troops on the west side. Of course, he took this news to heart and arranged troops for defense. But he really couldn't imagine that the reserve troops were instantly overwhelmed by the iron torrent of the human army. They had no resistance at all, and they couldn't even block the enemy. When he learned that those shrimps had broken through the western defense line, their iron torrent had already hit him in the face. After the reserve team collapsed, the remaining greenskin army was almost all in the attack of crossing the river, and they couldn't resist the impact of humans at all. So the situation evolved into what it is now. But he still didn't give up so easily. He thought that he still had a lot of troops under his command, and their quality was also high. As long as he could withstand this wave of attacks, he would have a chance to regroup his troops. Nearly 2 million orcs, equipped with a large number of elite units and a legion of heavy units. As long as they could gather together and restore their organization, they would have a very strong combat power and would be qualified to compete with the main force of humans. To put it another way, they could also break out of the encirclement created by those shrimps. Worst case scenario. At least, he could build an effective defensive position on the south bank of the river and hold on for help. But the premise of all this is that he can contain the iron torrent of human troops and not let the entire 2 million strong army run around in the sweep and be unable to organize at all. Organization is the lifeblood of any army, even the greenskins. And the solution that this orc commander thought of was to fight head-on. He pulled out an elite force, consisting of tens of thousands of his own troops, including a large number of heavy armored guards, each of whom was transformed by the orc mad doctor and the technical master, and integrated with steel, and could be called the orc version of canned food. Among them, there are more than 100 super heavy armored orcs on the starry battlefield. This kind of green-skinned elite unit is famous, taking the Space Marines as the standard. Looking at these two types of green-skinned elites, the former heavy armored orcs are inferior to the Space Marines in combat effectiveness, but they have a chance to win if they are surrounded and beaten, which is about the same level as the special warfare elites of the Alliance equipped with feedback power armor, and the latter can directly fight against the genuine Space Marines, and even have a slightly higher chance of winning because of their racial characteristics. In addition, the Warlord has gathered all the armored units that can be shaken over from the surrounding areas as much as possible. Let's not talk about small things like killing cans. At best, they are only slightly more powerful than Sentinel mechas. The two are basically the same in positioning. The Death Can is much larger. It has a similar positioning to the Knight mecha, but if it fights, it will be beaten by the Knight mecha. There are also many armed trucks. The upper and lower limits of this thing are a bit different. The modified ones are just armed personnel carriers. The ones with better technology can reach the level of human main tanks. There are also a number of squigs, but only 10 of them. This thing, compared with the Lion King tank, is about the same in strength, and each has its own advantages and disadvantages. As for something that can match the Warhound Titan, the orcs have the godlike King Kong, but he doesn't have it, and the entire Tamir 5 doesn't have it. This top-level orc land combat ace is precious even to the entire Iron Tooth clan, and all of them were pulled to the front battlefield by Titus. This is a big problem. There is nothing to contain the Titan, and we can only rely on small units to stack them. He even made plans to go into battle himself. He picked up his gun that he had killed 30 technical masters to make to his satisfaction, and the battle axe that accompanied him from the bottom. If necessary, he would personally deal with those Titans. Charge, cut off limbs, cut off weapons, kill the driver. What if he had an energy shield? Can it block my axe? Then, he died in the hands of the Titan. This crucial battle took place on the 4th day of the humans' all-out offensive. The troops, led by the orc commander personally, confronted the main force of the human armored group that was advancing. This was his choice. There was no point in attacking a small team. It would not change the situation at all. If you want to fight, you have to fight hard. At the beginning of the battle, they gained a good advantage and destroyed many Lion tanks and 4 Lion Kings. But when the main force of the Alliance armor really arrived, they were still destroyed in a crushing manner. In fact, the first to arrive at the battlefield were the heavy artillery of the Alliance. After noticing that the enemy had gathered its elite troops, the Alliance artillery units obtained the coordinates of the fire coverage and opened fire directly. Some artillery positions even wanted to get a share of the spoils, and would rather drive their self-propelled artillery a few kilometers forward to bring these enemies into the attack range. These artillery pieces are actually the most threatening thing for the greenskins, and the greenskins can't even find a way to fight back, and can only passively endure the bombing. The 155 howitzer, as long as it is not far from the center of the explosion, will kill everything except the squiggo monster, even if it is at the edge of the explosion. The killing tank and the heavily armored orcs can't withstand it. Continuous bombing caused serious casualties to this elite greenskin army. Although they were led by the orc commander, they charged forward and pulled the distance to a very close position with the armor cluster, so that the Alliance artillery could no longer bombard them recklessly. But the number of casualties was already high. Moreover, after entering, the tank gun had a higher hit rate, and the armor-piercing gun was enough to kill with one shot. The orc commander, when trying to approach a Titan, was hit by an armor-piercing gun from a Lion tank, and his left leg and armor parts were shattered together. Then the Titan stepped on him mercilessly, and he was crushed to death. His failed attempt not only cost him his life, but also destroyed the last hope of the greenskin orcs to reorganize their army. This entire large-scale greenskin attack was called by him, and the racial characteristics of the greenskins are very dependent on the individual commander. Once the commander dies, the normal orc army may fall into internal strife, collapse, lose organization, and fight on its own, not to mention the current state of chaos. Moreover, the elite troops he risked his life to gather were the best of the 2 million greenskins. It would be very difficult to gather so many greenskin armor and elite greenskins in other places, or even almost none. Their retreat was blocked in the south. They could not get through the river in the north after receiving reinforcements, and they were attacked by the main force of the human army in the west. They could only keep running eastward passively. In the process, a large number of orcs were caught up, divided and eliminated, and sent away by sharp artillery fire. Then, they ran all the way to the sea. At this time, only about 60% of the 2 million orcs were left. They were trapped in the angle between the coast and the river estuary, surrounded by the approaching human troops, and they themselves had no supplies. It was okay for the greenskins not to eat. At most they could eat each other. But bullets and shells could not be conjured out of thin air. With the supplies exhausted, a large number of orcs could only fight with bare hands. The orcs, who had not yet re-established a unified command, were just powerful beasts. The bombardment and bombing killed all 1.2 million orcs on the coastline. At this point, the battle that lasted for a month and a half ended. Despite the twists and turns and sacrifices, the battle goal set by Prabhav was still achieved. The 2 million orc main force was destroyed, and the price paid by the human side was less than 400,000 casualties. The 1-to-5 casualty ratio is much better than the normal 2-to-1. It is still better to fight an annihilation war. In the end, the 1.2 million orcs were slaughtered, and the losses on our side were almost negligible. We were stuck in a narrow place and relied on bombardment, which only consumed a lot of shells. Chapter 444, the mobilization ratio must be higher. In the Tamir system, in the flagship of the Iron-Tooth clan fleet, the stone field, Sara crushed another fart spirit to death and ate its heart. The blood made him calm down a little. Finally, he was no longer so irritable. He was a general of the Iron-Tooth clan, and before Titus rose, he was a warlord. He was born in a world in the Jiangmayu Star Zone, and soon made a name for himself, and became the boss of an orc. After that, he spent more than 10 years fighting on the planet, and his main target was other greenskin tribes. As the war went on, he became the boss of the only 2 greenskin forces on the planet, and he was at odds with the other one. Small-scale conflicts broke out between the two sides, and they were accumulating strength to defeat the other side in order to become the boss of the entire planet. This is actually the daily life of the greenskin forces. Even if there is a unified leader, the various military leaders under him and the small leaders under the military leaders are all fought and fought. Without solid skills, you can't be a leader in the orc system, even a small leader. However, in general, with a unified leader, the internal struggles of the orcs are controllable, and they are organized when fighting foreign wars. However, when Sara went there, it was not like this. The guys under his command had a unified leadership, and the internal struggles were controllable. But when he fought against the orc warlord on the same planet, it was extremely bloody. But before they could decide the winner, Titus came. The other side refused to obey and was killed. But he obeyed, so he lived. And in the subsequent battles, he made many contributions to the chieftain and became a great warlord in the Iron-Tooth Orc Empire. Saru was unhappy to be ordered to leave the main battlefield to guard the house, although the chieftain explained the pros and cons to him in a rare style among the orcs. And with his prestige and arrogance, he reluctantly accepted the order and indeed provided quite good support, not only allowing him to bring a valuable main battleship, but also allowing him to take away a group of his elite tribes. Moreover, he could also dispatch the forces in the 4-star regions of the Iron Teeth's home base. This force is not small, as many as dozens of greenskin worlds. After the complete fall of these planets in the Second Iron Teeth War, the orcs have become the kings and masters. The earliest of them has been over 50 years, and the shortest has been 30 years. There may still be humans lingering, but the number is definitely very small, and there is no scale at all. Those worlds, as long as they are suitable places, have almost been completely transformed into the appearance of greenskin ecology. Every day, countless greenskin boys, accompanied by several times the number of fart spirits, and dozens of times the number of squiggles are born. The former are excellent fighters as soon as they are born. The middle ones are cowardly, lazy, and unusable, but they are reliable in logistics, production, cannon fodder, and manipulating large weapons such as artillery. The last ones can be used as food. Greenskins will starve and become weak if they rely solely on photosynthesis. The larger ones can be used as military dogs to attack and charge on the battlefield. The larger ones can pull carts as vehicles. The largest one is the squig, which is a war weapon. And these worlds are full of garbage cities. That is the core area of the orcs, with countless arsenals born for war, and supporting factories serving these arsenals. under the management of the Orcs' technical masters. With countless farts as assistants and laborers, they produce various war weapons day and night, and even build warships that can sail in space. This is the Green Skin. This is the Iron Tooth clan. As for the various resources and troop mobilization of the Iron Tooth Empire's nest, as long as the various needs of the main battlefield led by Titus are met, the remaining part can be used by Tsar himself. So, he transported a lot of troops and weapons and equipment from the Orc Empire's lair and deployed them to the Jingguan Star region. Of course, he remembered the order given to him by the Great Chief: garrison the Jingguan Star region, and do not let the humans in the east advance again, to ensure that the newly conquered star regions such as Jingguan, Tongguan, and Waraway Star region in the eastern part of the star field can be transformed into greenskin worlds normally, and continue to provide resources for Titus' main expedition. In this case, his primary defense area is naturally the three worlds in the Tamir galaxy. Tamir too has the conditions to fully transform into a greenskin world. He has mobilized a large number of personnel to enter here to speed up the transformation. There are still a large number of humans living on Tamir 5. Although the greenskins have already established a foothold on it, it is definitely not enough to just establish a foothold. He has also invested a lot of troops on the surface of this world. There are a lot of mineral resources on Tamir 4. But the terrain is too complicated, and it is not easy to fight. Let's take it slow. Ideally, the human forces in these two worlds, number 2 and number 5, will be eliminated, at least to make them insignificant. And then, they will be fully green-skinned. It can become a world that continuously produces various green-skinned creatures, and build a large number of garbage cities, deploy anti-orbital firepower, and develop in the direction of the green-skin fortress world. However, this plan has failed now. The sudden advance of the human army caught him off guard. The ships he brought back, and the main fleet composed of the ships left behind by the dead Waste du Yagué, are still patrolling around the Jingguan Star region. There are still 7 worlds in the entire star region, and he also needs to work towards a comprehensive transformation, so he needs ships to go to various planets, provide orbital firepower support, speed up the progress of the war, and continuously transport troops from the Iron Teeth lair to the 12 worlds in the Jingguan Star region, especially the 3 stars of Tamir, which also need to occupy ships. Although he had more than 200 ships in his fleet, which seemed like a lot, they were needed here and there, and they couldn't be put together at once. Then, a big mess happened unexpectedly. He was not prepared for the sudden action of humans. In fact, he looked down on these shrimps from the bottom of his heart. It was also normal. Since the Great Chief Titus started the war, and started this grand whack, he was unstoppable all the way. Those shrimps had caused them some troubles, but only to the extent of troubles. Some places were indeed not easy to fight, and required some effort, but those shrimps never dared to attack actively, and only dared to defend themselves by various means. The human armies he met along the way were all of this kind, so how could he look up to the fighting power of these shrimps? He did not take the initiative to attack and cause trouble for those shrimps, to prove that he was much stronger than the useless one-toothed ghost, because he had to obey the orders of Chief Titus. So how dare those shrimps take the initiative to attack? Even if Xiaomi really came, he was not afraid. The dozen ships left in Tamir were not very useful. But on planets 4 and 5, there were more than 5 billion greenskins in total, a small number of which were grown locally, and most of them were transported from the greenskin's nest after he returned. Among them, 1 billion were real orcs. This was definitely a powerful fighting force. Apart from the troops sent to Chief Titus, this was the largest gathering place for orcs. It is not easy for humans to capture the Tamir galaxy, even with orbital support. It is difficult. As long as they hold on for a while, they can reunite the scattered fleets and arrive soon. However, when he arrived here, he only saw a dead Tamir too. The surface was still hot. Hot. Some places were already gray and black. And in some places, the ground was still red. The residual heat of the planet has not dissipated. What is this? Saru could not think of anything that could cause such a level of destruction. He had never heard of or seen anything like it in his life. But he knew that something was wrong. On the Tamir too, there were 2.5 billion greenskins, 500 million of whom were orcs. This was his capital. A fire burned the planet and everything on it. Not only would the previous investment be wasted, but it would also be a severe blow to the Iron Tooth Empire. Even if he went to the 4 fallen star regions to recruit again, he would not be able to recruit so many greenskins. Especially not so many orc boys. The total number of green skins in the Iron-Tooth Orc Empire, counting only orcs and fart spirits, may be 200 billion, of which 170 billion have already rushed out of the 4-star regions with this grand whack. Of course, it is impossible for all these orcs to be on the ship. All the ships of the Iron-Tooth orcs combined cannot have such a delivery capability, no matter how crowded or extreme it is. Such a huge number, in fact, was transported from the 4 major star regions and thrown into various planets along the way as the Greenskin army marched forward. On the one hand, there was a war to fight, and on the other hand, it was also to expand. This is why the Greenskin orcs were able to spread the war to most of the star region so quickly. There were hundreds of worlds invaded by them, and at least tens of millions were thrown into it, while some worlds were thrown into hundreds of millions, or even hundreds of millions. As long as these green-skinned creatures are not completely wiped out on a planet, their blood and limbs will become carriers of new spores, taking root and sprouting in the soil, forming the green-skinned ecosystem, and continuously producing more green-skinned creatures. They don't need to kill all humans on a planet immediately, as that would slow down the expansion of the Iron-Tooth tribe. They only need to leave behind a group of ground troops that can survive, just like infecting a planet with a difficult fungus. In the battle, the orcs will become stronger and stronger, more and more, until they occupy the entire world. However, such a radical expansion strategy also left the hometown empty. Saru had no place to deploy troops. In this case, the nearly 2 billion green skins on Telmir 5, especially the nearly 400 million orc boys, cannot be lost. Otherwise, after Telmir lost a total of 5 billion, the number of green skins in each world in the entire Golden Pass star region will only be around 100 million. Until entering the Silver Pass star region, it can be guaranteed that each world has an average of 700 to 800 million. How to resist the attack of these shrimps? They may not have enough power to break into the Silver Pass, but the Golden Pass star zone will definitely not be saved. Then his head will definitely not be saved. Chief Titus will not allow such a failure. He needs the iron-toothed boys to thrive in the Golden Pass. He hopes that the Golden Pass can also produce a lot of weapons and equipment to meet the consumption of this Grand Whack, to support his desire for expansion. From this point of view, Sara feels that Tamir cannot be lost. Number 2 is gone. Number 4 can be ignored for now, but number 5 must be saved. However, Saru, who has been hit hard, does not dare to be too reckless. He wants to fight a decisive battle with the human fleet, and everything will be fine if he wins. He can bomb Tamir 5 in orbit, or recruit troops from the rear. It is unrealistic to invest hundreds of millions, but it is possible to invest tens of millions, batch by batch. However, Xiaomi's fleet did not give him this opportunity. They would not hold back, just circle around him in the vast sea of stars of Tamir, and would never fight. But if he showed an attitude of supporting the surface of Planet 5, the human fleet would appear again, quietly watching from a distance, as long as the green ships aimed their firepower at the surface. These shrimp fleets would also open fire and hit the ships. He tried several times, and even tried to lure the human fleet to attack by offering orbital support to Tamir 5, and then have a decisive battle. But these plans failed in the end, and several ships were destroyed. All he could do was to provide a small amount of orbital firepower, which was almost negligible for the size of the entire planet. He could also barely send some detachments to the rear to transport some green skins and drop them on the surface. But he had to be careful. During the transportation, they might be hunted by the shrimp fleet, and during the drop, they might be blocked by the human fleet. But what to do? This was the only way. On the ground, when the warlord who had risen from his personal guards gathered his troops and launched a massive offensive, he was full of expectations. Win the battle. If they win, they can gain an advantage on the ground, and they can keep and even develop more land, and kill all those shrimps. Then, they can nail down Tamir, and block the shrimp army outside the Golden Pass, and he can complete the mission of the chief. But all he saw was a failure. The situation on the ground suddenly deteriorated. Although only 2 million troops were lost, compared with the total number of more than 1 billion on the ground, it seems nothing. But in fact, the impact is very great. The death of the leader, who supervised the entire planet's ground forces, will have a very chaotic impact on the more than 1 billion orcs on the ground. Even if Saru immediately sent people to take over and reorganize the command system, it would take at least a few months. During this period of time, those shrimps It is unknown how many capable guys they can eliminate. At the same time, among these 2 million troops, there are also elite units with a large number of elites. The loss of these things is even more unacceptable. On the entire number 5 star, half of the high-level units were destroyed. The remaining troops, the combat effectiveness will be greatly reduced. It is no wonder that Saru was angry and confused. He even wanted to go down to the surface by himself. But he still restrained this idea. At the same time, he also knew that the things in the Gene 1-star area could no longer be concealed. He needed to inform the chief of this matter. Even if he would be scolded, or even executed, he had to do it. Through the power of the prophet, he got in touch with the distant chief. After listening to the situation report, Titus was not angry, but his voice became very cold. This made Saru feel scared. I will allocate 100 ships back, and I will also pull the guys scattered on various worlds along the way, and you will get a fully loaded army. Watch Gene 1 for me. This is your last chance, Saru. If you fail again, you know the consequences. Saru breathed a sigh of relief. I will definitely complete the mission. I will not fail again. With these 100 ships, and the estimated hundreds of millions of orcs that can be brought back, not counting the weaklings, this way, he will have a lot more power at hand. The hundreds of millions of manpower that can be deployed flexibly is one aspect. The most important thing is the 100 warships. With this capital, in the Tamir galaxy, he can use the power at hand to encircle the human fleet, and then let the 100 warships transfer manpower to support the surface. The battle will become much easier. He knew that. This was really his last chance. He couldn't allow himself to fail. Of course, before the reinforcements arrived, he had to do his best to clean up the situation on the surface, and there couldn't be any more accidents. Gu Heng also obtained intelligence about the Tamir galaxy. Regarding the extermination order of planet number 2, he authorized Du Shiliang to issue it. Although it was regrettable and cold, it was necessary. And he also knew about the battle on Tamir number 5. After the 2 million greenskins were killed, Prabha took advantage of the situation to pursue them. Not only his own troops were dispatched, but also the Alliance army on Planet 5, which was almost fully deployed. On the global battlefield, they launched a wave of offensive climaxes. In a very short period of time, they took advantage of the enemy poor command and the crisis of disunity, and killed at least 200 million greenskins. Although most of them were fart spirits, the greenskin ecosystem and garbage city that were destroyed were a major blow to the greenskin forces on the planet. But it is far from victory. Gu Heng has approved a new batch of reinforcements. The 20 million soldiers of the Dragon Eagle 3rd Legion will go to Tamir 5 to participate in the war. But deployment is a problem. He also learned that the greenskins have not given up Tamir 5 and are still increasing their troops. This planet has signs of turning into a long-term battlefield. Gu Heng has no objection to this. Just fight. As long as we can firmly attract part of the greenskin's strength, it would be even better if we can force the greenskins to send troops from the main battlefield to help. That would be great. It can be considered that he, as a loyal minister, is doing his duty. Of course, relying solely on the tens of millions of elite humans on Tamir 5 is not enough to support the losses of this long-term war. The meat grinder is long-term, and more troops are needed to fill the line. Gu Heng plans to send Tamir 5 to send this part of the troops. The orc fleet is still there, and it is inconvenient to deploy troops. Gu Heng is unwilling to bear some losses. However, it is easier to deploy a large number of weapons and equipment and arm the local population as much as possible. He has ordered the dispatch of officials directly under the Union Military and Political Department to Tamir 5. On this planet, there are still 80 to 90 billion people, and the mobilization ratio must be raised. There are only 400 to 500 million allied troops now, which is really outrageous. Under the crisis of genocide, the mobilization rate of the Tamir people must be raised to 10%, or even higher. Chapter 445, The Alliance is sucking blood like crazy. Tamir 5 has a tendency to become a meat grinder for a long time. That is a terrible thing. Hundreds of millions of lives will die one by one on this planet. With the current intensity of the war, perhaps dozens of people die in the war every second. The ammunition spent on it every day, converted into money, is an astronomical figure. However, for the survival of the species, these sacrifices, these wealth, are all necessary. In fact, Gu Heng also had a realization: this greenskin war, the scope of which was too large, and the intensity was too high. Even if they were victorious, for example, on Jindy Star, The Emperor descended from the sky and killed all the main green-skin forces of Titus. The subsequent events would not be simple. It is estimated that hundreds of billions of greenskins swarmed out of the territory of the Greenskin Empire and swept everywhere. Which of the attacked planets does not have tens of millions? Even hundreds of millions of greenskins? To kill all the greenskins one by one in the entire star field and destroy the ecosystem they left behind. It would be a long-term thing. And it would normally take decades. War will inevitably be long-term. In fact, this is the norm of the entire star sea. War is always going on. When there is no war, such as the years before the start of the Orc War, the few years of peace that the Alliance had, are rare in this universe. Since war is bound to be long-term and normalized, the Alliance must learn to seek development in war. Here, Gu Heng will have two directions of efforts, which are still divided into internal and external. Internally, the development of the Alliance must of course be tilted towards the war. The manpower of the Alliance must first meet the manpower needs of the army, and secondly meet the production needs of various military materials, logistics supplies, and various equipment. However, these manpower and resources consumed for the war are obviously not development. This is pure consumption. If the war is so intense that the entire society must put every bit of manpower and resources on things related to the war, then forget about anything. What development is there when life and death are at stake? Work to the death. Or die. But the war obviously won't go this far. If Titus' absolute main force doesn't come back, the Alliance still has some spare strength. If Titus' absolute main force comes back, even if the Alliance prepares for war with all its strength, it can't win. Then do it normally. In addition to what is needed for the war. Under the third level mobilization order, social production cannot stagnate. All kinds of heavy industries that produce new means of production, all kinds of raw material industries, are increasing investment. Agricultural production is also increasing investment. Under the third level mobilization order, the economic development, in fact, still maintains a relatively high figure, but most of the development has been swallowed up by reinvestment and war, leaving more than 60 billion residents in the Tianma Star area. The part used to improve the living standards has been greatly reduced, but at least there is still a little bit. This is also the indicator when Gu Heng formulated the third level mobilization order, normal, or even more stimulated rapid economic development, and a small amount of investment in people's livelihood. If the mobilization order is changed to the second level, the people's living standards will not be improved, but will decline. And the improvement of productivity will probably be affected to a certain extent. Infrastructure construction will almost completely stop, and the construction of new factories will continue. But it will turn to the construction of military factories, and everything will be further oriented to the production of various military weapons and equipment. Once the mobilization order is changed to the first level, not only will a large number of people have to serve in the army, but more importantly, all conventional economic activities will stagnate. The people's living standards will be greatly reduced, and society will no longer develop. Most civilian factories will be converted to military use, and the entire society will serve the war, and all productivity will be activated to produce more war materials. Under this definition, Gu Heng does not want the Alliance to issue a first-level mobilization order one day. That means that the entire social development will stagnate. The development process of the Alliance will be interrupted, and even the development potential will be overdrawn. Still emphasize that when it is really life-threatening, the first-level mobilization order should be issued. But as long as it does not reach that point, it is not necessary to raise the mobilization order. Under the third-level mobilization order, the social economy is still developing rapidly, and people's livelihood will not increase much. But at least it will not fall. That's enough. This is based on the premise of coping with the war, seeking development as much as possible, and it is also Gu Heng's request to the Alliance government. It is a bottom-line option. And if you really want to develop in the war first, you still have to rely on another aspect, external. As long as the war is won, you will always win something. Whether it is the space for development, or the wealth obtained by plunder, or the new territory and population brought by expansion, these are all places to make a fortune. And now, what is Gu Heng's biggest gain in this war? Of course, it is the entire Seven Horses land. The 6 surrounding star regions that signed the Seven Horses Agreement became de facto vassals of the Alliance. The latest collection of imperial taxes was also the first time that the Alliance helped the Empire collect taxes. After they signed the agreement, the tax collection work began. The planetary governors all had opinions about this. Isn't it collected every 2 years? It was less than a year since the last payment of imperial taxes. The longest we signed the 7 Horses agreement was only half a year, and the shortest was only signed for 1 or 2 months. Are you going to collect imperial taxes now? The Alliance also has something to say. During the war, taxes were changed from once every 2 years to once a year, which is reasonable. Right? I didn't adjust your tax amount. It's what it should be. It's just an emergency. I only collect it once a year. Under the power of the Alliance, these planets could only accept it. 6-star regions. With a total population of more than 110 billion, we did collect nearly 12 billion tax coins through taxation. In Elysia fleet. Most of the GU business fleet. As well as some small Imperial Chamber of Commerce ships recruited in these star regions, are working hard to help the Alliance transport these resources. These resources have their own uses. Some are directly packed and sent to the front line, and most are transported back to the various worlds in the Tianma star region, as raw materials, as subsequent processed products, to produce more war materials, or simply used to distribute resources to the workers in the Tianma star region, replacing the benefits, allowances and salaries that were originally to be distributed, saving the Alliance money, which can be further used for development. In addition to the 12 billion imperial taxes, there are also 1 billion tax coins for additional war taxes, and a large number of planetary defense forces, which are not considered human taxes, and are also recruited as the Allied forces. Some are simply used as soldiers to supplement the Alliance army. The total income of 13 billion tax coins is almost equal to the annual income of the Alliance in the past. After paying the imperial taxes every year, the remaining fiscal revenue for the Alliance is only 13.8 billion for the more than 60 billion people in the Tianma star region. Now, there are 3 parts. The 11.3 billion imperial taxes that the Alliance should have paid no longer need to be paid, and can be used by themselves. The original 13.8 billion fiscal revenue, and the 13 billion revenue brought by the 7 Horses agreement. A total of 38.1 billion. This is the wealth that the Alliance can use every year after the war begins. This is a huge sum of money. If measured by the price of ships, that is 22 Crazy Shark destroyers, 5 Musician cruisers, and there is still plenty of money. Even if you can't afford to buy a battleship in 1 year, you can buy one in 2 years. Of course, there is nowhere to buy it now. And this money is not without a place to spend. In fact, the Alliance has a lot of places to spend money now. The fierce war on the front line, just on Tamir 5, the Alliance will spend 500 million a month, and this is when the native planet bears a considerable part of the war consumption. Not to mention, there are a large number of Alliance troops in the Mist Horse, Hippogriff Star region, continuously clearing out the local greenskin invasion. Although the intensity is not comparable to the main battlefield of Tamir 5, but the number is large. Moreover, the Allied army is much larger than the Alliance army. Although in theory, the war costs are borne by the planets that send troops, these planets may not be able to afford the money, nor may they be able to pay in time. This is really a problem of ability. The Alliance cannot really ignore it. All of them cost money. The Navy is also a huge bottomless pit. Not to mention, the Alliance is still continuously building new ships and expanding new legions. The annual military expenditure is more than 17 billion. If it were not for not having to pay imperial taxes, the Alliance would not be able to afford such expenditures on its own. Now, the Alliance can not only afford the expenditures, but also has a surplus of 20 billion. With this money, the military industry is expanded, production is reinvested, and the infrastructure of the 9 planets of Pegasus is fully launched, which is even more prosperous than before the war. The Economic Production Growth Index, which was originally not required of Asana, was achieved under this huge additional wealth investment. Even the completion was far beyond expectations. 10%? Definitely exceeded. The financial settlement of the Alliance next year is estimated to be more than 16 billion. Compared with the 13.8 billion before the war, there is a clear increase. Gu Heng certainly did not deny that. The development of the Alliance was based on the blood-sucking of the 6 surrounding horse areas. However, they were also going to be sucked. Even the Tianma star area itself was going to be sucked. In the past, they were sucked by the Empire, but now, in a special period, the Empire can no longer suck. And how many years has the Alliance been forbidden to suck? It feels so good to suck. In addition to vassals, the benefits that the Alliance gained from the war also include direct spoils of war. There is no profit in fighting the greenskins. Even if the greenskins' weapons and equipment and ships are captured, humans cannot use them or use them well. There will be no green-skinned prisoners, even if they are captured by force. Don't expect them to work or be workers. However, in the Tamir galaxy in the Jingguan star zone, the Alliance still gains something. That is the population. During this period, from Tamir 4 and 5, the Alliance has transported more than 300 million people. Isn't that 1.5 billion? What's more, Gu Heng never regards the value of a person as 5 yuan. The value that a person can create in his lifetime is far higher than this number. These people are currently on Steel Wing Star, and are currently repairing the military buildings of Steel Wing Star, and working for the construction of the orbital gun fortress. Later, when the transport capacity is improved, or the pressure on the front line is reduced and some transport capacity can be freed up, these people and the population that will be transferred later will only stay in a small part on Steel Wing Star as a population supplement for this planet. And most of them will migrate to the Tianma Star region and fill in various worlds. 300 million people are just the beginning. Tamir 4, 5, and other worlds that may be further attacked in the future are not suitable for too many civilians to survive. These people will be transferred to the Tianma Star region as much as possible. The population carrying capacity of Kurogia has reached the upper limit, or even far exceeded it. But the population carrying capacity of the Angry Owl Star is still available, as are the Red Arrow Star and the 3 stars of Fash. At least before the population is expanded to 80 billion. The Tianma Star region will not be too crowded. If it is really not possible, it can be relocated to other star regions in the 7 horses. In addition to finance, the major part of economic production growth is reflected in the military industry. New docks on Wing Star, in the starports of Wrath Star, Titan, Knight Armor, Feedback Power Armor, LR and HS Series rifles, Lion King production lines, are all stepping up to expand production capacity. In the future, more ships, more and better army equipment will be produced. Not to mention, this is just an economic and financial account, and the grace points have not been calculated. High-speed economic development will bring about an increase in monthly grace points. Now, the income provided by the Alliance has reached 36,000 per month, which is 12.5% higher than before the war. The growth of monthly gift income is not a linear growth. It is not that if one person gives 1 point, 10 people will get 10 points. Gu Heng has been around for so long, and he has roughly figured it out. This should be a model of growth according to some milestones. When a growth indicator is reached, the model of increasing a few points will not expand infinitely. This is a pity for Gu Heng. Otherwise, according to the calculation when he just landed in the early years, he could give dozens of points of gift to a few thousand people. Now he actually controls 60 billion people. So he must be given hundreds of millions of points of gift per month. Right? But even if he didn't dream about it, there was another thing that Gu Heng hadn't expected. After the 7 horses agreement was signed, the other 6 horse lands, 79 worlds, were all counted by the system. He originally thought that the stingy system would not count them for him. Of course, it was impossible to count all the more than 110 billion people in these 79 worlds into his homeland. It wasn't his homeland in the first place. It was just that when Gu Heng beat up Black Arrow Star that year, the vassal panel activated by the system played a role again. 79 worlds were counted as his vassals, and most of them were at LV2. This level meant that there was a high tendency to secede, and the society was somewhat turbulent. A few could reach LV3, which meant they were stable vassals. There were also a few that reached LV1, which meant that their separatism was extremely stubborn. Gu Heng was not surprised by this. It was too normal. They were not vassals obtained through normal means, and they were internally unstable. It was not surprising that the governors or local forces on the planet wanted to secede. He can accept LV2, as long as there is no large-scale LV1, which will cost more to suppress. As for the grace points provided by these vassals, there are not many, mainly because the grace points provided by vassals are naturally discounted. But it is quite considerable when added up, reaching 4,000 points per month. This is more or less a supplement to Gu Heng grace point income. And there is another big part of grace points, which is victory in the war. However, since the end of the Battle of Steel Wing Star, the small fights between Eagle Horse and Fog Horse on various planets have not given much. And the current Tamir battle, although it is fought on a large scale, has no result yet. And the system has not yet settled it. But it is conceivable that as long as you win, there will be no less. Chapter 446, The the Mechanicus couldn't bear it either. Although the monthly income accumulated was not small, it was still too slow after all. Since the end of the Battle of Steel-Winged Star, it had been half a year without anyone noticing, and the grace points that Gu Heng had accumulated were only about 200,000. Not much. War was still the fastest source of grace points. The Battle of Steel-Winged Star gave him 930,000 grace points, and the Battle of Tamir would give him more. Although, the naval battle was not as fierce as the Battle of Steel-Winged Star, and there had not been much casualties so far, the land war between the two planets was even bigger than that of Steel-Winged Star. There are also more than 2 billion greenskins, who were burned to death by the burning sky torpedoes on the Tamir too. I don't know how the system calculates this. But in general, if the Tamir campaign is won, it should be a considerable amount of gift points, no less than 1 million. And it is possible that as the war continues, it will increase. But on this matter, Gu Heng is actually a little bit worried. Until now, the Tamir campaign has not ended, and according to previous thinking, this meat grinder battlefield will be long-term. But the war rewards will not be settled until the end of the battle. What if you lose? Defeats are not settled. Gu Heng has not lost a battle so far. Especially now. There are alliance soldiers fighting on countless planets, such as Wuma and Ingma. Although the scale is small, the winner will be given a gift point, and the loser will not get a single point. The Battle of Tamir is so huge, and it will last for a long time. What if you lose in the end and have to withdraw? What should you do? The large amount of gifts that were expected to be received was all gone. Gu Heng was very upset. But he immediately warned himself afterwards. Don't be dazzled by these things. Is 1,000,000 gifts a lot? Of course. A lot. But is 1,000,000 gifts a earth-shaking thing? No. Military actions must be judged based on military conditions. If the situation really changes, we should let go of what should be let go. We can't turn the local battlefield into a war of life and death. That would be a real loss. The key is that it is not necessary. We can't take unnecessary military risks just to settle the gift points early. Gu Heng understands all these principles. However, it is not that time yet. Who says the Battle of Tamir cannot be won? From Gu Heng's point of view, the alliance has all the advantages. Gu Heng, you have to be careful. Things in Tamir may change. The person who spoke was the head of the star domain, Tanjioi. On this day, Gu Heng received a communication invitation from him. Under normal circumstances, Yunlua's Star Language Hall could not contact Gu Heng, because the star language experts were not good enough. However, this time there was no other way. They deployed an old acquaintance of Gu Heng, A-level psychic, Star Domain Grand Mage Zhang Guanyan, to personally operate the star language tower. It took a lot of effort to penetrate the star language information in the subspace full of green waves. Tanjioi came to have this call with Gu Heng, and first expressed his gratitude. Before thanking Gu Heng, he informed him of the results of the Frost Plane 4. At that time, he didn't dare to believe it, and didn't want to believe it. But after all, this matter was too serious. If it was true, it would be over. Therefore, on the one hand, he stepped up his efforts to find out the latest situation of the battle in Frost Plane 4. And on the other hand, he activated the corresponding emergency plan, with the worst outcome being the loss of Frost Plane 4 and the destruction of the main force. These strategies included the requisition of a large number of merchant ships of the Imperial Chamber of Commerce, the assembly of more defense forces, the Star Army, the request for assistance from other star regions, the full transformation of planets in various places into military industries, and the deployment of defense in many worlds outside Yunluo's star. And the facts prove that Gu Heng certainly did not deceive him. When the situation of the battle in Frost Plane 4 was confirmed, it was actually almost a month away from the end of the war. Of course, in the past month, Tanjioi had been constantly trying to find out information, and actually had a lot of information, which explained this point. But the truly accurate, official information came from the contact with him after the Mechanicus casting General Chen Haishu, who brought a group of people, fled back to Jindy Star. And then he really knew the details of the war. This was certainly a heavy blow. But at least there was one thing to be thankful for. That is, he knew it a month in advance, prepared a month in advance, and was not at a loss what to do after being hit by this news. In fact, these preparations have also worked. The outer galaxies of Yunluo's star that were deployed in advance blocked and eliminated some of the invading small groups of greenskins, preventing the greenskins from landing directly in the core area of Yunluo's star. The war materials prepared in advance can also play a certain role. The direction of the Orc army is to Jindy Star. The group of greenskins obviously put the primary target on the forging world of the Mechanicus. The main force did not come to attack Yunluo, which did make Tanjui relieved. But he also realized that the fate of Yunluo and Jindy is now more firmly tied together. Without Jindy, Yunluo will surely perish. And it will be a quick death. The prepared military supplies and war preparations. The assembled soldiers boarded as many transport ships as possible, and sent as many as possible to Jindy Star before the greenskins had time to block the route between the Steel Fire Dragon Star region and the Yunluo Star region. At the same time, the remnants of the Yunluo fleet that escaped from Frost Plain 4. That's right. The Yunluo fleet successfully escaped again, when Frost Plain 4 was beaten, and the mechanical arc fell. The Yunluo fleet was still outside the planet's orbit. After they found the battle moon and realized that the mechanical arc would be destroyed, they did not have any illusions at all and ran away. It sounds very unkind. But in fact, saving a fleet with hundreds of warships and several main cruisers is of great significance for the upcoming defense of Jindy Star. The defense of Jindy Star has already begun. This time, Qin Haishu and a group of great sages of the Mechanicus did not run away again. There is no place to run. What's more, Jindy Star is not undefendable. It is the base camp of Mingyang sect, a legitimate forging world. Although, Mingyang sect sent a large number of religious guards to Frost Plain 4, that is not all they have. On Jindy Star, there are also a large number of religious guards, and even half of the Titan Legion. Moreover, Jindy Star has a total population of 30 billion, and sufficient manpower. Around Jindy Star, there are also several fuel worlds, or night worlds, to protect it. These night worlds are very similar to the original Black Arrow Star, minus the kings. Each night family is granted a piece of land, and a group of old farmers cultivate the land for them to support their lives, just like a pastoral scene in the Middle Ages. Then, you will see a certain model of mecha parked in the knight's house. These knights are nominal vassals of the emperor. In fact, they are knights who are completely supported by the Mechanicus and are loyal to the Mechanicus. The knight families from several night worlds gather together, which is also a force that cannot be underestimated. Of course, before this, they had gathered once under the call of the Mingyang sect and went to Frost Plain 4. There is no need to say what the result was. This time, they still accepted the call. The night mechas of these night families gathered together, which is also an important part of the Titan core of the Mingyang sect. In addition, there are at least 400 to 500 million guards on Jindy Star, plus twice that number of combat servants. The fighting power of the Scutarii is not weaker than that of the Astra Militarum. They have all kinds of artillery and armor. And there are also a large number of combat soldiers. These things are the solid foundation for Jindy Star to compete with the enemy. Of course, if the Greenskin fleet is allowed to bombard the surface at will in orbit, then no matter how elite the ground troops are, it is almost impossible to win the battle. But the difference of Jindy Star is that this forge world has a very complete orbital defense system. The scattered space stations, star fortresses, and dense surface orbital guns are not so easy to deal with. Not to mention, the Yunluo fleet has not been destroyed, which is great news. Although they cannot compete with the main fleet of the Greenskins, they can at least serve as a diversion. Admittedly, the number of the Greenskin fleet is huge, but under such defense, even if they have a battle moon, they can only have an advantage, and cannot completely suppress all the activities of the human army on the ground. There is still a fight to be fought. This kind of defense cannot last long on other planets, and will even be broken soon. When the space station and star fortress are destroyed, and enough orbital guns on the surface are removed, it will be ruined sooner or later. But the difference of the Forge world is that it has strong productivity. When the Greenskin army cannot capture most of the foundries, they can produce a lot of orbital guns and deploy them on the planet. The premise is that the Scutarii and the servitors can hold on. From this perspective, Jindy Star is certainly a much more suitable battlefield than Frostfield 4, and it is advantageous to humans. If the situation in Frostfield 4 was transplanted to Jindy Star, the Greenskins would not be so relaxed. With a mechanical arc and orbital defense system, the crippled pseudo-battle moon would be useless. They could not even get the orbital advantage, and it would be a balance at best. But the decision-makers on the human side believed that they had enough strength to reject the invasion of the orcs. Under this premise, the war should not be fought in a core world like Jindy Star. The Mingyang sect certainly does not want its home base to be destroyed by the battlefield. The appearance of the battle moon caught everyone off guard. As for now, there is nothing to worry about, just fight hard. The defense of Jindy Star has been going on for 3 months so far, and the time of opening was even later than the Battle of Tamir on the Alliance side. It was very hard. This information, actually, without Tanjioi telling it, Gu Heng already knew it. Even, Gu Heng knew more about the specific battle situation on Jindy Star than Tanjioi, because of the presence of Wu Jiarong, the ruling bishop who was on the front line, who would send him a text message from time to time. That was a battlefield that was even more brutal than the ground war on Tamir 5. First of all, the scale was much larger. The number of troops on both sides was 3 times that of the Battle of Tamir, and the quality of the troops was much higher. The equipment level of the Crusaders was even better than that of the Alliance army, and the number of various powerful units of the Greenskin main force, and the number of elite Greenskins, was also far greater than that of Tamir. After reading the intelligence about the Battle of Jindy Star, Gu Heng was silent for a moment. He had thought that even if the Alliance issued a first-level mobilization order, they could not afford such a war. The productivity could not keep up. Not to mention that they had to fight on their own land, which would also be subjected to orbital bombardment. There was no way to fight. It can only be said that the revolution has not yet succeeded, and comrades still need to work hard. But soon Gu Heng also became excited. Jindy Star. How many years of construction has it accumulated? Moreover, the forging world of the Mechanicus does not have to pay imperial taxes, although it has to accept orders from the empire. It has only been 5 years since he took full control of the Tianma Star region, and only his old nest, Nushu Star, has been developing for a little longer. About 10 years. Gu Heng believed that if he was given some more time, even if he continued to bear the imperial taxes, he would soon reach the level of Jindy Star. After talking about the intelligence of the battle situation on Jindy Star, Gu Heng also talked about his initiative to attack the Tamir Star system and open up a second battlefield. Tanjioi suddenly realized a problem and warned Gu Heng. We detected that 100 Greenskin warships had left the battle sequence of the Jindy Star battle, and even left the Steel Fire Dragon Star zone. We didn't know where they were going, and we thought that the Greenskins were dividing their forces and planning to attack other places. So we were very nervous. However, considering the time when you started the Tamir campaign, these 100 ships and the soldiers on board might be the alien troops returning for defense. Gu Heng touched his chin. He had not been able to obtain this information in advance. But at the same time, he believed that Tanjioi would not speak nonsense on this matter. 100 Greenskin warships. They could possibly carry 100 or 200 million Greenskin troops. This is really a bit difficult. Seeing Gu Heng thinking, Tanjioi could not help but say, "You must be careful, don't let anything happen." Gu Heng smiled. Headmaster Tan is concerned about me. 100 warships plus possibly hundreds of millions of green-skinned aliens leaving the Jindy Star battlefield. Isn't it a good thing for the main battlefield? Tanjioi sighed. It's a good thing indeed. If possible, I hope that the main force of the Greenskins will turn to the eastern part of the star field, so that you can delay as long as possible. After the reinforcements from the Cosmic Domain and the Fury Flame Regiment arrive, we can start to counterattack. But I know that's impossible. In this case, it's better to hope that you can fight well in the eastern part of the star field. Make a bigger name, and preferably get into the lair of these damn aliens. If you are finished, it will allow these Greenskins to concentrate their forces to attack Jindy Star. Well, I be careful, Gu Heng responded. This batch of Greenskin reinforcements should not be underestimated. The army is fine, but there are 100 ships, and there may be several Greenskin main forces among them. Their arrival will bring great changes to the Battle of Tamir. Du Shirliang is afraid that he will not be able to withstand the combined efforts of the two navies. After hanging up the communication, he thought for a moment and made a decision. Chapter 447, Rebellious Space Marines. Gu Heng's idea is quite natural. He knew that a Greenskin reinforcement would arrive, so of course he had to try to defeat the enemy in front of him before the reinforcement arrived, even if it would cost him something. If he didn't do it now, it would be even more difficult after they joined together. On the ground battlefield of Tamir 5, it was unrealistic to want to decide the outcome so quickly. With tens of billions of Greenskins, even if you were killing pigs, you couldn't kill them so quickly. The battle that Prabhov won before, of course, successfully disrupted the Greenskin defense line in one direction, and caused the Greenskins on the entire planet to fall into chaos because they lost their supreme commander. Taking this opportunity, he commanded his troops well, and fought several annihilation battles and destruction battles. Moreover, the human army launched a wave of offensive climaxes across the entire planet and the entire continent, on the battle lines spanning thousands of miles, with the Alliance army as the core and the Allied army as the auxiliary. They attacked on all fronts. Often, a breakthrough point is made, which leads to a counterattack by the greenskins. And then the two sides are empty and surrounded by humans after being breached. And then they are defeated. Or, a garbage city is attacked by elite soldiers of the human alliance. Since the orcs are not subordinate to each other, the command is chaotic and the support is not enough, resulting in a bunch of orcs in the garbage city. Then they can't get any advantage from the human elites and are quickly eliminated. The large number of personnel losses is secondary. The main thing is the loss of the garbage city's production capacity, and a considerable number of greenskin weapons that have not been shipped out. Similar situations occurred repeatedly throughout the planet. In total, more than 200 million greenskins were killed in the 2 months after the battle. Among them, at least 50 million real greenskin orcs were killed. The greenskin forces on the surface of Tamir 5 shrunk directly. In order to kill these 200 million greenskins, humans also lost more than 30 million. Most of them were the Allied forces. And the Union army probably lost more than 10 million. The battle loss ratio is still pretty good. Even if we remove the fart spirits, it is still 3:5, which is not bad. What's more, fart spirits are not human. The logistical support they provide to the Greenskin army is an important guarantee for the Greenskin army to continue the war. And they are also suitable operators of long-range fire strikes. However, the recent battle situation on Tamir 5 has slowed down a bit. After 2 months of fierce attacks, the human army is a little bit unable to fight. Soldiers who need to rest should take turns to rest, supplies should be in place, and those occupied places should be sterilized, otherwise new greenskins will grow again, and it will take manpower to guard. In addition, the orc leader Saru also sent a new warlord to land on the surface. The greenskins command system began to recover, and it was no longer so chaotic. It became less easy to harvest the lives of greenskins in large numbers as easily as before. Both sides were licking their wounds. As for the battle in space, both sides are still struggling. No one wants to fight a decisive battle, and no one wants the other side to easily support the ground. Isn't that the case? Gu Heng will not let Du Shiliang go to fight with those greenskin fleets now. The winning rate is not high enough. A 50-50 battle. What's the point of fighting? And it just so happens that Yi Lixia patrol mission in the 7 Horses has ended, and all the world to sign the 7 Horses agreement. Although it would be better to let half of the joint fleet continue to patrol and deter for a while. After all, some vassals still have a strong tendency to secede. But looking at the current situation, it is not appropriate. Yi Lixia must take half of the joint fleet to the Tamir galaxy as soon as possible. Pick up Gu Heng halfway, and reunite with Du Shiliang, and try to destroy the greenskin fleet before the greenskin reinforcements arrive, or at least severely damage it. However, when Gu Heng was about to give Yi Lixia an order to start with the fleet, the female general took the lead and sent a message. Something happened in the Iron Horse star region. Xiaxing 1 galaxy is a star system with 3 habitable planets in the Iron Horse star zone. When paying the imperial tax before, there was no problem with the other 2 planets, but there was a problem on Xiaxing 13 planet. In this post-colonial planet, with a population of 800 million, the separatist forces are quite fierce, have already launched a clear rebellion, and looted the imperial tax prepared by the planet. The entire planet has a total tax of only 80 million, and they only looted about 20 million in supplies. But the nature of this matter is very bad, so it must be solved. The local troops, reorganized into the Allied forces, are already suppressing the rebellion. But it is not good for the Alliance to do nothing. The 7 Horses agreement has been signed. How can you just take money and do nothing? Coincidentally, Yi Lixia was also nearby. The Alliance agents first went down to investigate the situation, and then they called for reinforcements, saying that they had found the location of the rebel leader, and applied for direct military elimination. The way to eliminate them is to send several frigates sent by Yi Lixia to fire several missiles at the reported coordinates. Then, the Marines, led by a team of phoenixes, landed on the ground. They have to eliminate the enemy leaders, destroy the command center, and then evacuate. These tasks should be familiar to phoenixes. Logically, such physical specifications should be able to solve the problem. But an accident happened. The phoenixes and the marines they led were all fine after landing. But suddenly they all lost contact at a certain moment. It was very unusual. If it was just the Marines, it would be fine. But there was a whole squad of Phoenixes leading the team. Even if the battle was fierce and the mission was difficult, they were Space Marines. So how could they lose contact without saying a word? Then, the commander on the starship received information from the landed agent. They said that the Phoenix and the Marines had an accident. The rebels had the ability to interfere with information, which made it impossible for the task force trapped in the enemy camp to contact the upper level. The task force was now surrounded by the superior forces of the rebels, and more reinforcements needed to be sent to the ground. The commander on the starship had some concerns, but after careful consideration, he sent new reinforcements. The missiles fired another round at the enemy gathering position, and then another team of Phoenixes led the elite Marines to the ground. This time, their goal was not even to eliminate the enemy leader or strike the rebel center, but to simply cover the troops that had gone down earlier and evacuate via transport planes. However, the result of this support was still not ideal, and the team that went down soon lost contact. This time, things became serious. The ground agent reported the ground situation again and requested reinforcements. But the commander, who had already had some doubts in the last round, was unlikely to be fooled for the third time. On the one hand, he stabilized the agents on the ground, and on the other hand, he contacted the superior unit of that group of agents and reported the situation. Then, a new group of agents went down, and quickly came to a conclusion. The group that went down before had rebelled. The 2 waves of elite troops that went down earlier are now in danger. The commander on the starship was furious, but at the same time, he was also a little confused. Agents rebel. Is it so easy to rebel? How can a group of local rebels on a planet make agents trained by the 3 major intelligence agencies of the Alliance rebel? Even if they rebelled and lured the Alliance elite troops to land, they would have 20 to 30 Phoenixes and thousands of Marines in 2 waves. How could they be easily eliminated? Even if they were outnumbered, lacked heavy equipment, could not win, and would be surrounded, how could they be wiped out so quickly? The commander above had already ignored the possibility that the troops that went down were still alive, and their communications were only disrupted. The probability was very low. Those rebellious agents continued to spread false intelligence, with the goal of deceiving more Phoenixes and more human troops to go down. They were not worried about making things worse. Their attitude was more like, I take as many as you can. Are these rebels so strong? But in any case, it's time to give up the idea of scalpel strikes and quickly solve the problem. The commander called for more reinforcements, and soon the ships on the Xiaxing 1 system were not just a few frigates. More ships arrived here, and a large number of troops were dropped. The 17th Army Group of the Alliance Army, the 3rd Army, was dropped on the surface of Xiaxing 13 planet. The separatists on Xiaxing 13, the scale of the rebellion is not small. 5 provinces on the planet were swept in, the population in the actual controlled area reached 50 million, and the number of rebels was about 3 million. They fought against the 5 million strong allied army, and fought back and forth. In this situation, a coalition army, a million-strong army, plus superstandard orbital firepower support, is definitely not something the rebels can resist. If there is anything beyond the standard among the rebels, it will be forced out naturally. This is indeed the case. Under high pressure, the core force of the separatists emerged, groups of space warriors. Space warriors? When the commander of the Alliance in orbit received this information uploaded by the ground forces, his eyes almost popped out. How is it possible? Why would space warriors appear among a group of separatist forces on a native planet? How could they possibly get help from the Space Marines? Is everyone like Governor Gu? In previous wars, the Alliance relied on the Phoenix to leave others dumbfounded, at a loss, and completely at a loss of what to do. And now, the same situation is happening to the Alliance itself. But then, they soon realized that the Space Marines, who helped the forces on planet Xiaxing 13 to separate, were by no means normal Space Marines. They don't have the Imperial Skyhawk logo, nor do they have those medals of honor. Are these traitors among the Space Marines? This is a serious matter. The relevant information was quickly sent back. At the same time, the warships in the planetary orbit were also preparing to step up fire support. What happened to the Space Marines? Without orbital control, no matter how powerful the Space Marines are, they have to be bombed on the surface. However, the commander of the Joint Fleet was slapped in the face soon. Do those rebellious Space Marines really have no means to threaten the orbit? Indeed, they don't. The starport of Xiaxing 13 is an old and dilapidated place. There are only a few anti-orbital guns on the ground. There are no star fortresses on the orbit. There are only a few armed space stations. At most, they can defend against small pirates. For the current frigates and destroyers on the orbit, there are more than 10 ships. There are at least 20 patrol ships. There is no response capability at all. But who said that this group of rebellious space marines who came out of nowhere can only exert their strength from the surface? When the ships of the combined fleet were happily exploding in orbit, the stargazers on the ships soon made a horrifying discovery. They noticed that a huge, unidentified starship suddenly appeared in the galaxy. This starship seemed to have been hiding behind the star in the past, using this huge star to block many conventional monitoring methods. And now, this battleship suddenly appeared, which was unexpected. But if it was just a warship, there would be nothing to be afraid of. There are more than 30 warships in the orbit of Xiaxing 13. But soon, when this behemoth got closer and closer, and could be observed more carefully by the stargazers, when the relevant information was transmitted back, it was terrifying. This ship is too big. It looks 28 kilometers long. From the shape, although it is very gloomy, although there are many disgusting horned demon heads on it, there are many chaotic 8-pointed star patterns that are clearly defined as taboos in human society and are not allowed to appear. But from the overall shape, some veterans of the Navy can still recognize that it is a ship that is very similar to the Nemesis-class battleship in the human Navy. The Nemesis class is a serious main battleship. It is also the most common battleship in the Imperial Navy. Obviously, this is definitely not a friendly force. It is most likely the vehicle of the rebellious space marines on the ground. No one would have thought that this group of space marines actually had a battleship in service. Although, this Retribution-class battleship is just a single ship, and there is no large number of non-main ships to cooperate in the battle, which will reduce its combat effectiveness to a certain extent, and make it much more vulnerable. However, no matter how fragile it is, no matter how much its combat effectiveness is reduced, it is still a serious battleship. At present, the ships of the combined fleet surrounding Xiaxing 13 are all children to this battleship. The X-specification main gun on it can completely kill one child with one shot, no matter what level of energy shield or armor it has. It is just a frigate or destroyer level small ship anyway, no matter how high the energy shield is. It is just that. One shot will definitely explode the ship and the shield together. On the contrary, these small firepower of the combined fleet are much less threatening to this battleship. I am afraid that even the other party's void shield cannot be broken, and the 30 ships of our side will be named one by one and all destroyed. Chapter 448, Iron Horse Naval Battle. The naval battle on Xiaxing 13, actually, did not really break out. The commander of the combined fleet knew that they could not fight, so they certainly would not force a fight. They directly broke away from the orbit of the planet, and ran away with their tails between their legs. And the evil ghost-like Retribution-class battleship did not come to chase them. It just approached Xiaxing 13, fired a few shots at the surface, and then dropped the transport ship and landed on the ground. Soon, these transport ships returned to it. Then, the battleship left the planetary orbit and sailed away. The Alliance Navy ships, which were still in shock, also came to their senses at this time. This battleship should belong to the rebel war band that appeared on the ground. It appeared and went to the planetary orbit, probably just to pick up the war band. This rebel war band did not seem to want to occupy this planet. They should be able to clearly realize that, with their strength, even if they have a battleship in hand, they cannot compete with the Alliance head-on. Especially they cannot win on the ground. What is their purpose in making trouble? In view of what happened before, I am afraid they want to lure the real Phoenix to come. And they did succeed. They tricked 2 Phoenix teams to land on the ground and fell into their clutches. And what do they want the genuine Phoenix for? Probably for the gene seed. After receiving the intelligence from the front, Gu Hang made this judgment. Even, Gu Hang had guessed their identities, and felt that there was a high probability that he would not be wrong. The stain of the Phoenix, the rebellious war band called the Ash Dead. After learning about the existence of this war band from the Phoenix deserters of Sidney Blevins, Gu Hang felt that this group of guys would come to trouble the Alliance sooner or later. The reputation of the Alliance is growing, and the Phoenix is becoming more and more well known with the news of the Alliance revival. The traitor leader named Zhong Jihua has an extraordinary pursuit of the Phoenix bloodline. It is almost inevitable that he will come to cause trouble. However, he came at the wrong time. Most of the Alliance energy is still involved in the frontline battlefield with the greenskins. If there is a fire in the backyard, it will definitely be in a mess. Perhaps Zhong Jihua deliberately chose to take action at this time. But Gu Heng was not without any precautions. Ever since the war with the greenskins, Gu Heng has been very cautious in using space warriors. He did not blindly send the most elite forces at hand to the battlefield just because the battle on the front line was fierce. On the one hand, it was not the time yet. On the other hand, Gu Heng had to use the Phoenix to make some necessary precautions. Rather than letting the elite warriors, like the Phoenix, to be consumed on the front battlefield, it is better to retain their strength, so as to make a necessary attack at the critical moment. However, the opportunity for the necessary attack did not come. And the thing that Gu Heng had been on guard against happened first. It seems that Yi Lixia cannot come to pick him up. Nor can she go north to participate in the Tamir campaign immediately. Even Gu Heng himself has to go to the Iron Horse in person. The matter of the Iron Horse Star region must be resolved. The relationship between this rebellious war gang and the Phoenix is something that Gu Heng cannot ignore. At the same time, Gu Heng cannot let the rebellious war gang suspected to be the Ash Dead to mess around in his rear. They have about 200 or 300 rebellious space marines. They believe in the evil god, and they also have a battleship. To be able to operate this battleship, it means that they must have at least 100 or 200,000 people on board. To fight a head-on battle, aside from the battleship, this rebellious regiment is not qualified. But if the battleship is taken into account, and the risk that they may cooperate with the separatist forces on many planets, if they are not dealt with, Gu Heng's rear will be turned upside down. Of course, he would not go alone. A message, sent to Martins. 1 month later, Iron Horse Star Region, Iron East 2 Galaxy. There are 3 interstellar tunnels connecting this galaxy, leading to Iron East 3, Iron East 1, and Bianma 4 in the Bianma Star Region. The Soul Spike battleship is heading to the jump point to Bianma 4. Or rather, it is fleeing. Behind them, there is a human joint fleet chasing them. Although the battleship is powerful, the Nemesis class has a flaw, which cannot be compensated. It is slow and not flexible enough. Although it has strong firepower, thick armor, and a very high energy level void shield, this main battleship, which is the most in service in the Empire, is enough to serve as the absolute offensive and defensive core in large-scale fleet decisive battles. But it also needs a large number of coordinated frigates to escort it. Now, there is no such formation next to the Ghost Spike. As a result, they dare not confront the combined fleet directly. In the past month, there have always been some small boats following them, monitoring their movements. Whenever they wanted to turn around to attack, these small boats would take advantage of their fast running speed and flexible turning, and run away directly. When they turned around, the small boats would catch up again. The leader of the Ash Dead, Zhong Jihua, was very annoyed. He even ordered that after the ships completed an astral jump, they should stop at the jump point on the other side, preparing to ambush the small boats that followed them to complete the jump. However, this plan also failed. The boat that had been following them all the time did not make a jump at all. Instead, there was another boat on this side of the star tunnel, staring at them from a distance. It doesn't matter if our boat is small, as long as there are more of them. We can't catch up, we can't hit them, and we can't get rid of them. That's the only way. At first, Zhong Jihua just felt annoyed, but didn't think it was dangerous. Just stare at them. What else can you do to me? It's nothing more than being afraid and monitoring him. And when he really wants to do something, these small boats can't do anything to him. However, now, he already feels that something is not good. Long-term monitoring is fine. The wizard on his ship has given him intelligence many times, telling him that in the star tunnels around Taidong 2, there are a lot of ships shuttling. What do you want to do? Encircle me? It seems to be true. If they set up a battle formation and fight hard, a fleet with 3 cruisers as the main force, a total of hundreds of ships, and a lone Retribution-class battleship, who will win and who will lose? It's hard to say. The latter's chance of winning may be less than 20%. Before, he thought, the so-called alliance should not really fight him to the death. If they defeat him, what will happen? The combined fleet will have to pay the price of at least half of its ships, including 2 main cruisers. Is it worth paying such a high price? You are still fighting with the greenskins. Yes, Zhong Jihua certainly knows this information. If not, he would not have come. It is precisely because the alliance is in a state of war, and the war seems to be very fierce, that he came here. What he wants is indeed, as Gu Heng guessed, the gene seed of the Phoenix. The ashes of the dead war gang is a group of Phoenix deserters who surrendered to the chaos evil god. Back then, people like Zhong Jihua felt that the Phoenix would be destroyed, and that it was meaningless to stay, as they would only die with the regiment. This was all the Empire's fault. The Phoenix was clearly fighting for the Empire, and Iron Armor was the traitor. But they were eventually betrayed by the Empire, sentenced to the Atonement Expedition, and were destined to die in the expedition. So, they rebelled. They turned to the evil god, and took the name of the ashes of the dead. In the ashes after the Phoenix burned out, the dead returned from hell with a rage of revenge. This is the meaning of the new name. However, who would have thought that the Phoenix was not dead at all? Not only did they not die, but in the past few years, with the support of the Alliance that came out of nowhere, they became stronger and stronger, and even had a tendency to recover their former appearance. How could people like Zhong Jihua accept this? Was our choice wrong? That's impossible. In order to prove that they were not wrong, Zhong Jihua brought his war band to the Eastern Universe, the Dragon Eagle Star region. Here, it was time to expand the war band. Here they had the most coveted gene seeds, which were connected by blood. At the same time, they were also looking for opportunities and ways to destroy this human force that spanned nearly 100 worlds. With their own strength, it would certainly not work. But aren't there green skins? As long as enough damage is caused in the rear, it can be done. So, there is the incident in Xiaoxing 13. Through the wizard, they corrupted the captured Alliance agents, passed false information, and sent down 2 teams of Phoenixes. Those 2 teams of Phoenixes, a total of 20 people, the final outcome was certainly not beautiful. The Phoenix's combat power is certainly not weak, but the ashes are all veterans. It was a deliberate plan. With 10 times the force, they beat the new Phoenixes, so it was normal that they couldn't even get the news out. Unfortunately, the so-called Alliance reacted very quickly. They could only run away. They thought they could easily escape with the big ship. But it seems that it is not possible. But now, Zhong Jihua still dared not believe that the Alliance would really take out their precious fleet to encircle him. However, he was not unprepared for this. The corresponding order was issued, and the Ghost Spike was still heading towards Bianma 4. If the Alliance fleet did not dare to start a war, then they would leave in a swagger. And once the war started, then come. First of all, the Wraith Spike will be able to blow up almost half of the Alliance fleet. Of course, the Wraith Spike will also be destroyed. But so what? They are Space Marines. In battle, they can let the Wraith Spike rush and hit hard, get close to the Alliance fleet cluster. If you ask what the most powerful weapon on the Retribution-class battleship is, it is probably not a light spear array, nor an oversized macro cannon, but the ancient ram installed on the bow of the ship. Relying on its huge size, the Retribution-class battleship can smash any ship smaller than it when it charges, and it will not be damaged under the protection of the ram. Of course, this is not a conventional weapon. When a naval battle is really fought, no one will use it as a decisive weapon. The so-called ram is the most decorative. However, if a real fight breaks out, Zhong Jihua does not intend to use the ram as a pure decoration. Heavy artillery, ramming, can all play a role. After the ships of both sides get close, the Ash Dead can use their greatest means, boarding tactics, whether it is through boarding ships after getting close, or simply through the former think tanks in the warband. The current warband wizards, direct subspace teleportation. After arriving at the opponent's ship, they can seize control of the warship, and through the warband wizards, they can summon the power of chaos to quickly corrupt the crew. It only takes a short time for them to seize the warship. Then they can continue to fight. They can use this method many times in a row. How many ships does the Alliance have? They can seize them. Every time they succeed, the Alliance loses 1 ship, and they gain 1 ship. Then the frigate that the Wraith Spike lacks will come. Right? If they take down the main cruiser of the combined fleet, the situation will be even worse. In short, for Zhong Jihua, if you want to fight, then come on. And the whole situation really developed as he thought. When the Wraith Spike approached the astral tunnel jump point leading to Bianma 4, a fleet jumped out from there. At the same time, behind them, a group of Alliance ships also appeared from the jump point of Iron Horse 1. They belonged to the same team, and the 2-sided attack strategy was also formulated by the fleet commander, Major General Yu Lixia. The 2 sides kept their distance, while avoiding the concentrated attack of the Wraith Spike, prepared to launch an encirclement offensive. At this point, Zhong Jihua had completely stopped considering other things. He gave another order, notifying all members of the war gang, "Get ready for the battle, let's kill them." And his brothers also gave him clear feedback, "Roar." He shouted again, "Blood sacrifice to the blood god." The communication channel also immediately responded, "Sacrifice the skull to the skull seat." Under the high morale of the Ash dead, and the bloody shouts, the distance between the two sides was getting closer and closer. The Ray Spike opened fire first. Its range was farther than any other ship in the Alliance. This caught the Alliance fleet off guard. A Silver Sword-class frigate was hit. The X-class light spear array instantly melted the energy shield outside the Silver Sword, and opened a big hole in the ship with the same power. The Silver Sword immediately lost power and spun in space. Then half a minute later, a more violent explosion occurred inside the Silver Sword, and it became a big fireball in the air. Chapter 449, It's so easy to rob a ship. The Ray Spike won the first battle. One shot, first blew up a Silver Sword. This is the normal performance of the Retribution-class battleship. Let the X-class Sky Punishment Light Spear array fire a shot, and this is the result. In addition, the Ray Spike has 3 X-class macro cannons of the same level of weapons. Compared with the Light Spear array, the same class macro cannons are much more powerful, but the hit rate is much lower. The L-class weapons that should not be underestimated were 18 in total, which was as many as the 3 cruisers on the human side combined. This was the power of the battleship. Of course, losing a frigate at the beginning of the battle was also a bit of luck. At such a distance, even the light spears were not so easy to hit. In fact, the 3 macro cannons fired afterwards, as well as the multiple L-class weapons, all missed, and only a few of them hit, causing no more damage. During this process, the ships of both sides were getting closer and closer. The Ray Spike rushed at full speed towards the part of the combined fleet that came out of Bien Ma 4. As the distance between the two sides got closer and closer, the firepower hit rate of both sides also increased during the bombardment. The losses on the human fleet side began to increase. But at the same time, the void shield surrounding the Ray Spike was also flashing frequently, gradually turning to a dangerous red. Even some of the firepower of the combined fleet could penetrate the void shield and directly damage the armor and hull of the Ray Spike. The void shield on the Ray Spike is of course very strong, but it can't withstand the attack of a single ship. There is no frigate to intercept its firepower, and there is no small boat to block it. It needs to take all the artillery fire from the joint fleet. No matter how strong the void shield is, it can't withstand such bombardment. Not to mention, the half-fleet chasing behind it also constantly projected firepower on it. But even so, the results achieved by the Alliance fleet at the moment are nothing more than hitting its void shield red. The price paid was that within a short period of time, at least 10 warships exploded into space junk. Even the cheapest patrol ship costs more than 30 million each, and 10 ships cost 300 million. Not to mention that the exploded warships were not all patrol ships, but also 3 frigates. At this moment, the loss of the Alliance in the naval battle has reached more than 1 billion. The naval decisive battle is the most expensive thing, without the Tianma fleet being taken into Guhang account. Without the century-old accumulation of Gu Trading Company, the Alliance could not afford the battle with the ships accumulated in the past few years. But even with such an exchange ratio, Zhong Jihua, who is on the Ghost Spike, was still not satisfied. Does he care about destroying a few small ships of the Alliance? Of course not. According to his request, the powerful firepower of the battleship was fiercely fired at the absolute core of the fleet in front of it, the cruiser. However, a lot of firepower was intercepted. Even if it could not be intercepted, several patrol ships would even appear to block the attack. After fighting for so long, they still couldn't pose any real threat to the cruiser. However, at this distance, they had already reached the level that Zhong Jihua wanted. Led by the warband wizard, 200 space warriors were already on standby and 4 boarding torpedoes. For the human navy, boarding directly through boarding torpedoes was an unconventional tactic. Boarding torpedoes were not cheap in themselves, and if they were loaded with people and equipment, it would be even more expensive. In a naval battle, during the flight before boarding the ship, you may encounter any accidents, and it is easy to be intercepted. Once intercepted, both the people and the ship will be destroyed, and the loss will be huge. Because the space for boarding torpedoes is limited, the number of personnel and equipment that can be carried inside is also limited. It is not certain that you can win the battle even if you board. Only the greenskins like to do this. They don't take their lives seriously, and their boarding torpedoes are cheap as if they are free of charge. The human fleet doesn't like to do this, although the Marines are not treated as human beings by the Navy masters, but they always pay attention to the cost effectiveness. Except for the Space Marines. They are strong enough, elite enough, that they can complete tasks that require large forces with a small number, and are completely suitable for boarding operations, where delivery is limited and the combat space is narrow. There is only one problem to solve: the safety of delivery. Space Marines are powerful, but they are also very valuable. It doesn't matter if a boarding torpedo is destroyed, but if a ship of Space Marines dies, then no one can withstand it. Therefore, when each regiment was playing a boarding battle, they showed their skills in this link, trying their best to accurately and safely send people to the enemy ship. Some worked hard on the boarding torpedoes, making them strong and flexible, or turning them into stealth mode so that they would not be detected, and adding multiple batches, placing many fake targets, hiding the real boarding torpedoes. In short, they did not hesitate to spend more money, and some played psychic teleportation, which was more accurate, but the requirements were also higher, and there were also risks, as it was easy to be deflected by the anti-teleportation device. The method adopted by Ashes of the Dead was a combination of the two. Zhong Jihua, who was on the bridge, stared at the groups of Alliance ships in front of him with madness in his eyes. He shouted, "Move!" Then, the Wraith Spike suddenly released more than 20 boarding torpedoes. Of these, most of them were fake, and there were only 4 that were fully loaded with Ashes of the Dead. Of course, the interception firepower of the Alliance fleet was directly used, and many boarding torpedoes were destroyed by the interception firepower. The 4 genuine boarding torpedoes loaded with Ash Dead actually took some fire, but these 4 boarding torpedoes were all equipped with small energy shields to block the attack. Of course, this also exposed them, but it doesn't matter. In an instant, the scarlet light enveloped the 4 boarding torpedoes, and suddenly, they disappeared. The next moment, the 4 boarding torpedoes appeared in the void shield of the Opera at the same time. Then, they fiercely bombarded the hull of the Opera. The extremely hard conical front end of the boarding torpedo broke through the ship's armor, and a micro-explosion occurred, which separated the warhead and provided a good attack space for the soldiers in the rear compartment of the torpedo. Then, a total of 200 traitorous space warriors in the 4 boarding torpedoes rushed out. In a very short time, they cleared out the surrounding enemies. There are usually 100,000 people in a cruiser like the Opera. A considerable number of them are the so-called crew world. That is, people who were born on the ship, and whose previous generation or even the previous generation were all crew members. They are ship servants, and there are also some technical officers from aristocratic families. These people are the key to building a ship that can be operated and can maintain itself during long-term voyages. At the bottom of the starship, it is even equivalent to a closed, self-circulating society. The ships on the Pegasus fleet, the performance in this aspect is not particularly obvious. Some sailors can still retire from the ship, and then recruit new people from the ground planet. After all, they are stationed in their own nests for a long time. But there are some ships in the Empire that are on mission all year round, continuously sailing in space for a long time. The so-called crew family, that is, several generations have never left the ship, marrying each other, and living a lifetime on the ship. It is common. But whether they were recruited or on the ship all year round, these people, who were mainly sailors, workers, and servants, obviously did not have any combat effectiveness. Even when the war broke out, they were distributed with weapons. After the Ash Dead successfully boarded the ship, the first wave of resistance they encountered came from these armed sailors, with a scale of several thousand people, so they were naturally swept away by them. Then, these rebellious Space Marines did not continue to launch a fierce attack. They waited for 2 minutes. At this time, more boarding torpedoes came in. Although these boarding torpedoes did not have the help of the warband wizards, and did not have the ability to teleport, they lost a lot when breaking through the interception firepower in front. Among them, the moment of greatest loss was when they slowed down to pass through the void shield. Of the 16 boarding torpedoes, only 3 finally arrived. This probability is very low, and significantly lower than the normal situation, because on the battlefield now, the Alliance ships only have one target, the Revenant Spike. When the boarding torpedoes appeared, naturally a lot of interception firepower was attracted. From this perspective, it was already very good to have 3 people successfully board the ship. A total of 1,500 people came down from these 3 boarding torpedoes. They were all wearing black and red combat uniforms, and a high proportion of them were wearing exoskeletons. These people were the servants of the Ash Dead. After joining forces with the real Ash Dead, a total of 1,700 people began to move towards the opera. During this process, the team inside the opera was also gathering. In addition to the ordinary crew, there are 20,000 Marines among the 100,000 people on board. They are even equipped with armored vehicles, sentinel mechas, and other things. The combat effectiveness of these troops is, of course, much stronger than the first wave of ship sailors. However, when the Ash Dead led their elite auxiliary troops forward, the Marines once again served as a miserable background. The armored vehicles that blocked the main passage in the ship were destroyed by the plasma guns of the Ash Dead, and then quickly pushed away and dismantled. Then, the Terminator squad of the Ash Dead rushed out of the gap with great strides, and withstood the bombardment of the semi-fixed machine gun turrets behind them, using handheld grenade launchers to eliminate all the human firepower points. After the passage was cleared, the troops immediately followed, and in front of them, a team of Marine Sentinel mechs appeared. But this time, they were directly cleared out by the rebel Space Marines with their grenade launchers. Under the leadership of the Space Marines, the entire team's forward speed, although sometimes fast and sometimes slow, was generally quite smooth, and they resolutely headed towards the bridge of the ship. The bridge command center is the command center of a warship, and it is also the brain of the warship. Once here, they can take over most of the ship's operations. At the same time, they can also use the broadcasting system for the entire ship to allow the war gang wizards to quickly spread chaos corruption. This is a temporary measure, not suitable for large-scale use, but in a critical, closed environment like a ship, it is quite effective. They have used this trick many times in the past, and are familiar with it. Stealing a ship is just such a simple matter. And Coney Ben, the commander of the Ash Dead, even felt a little bored. He said, "This so-called alliance is nothing special. It is no different from the situation of other Imperial ships. Isn't there a Phoenix? Why didn't it appear? If those bastards who came from nowhere, the new recruits, showed up, it would be a relief for us." As he was saying this, he suddenly received intelligence. An auxiliary army group deployed on the side said that they were defeated. At first, he thought it was just an elite Marine Corps. After all, the Marines on those ships also had a large number of Sentinel mechas. Although the auxiliary army deployed on the side was of high level and had the blessing of Chaos divine power, it was normal for them to be defeated under the enemy numerical advantage. The commander quickly deployed support, and another auxiliary army unit rushed over to plug the loophole there. But soon, the team was wiped out. At the same time, new information was reported. The ones who defeated them were not just Marines, but a group of space warriors wearing scarlet power armor. Now, I was already feeling excited. It was boring. But now something interesting is coming, isn't it? However, after thinking about it, he decided not to make things complicated. Their most important task at the moment was to occupy the bridge first. After they occupied the place, let the Wizards of the War Band do what they should do, and their main force would just stay in the bridge. If those new recruits and bastards wanted to do anything, they would naturally launch an active attack on the bridge. At that time, they would set up a defense line on the bridge and wait for the enemy to attack. In his opinion, it was normal for some space warriors to appear on this cruiser, but the number should not be large. However, the subsequent successive news made him alert. From the side in another direction, there were also traces of Phoenix Space Marines. Then, the troops attacking from the front also said that they were blocked by Phoenix, and their attack was limited. How many people are there? And Coney Ben already felt something was wrong. But if it was limited to this, he would just feel bad and nervous. Even if they had 100 or even 200 Phoenixes in front of them, what would it matter? These new Phoenixes, as he said, were all rookies, according to their standards. A group of people who had just become Space Marines for at most 10 years. What was there to be afraid of? Chapter 450, cannot hold on for long. And Coney Ben looked down on the current Phoenix, calling them rookies. Of course, there was a reason. Most of the members of the Ash Dead had withdrawn from the Phoenix Atomic Crusade. No matter what their willpower was, they were all century-old veterans. Another part of the non-Phoenix members were also some other rebellious Space Marines that Jihua had absorbed and merged through fighting, coercion, inducement, and the favor of the evil god in the past few decades. They are also veterans. The beginning of the Phoenix Regiment's revival lies in their ending the Atomic Crusade and cooperating with the Alliance. It has only been 10 years since then. Even the Phoenixes that appear in this starship now are the earliest batch of Space Marines. Their combat careers, at most, are only this short. Generally speaking, it is not a problem for one veteran to beat 3 new recruits. This is when they have the same equipment. Even when the number of both sides increases, the ratio of consumption will increase. One veteran can beat 3 new soldiers, and 100 veterans can beat 400 new soldiers. The larger the battle, the more complicated and changeable the situation may be, and the more experience the veterans can bring into play. They have 200 veterans here. And the new Phoenix. Can they produce 800 now? According to the information they collected, it is obviously impossible. Therefore, Anconi Ben was just a little nervous. And it was even more like excitement after the emotions came up. This is a little bit of a challenge. Otherwise, there is no point in him taking it seriously. Since he has to be serious, he can't be too casual. Their core goal has never changed. The Bridge of the Opera, the core assault force, the 200 dead, has always been placed in the frontal assault. But the auxiliary army guards the rear on the side to prevent the assault force from being disturbed. And now, they have to fight more resolutely. Anconi Ben decided to go to the front line in person, wearing Terminator power armor. He led a whole Terminator team, as the spearhead of the entire army, and suddenly accelerated the speed of advancement. He finally saw with his own eyes the Phoenix that blocked the front and limited their attack for the first time. The narrow passage could not accommodate too many people fighting at the same time. There were only 20 loyalist space warriors in front of him. Looking at their bright red armor and the flamboyant Firebird pattern engraved on their shoulder armor, Anconi Ben was even a little distracted for a moment. Is it nostalgia? Of course not. Anconi Ben only had anger in his heart. This was an anger that could not be eliminated unless the Phoenixes were killed and destroyed. I will never admit that those in front of me are Phoenixes. They are not worthy of wearing this armor. Kill them all. Kill all these running dogs of the false emperor. Obviously, the other people in the ashes of the dead had similar thoughts to him. Under Anconi Ben encouragement, they all howled and were inspired. However, when the Ashes Dead Terminator team began to charge at full speed, the Phoenixes on the opposite side retreated directly. Of course, this was actually quite rational. There were only a dozen or 20 Phoenixes standing in front of them, all wearing ordinary tactical power armor, facing the impact of a whole Terminator team. It was impossible for them to stop it. So retreating was natural. But this made the Ashes Dead Terminators feel like they were punching cotton. Just as they shouted the battle cry and charged fiercely, they actually retreated. However, they could advance a long distance again. According to the structure of the usual Moon-class cruiser, the Musician class is a variant of the Moon class. They should be not far from the bridge part, which is the command center. In front, there is another large assembly center, and they should be there. The assembly center is the place where the Marines on the cruiser gather and set off. It can also be used for senior officers on the ship to gather their men, give speeches, and conduct group activities. The space is relatively large. When encountering boarding operations, this type of area can be used as the main defensive space. After all, when facing boarding operations, the number of incoming enemies is limited, but they are usually elite. In narrow areas, elite troops can play a particularly large role, after all. It is difficult for the defenders to play a numerical advantage, nor a firepower advantage. In places with relatively large spaces, it is relatively easier to deploy troops, and it is also more convenient to place strong firepower. On the other hand, for the attacker, this kind of place is not very friendly. Although Anconi Ben was full of anger, and although the anger and bloodthirsty killing intent were constantly churning in his chest, he was not so angry that he would not rush in rashly. He arranged a small group of elite auxiliary troops to enter the space first. After the elite auxiliary troops entered, they found that there were indeed some defenses, but they were all Marines on the starship, and there was no sign of the Phoenix. That looks like a trap. After thinking for a while, Anconi Ben still sent out more auxiliary troops, trying to take the place directly. If it is a trap, then try it again. The defense of the place was directly taken down by the auxiliary troops. Anconi Ben was still worried, but since things had come to this point, he decided not to dwell on it anymore. Anyway, from this assembly hall to the bridge command post, it was only a distance of more than 300 meters at most. No matter what methods those pseudo-emperor lackeys arranged in the assembly hall, let them arrange them. Ankoni Bindu had enough confidence to lead his team to rush through the distance of more than 300 meters regardless of anything. With strong confidence, he led the team and stepped into the assembly hall. At this moment, all the passages leading to the assembly hall were filled with gunfire. Even the retreat route they took when they came was included in it. Sure enough, this place was just as he thought. A trap. The moment they stepped in, enemies came from all directions. Moreover, in every direction, the elite auxiliary troops he arranged said that they had found traces of the red-armored phoenix. These auxiliary troops, blessed by the power of chaos, should not be underestimated. But they are still mortals in nature. When they face ordinary marines, they can gain a great advantage. But when they face Phoenix Space Marines, they are still like chickens and dogs, and are easily destroyed. No matter how much Ankoni Ben looked down on the Phoenixes, no matter how much he called them rookies, they were still real Space Marines, and they were not something that ordinary mortal troops could fight against. But, so what? You're shooting yourself in the foot. That's how he commented. He decisively ordered all the auxiliary troops stationed in the surrounding area, asking them to stay where they were, to hold on to the end, and to delay the steps of the Phoenixes that were besieging them as much as possible. At the same time, he led all the Ash Dead and set out on the road to charge towards the center of the bridge. The Space Marines moved very quickly. When they all ran, the 400-meter distance was almost gone in an instant. No matter how fast you break through, can you be as fast as me? With this thought in mind, the 200 Ash Dead advanced at full speed. But just as they stepped into the passage leading to the bridge, a very bright lightning flashed straight from the end of the passage. Ankoni Ben's reaction speed was very fast. He quickly lowered his head, turned sideways, and dodged the shot. However, a Terminator veteran behind him was not so lucky. Ankoni turned his head and saw a hole with a diameter of half a meter on the chest of his battle brother. The lightning directly melted through the heavy front armor of the Terminator. What kind of weapon is this? I'm afraid that even a plasma gun can't do this. Could it be that the guards on the starship placed a plasma cannon at the gate of the bridge command post, pointing it at this side of the passage? Aren't they afraid that the plasma cannon will blow through their own starship? Be careful. It's a psychic, the warband wizard warned at this time. After saying this, the wizard added, it's not an ordinary psychic. It's very strong. Ankoni Ben was about to speak, but he heard the roar of a grenade launcher from the other side of the passage. Then, he and his Terminator team were bombarded. But at the same time, the veterans fought back fiercely without him giving any orders. Normal bolters can cause damage to Terminator power armor, but not much. On the contrary, the Terminator's larger caliber heavy bolters, or even revolver howitzers, can cause fatal damage to ordinary Space Marines wearing tactical armor. The two sides are not equal in terms of armor and firepower. Even if the other side takes out a melt-a-gun or a plasma gun, the situation will not change much. Of course, such weapons will pose a greater threat to the Terminator, but they are slow to fire and have a relatively limited firepower density. The Phoenix who dares to take out such things to charge energy to attack them will definitely die first under the firepower of the Terminator. However, the reality once again surprised him. In front of him, at the other end of the passage, a blue film of light suddenly appeared, blocking their firepower continuously. This film of light looked a bit like an energy shield, but he knew it was definitely not. If it was an energy shield, it would be at most a micro shield. Otherwise it would not be placed in this position. If it was just a micro shield, it would not be able to stop the volley attack of the Terminator and the mini-Ash Dead behind it. Then it could only be the powerful psychic that the warband wizard had just reminded him of. But isn't this a bit too strong? During this process, another flash of lightning suddenly flashed, and another Terminator veteran fell. At this time, Ankoni Ben finally panicked. He raised his head and saw that under the azure light, there were two people who attracted his attention. One of them was a man wearing a bright red Phoenix power armor and a black and white skull helmet. Although his face was not revealed, Ankoni immediately recognized who it was: Rizzo, the chief priest of the Phoenix Regiment. That was the man who had provided him with great help during his career as a space warrior. He seemed to be able to feel his cold gaze through the skull helmet. This psychological pressure even made him turn his head away and dare not look at him. Another person who attracted his attention was a man in a general's uniform. He didn't look tall, just a normal mortal body. But the bright blue light flashing in his eyes was terrifying. The moment he looked into those eyes, Ankoni Ben felt his soul trembling. This soul trembling was not just from the intuitive feeling of power, but something deeper. The most intuitive thing was that the power of the Chaos God's grace from the tyrant's kingdom, which he could feel all the time, faded a lot under the direct gaze of this man. Is this the powerful psychic that the wizard talked about? At this moment, the voice of the warband wizard sounded in his mind again. Charge. Kill him at close range. I can only hold on for a while. His voice was full of pressure and pain. Ankoni Ben couldn't remember how long it had been since he heard his warband wizard in a similar state. In the past, that guy was the chief think tank of the warband. With strong psychic power, coupled with the strong physique of a space warrior, he was more powerful than the so-called A-level psychics awakened among normal humans. Not to mention, after they threw themselves into the arms of the tyrant, they received the grace of the Chaos God power, and were closer to the subspace. The former chief think tank, now the chief wizard of the warband, has become even more powerful in terms of psychic power. In other words, the tyrant does not like psychic power. Wizards, this kind of power, prefer blood and fire. Otherwise, if they had turned to other powerful people, the chief wizard's ability would have become even stronger. But even so, since leaving the Phoenix, Ankoni has never seen many people who can be compared with the warband wizard in terms of psychic power. But now, the warband wizard did not say how long it would take him to destroy this mortal, but how long he could not hold out in the hands of that mortal. This made him feel incredible. However, this was definitely not the time to be surprised. He had never thought that a psychic, a mortal, would become the biggest obstacle in this battle that was supposed to be not difficult. However, the tyranny from the evil god Grace rushed to the front at this moment. He had no intention of controlling himself. Now he needed this powerful impulse. Charge! He roared, taking the lead. All the Ash Dead charged with him. They even gave up shooting, chain swords, flesh-tearing battle axes, skull-crushing hammers, all kinds of powerful and brutal melee weapons appeared in their hands. Let's fight in close combat for the final duel. Chapter 451, Death of the Ash Dead. The chief wizard of the Ash Dead warband is indeed quite powerful. To be honest, he is at the level of a normal S-class psychic, which is only slightly worse than Gu Hang normal level. But at the moment, Gu Hang has undoubtedly torn the gap between reality and the subspace, and the power of the Storm Kingdom has been revealed. In this form, Gu Hang, who is almost at the alpha level, can actually quickly defeat this warband wizard. He could strip the warband wizard of some of his connections with the warp, making the chaos gift ineffective, and then the weakened wizard would become a toy in his hands. But Gu Hang didn't do that. Getting rid of a warband wizard is not the top priority for Gu Hang. He is now, at least, doing 3 things at the same time, each of which is very important. In addition to fighting with this not-so-weak warband wizard, Gu Hang is also dealing with those rebellious space marines, especially those Terminator armors. Gu Hang deliberately allowed the Phoenix to fight to the death with the Ash Dead, even if it would cause some avoidable damage. But this was the Phoenix's own wish. Before departure, when Gu Hang conveyed the order of action to Martins, the Phoenix War Captain burst out with strong subjective initiative. He almost mobilized all the mobile forces of the entire war group and invested in this battle. Moreover, he strongly expressed a wish to Gu Hang, the savior and loyalist of the war group. The blade that kills the Ash Dead should preferably come from the Phoenix. Gu Hang could understand his idea and agreed to this request. But this does not mean that Gu Hang will let the war group and the war gang fight alone, which will only increase the losses. The current number of Phoenix has just recovered to 500. Can they defeat the Ash Dead on both sides? It should be possible, even though the other side is all veterans, and the Phoenix is almost all recruits. However, the Phoenix recruits are different from the impression of ordinary people. Every Phoenix Space Marine, before becoming a Space Marine, had first undergone Gu Hang Soldier Card systematic training, and was promoted to the T1 level, purely from the perspective of combat experience and skills. It has reached the level of a normal Space Marine. This level is still not as good as the veterans, but the gap is definitely not to the point where they can't beat the opponent with twice the number. However, the sacrifice will not be small. Even on the ship, there are still a considerable number of special warfare elites from the 10th Brigade wearing feedback power armor. However, although they can pose a threat to the Space Marines, their combat effectiveness is too poor. If they are allowed to participate in the battle, there will also be huge casualties, not to mention sacrificing the Phoenix. even if it is sacrificing the special warfare elites of the 10th Brigade. Gu Hang will be very sad. If he is not here, it will be fine. Since he is here, he will still take action personally to greatly reduce the casualties of the Phoenix. Clearing out the Terminator team among the dead and the ashes is what Gu Hang has to do. This team of 10 or so dead Terminators. All of them are elite veterans. If they really meet at close range, the Phoenix will really need many lives to pile them up to death. It is not necessary. Gu Hang cannot use the psychic torrent to crush all the dead on board. The Space Marines have strong bodies, and their souls have certain special characteristics, which come from their bloodline, and almost no one will admit it. But Gu Hang can vaguely see the essence of the subspace. It would be very laborious to use psychic power to kill a Space Marine, let alone to kill 200 veterans in one go. However, using psychic power to escort the Phoenixes, calling out psychic protection similar to energy shields, which is actually much more convenient, is relatively less laborious. This helped the Phoenixes a lot in the shooting. Otherwise, in the narrow passage, in the absence of cover, facing a group of Terminators with more than ordinary tactical power armor, the Phoenixes would definitely suffer a great loss. After the group of Terminators on the opposite side started charging, Gu Hang was using extremely concentrated lightning spears to bombard the enemy. He was still able to kill a Terminator with one strike. During the charge, Gu Hang was doing this kind of thing of calling out names one by one, with only a few hundred meters between the two sides. With the charging speed of the Space Marines, it only took a few breaths for Gu Hang to throw out 6 lightning spears. Those dead Terminators, in the current environment, had no way to avoid it. Even if one of them dodged, the one behind him couldn't dodge. 6 lightning spears meant the death of 6 elite Terminator veterans. But the dead finally rushed to his face. During this process, in addition to the 6 Terminator veterans killed by Gu Hang, there were also dozens of dead's rebellious Space Marines, who died under the attack of various long-range weapons. At this moment, the distance between the two sides was very close, and close combat was inevitable. For the Emperor, Priest Rizzo, holding the gravity scepter, shouted and rushed forward first. He chose his target, the leader of the rebellious dead, Anconi Ben. The gravity scepter and the flesh-tearing axe collided fiercely, and Rizzo suffered. The output of the Terminator power armor is far stronger than that of the regular power armor. Anconi was completely excited. He seemed to have returned to the past. In the past, he had practiced with Priest Rizzo in the Warband arena more than once. At that time, he was no match for Rizzo. Rizzo would never tire of correcting his movements again and again. Of course, in their interactions, combat practice was not the mainstream. They were more likely to study classics and the Emperor profound meanings together in the church of the chapter's flagship. He was born into a family of state priests on the chapter's home planet. He should have followed the same path as his father and grandfather, becoming a respected believer in the world who spread the Emperor gospel and became the spokesperson of the Emperor. However, he did not like those things since he was a child. He preferred some heroic legends and stories. It was normal. On the home planet of the Phoenix, the reputation of the Phoenix was unmatched. Every history of the regiment and the heroic name of every warrior were spread all over the planet. Everyone on the home planet of the Phoenix grew up listening to such legends. It was normal for a young man to have aspirations. And in another recruitment of new soldiers by the Phoenix, he signed up as a matter of course. This also got the support of his parents. Shouldn't it be right? The child of the God Emperor priest signed up when the God Emperor angels were recruiting new members. That was only natural. After being rejected, this experience will help Anconi Ben and will play a significant role in his future priest career, proving that he is indeed a loyal believer of the God Emperor. What if he is selected? Don't be ridiculous, the probability is too small. Among hundreds of thousands of carefully selected young people, the regiment only recruited 50 people. How low is the probability? Just a formality. But this is what his parents think. Young Anconi wanted to succeed so badly. Becoming the Emperor Angel would not only practice the family's long-standing belief in the Emperor, but also allow him to escape from the boring religious scriptures and make him the hero he admired most since childhood, so that he could pursue the glorious honor he longed for most. And he did gradually show amazing talent during the training and selection. Although he was not the best, at least he had the hope of success. However, he was ultimately eliminated. In the last and most important competition, he ranked only in the 70s. This was of course a very high score among all the candidates. But compared to the few places available for the Phoenix, there was still a certain gap. This gap was a world of difference. His next fate was that his dream would be shattered, and he would return to his home, and be fought over by various forces on the planet for his excellent performance in the Phoenix selection. After all, even if he was eliminated by the Phoenix, since he had this ranking, it proved that he was one of the most outstanding young people on the entire planet. However, no one understood the pain in his heart. However, in the end, a man wearing a skull helmet saved him. Rizzo personally selected Anconi as a supplementary candidate to join the Phoenix. That was almost the happiest day of his life. But after joining the Phoenix, he found that many things were different from what he thought. Space Marines don't live in glory all the time. Boring training is the norm, especially for new recruits. If that were all, he could still bear it. But Rizzo chose him as an extra member of the regiment. Not because of how good he is, or how strong his fighting talent is. No matter how good he is, it's only relative. If he was so good that he was selected as an exception, he wouldn't be ranked only around 70 in the previous ranking. Rizzo is the head priest of the Phoenix Regiment. He wants to expand the number of priests in the regiment, and Anconi is the candidate he chose. Before becoming a Phoenix, he had to bury his head in scriptures. After becoming a Phoenix, he still had to bury his head in scriptures. Isn't it a waste to be a Phoenix? In resentment, the only reward he got was that he could occasionally perform well and practice with Rizzo in the arena. At this time, Rizzo would finally put down his serious face as a teacher and sweat with him as a fighting brother. He thought he could never go back. Of course, he could not go back. When he knew that the Phoenix was reborn in the Alliance, that his mentor Rizzo was still alive, and that Zhong Jihua ordered the team to deal with the new Phoenix. He imagined this scene. Since he can't go back, let me bury you with my own hands. Teacher Rizzo, you're slower. Rizzo didn't say anything, but used the gravity staff with all his strength to take on Anconi's powerful slashes one after another. Each of Anconi's blows was accompanied by a sarcastic remark. His emotions were getting more and more intense, and his eyes in the helmet were already bloodshot. His movements were sharp and precise, and every swing of the battle axe carried the threat of death. But Rizzo's eyes were always calm, and his movements were slow, but still steady, and the gravity scepter danced in his hand, as if it had its own rhythm. Teacher, your movements are still so old-fashioned. Have you made no progress at all in these years? Have you learned nothing from the nonsense of the false emperor? That's really pitiful. Why not worship the blood god? He will give you real power. Anconi mocked. His axe brought gusts of wind, almost tearing the air apart. He was almost toying with his opponent. The power of the blood god boiled in his body. If he wanted, he could have chopped off Rizzo's head with an axe. He didn't do that. He just opened the gravity scepter again and again, leaving wounds on Rizzo's body one after another, which satisfied his heart. The next axe will chop off the teacher's hand. He thought so. Suddenly, lightning flashed around Rizzo's body. The lightning gathered on the gravity scepter, making this already heavy weapons even more terrifying. Anconi felt something was wrong, and his taunting stopped abruptly. He tried to speed up the attack, but it was too late. Rizzo's counterattack finally came. He waved the scepter surrounded by lightning, as if a god had descended, bringing unstoppable power. This is... Anconi's eyes flashed with fear. He tried to block with his battle axe, but the power of thunder seemed to be able to tear through all defenses. Thunder burst out, and a hammer hit Anconi's helmet directly. It was a force that could kill with one blow, the perfect combination of lightning and gravity, which instantly shattered Anconi's helmet, and then his head shattered. Anconi's body trembled a few times in the thunder, and then, like a puppet with its strings cut, he slowly fell down and died. The old priest was suppressed for the whole game, but with just one counterattack, he killed Anconi. This was like a miracle. The Space Marines in conventional power armor had an insurmountable gap with the Terminators. But Rizzo's counterattack this time was so powerful that even the Terminator captain could not react to it or stop it. The explosive thunder was even more deadly. Rizzo was panting, but he could feel that the power rising in his body had not dissipated, but became stronger and stronger. So much so that the wound left by Anconi no longer hurt. He looked back at Gu Hang, but he only saw the governor behind him, still standing there. But the blue light in his eyes was even brighter. Rizzo nodded slightly, and pointed the gravity staff at another enemy. He was not the only one who carried the power of thunder in every move. Almost every Phoenix was strengthened in the battle, and showed this magical power. Of course, it was Gu Hang who did it. After the two sides entered close combat, it was no longer easy to use thunder spells to eliminate the enemy. So he did this instead. On the one hand, try to cut off the power of the evil god as much as possible, and on the other hand, give the power of thunder to the phoenixes. After Anconi's death, the situation on the battlefield became clear. Although the phoenixes still have to pay a certain price, there is no suspense that they will kill all the Ashes dead present. And Gu Heng, who has a little free time, finally increased his strength and stopped tossing with the War Gang wizard. The powerful psychic power instantly increased the output. The helmet visor of the War Band wizard standing in the back burst instantly. Blood spurted out, and his huge body fell down. After dealing with another opponent, Gu Heng finally had time to focus all his energy on the third thing he had been doing, tearing open the curtain between the subspace and the real universe, and sending more heroic warriors into the Soul Spike. Chapter 452, Ship-Seizing Hero. If Gu Heng just wanted to win a war, he could have done it long ago. The Wraith Spike is indeed powerful, after all. It is a main battleship. But in Gu Heng's hands, he can still tear the void shield of this battleship, making it temporarily ineffective. Then, the salvo of the entire fleet will make the battleship, which lacks the protection of the void shield, quickly explode into space junk. Although the battleship's armor is also very thick, it is impossible for it to withstand the salvo of an entire fleet without protection. It can withstand the first round, but not the second round. If Gu Heng did that, the battle would have ended long ago. But isn't he greedy for her body? That's a main battleship. Alone. Unprotected. This thing. Just to buy it costs 50 billion. Not counting blood-sucking. According to the Alliance's own financial situation, it would take 5 years to save up. That's only if the Alliance government doesn't eat, drink, or spend money. What's more, battleships are hard to buy even if you have money. The battleships produced by the Empire are limited. Before they are completed, or even before they start construction, the ships have already been taken. Even if Gu Heng draws the battleship technology later, it is not easy to start the production line. It is very difficult to build a dock. It is too big and will cost a lot of money. And it is a bit difficult to draw it. Gu Heng has not even got the cruiser technology yet. Getting this battleship that is delivered to the door can save several years of effort. Since we have to seize the ship, the most convenient way to win is naturally not available. Not to mention blowing up the ship. Even if it is severely damaged, it will not work. Otherwise the ship cannot be towed back. Or it cannot be repaired after being towed back. And then it will be in vain. And since we want to seize the ship, we must board the ship. We must kill all the rebellious space marines and all the chaos believers in the battleship that has been corrupted by chaos. As for the damage to our side in the process of seizing the ship, whether it is the loss of the fleet or the loss of personnel in the process of boarding the ship, it is inevitable. But it is a necessary price. However, Gu Heng still did not choose to board the ship at the beginning of the battle. The Alliance boarding technology is not very good. If they must board, they can only rely on Gu Heng and his Storm Mage Corps to teleport. But that is difficult. The situation is a bit similar to the battlefield in Karogia. On that battleship corrupted by chaos, it is full of the power of the evil god. Its ownership, unlike the plague that broke out in Karogia, does not belong to the kind father, but more like a tyrant sitting on the brass throne. But there is no doubt that these two are equally great. Although the scale of a battleship is certainly not the same as that of a world or a nest city, it does not mean that Gu Heng can easily use teleportation to get too many people into the battleship. After all, although the battleship is smaller, this time Gu Heng does not have the magic sword of the Great Unclean One as an anchor to deceive his opponent. He can only send a team of about 2,000 people into the battleship at most. That was 3 times more than when he was smuggling in Karogia. However, facing the hundreds of thousands of chaos evildoers, 200 or 300 rebellious space marine veterans, fighting in the blood god's domain, Gu Heng still felt that the risk was too great. Even if he participated in person and could guarantee victory, the loss was still a problem that had to be considered. For the greater benefit, he would pay the price. And he would not be stingy in spending generously. But at the same time, he did not want to spend a penny more on the additional investment. As it happens, those followers of the blood god clearly showed their intention to board the enemy. Let's do it. Kill those who board the enemy first. Then, when we board the battleship, the resistance will be much smaller. It will be much easier to eliminate the 200 rebellious space marines on our own warship than on the enemy warship. As long as we kill these 200 rebellious space marines, the remaining number of the Ash dead will probably be less than 100. And the whole battle will be much easier. However, Gu Heng could not wait until all the traitors who boarded the ship were eliminated before dealing with the Wraith Spike. If so, it would be too slow. He did not dare to fire at the battleship recklessly, fearing that it would be destroyed, and it would take a certain amount of time to eliminate the traitors on the ship. In this case, it would be equivalent to completely letting the Wraith Spike attack his own ship at close range with the battleship's terrible heavy artillery, which would cause great losses. If it takes a little longer, it is possible that this battleship could destroy half of the fleet. That would be a loss. Gu Heng would definitely not let this happen. So, when the 200 space warriors just started to board, Gu Heng simultaneously did a reverse operation, tear open the gap in the Kingdom of God, and use psychic energy to penetrate the curtain between the Kingdom of Storm God and the battleship. This is not so easy. Gu Heng has to tear open not only the curtain between the Kingdom of Storm God and the real world, but also the Blood God domain surrounding the corrupted ship. While doing this, Gu Heng's nose was full of the smell of blood, and he was quite nervous, fearing that he would provoke a big demon. Gu Heng once had a record of destroying a big demon, but that was because the great unclean one Galaga had an attack and walked into the Kingdom of Storm God, allowing Gu Heng to take advantage of the home field and kill him. Although Gu Heng has become stronger now than he was then, if it happens again, and the enemy does not give up for nothing, it is still hard to say how the fight will turn out. Moreover, even if they could win, wouldn't it still be a struggle? If they could avoid it, they would. Fortunately, Gu Heng never found any such signs. Good thing. After completing the tunnel from the Kingdom of Storms to the battleship, Gu Heng put his loyal heroic spirits in. Theoretically, Gu Heng could absorb the souls of every Alliance soldier who died on the battlefield into the Kingdom of Storms, and transform them into heroic spirits. Before, the number of Alliance soldiers who died was relatively small. But when the Greenskin War began, this number soared sharply. In the nearly 1 year of war, not counting the Allied forces, the Alliance army alone had suffered more than 60 million casualties. Among them, 20% were seriously injured, but they saved their lives and retired from active service with pensions. 10% of them were treated and were able to return to their old units. But the remaining 70%, or more than 40 million Alliance soldiers, either died on the spot or died of serious injuries in field hospitals in the rear. Logically speaking, the more than 40 million dead Alliance warriors should all be in Gu Heng Kingdom. But in fact, it is not possible. Gu Heng can absorb so much, but he cannot support the existence of so many heroes. Why bother? If you can't afford it, then let their souls return to the Golden Throne. It's the same. At present, there are about 5 million heroes in Gu Heng Storm Kingdom. If someone dares to enter his kingdom to fight him, these 5 million heroes will become the enemy nightmare. However, Gu Heng cannot invest all the 5 million into the real world. If he has this ability, he would not need to do so much, and he can just seize the ship. The number of people he can support to come to the real world now is only 1/10 of 500,000. But it is enough. Gu Heng has already put 70,000 or 80,000 on the Ghost Spike. It is not that there cannot be more, but there is not enough space. The heroes fought with the most fearless attitude. They have the same combat awareness and skills as in their lifetime. The guns in their hands are like the G-series weapons of the Alliance. But what they fired are no longer physical projectiles, but a beam of lightning bullets. After being attacked, the Ghost Spikes fell into chaos for a while. In the past, they were the only ones who could board others. When did they get killed on the ship? In this initial chaos, the multiple firepower systems of the Ghost Spikes were occupied by the heroic spirits. They did not destroy these firepower points, but just defended them on the spot and fought resolutely with the counterattack of the Chaos Evils. At the same time, more heroic spirits were still attacking other places. The defenders on the Wraith Spike soon discovered that they could not kill all the invaders. These people with blue light all over their bodies would of course be eliminated. However, these Chaos Evildoers always found that when they saw the temporary barricade in front of them, there were only 7 heroes guarding it. They eliminated 3 of them, and there should be 4 left. But when this team launched a charge and got close, they were shocked to find that there were still 7 heroes guarding here. Heroic spirits cannot be killed. At least not in the real world. If they die in the real world, they will regather in the Kingdom of Storm God in a short time. For every one that dies, Gu Heng will easily replace one. Unless the chaos evildoers on the raised spike can kill 5 million heroic spirits in a short period of time, otherwise Gu Hang's heroic spirits are endless. How to fight the chaos evildoers on the raised spike? There is no way to fight. Compared to the infinite number of heroes, their number is limited. This situation was not alleviated until the Ash Dead joined the battle. The leader of the war gang, Yong Jihua, has understood what is going on. He had heard that Gu Hang, the leader of the alliance, is a powerful psychic. A-level psychics, indeed, can be considered powerful in various aspects. But he did not take it seriously at first. There are wizards in the warband, and they are also so-called A-level strength. And even because they are also space marines, their strength is higher. But what are these emerging heroes? This is something that has never been mentioned in the intelligence. Gu Hang is very cautious about the use of the heroic legion. At present, except for the servitors working in the Black Line factory, and a very small number of researchers with a very high confidentiality level, only some people in the Phoenix Legion know the existence of the heroic legion. And this point, which Gu Hang explicitly requested to be kept secret. Gu Hang still believed in the Space Marine's ability to keep secrets. Zhong Jihua had already felt that. He had fallen into a conspiracy, which was a trap specifically targeting him and his ship. He led the less than 100 Ash Dead still in the battleship and personally joined the frontline battle. With him, and nearly 100 Ash Dead, the heroic spirits suffered heavy losses. To put it bluntly, the actual combat effectiveness of the heroic spirits was only slightly stronger than that of ordinary T5 level soldiers. After all, they could not get rid of the level of strength they had before they died. Their greatest characteristics are still immortality and their elusive delivery methods. However, Gu Hang certainly took this into consideration. On the opera, the one facing the Ash Dead, who boarded the ship, was the chief priest Rizzo. And where is the chapter master of the Phoenix? Of course, he is here. Martins, and the Phoenix First Company he led, did not participate in the battle on the opera, but when necessary, Gu Hang and the members of the Storm Mage Corps directly sent them to the Soul Spike through psychic teleportation. The anger that had been suppressed for a long time could finally be vented. Martins led his fighting brothers, and with the cooperation of a large number of heroic spirit troops, eliminated one squad after another, and searched for Zhong Jihua on the entire ship. Zhong Jihua finally showed his cunning side at this time. He tried to contact Anconi, but the communication equipment only made an endless buzzing sound, without any response. He knew that the boarding troops had no chance of survival, and the situation on the Soul Spike was also deteriorating rapidly. If they can't win, what should they do? Of course they have to run. If they don't run, they will be blocked and entangled by these immortal heroes sooner or later. And then his former fighting brother will find him with a raging rage. At other times, he wouldn't mind fighting Martins to the death. But not today. If they fight today, he will be the one who will die. This kind of battle is still unnecessary. Zhong Jihua, with a few loyal subordinates, moved towards the boarding cabin. They exchanged fire with the heroes in the corridor, and every step seemed extremely difficult. They finally broke into the boarding cabin. There were several small and fast spaceships here, which had some anti-detection stealth characteristics. He planned to escape by ship. Of course, the risk was great in this chaotic battlefield. If he ran out, he might be easily destroyed. However, the raised spike would definitely not be able to escape. If he wanted to survive, this was his only choice. Zhong Jihua skillfully operated the boarding system, preparing to start a small backup escape boat. However, just as they were about to leave the warship, a figure suddenly appeared at the hatch. It was Martins, the head of the Phoenix Regiment. His eyes were cold, and there were bloodstains on his armor. Chapter 453, So You Also Defected. When seeing Martins, and the group of phoenixes he brought with him, Zhong Jihua's heart sank to the bottom. But he still tried to act fearless. Martins, my brother. Shut up, you traitor. Martins walked in with a heart full of anger. The dozens of phoenixes that came with him had already started a battle with the Ash Dead. But no one messed with Zhong Jihua. Before coming in, the chapter master had made it clear that this was his opponent. He was going to kill this traitor himself. Don't be so serious. Zhong Jihua spread his hands, trying to say something, but the next moment, he took out his bolter very quickly while he was talking, and shot at Martins. His movements were extremely fast, as if they had been tempered by thousands of hammers. But Martins was obviously on guard. Ugly trick. He used the hardest shoulder armor to block the bolt, and made a sarcastic remark. But at the same time, Zhong Jihua's magic sword has also been slashed in front of him. The magic sword in his hand is the finely crafted power sword he wore in the past in the battle group, and now it has been infected by the power of the evil god, with an ominous blood color. The magic sword strikes fiercely. At the beginning of the battle, he tries to suppress Martins with his wild offensive. The two giants wearing Terminator power armor started a desperate fight. Martins tried to block, but in the swordsmanship duel, he was obviously at a disadvantage. You have never been my opponent before. And this time, it is no exception, Zhong Jihua said with a grin. He was telling the truth. Zhong Jihua and he were in the same batch, entering the Phoenix. When they were recruits, they both showed outstanding potential, and were once called the hope of the next generation of the regiment. And they lived up to expectations. However, there are still some differences in their abilities. Martins is more leadership and has more command talent, while Zhong Jihua is better in swordsmanship, shooting, and physical talent. This naturally led to different development directions. Naturally, Martins became a captain at a relatively young age for a space marine. At the same time, although Zhong Jihua had the title of the chapter's champion swordsman, he was still different from a captain. But this did not affect the deep brotherhood between the two. At least that's what Martins himself thought. During the atonement expedition, he learned that the entire company that Zhong Jihua was in was missing and was defeated. He was so heartbroken. How heartbroken he was at that time, when he knew that Zhong Jihua had become a traitor, how sad and angry he was. If they were just deserters like Blevins, it would be fine, but they were in batches. Organized. Rebellious. If those 100 or 200 Phoenix veterans had not defected during the last battle of the Phoenix, would the result be different? With twice the number of old Phoenixes, would more people be able to come back alive, so that the reconstruction would not be as difficult? He really hated Zhong Jihua. But, no matter how much he hated him, there was one thing that could not be changed. After so many years, he still couldn't beat Zhong Jihua. Over the years, his strength level had certainly improved, and he was even better at using the Terminator power armor. But Zhong Jihua's level was still above him. Martin's progress over the years was not as good as the evil power of the blood god that Zhong Jihua received. This evil power further strengthened his flesh and blood strength, so that his body was further strengthened, and his slash became more powerful. After several consecutive strikes, Martin's body swayed more than Zhong Jihua each time. And each time he responded passively. Accumulating, the disadvantage soon turned into a disadvantage. On the contrary, Zhong Jihua became more and more excited. Martin sighed in his heart, as he was about to be defeated. The next strike, the end of Zhong Jihua, Martin tried his best to raise his sword to block it, but it was obvious that he couldn't block it. But at this moment, a flash of lightning burst out from his body. The violent force that exploded with a bang directly shook away Zhong Jihua's magic sword. The leader of the Ash Dead cautiously stepped back a few steps, looking at Martins in doubt. Is this his power? No, it's not. Martins could have released this special energy long ago. If he had done so, he wouldn't have been beaten so badly by himself before. However, he still waited until this time to use this power. Zhong Jihua thought for a moment and said sarcastically, "You still say I'm a traitor? Look at what you look like now. I was wondering where those unkillable little blue men came from. It turns out you have joined them too. Shut up. And die." Martins used a sword with lightning to force back Zhong Jihua's words. Although Zhong Jihua had not finished his words, he had to devote himself to dealing with the heavy sword that had greatly increased its power after the lightning, but the sneer in his eyes became more and more abundant. When he had time, he would say one more sentence. How does it feel to join a powerful person in the subspace? Isn't it much better than believing in that fake emperor who was full of lies? Shameless traitor, don't confuse me with you. Ha ha ha. Be honest. Martins. Although he was laughing, Zhong Jihua's heart was already cold. Feeling the numbness in his arms, feeling that the power of the blood god was dissipated in the collisions again and again, he knew that the situation was over. At this moment, he was only talking because there was nothing else to do. If he didn't try to take advantage of him, what else could he do? He would not even expect Martins to spare his life. That was impossible. Finally, in a fierce counterattack, Martin's power sword with lightning penetrated Zhong Jihua's armor and pierced his heart. Zhong Jihua struggled in the severe pain. But in a flash, the lightning destroyed his heart, making his body weak. Martins drew his sword very quickly, and then stabbed again. And the second heart was also pierced. Blood was flowing out of Zhong Jihua's mouth. He stammered and spoke in a very weak voice, whispering, "Don't trust the things in the subspace too much. None of them have good intentions." I said, "Don't compare me with you." "Really? Then I wait in hell." Before he finished speaking, Martins drew out the power sword, swept across, and cut off Zhong Jihua's head. The headless body fell on the cold metal floor. Martins stood beside Zhong Jihua's body and took a deep breath. His eyes turned to look at the others who were still fighting. Picking up the power sword whose lighting had not yet dissipated, Martins killed the remaining ashes. Chapter 454, Tow the Battleship Home. The death of Zhong Jihua marked the end of the battle. After his death, the battle on the entire ship is not over yet. Not to mention those evil followers who are deeply corrupted by chaos. Even the rebellious space marines of the Ash dead, there are still many alive, fighting stubbornly in various places on the starship. But the reason why it is called a stubborn resistance, it means that it has no effect on the overall situation. The raging heroic legion on the starship has already turned the ship upside down, as a large number of weapon system launch platforms were occupied by these heroes. The battleship soon went silent, and the threat to the human army outside the starship was greatly reduced. At the same time, the human fleet also stopped attacking the Soul Spike. It just surrounded it silently. Next, Gu Heng brought Rizzo and the Phoenix that destroyed the 200 ashes on the Opera, and was also teleported to the battleship. At this time, a total of more than 400 space marines, with the heroic elves, were slaughtering on the Soul Spike, and the efficiency was much higher. When the third hour after Zhong Jihua's death was over, there was no Chaos Evil Disciple left alive on the Soul Spike. The loss of the heroic elves was negligible, and they would grow back from the kingdom of Storm God. The current death only brought some pressure to Gu Heng's spirituality, and he would be able to recover after a period of rest. About 60 phoenixes were killed in the battle. The main loss occurred on the Opera. There were a total of 400 phoenixes besieging the 200 Ash dead veterans. These new phoenixes paid a heavy price in the fight against the old hands. However, after this battle, the pharmacists of the regiment collected more than 300 gene seeds. The gene seeds left by the phoenixes who died in the battle, needless to say, will definitely be used later. The more than 200, nearly 300 gene seeds of the Ash dead are a bit embarrassing. The Ash dead did not simply defect or betray, but truly fell into chaos. They accepted the power of a chaos evil god and truly became slaves of chaos. After their death, the gene seeds left behind may also have problems due to their depravity in their lifetime. Using such gene seeds to train new recruits for the Phoenix? Gu Heng didn't dare. Who knows what kind of monster will come out? Even if it seems fine for a while, it will be a time bomb in the future. There is no need. It is not okay to pay it as gene seed tax. Gu Heng did hear that some space marines would pay with other people's seeds. This usually comes from some war bands that need to expand their numbers, or urgently need to restore their scale. Generally speaking, most war bands care about the purity of their own gene seeds, but they have to pay taxes to the Empire, so they pay with other seeds. But these war bands usually pay with friendly troops, or at worst, with traitors and defectors. It is a bit ridiculous to pay with Chaos Space Marines. The Empire collects gene seed taxes, and one of the meanings is to check the purity of the gene seeds of each war band, and to ensure that there are no problems with the gene seeds of each war band. If chaos-contaminated seeds are handed over, the Empire will definitely make trouble. Generally speaking, the seized chaos gene seeds must be destroyed. But if they really had to be destroyed, Gu Heng still felt a bit sorry. 300 seeds, if exchanged, would be 30,000 points of grace. Waste is not a good habit. However, Gu Heng had an idea about how to deal with these gene seeds. Although it was not mature yet, it would require many attempts later. But if it could succeed, it would be a way to turn waste into treasure. Collect all the seeds and divide them into two parts. The Phoenix took them away, and the Chaos seeds. Gu Heng collected them all and threw them into the kingdom of Storm God, waiting for him to deal with them later when he was free. Afterwards, some members of the Navy boarded the ship. When they arrived, the battle was completely over, and the heroic spirits had returned. Only more than 400 red-armored giants and Gu Heng remained on the ship. When these sailors and officers were on the ship, they passed by the red-armored giants and looked at them with respect and awe. From their perspective, they didn't know what the heroic spirits were. They naturally believed that the Phoenixes were responsible for clearing out all the traitors on a battleship. More than 100,000 or 200,000 in total. A few hours. A few hundred people. And nearly 200,000 people were killed. It was beyond the imagination of these mortal officers. However, no one would explain anything to them. The commander who boarded the battleship, who was also the captain of the battleship selected by Gu Heng, was a commodore of the Alliance Navy named Song Jianyan. He came to the bridge, saw Gu Heng, and solemnly saluted the leader of the Alliance, Commodore of the Alliance Navy. Song Jianyan, report to you. It was the Alliance Navy, not the Imperial Navy. And the sequence of the two was different. The Naval Academy on Phase Star in the past. The best place for outstanding graduates to go is the Pegasus Fleet. To become a glorious Imperial Navy officer, the second best place to go is to go to the ships of the major Imperial Chambers of Commerce headed by Gu Business. And now, there is another option. The Alliance Navy. This option is not as attractive as the Pegasus Fleet at present. However, after all, the Pegasus Fleet has been losing ships all the time, but has never been replenished. The newly built ships of the two major shipyards of the Alliance have been added to the sequence of the Joint Fleet, and are under the command of the two commanders, Yi Lixia or Zhao Shiliang. Now it seems that there is no difference between the Alliance Navy and the Tianma Fleet. But Gu Heng must consider what will happen after the war. Then the new ships will definitely be stuffed into the Alliance Navy, including the battleship that was just snatched. Yi Lixia, the Commander-in-Chief of the Joint Fleet and the Acting Commander-in-Chief of the Tianma Fleet, has no objection to this. It is also because of this that the crew members, including officers, who boarded the ship all came from the Alliance Navy. It is normal. Gu Heng also saluted Song Jianyan, and then said, quickly check the ship's condition. I hope it can still be started. We need to tow the ship back to the Fiexing shipyard. After repair and transformation, this Retribution-class battleship will become the flagship of our Alliance Navy. Yes, our technicians, under the leadership of Chief Advisor Wang Xiaoran, have been working on this. According to the Chief Consultant's estimate, we need 1 day to complete the preliminary assessment and temporary maintenance. Well, as soon as possible. Gu Heng was not very satisfied with such a long time. But this matter was helpless. Before leaving, Gu Heng asked the relevant technical personnel to assess the situation. At that time, Wang Xiaoran told Gu Heng about this time. Now, it was just as expected. Chapter 455, Machine Soul Cleansing. In order to repair and evaluate the condition of the recently captured Retribution-class battleship, the entire Joint Fleet will have to stay in the Taidong 2 system for a whole day. Although Gu Heng was not satisfied with the time required, Wang Xiaoran, the ruling bishop of the Mingyang sect, and the chief technical advisor of Phase Star, did not mind it. He explained the reason to Gu Heng. First, the shipbuilding technology of the Tianma Star region is the best in the entire Dragon Eagle Star region, but there is still no experience in manufacturing, maintaining, repairing the Retribution-class battleship. I have never built such a big ship before. To build such a big ship at once, a whole day is not a long time. The second is that the ship is seriously corrupted by chaos, which is a bigger problem than the former. In fact, when Wang Xiaoran told Gu Heng that he could get the ship back, although he seemed very confident, in fact, he was not so sure. But, teacher, aren't we deceiving the governor by doing this? While working, his apprentice couldn't help but ask Wang Xiaoran in a low voice. Wang Xiaoran's mechanical arm pressed the apprentice's head back. Work hard. Don't talk nonsense. Another apprentice smiled and said, Teacher, what if Governor Gu gave up the plan to seize the ship? How can we have such an opportunity to contact such a large ship? Wang Xiaoran nodded slightly. He really meant that. Moreover, if it was just a Retribution-class ship, it would be fine. But the key is that it is deeply corrupted by chaos. Chaos corruption is certainly not a good thing. But isn't this a rare situation? A rare battleship plus a rare corruption situation. How can the oil man not be tempted? He must come. However, the current situation is still a little beyond his expectations. If it is just a mechanical problem, it is actually easier to deal with. Although Wang Xiaoran has no experience in dealing with the Retribution-class battleship. After all, many naval ship technical knowledge is universal. The most important thing is that the damage to this Retribution class was not that serious, and it was enough to figure out how to drive the ship. But the corruption problem is different. The Mechanicus believes that all mechanical creations in this world, from superstar ships as large as cities to the most ordinary guns, have souls. This is the so-called machine soul. Whether it is changing the battery of a laser gun, or applying oil to the tracks of a lion tank, or using incense and chanting scriptures to bless the space marines before they go to war. They are all ways to appease the machine soul. When the machine soul is very happy, it can make the mechanical creation more stable, or even perform exceptionally well. When the machine soul is unhappy, it will cause a malfunction. Of course, although the saying is quite popular, it is mainly the mechanicus, and the people who believe in the mechanicus, who take it seriously. The machine soul is a bit mysterious, and quite a number of people do not believe in it, or do not understand it. At the moment, Wang Xiaoran confirmed that it would be extremely difficult to rescue this battleship. The main problem is the rebellion of the machine soul caused by chaos corruption. The corrupted machine soul is violent and bloodthirsty, and is filled with a crazy power. Driving this ship, if it is only for a short time, it may be okay, but as long as the time is a little longer, then all the crew members will be infected, and then fall into the danger of madness. The crazy crew members, at the least, will suddenly start indiscriminate attacks with the ship on the battlefield, or at the worst, they may start evil rituals inside the ship, calling on the evil demons of the abyss. This kind of problem cannot be solved by repairing a few devices and parts on the ship. It takes a long time and very complex technical means to solve the corruption problem on the machine soul. Even Wang Xiaoran is not sure whether there is such a way to soothe and purify the machine soul. At least he doesn't know. After handing over the basic ship inspection and maintenance work to the students, he spent the next day trying various ways to see if various ways to soothe the machine soul are effective. He made 15 attempts, and each one failed. There was no movement at all. In the process of communicating with the machine soul, he could not even feel the machine soul of this Retribution-class battleship giving him any feedback. All he heard was always a violent roar. In fact, he did not dare to continue trying. Every time he tried to communicate with the machine soul, he could feel a lot of mental pressure. After all 15 methods failed, although he still had a few tricks, the probability of them being effective was extremely low, and there was a possibility that he would fall into the abyss. That was unnecessary. The next day, in front of Gu Heng, he did not dare to hide anything or make up anything, and basically explained what he knew. At this time, he was still a little nervous. Before coming, he said that he could drive the ship back. Now, he was not breaking his promise, and he could definitely drive it back. But if the problem of ship corruption was not solved, what was the point of just driving it back? It would not be effective in actual combat. Even if it was simply parked in the starport, there would be a risk of corruption spreading. But Gu Heng didn't seem to care too much about it. He smiled and said, "It's fine as long as we can drive back. Let's go back now without further delay." Unlike what Wang Xiaoran was worried about, Gu Heng was not afraid of chaos corruption. He was most afraid of the mechanical mechanism of the ship and some big, unsolvable problems. If there were such a problem, he would be helpless and could only admit that this operation was a big loss. But fortunately, such a problem did not happen due to his carefulness. As for the problem of corruption, he has a way to solve it. He doesn't quite understand what the mechanicus calls the machine soul. In his opinion, the religious meaning of that thing is greater than its practical significance. In this universe that is not materialistic at all, not scientific at all, Gu Heng will not easily deny such a mysterious thing, its existence, and it has been widely recognized by a large part of the population. May be true. However, in the current matter, Gu Heng has his own way of dealing with it. He really didn't understand what it meant for the machine soul to be corrupted. But he could solve the problem in a very simple way: use thunder. Use the power of the storm. From top to bottom. From inside to outside. From every part of the ship. Even every screw. And wash them all. With the power of storm and thunder. Wash away all the blood god aura that was stained on the warship. Maybe washing it once is not enough. Then wash it 10 times. 100 times. When this warship is in the real universe, in a place where the tyrant's domain cannot interfere, it will be washed by the power of thunder again and again, and it will eventually be cleaned. By then, the corrupted machine soul should also be cleared of corruption. Chapter 456, The Rising Star. The Revenant Spike slowly started in space, under the collective supervision of the human joint fleet. The crew and officers of the Alliance Navy who boarded the ship were actually quite unfamiliar with driving. After all, it was their first time to come into contact with this type of ship. At the same time, when they were driving the ship, they also felt a heavy pressure, an inexplicable heat all over their bodies, and occasionally saw some crazy illusions, and heard some disturbing whispers. These were all quite bad manifestations. On this battleship, Gu Heng ordered many chaplains to be mobilized from other ships. On the battleship, all crew members must pray every 3 hours under the guidance of the chaplain. Several temporary shipboard churches have been opened on the ship. Gu Heng personally cleansed these shipboard churches with the power of thunder. The pastors of the state religion will use these shipboard churches as the core area to preach and help the crew resist the erosion of chaos. These methods, to be honest, are only temporary measures. If the time goes on for a long time, during the long interstellar voyage, the pervasive chaos corrosion will inevitably make the crew members fall into madness. Even the priests on board may be corrupted after a long time. But fortunately, it won't take too long to sail back from Taidong 2. These temporary measures, plus Gu Heng's personal care, can still barely hold on. After receiving the news, the Flying Wing Starport has prepared a berthing position. The Flying Wing Starport has never received a warship of the level of the Retribution-class battleship. Now, the temporary berthing position was originally used to dock the giant Belly-class transport ship. In terms of size, it is barely enough. After all, the giant Belly-class transport ship is also quite large. However, the civilian berthing port and the military port are too different in technical specifications, safety, and other aspects. Although, at the beginning of the operation, the port had already begun to make relevant renovations under Gu Heng order. But this also takes a long time. However, temporary anchorage is also possible. From Korogia, there is a team of combat nuns, with a large group of choir nuns, and in cooperation with the state church priests transferred from various places. They will take turns to be stationed on this ship in the next period of time. They will chant scriptures while sprinkling holy water, and clean every inch of the ship over and over again. They will transform the ship and build one church after another. Statues of the emperor will be erected everywhere. They will place the scripture ribbons and red mud seals engraved on them in all possible places. These are considered conventional means. As for Gu Heng, as long as he is on Phase Star, he will definitely come up once every 2 months, spend 2 days, and summon the Kingdom of Storms to descend, or soak the warship in the Kingdom of Storms. Then, he will use the power of thunder to wash the entire warship up and down, inside and out. Then, he will repeat the methods of the priests and nuns of the state religion, and the methods of the Mechanicus, and continue to do it. In this way, after many reincarnations, this Retribution-class battleship will be cleaned sooner or later. In fact, Gu Heng has already estimated the time for this, at most 3 years. This is also considering that Gu Heng may leave Phase Star in the middle, and go to other places to do business. And it is impossible for him to guard this battleship all the time for baptism. Otherwise, if he tries his best, it may be done in a year and a half. For this battleship, its past name must be abandoned. As for the new name, Gu Heng has already thought of it, Rising Star. This time, we went to the south of Kamadi and solved the Ash Dead. This battleship is of course the biggest gain. But at the same time, stabilizing the rear and solving the historical problems left over by the Phoenix are also very important. Otherwise, Gu Heng would always worry that there would be such a hidden danger, and he didn't know when and where it would break out. When the uncertain hidden dangers become a real problem and are solved, it is certainly worth being happy. This also means that the Alliance can finally put most of its strength back on the front battlefield with the Iron Tooth clan. Eulishia led half of the joint fleet, and after a short post-war rest, they set off north, because they wasted a lot of time in the encirclement of the Ash Dead War Gang in the Iron Horse Star region. They might not be able to rush to the Tamir Galaxy now, before the enemy reinforcements arrive to eliminate the green-skin fleet that is already there. However, Eulishia still had to go. Otherwise, when the greenskins increased their troops, especially when the navy became stronger, Du Shirliang would not be able to hold on. The war in the Tamir Galaxy could not be separated from the cover of the navy. Otherwise, a large number of army troops on the ground would suffer huge losses. Tamir was already the focus of the war. The navy confronted each other in the vast galaxy, and occasionally lost a small boat, which was a loss of tens of thousands of people and tens of millions of tax coins. On the ground, billions of human warriors and greenskin creatures used all kinds of methods, using every inch of land on the 2 planets as a battlefield, and used all kinds of methods to the utmost to fight each other. Here, it is not only the focus of the war between the Alliance and the Greenskins, but also one of the focuses of the entire war process. The alliance is constantly bleeding on Tamir. But at the same time, it is also equivalent to bleeding the Iron Tooth clan. This even has a bad impact on the Iron Tooth clan's front battlefield in the west of the Star Field. They not only need to mobilize troops and fleets from the front battlefield, but also reinforce the eastern battlefield. More importantly, in the original plan of Chief Titus, many resources and troops that were originally to be transported from the Iron Tooth Empire's nest to the front battlefield should be put in the eastern battlefield first, thrown into the meat grinder like Tamir Galaxy, and consumed by the Alliance. The East, which should have been the source of nutrients for the Iron Tooth clan, has become a place for bloodletting. The Orcs' offensive has become weak on the front battlefield. At least, up to now, Jindy Star is still in the hands of the Mechanicus, according to the news which Yarong sent back to Gu Hang. Although the situation of Jindy Star is getting worse day by day, if it continues like this, it will definitely be lost. However, the most anticipated reinforcements of the Mingyang sect and the Star Region government, the Fury Flame Regiment, are finally coming. Chapter 457, the war situation has changed dramatically. The arrival of the Fury Legion is the savior that the Star Region government has long been eager for. In their cognition, as long as a real Space Marine chapter like the Fury Legion arrives, then all problems should be solved. But in fact, the situation is not so. The Fury Legion is a standard Space Marine chapter. At least they behave very standardly. The ones who came were a real 1,000 Furies, with a complete fleet of Space Marines. And the mortal servants and mortal auxiliary troops in the fleet were all very normal. Can such a regiment really turn the tide of the battle as they expected? It can. At least, when they arrived and participated in the battle, the situation on Jindy Star did not deteriorate further. The Space Marines took out their best tactic, which was also a very effective tactic against the green-skinned orcs, decapitation. On the ground battlefield, the beheadings of several orc warlords who led the battle were successful. The attacks on those warlords directly caused serious chaos in the greenskins' ground offensive. The human army also took over all the command rights of the entire war zone under the command of the commander of the Fury Corps, Becker Matsis, known as the Fire Walker, and fought several beautiful battles, annihilated a large number of orc elites, and even countered the greenskins' offensive for a while. In space, the battle barge named Fiery Soul that the Fury Corps participated in also brought great pressure to the greenskins. The mothership of the Space Marines, called the battle barge, was even larger and more powerful than the average Imperial battleship. Its first attack caused damage to the battle moon of the Iron Tooth clan and even destroyed 3 greenskin cruisers. However, the battle moon was still powerful, together with the original Iron Tooth flagship, which was a powerful warship at least equal to a battlecruiser. It eventually drove away the Fiery Soul. But even so, the Space Marines of the Fury Legion also fought back when they were forced to withdraw. They launched a boarding raid on the greenskin flagship. What they hoped most was to catch Titus there and behead the chieftain of the Orc Empire. As long as he was eliminated, the entire greenskin empire would fall into a long period of chaos and collapse, and a large-scale civil war would occur. This is the experience summarized when the Empire and the greenskins fought across the entire universe. And there are almost no exceptions. If they failed to capture Chief Titus on the ship, they could destroy the enemy's ship from the inside by boarding, which would be considered as destroying a core greenskin battleship, which would definitely be of great help in future wars. However, the plan of boarding failed. Titus was indeed there, and they did find him. But when they fought, the Black Beast guards around the chief showed a combat capability that was no less powerful than that of the Space Marines. Even if the Furies dragged the battle into close combat, which they are best at, would the most elite among the green-skinned orcs be afraid of close combat? Obviously not. In the brief and brutal confrontation, the Space Marines of the Furies quickly realized that the ability of their boarding force was not enough to destroy Titus. At this time, their decision was also decisive. They readily gave up their original plan and began to retreat. Some people stayed behind, and some people took the bombs that were supposed to be detonated in the core of the ship and exploded them at random places. Even if they couldn't destroy the ship, at least they could cause considerable damage to the greenskin flagship. Moreover, they could also create chaos on the warship, making it easier for them to evacuate. They did fight their way out, boarded the supporting spaceship, and left the warship. However, during this whole process, they also paid a heavy price. A regiment champion and a company commander were killed in this battle. Of the entire elite team that was put into the battle. Only 1/3 of them withdrew. Even so, after the fury of flame entered the war, the greenskins suffered a wake-up call. Before this, they had never suffered such a beating. The orcs, who had not gained any advantage on the ground and in space, were very angry. But Titus' ability to become the chieftain meant that he possessed not only bravery and tyranny, but also cunning and wisdom. The green-skinned orcs, who suffered heavy losses, obviously became more cautious under his command. On the surface, they shrank their battle lines and no longer fought so aggressively. In space, they no longer expanded their battle lines unnecessarily, but instead gathered the entire fleet more tightly, with the inconvenient and slow-moving battle moon as the core. This also made it impossible for the Fury Corps to find more opportunities. The Fury Corps' fighting style was actually revealed in their series of actions, which emphasized a violent and fierce attitude. However, after a failure, they also realized that the enemy they faced this time was not like most of the enemies they encountered in the Star Wars, which could be quickly defeated by them. Both sides learned a lesson, and the entire battlefield situation calmed down a little. But this calm did not last long. Soon, both sides began to show their magical powers, with the Jindy Star battlefield as the core and the surrounding galaxies as the expanded battlefield, and began to fight continuously. The more they fought against Jindy Star, the harder it was to take it down. The greenskins would definitely think of ways from other star systems, and even tried to invade the Yunluo Star region from the lower plateau of the Snow Eagle Star region to the southwest, trying to directly threaten the capital of the Dragon Eagle Star region. But isn't this a coincidence? After realizing that the main force of the greenskins was on Jindy Star, there were not many ways to take the battle moon in space battles. If they directly launched a fleet decisive battle, even with the existence of the battle barge Fiery Soul, they might not be able to gain an advantage. Therefore, Matsis also thought about whether he could open up a second battlefield, starting from the Snow Eagle Star region. If he could take down both the upper and lower plateau stars, and then attack from the Dragon Tamer Star region, and block the north side of the Steel Fire Dragon Star region, it would be equivalent to locking the main force of the greenskins in the Steel Fire Dragon. The greenskins are less dependent on logistics, but that is relatively speaking. Such a large fleet, such a large number of greenskin troops, gathered around the Jindy Star, if there is really no support from the rear, new ships, manpower, supplies, and no way to transport them after continuous plundering from the rear, then the orcs' legions will be significantly affected, and their combat capabilities will be greatly reduced. Both sides had similar ideas. So naturally, the intensity of the war evolved from originally focusing on the vicinity of Jindy Star to the 4 or 5 surrounding star regions. Looking at Jindy Star alone, perhaps the intensity of the war dropped a level. But from the perspective of the entire war process, it is obvious that the two sides fought more fiercely. When this series of intelligence was delivered to Gu Hang, he was relieved. At least, looking at the current situation, the situation of the war has changed from almost a landslide, with the orcs crushing all the way, to a situation where both sides are fighting back and forth. Gu Hang no longer had to worry. The Star Domain government would collapse quickly, and then the main force of the orcs would turn around and cause trouble for him. However, Gu Hang soon had a new worry. The situation that occurred on Jindy Star began to appear in the Tamir Galaxy. When Ylishiel led her fleet and arrived at the Tamir Galaxy, her speed was still slightly faster than the orcs' reinforcements. She integrated Zhao Shuoyang's command, and the assembled alliance fleet launched a fierce attack on the green-skinned orcs. But Gu Hang already knew that the orc commander named Saru was obviously not a fool with only recklessness in his mind. He knew how to avoid the sharp edge temporarily, and would even pull on a wider battlefield. He refused to fight a decisive battle with the human fleet, but expanded the scope of the battlefield. After paying a certain loss, he escaped the pursuit of the human fleet, but he did not completely withdraw from the entire galaxy, and was still eyeing it. Once the human fleet made a strong large-scale orbital support to the surface of the planet Tamir 5, his ships would appear, threatening the human fleet to be unable to devote itself to supporting the ground. Of course, such threats are not enough. If the human fleet continues to fight regardless of everything, for example, by dividing the team into two parts, one part to fight the greenskins, and the other part to continue ground support, what can Saru do? In order to solve this problem, some of Saru's ships went north to the Bronze Pass Star Zone, and from Bronze Pass 1, entered the Green Spring 1 in the Mist Horse Star Zone. This clearly means that if the Alliance really attacks the Tamir galaxy with all its strength regardless of everything, then it will be given to you. However, don't think it's too easy to get it. The price you pay won't be too small. At the same time, the Orc fleet that can't be taken care of for a while will march straight into the Mist Horror Star region and turn the world upside down. This is something Gu Hang can't accept. The Mist Horror Star region signed the 7 Horses agreement very early, just a little later than the Eagle Horror Star region. If there is a huge turmoil here, and the Alliance is unable to quickly calm it down, the credibility of the 7 Horses agreement will be greatly reduced. Even the Purple Horse, Border Horse, and Iron Horse in the rear would be shaken and begin to doubt whether the Alliance was really capable of guaranteeing their safety as they said. After all, the premise for these star regions, planets, and even willing to be sucked of blood was the security guarantee provided by the Alliance. When the Orcs really wanted to expand the scope of the war, the Alliance had no choice but to follow suit. To rescue the Mist Horror Star region and dividing the troops. After the division of forces, the Greenskins were quickly driven out of Suhun-1. The human fleet also went north along the Wuma Star region, and further spread the war into the Tongwan Star region, and even fought back Tongwan-1 and the Bronze Galaxy. There is only one industrial world in Tongwan-1, but there are 3 human worlds in the Bronze Galaxy. These 2 galaxies, 4 planets, have a total of 6 billion human population. Due to years of war, the population has been severely damaged, and the industrial base has also been severely damaged. But at least 2 billion people are left. The Alliance simply set up observation groups in these 4 worlds, supported acting governors, and asked them to join the 7 Horses Pact. The operation methods were similar to those on Tamir 4. On the one hand, they tried to migrate the survivors as much as possible away from the war zone, and sent them back to the Pegasus Star region to fill the core population of the Alliance. On the other hand, they tried to mobilize the local population as much as possible, delivered weapons and equipment, armed them, and let them deal with the Greenskins on the planet as much as possible. The Alliance will provide military assistance and orbital firepower support. On this basis, they also have to restore production as much as possible, and work hard to fortify the entire planet, and build more orbital artillery. But the Greenskins will obviously not give up so easily. Their ships that just ran away, but were not destroyed, also transported troops from other places, and sent them to the surface when they saw the opportunity. They would attack human transport ships in a mysterious way, and even fire a few shots at the surface. During this back-and-forth struggle, the Greenskin support fleet also arrived. Overall, the Alliance fleet still had the upper hand in terms of naval power, but the degree of advantage was no longer enough to crush the enemy. Moreover, the fleets of both sides no longer limited the battlefield to one star system, but expanded the battlefield to the 2-star regions of Jingguan and Tongguan. The main army forces of both sides were still fighting like a meat grinder on Tamir 5. But the fleets were running around. The Orcs will attack the human supply lines, and of course humans will defend them. The human fleet will also fight back. And the farthest place they have even attacked is Guangfu Star. Guangfu Star is the Greenskin Empire, and it is the only way from the Jingguan Star area to the main battlefield on the west front. A large number of resources transported from the core area of the Greenskins to the main battlefield all go through here. A Mad Shark and 2 Silver Swords formed a team, and they intercepted 2 waves of Greenskin transport ships here, turning at least more than 200 million Greenskins, their transport ships, and a large amount of war materials into space junk. Such a heavy loss, and Sara was scolded again. The Orc army on the main battlefield of the Western Front was not doing well, and the supplies were also affected. If he didn't like to scold, who would be scolded? Sara was also forced to do the same as the human fleet, to split troops, to go to the main traffic routes in the rear, to drive away the human attack ships, and to protect the safety of the transport ships that transported supplies to the front line. In general, on the entire battlefield, both sides became bigger and wider, and they became more inclined to compete in internal strength. The victory or defeat of 1 or 2 battles alone is not enough to change too much. It depends on the overall foundation of both sides, and who can withstand more losses. This also makes the economic pressure of the Alliance greater. Chapter 458, Are you going to sign it or not? The war situation has definitely improved, and there seems to be no sign of defeat for the time being. However, the expansion of the scope of the war has also put greater economic pressure on the Alliance. The Navy is actually easy to deal with, because it is necessary to maintain a fleet of that size, and the manufacturing of new ships has never stopped. However, the cost of the army is huge. The ground war on the 2 planets of the Tamir galaxy has not stopped at all, although the intensity has decreased a bit, but the overall scale is there, and the money spent is not much less anyway. After the ground battle started in the Tongguan Star region, the Alliance army began to send more troops to multiple planets in the region. After the Wuma Star region was attacked, the Alliance army also had to send more troops to ensure safety. These increased expenses. Another surge in consumption was military assistance to many planets in a state of war, which cost the Alliance a lot of money. These military assistances included direct support of weapons, equipment, and ammunition. Each planet that received assistance could directly establish an army with a fairly good level of equipment, fight side by side with the Alliance army, or fight under the management of officers sent by the Alliance. In addition to direct weapons and equipment support, the Alliance will also provide a large amount of industrial production assistance. The core of this is to help those planets to establish and restore their own industrial production capabilities, especially heavy industry and military industry. This is intended to strengthen the war potential of each planet and strive to make them self-sufficient in military armaments. Of course, it is actually difficult to achieve this level. But one thing counts. At least it can reduce the degree of dependence on external assistance from the Alliance as much as possible. In this case, it can also reduce the transportation pressure of the Alliance. To put it bluntly, this is the impact of the war scale expansion and the extension of the battle line. In fact, this is of course a more cost-effective way to fight. If the Alliance direct troops are relied upon to fight these wars, the cost will obviously be greater, and sending Alliance army units to various planets will also occupy precious ship resources. If these planets can form a sufficiently reliable resistance force in their own land with the assistance of the Alliance, it will definitely be the best. But it costs money. And, in recent days, the population that has been transferred from the Jingguan Star region and the Tongguan Star region has accumulated to hundreds of millions. Human resources are, of course, also valuable resources. However, in the early stage, the Alliance still needs to spend money to settle these people. Providing housing, food, transstellar population transportation, all these things cost money. Only by spending money first can we make overall plans later, provide suitable jobs, put them into the Alliance war factories, and bring out their due value. In short, the Alliance is spending more and more money. Up to now, even if the imperial taxes that the entire 7 horses should pay have been gathered in the hands of the Alliance, it has gradually become a bit overwhelmed. At present, it seems that it is barely enough. But in the future, if the scale of the war continues to expand, or even a large-scale counterattack is launched, the entire economy will definitely be seriously dragged down. In fact, the Prime Minister of the Alliance, Asuna, even talked to Gu Heng once about the government-led plan to start the second-level mobilization order. The manpower mobilization will not be pulled to the second level, but the economic bill may be pulled to the second level, which is equivalent to the wartime economy model. Today, the Alliance is still in the standard third-level mobilization state, which is the degree of partial mobilization. Gu Heng certainly does not want to use this strategy that seriously affects the development efficiency of the Alliance. He has always been considering whether there are other ways. There are indeed. Of the total fiscal revenue of more than 38 billion in the Alliance, 2/3 are provided by the Tianma Star region. 10 billion is the imperial tax that should be paid, and more than 13 billion is the legitimate fiscal revenue. The Alliance is of course still developing at a high speed. However, Gu Heng is still a little dissatisfied with this development speed. He is not dissatisfied with the work of the Alliance government. He understands that there are realistic factors. He cannot ignore objective conditions. If he insists on development, it will force the government officials below to exaggerate and falsify data, which will be a worse situation. What he is dissatisfied with is the direction. Among the 9 worlds in the Tianma Star region, a considerable part of the more than 60 billion people have actually entered a relatively wealthy state. Let alone Feixing, which is already a developed planet. The Angry Owl Star where Gu Heng first made his fortune now has a per capita output value of over 3. Even on the poorest Karogia 3, now has a per capita output value of over 1. Don't look at this number, it's just the standard level of the Empire, but in fact, it depends on what Karogia 3 was like before it was ruled by the Alliance. It was only 0.6. Karogia is really the engine of the Alliance economic development in recent years, with a large population and a fast economic growth rate. The reason is very simple. Too poor. From a poor situation, it is relatively easy to develop to a relatively normal level. especially with external support. Let's look at Phase Star. The per capita output value was over 4. In the hands of the Alliance in recent years, it must have grown. Especially the shipbuilding industry has begun to expand and increase production after many years under the strong stimulation and technical cooperation of the Alliance. However, the economic growth rate of Phase Star, including the relatively developed Fash Star, is definitely not comparable to that of Kuroja. These developed planets are of course the economic cornerstone of the Alliance. But in the subsequent economic growth, if we want to achieve a larger scale faster, we cannot rely on them. Pearls are pearls. But there must be more bricks and stones to form the base. The potential within the Tianma Star region has been explored by the Alliance with all its strength. But at this critical moment, there is no need to limit our vision to the Tianma Star region. The Seven Horses Agreement was signed for nothing? The Alliance is not just a bloodsucker. It will definitely give back. But to give back, you have to be obedient. After personally communicating with Osina, the Alliance established a series of new policies, specifically for those peripheral Seven Horses Agreement worlds. Hawkor 3, an agricultural and mining world with a population of 800 million. This is a typical raw material output world, relatively poor, but the materials are still abundant. In the past, they were poor, mainly because of the underdeveloped productivity. Although there were large tracts of land for cultivation and certain mineral deposits, both the planting technology and the mining technology were relatively backward. Not to mention, they were invaded by greenskins. However, in the past 6 months, they have lived a relatively comfortable life. The invasion of greenskins has been resolved. Although we dare not say that greenskins are no longer seen on the entire planet, at least they are no longer seen in the main areas of human activity. All the greenskin garbage cities on the entire planet have been cleaned up, and all the greenskin ecosystems, which were not established for a long time, have also suffered a devastating blow. The flames have purified every inch of land polluted by the greenskins. Perhaps, in the future on this planet, new greenskins will still be found in the wild from time to time. But as long as we do not relax our vigilance, strengthen our defense, disinfect regularly, and burn any place where greenskins have appeared with flames, the problem will not become more serious. The entire planet seemed to have returned to its normal life track. The Alliance has stationed a division here for a long time, providing protection. In addition to the framework of the Seven Horses Agreement, the Alliance has sent military and economic supervisors to control the development of the entire planet, and apart from these, their lives seem to have really returned to the pre-war period. Although they were still quite poor, the imperial taxes still had to be paid. It was just a matter of changing the recipient. But at least, the threat of war seems to have gone away. There is no need to worry about the day when the Greenskin army suddenly comes to destroy the farm and massacre the residents. But the planetary governor of Hippogriff 3, Laren Ulrich, has been a little entangled recently. The diplomat of the Alliance has made a suggestion to him, and until now, he has not yet decided whether he should accept it. But time is running out. The diplomat of the Alliance has come up again. Governor Ulrich, you must give me an answer now. Alliance diplomat Wu Yang, standing in front of him. This female diplomat, who graduated from the Wing Star School of Grammar, looked particularly young. She wore glasses, was gentle and refined, and had the charm of an intellectual woman that Ulrich rarely saw in Eagle Horse 3. She also smiled gently, not very aggressive, but Ulrich was still particularly afraid to see this girl. He really didn't know how to deal with Wu Yang questions. But he couldn't escape. Seeing that he didn't speak, Wu Yang asked again, "You told me last time that you would give me an answer today. I have waited until this time. And I even negotiated with my superiors for this. Otherwise the deadline should have been 2 days ago." After a pause, Wu Yang continued, "Besides, I don't understand why you are hesitating and entangled. The Alliance will provide direct economic assistance to Eagle Horse 3. Help Eagle Horse 3 establish more efficient agricultural and mining production, and can build a series of industrial capabilities based on these two industries. What's the harm in this?" Ulrich sighed and said, "If that's all, then it's a great thing. But, what's the price?" Before Wu Yang could speak, Ulrich added a few more words. "Of course, I don't mean to blame the Alliance. But, let's be honest. The Alliance helped us and eliminated the invading green-skinned orcs. And we are of course very grateful. Moreover, we, the Hippogriffs, also know that the war is far from over. Although there is no more fighting on Eagle Horse 3, But countless warriors of the Alliance are still resisting the invasion of the orcs outside the Star Zone. If there is no alliance, then the peace of Eagle Horse 3 cannot be sustained. However, we did not pay no price. We also made our own contributions to this war. We handed over more than 10% of the annual output, which is more than the imperial tax. We transformed all our troops into the Allied army according to the provisions of the Seven Horses Agreement, and obeyed the deployment of the Alliance. We have no complaints about this. This is the price we pay for peace. The Eagle Horse people understand that the two are equivalent. The Alliance is going to increase its economic assistance to Eagle Horse 3. Of course, we are very happy. But I know that there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. That's why I ask. What is the price? What is the price? Higher taxes? Or other political rights? Let's talk about a price. A clear price, which is good for everyone. Wu Yang chuckled and said, The price? The price is that the people on the entire planet will live a better life from now on. The price is that the entire planet can produce more, and support the war on the front line. That's all. Ulrich ruthlessly retorted. It's not that simple. Right? Aren't you going to promote your rank system in Eagle Horse 3? Yes. Is there any problem with this? Wu Yang spread his hands and asked. The aid and investment of the Alliance will build many modern farms and modern mines. Eagle Horse 3 uses resources, land, and manpower as input, while the Alliance uses technology, products, and equipment as input. The management method, personnel benefits, and salaries are distributed in accordance with the Alliance method. Is that reasonable? Ulrich was silent for a moment, and shook his head and said, I have been very frank. But Ambassador Wu Yang, you are not frank enough. How about I put it more bluntly? When Eagle Horse 3 is full of Alliance aid, or farms, mines, factories, and even cities jointly invested and built by both parties, most of the output will come from those cooperative places. The people there will obtain ranks and accept the management of the Alliance according to the Alliance system. Then what is the role of the planetary government? Wu Yang smiled and said, Isn't this good? You must know what the rank of the Alliance means. People will get better living security. They will have more output. And the planetary government will also save a lot of management pressure. It's a win-win situation. Ulrich almost lost the will to continue to pester. He asked directly, What about me? What can I get? Wu Yang seemed to have heard a joke. You? You are the one who gained the most. You are the governor of Eagle Horse 3. There is no way to change this. The whole planet has developed well. And you have gained a more developed world. Isn't that enough? Then it's not my world. It seems we need to confirm one question. Do you regard the whole world as your private property? This world belongs to the Empire. And you are just its lifelong manager. From the Empire's perspective, it will always be the Empire's world. And from your perspective, you will always be its manager. Is there any change? Ulrich was speechless. Wu Yang restrained his smile and said solemnly, I have also introduced to you the series of treatment and arrangements of the Alliance for the planetary governor. If you are unsure, I can explain it to you again. From my personal point of view, that is already a very generous treatment. Your current living standard is not even comparable to the treatment given by the Alliance. But we really don't have much time. Today, right today, you must give me an answer. Seven Horse Economic Consortium Act, will you sign it or not? Chapter 459. You dare? Leyland Ulrich's face was rather ugly. A planetary governor, especially the governor of a small, poor planet like Hippogriff 3, is certainly not a big shot in the entire empire and the entire political arena of the Star Sea. Anyone can come and step on him. But he is a planetary governor after all. Generally speaking, he does not often come into contact with the political situation outside the planet, except for the imperial taxation every 2 years. At other times, he was the emperor of the planet, the kind who had the final say. He rarely met someone who would speak to him in such a blunt, slightly threatening tone. So, his face was ugly. However, no matter how ugly and angry he was, he still didn't dare to say he would not sign. The head of the Purple Horse Star region, the governor of Baishua Star, the end of that was still vivid in his mind. When the Orc War was still going on, he still remembered the might of the Alliance army. How dare he turn a blind eye? But if he really had to accept these terms, he felt a little unwilling. Unlike the Seven Horses Agreement, that thing still had its own independence and was a treaty of alliance nature. But now, if he signed this Federation Act, it would not be joining the Alliance, but it would be better than joining. The economic lifeline would be completely controlled by the Alliance, and the political power would also expand as the Alliance's economic influence on the planet expanded. In the end, it would not be long before the Alliance system would completely replace the responsibilities of the original planetary government. From an objective point of view, for the people on the planet, it is not a bad thing. At least for the poor people in Eagle Horse 3. The tax coin set by the Empire is not set randomly. Normally, the per capita output value of a planet can reach 1 tax coin, which means it has reached the imperial standard. On this basis, you pay 0.1 in taxes, and the planetary government takes 0.1, and the remaining 0.8 is enough for a civilian to live a pretty good life. That is more than just food and clothing. It is even better than a moderately prosperous society. However, this is always the most ideal state. The imperial government does only want 0.1, but is the collection cost free? Will the planetary government honestly set the tax rate at 10%? Corruption in the government or similar government agencies, or normal administrative costs, poor collection efficiency, are they not all extra consumption? The output value of 1 tax coin per capita does not mean that everyone can have this income. The gap between the rich and the poor exists in any society. The rich certainly have much more than this income, and the poor probably have far less than this income level. Moreover, the per capita output value of 1 tax coin is not achieved by many planets. Eagle Horse 3 cannot achieve it. Even before the war, it was only 0.9 per capita at best. On the planet, a normal employee, whether a farmer or a miner, can only provide for his own consumption in a year. Generally, it is about 0.4. This is just enough to meet the poverty line. If you are poor, you can't even have enough food to eat, and you are in danger of losing your life. For these ordinary people on the planet, they will have a better life after the Alliance comes. Ulrich knows what the living standards of the Alliance civilians are like. Even if it is the lowest, as long as there is a job, no matter what it is, you can reach the most basic E5 level. And the living standard of an E5 level person is that the annual consumption can reach at least 0.4 tax coins. This can reach the level of food and clothing, no worse than the formal employees on Eagle Horse 3. Moreover, under the Alliance system, eliminating unemployment is a relatively simple and quick matter, which means that a considerable number of people at the bottom who do not have formal jobs will benefit from it. They will become strong supporters of the Alliance. And for those who have formal jobs, even if their job levels are not upgraded, their living standards will at least be the same as now. They may even exceed it. This brings us to the Alliance job levels, and what they mean to an ordinary person. After obtaining the rank of the Alliance, the personal income each year is composed of 2 parts, welfare and allowance. The welfare is divided into basic social welfare and personal welfare. The former includes basic medical insurance and basic education insurance, which are the foundation of the establishment of the Alliance. For the former, although the Alliance will not provide resources that really guarantee that you will not die from any disease, at least there is basic protection. It is also good to cure a headache and prevent the disease from developing seriously. Even if you really have an incurable disease, you can take enough painkillers, at least you can live comfortably in the last stage of your life. This is already a great thing. A considerable number of poor people, no matter what disease they have, cannot expect to see a doctor. In the Alliance, these basic medical insurances are free for all people. And the latter, that is, education insurance, is even more advanced. The Alliance especially emphasizes educational equity. Although it is impossible to really achieve the ideal state of equity, after all, how can we expect people on Eagle Horse 3 to get the same educational resources as people on Wing Star? But at least, the system tries to ensure fairness as much as possible. 6 years of primary education is compulsory education, free of charge. All children must attend, and schools are arranged nearby. After that, it is 4 years of secondary education, which is not compulsory, and tuition is charged. As long as you reach a certain level in the primary education exam, you can be promoted. The top students will have their tuition reduced, and the top students will receive scholarships. After secondary education, students will apply for higher education uniformly, although it is a bloody road that needs to be fought for, but at the very least, it provides a path for people from all walks of life to move up. These are the 2 basic social benefits that all citizens of the Alliance at any level can obtain. Just these 2 things, how could the lower class people on Eagle Horse 3 dare to think about them in the past? And personal benefits are linked to job level. This includes food security, housing security, personal medical security, which means that as long as you reach this level, you will have these things. The Alliance will be responsible for rationing food, rationing housing, and providing better medical services according to personal job level. With a higher rank, food will no longer be synthetic starch or simple grains. There will be more refined processed foods, meat and vegetables. Housing will also change from cubicles of several square meters where people have to live together to individual housing. Or even better, medical services will also change from the most basic to some medicines being free to use and some diseases being free to treat. If you don't have a high rank, you can only spend money. If you are more senior, you will even get more vacations and more transportation subsidies. These are just benefits, not including allowances. Allowances are equivalent to wages and are directly issued in Alliance currency. This money can be traded and can be used to buy all legal goods. It can be used to pay for the cost of secondary education and above, to pay for the additional cost of disease treatment beyond the medical benefits of the rank and basic medical benefits, to buy food that exceeds the rank, to improve the food, to buy furniture, home appliances, cars, clothes. In this way, although an E5 level citizen has benefits and allowances, it means that he consumes 0.4 tax coins a year, and his food, drink, and clothing may be similar, but relying on the two benefits of medical care and accommodation, he is much more secure than the poor people outside the Alliance. Not to mention the benefit of education, which is also a channel for the promotion of future generations. And he can also upgrade with his years of work and contribution. For the general public on Eagle Horse 3, once they experience the policies of the Alliance, who would want to go back to the old days? The planetary government will be really finished. Ulrich was worried, but he still didn't dare to refuse directly. Give me some more time, I said. Today is the deadline. I understand. But isn't today over yet? 2 hours. Just 2 hours. At least let me discuss it with others one last time. Okay. Then I give you these 2 hours. I'm not going anywhere. I stay here, waiting for good news. After saying goodbye to Wu Yang, Ulrich wiped the sweat from his forehead and went to another meeting room not far away. Several bigwigs on Eagle Horse 3 were waiting here. He was the planetary governor, but no ruler could rule by himself. On Eagle Horse 3, there were of course various interest groups. They were mainly united farmers, large landowners, and bosses of mining groups. They are supporters of the planetary government, and Ulrich is actually one of them. The agricultural and mining group he controls is the largest landowner on the planet, and the fourth largest mineral owner. They are the real masters of this world. The economic union of the Alliance is to take this world away from them. They are afraid of the Alliance strength, greedy for the Alliance assistance, and resentful of the Alliance plunder. Seeing Ulrich coming back, someone asked, "How did the talks go?" "No change. The Alliance didn't leave us any room for bargaining. Only the options of accepting or not accepting." Hearing this, someone shouted angrily, "Then we're done. Let's go our separate ways." "I don't believe it. Could it be that this Alliance really dares to kill all of us?" Someone taunted. "What's there to be afraid of? And why do they want to kill people? They want to take away the land, take away the minerals. What can you do? Who can handle the Alliance division? The Planetary Defense Force is already under their command. Do you still dare to rebel? What else can we do? Give them the industries accumulated by our ancestors for nothing? Aren't there ways to redeem, convert equity, and recruit management on the spot? I always think this is actually okay." "Bullshit. I just robbed your property and gave you some melons and dates." The meeting room was in chaos, and Ulrich had a headache. This was not the first time. In fact, when Wu Yang first proposed the Economic Union Bill to him, he summoned various princes to discuss the matter, and the scene was roughly like this. Afterwards, he convened several more discussions, and the results were all similar. No unified opinion could be reached. There are not many who are really that tough. Most of the people who are making trouble are just trying to encourage everyone to make trouble together, hoping that the law will not punish the masses. Don't look at how fierce they are now. If they are really asked to be the first to make trouble, they will all shrink their necks. There are more timid people who dare not make trouble at all. But there is a basic mentality that everyone, including him, has in common: unwillingness. No. It seems that there is an exception. Ulrich's eyes looked at a young man who had been silent, just smoking silently, with a playful expression on his face. This person is the second largest landowner on Eagle Horse 3, and his status is not low. Ulrich knocked on the table. "Stop! Stop!" After the meeting was quiet, He looked at the young man again and asked, Adam Shannon, I noticed that you have not spoken. And you rarely expressed your opinions before. Tell me, what do you think? Everyone's eyes were fixed on the young man. And many people looked at him with a little contempt. Adam Shannon is not a self-made man, and judging from his age, he is not very experienced. He is a successor, and has just recently taken over his father's business. I don't know what old Shannon is thinking, letting this inexperienced young son take over. Adam Shannon himself turned a blind eye to these looks. He just smiled and said, What can a young man like me say? Just listen to the seniors. But, after a pause, he continued, whatever the decision of the seniors is, it has nothing to do with our Shannon Group. Our Shannon Group has already made a decision. We will fully accept the assistance of the Alliance and access the management from the Alliance. All employees will be managed according to the Alliance system. When he said this, his voice was quite light. But these contents were like throwing a huge rock into a calm lake, causing huge waves in an instant. How dare you, Shannon Group, negotiate with the Alliance alone without telling our allies? How dare you? Young man? Is this your decision or your father's? Let old Shannon come out. Traitor. Many accusations, after a brief silence, were thrown at Adam Shannon. Ulrich tried again to control the situation and calm everyone down. But his face was also very ugly. He stared at Adam Shannon's overly young face and asked, Can you tell me? What exactly do you think about this matter? Shannon Group? Are you really willing to hand over all the land accumulated by 4 generations? Adam Shannon spread his hands and said, It's not really handing it over. Right? Didn't the Alliance say? Okay. Ulrich interrupted Adam Shannon's hypocritical words. This may be the last time we hold such a meeting. No matter what conflicts and filth we had in the past. At least we have the friendship of being from the same world. Just tell us what you really think. Let's be honest. Otherwise, if you are the only one selling, we can work together to make it impossible for you to sell. Or make you feel uncomfortable selling it. Ha ha. Adam Shannon laughed, with a hint of sarcasm in his words. But it doesn't matter. We have already made this decision. And whatever you do in the future, it has nothing to do with us. You can just go and make trouble with the Alliance. But, just you? Dare you? Ulrich was choked back. Dare you? If you dare, why are you still being so timid? Adam Shannon restrained his smile. And his expression became serious, however. You are right about one thing. Considering that we come from the same world, and the friendship between our ancestors, I advise you, if you regard this as plunder, you will lose everything. The Shannon family is different. We regard this as an opportunity. Opportunity? Can you say more? Adam Shannon waved his hand, refusing to say more, turned and left. Left behind a room full of people, looking at each other in bewilderment. Shannon signed, and many others also signed. I don't know how many people figured out what Shannon meant by opportunity. Some people signed, mainly because of pressure. But Ulrich finally figured it out. Or at the last minute, he visited old Shannon, and after a chat, he was convinced. In the name of the planetary government, he finally signed. The reason is not complicated. First of all, this matter cannot be stopped. Even if the whole planet is united and the Alliance is blocked. What will happen next? The Alliance should not take action. Because it will be too ugly, and will hinder the unity of the entire 7 horses. However, the Alliance has too many ways to deal with them. The imperial tax is in the hands of the Alliance. The power of the Star District government to set the tax rate is in the hands of the Alliance. And the interstellar trade is in the hands of the Alliance. Whoever the Alliance wants to bankrupt will go bankrupt. Grain can rot in the barn, or be bought at a very low price. Minerals cannot be sent to the factory, and are just a pile of broken stones. Moreover, is it really bad to join the Alliance system? For these rich people and property owners, it may not be the case. The Alliance has given preferential conditions, such as Ulrich himself. If he signs, he will be able to get B8 treatment immediately as the governor of the planet and a wealthy person. Welfare plus allowances, a year is 600 tax coins. Ulrich touched his chest and asked himself, when I was the governor, I myself, purely on my own personal consumption, did I spend 600 tax coins a year? That is definitely not the case. On food, housing, entertainment, not that much. He is still quite self-disciplined, practices frugality, and has aspirations in his career. Besides, what kind of high-end enjoyment can be found on the Eagle Horse 3? Not even close. With these 600 tax coins a year, purely for personal consumption, maybe he can live a more comfortable life than before and not have to go to work. With these 600 tax coins a year, how can you let him starve or die? In the current alliance market, this is the purchasing power of 10,000 tons of staple food. This is enough for him to buy a mansion in the core area of the capital city of Phase Star, hire a bunch of servants, eat delicious food and drink spicy drinks every day, and have fun. Of course, he has personal pursuits, not personal enjoyment. Otherwise, as a planetary governor and a big capitalist, if he wants to spend 600 tax coins a year on personal enjoyment, wouldn't it be easy? However, can't one have personal pursuits after joining the alliance? The level of B8 in the alliance is considered very high. He is not too old, he can continue to strive to manage this planet, participate in the new planetary government, fully cooperate with the work of the alliance, and even have the possibility of promotion in the future, and entering the alliance central government. In the past, as the planetary governor and capitalist, he had already touched the ceiling of the entire Eagle Horse 3, where was there any room for further progress? Now, he has a vast expanse of space in front of him. After talking with old Shannon, the conclusion is, the alliance is coming, and this is an irresistible wave. It is better to be the one who controls the wave than to be the fool who resists the wave, or at least the one who follows the wave. Perhaps, a senior official in the alliance in the future will be named Yurik, or Shannon, or so on. Although Yurik is still uneasy and confused about the future. However, this also injected an extra fire into his heart. In the past, he was already a planetary governor. Would he really be willing to be a planetary governor in a remote area for the rest of his life? It might be a good thing to have a further path. Governor. The first batch of worlds that signed the 7-Horse Economic Union Act totaled 9. According to your guidance, these worlds were all relatively poor, but with certain development potential. Our economic assistance, supporting industrial upgrading plans, and our management personnel will be in place soon. Asa reported the progress of the work to Gu Hang in a serious manner. The economic aspect is preliminary. Later, we will also use the job level plan to replace the original salary system of each world as a starting point. Gradually build an organization to manage job level personnel, and eventually replace the original planetary government. By then, these planetary production capacities, in addition to the regular imperial taxes, should also have additional fiscal revenues similar to the Alliance homeland. And the overall living standards of residents should also be able to improve with the improvement of economic development. In this regard, comrades from the development department have given specific forecasts. We expect to continue to invest 2 billion tax coins in construction costs in the next 2 years. In these 9 worlds, with a total population of 10 billion, they can maintain a relatively high economic growth rate in the next 2 years. And the Alliance can steadily obtain additional fiscal revenue of about 1 billion tax coins every year in the future. We will observe whether things develop according to plan in the next 2 years. If everything goes well, we will launch the second batch of worlds next year and join the Economic Union. The final plan is to promote the Economic Union to the entire Chimal land within 10 years. After listening, Gu Hang's brows relaxed slightly. If that time comes, the core territory of the Alliance will be able to expand from the Tianma star region to the 88 worlds in the 7 major star regions of the entire Chimal land. The Alliance with a core population of 230 billion will be more powerful than it is now. Chapter 460. Cruiser Technology. It didn't take long. Only half a year later, Gu Hang could see in the vassal interface that the vassal level of those worlds that signed the 7 Horses Economic Union Act was rapidly increasing. The vassal level has nothing to do with the economic level and development level of the planet. It purely reflects the relationship between the world and the Alliance. The sovereign. Under the framework of the 7 Horses Agreement, the 79 worlds except the Tianma star region are basically LV2 and LV3. This level is basically a stable or unstable vassal state. It's enough to be drained by the Alliance. The imperial tax is a special situation in a special period. But it's different from LV4 onwards. LV4 symbolizes that the vassal's economic, political and military dependence has increased significantly, and the whole world has almost no willingness to resist. The suzerain state can start to manage and deal with the world through some direct means. And at LV5, it symbolizes direct annexation, and there will be no turmoil in the world. In fact, the people of these worlds have a very strong sense of belonging to the suzerain state. They think they are part of the suzerain state, so naturally they will have a strong centripetal force. Of course, this does not mean that vassal levels can be annexable after reaching LV5. This level is only about the internal world of the vassal. How the outside world will view it is another matter. The vassal level is rising, which means that the Union government has not used false statements to deceive him. All conditions are developing smoothly. Just as the report submitted by Osina. The increase in the vassal level of these planets also brings more gift points income. The income from these grace points, on the one hand, is the improvement brought by the development of productivity. And on the other hand, it is the increase in the proportion of grace rewards after the vassal level is upgraded. However, the overall base is not large, which makes the monthly points given by the vassal increase rapidly from the original 4,000 points to 6,000 points. Don't underestimate this number. Although, it is only 2,000, which does not seem to be much. But in fact, during this period of time, the development of the entire alliance has increased from 36,000 to 37,000, which is only an increase of 1,000. This is even after hundreds of millions of people have moved in. And the alliance military industry and shipbuilding industry have developed rapidly. From this, we can see that it is a good deal to develop such poor places, bring them into relative prosperity, and bring the originally extremely poor productivity to a decent level. And by the way, raise the vassal level and eliminate the depreciation of the gift points provided by the vassal. Up to now, it has been a year since the end of the Steel Wing Star campaign. Gu Heng now has more than 1.2 million grace points on hand. This is mainly composed of two parts, monthly grace point income, plus vassal income. A total of about 540,000. The other part is the income from destroying the Ash Dead War Gang. A total of 680,000. Although the Ash Dead is not large in scale, its quality is really high. Not to mention the hundreds of thousands of evil god believers on the ship. They are just a bonus. The main source of income is the 300 Chaos Space Marine veterans and the battleship. Especially the battleships. This reward is still very high. And for Gu Heng, he actually has a bigger treasure trove, waiting to be unlocked, the Battle of Tamir, and the Orc War that has now expanded to 2-star regions. This war has been going on for 8 months, the scale of the war is large, and the intensity of the war is cruel. Before, Gu Heng thought that the reward for the Battle of Tamir was about the same as the Battle of Steel Wing Star, that is, 1 million grace points. But now it seems that the scale of the Tamir campaign is much larger than that of Steel Wing Star. And the key is that it lasted for such a long time, and will continue in the foreseeable future. After this battle, it will not be as simple as 1 million. 3 million? 4 million? If the Tamir campaign is not won, the loss will not only be the deterioration of the situation, but the excess gift points will probably be wasted. But this treasure house, it seems that it cannot be excavated at present. But Gu Heng has to spend the 1.2 million gifts right now. It won't make any difference if he keeps them. In addition to a part for emergency, Gu Heng plans to spend 1 million this time. As usual, 500,000 will be spent on personnel deployment. Hero enlightenment of the interface. Enlighten government officials, diplomats, and military officers. Each person has 10 points of gifts. And after they are clicked, these people will have greater potential for improvement. And they can upgrade themselves. For example, when Osina was first enlightened by Gu Heng, she was only level 1, and was still a common in card. But now, she is already a level 6 administrative official. And the attributes of her card have become SSR, which has been upgraded by 3 stages. Of course, the latter was upgraded by Gu Heng using his grace points. Human beings are creatures with infinite potential. Levels can be upgraded. And so can potential. Normally, Gu Heng does not need to worry about the upgrade of levels. They can upgrade themselves after they have accumulated enough experience and achieved enough results in the projects they are good at. But the rarity of the card represents its potential, and the heroes will improve themselves in this regard. But very slowly. For others, it's okay. Gu Heng can wait. But Asuna, her position is too important. She is the top figure in the alliance government. Gu Heng can't wait for her to slowly improve her rarity. So he just spent the gift points to upgrade her from SR to SSR. This cost Gu Heng 100,000 gift points. But he thinks it's worth it. Others are fine. Gu Heng also spent another 100,000 points from frontline army officers, navy officers, factory technical engineers, managers of state-owned enterprises, researchers of research institutes. A total of 10,000 people from all walks of life. In this part, a special person must be mentioned, Sir Ross Martins. Even if the Phoenix Warband leader does not need enlightenment, his level is actually quite good. In terms of personal strength, although he was forced to be the warband leader, he at least has the level of a regular company champion, and in terms of warband command, he is even better than his personal strength. But before that, Gu Heng had never seen him in the hero interface. Not only him, but any space marine. Gu Heng had never seen him in the hero interface. He once thought that the level of space marines could only be improved by using the space marine special training function after the Phoenix event chain ended. But that thing could only improve to the level of the company champion at most, which was definitely not enough. But this time, Gu Heng saw his option appear. Gu Heng guessed that the difficulty for space marines to appear in the hero interface might be much higher than that of normal mortals. After Martins defeated the leader of the Ashes of the Dead, Zhong Jihua, it was also a sublimation for him personally, which made his name appear in the hero interface. But since it appeared, Gu Heng gave him enlightenment. Gu Heng was still looking forward to what the first space marine hero would be like. Activated hero, Saruth Martins, SSR. Level, LV7. Physique 41, Spirit 9, Command 32, Politics 14. Features: Chamber Master, he is the leader of a space marine chapter. Command +5, Physique +2. Survivor of the Atomic Crusade, he has survived the long and brutal Atomic Crusade, and the great trials have become his precious wealth. Commander +2, Physique +3. Phoenix Reconstructor, he carries a huge responsibility, never dare to relax. Commander +5, Physique +1. Champion Swordsman, he has won the title of the Regiment Company Champion. Physical +5. Avenger, he has completed an unforgettable revenge. Physical +3. Talent: Phoenix Gene, he inherited the Phoenix Legion. Phoenix Legion's gene seed, I am a space marine. Physical +15, Commander +10, Spiritual +5, Politics +5. These attributes, Gu Heng is very greedy. What he was particularly concerned about was the talent of the Phoenix gene. This talent should be possessed by every space marine, as the gene seed catalyzes 2 hearts and 3 lungs in their bodies, and a series of superhuman organs. Their physical fitness will naturally be greatly improved. Now, the system told him that the degree of improvement was 15 points. Does every space marine have this much? I don't think so. It still depends on the degree of fit between the individual and the gene seed, and how much power in the gene can be tapped out through the individual's acquired training. However, this number itself represents the huge difference between them and ordinary people. It is natural to be strong. After being enlightened, they will become stronger. Just look at Martins. His series of characteristics are the accumulation of his personal experience. Even if he is not enlightened, they are still playing a role. However, the significance of enlightenment is to further explore these characteristics, which will truly bring about an increase in strength. And the data will be presented to Gu Heng. This means that Martin's true strength level must have surpassed that of an ordinary space marine captain, and may have reached the level of a chapter champion. This is a leap forward compared to his previous level of only a company champion. What is the specific strength level of a chapter champion? This is a level that Gu Heng cannot kill with one blow. He has to use all his strength and pinch several times. Converted to the strength of a psychic, a regular A-level psychic will definitely not be able to beat a chapter champion. When various psychic spells are fired, a large part of them will be offset by the huge resistance brought by the physical attribute, and the remaining power will also be eliminated for the long health bar and excellent skills of the chapter champion. If you want to kill a chapter champion through psychic power, only A+ level psychics have hope, and alpha level psychics can be said to be safe. This is why Space Marines are the top combat power of the Empire, not the Psychic Order. How many alpha level psychics are there? Moreover, humans cannot control alpha level psychic power for a long time. Every normal alpha level psychic, the final fate is either to become a demon and corrupt, or to die from a headshot. As for going crazy, they may have gone crazy a long time ago. But almost every older chapter has a chapter champion, or even more than one. Not to mention, above the chapter champion, there are the so-called Emperor Champion and Emperor Chosen. Those space marine legends whose reputations resound throughout the universe can even fight and tear apart a demon alone, killing 7 times in the demon army with one sword. As for Martins, if he wants to become the champion of the regiment under normal circumstances, it is unknown how many years of training he will need. Now, he has achieved enlightenment overnight. Even, a higher level has opened the door to him. He is only level 7, and can be promoted by 2 levels. Moreover, space warriors are born different from mortals, and maybe level 9 is not their upper limit. In addition to heroes, Gu Heng also spent 100,000 points of gifts to train 10,000 political commissars, which are mainly in the army. The expansion speed of the Alliance army is a bit fast. Although other things are also important. Ideological work is the most important. In addition, 200,000 points of grace are used to train more than 10 million soldiers, including T5 and T4. It is also a need for military expansion. He can no longer afford to train every soldier with a soldier card. The size of the Alliance army has exceeded 400 million. If everyone is trained with a soldier card, that would be 4 million points of grace, which is definitely not worth it. He can only train a part of them, and the other part can be improved by conventional methods. For example, when selecting soldiers, he has high requirements, recruits good talents, extends the training time, and uses enough resources to train them in a regular way. After they officially join the army, veterans or elite troops trained by the soldier card system will lead the new recruits. In this way, the level of the new recruits can be improved very quickly. Quite a number of people, especially those selected from the planetary defense forces in various places, can still quickly reach the T5 level by themselves. But in the end, there are still quite a few people who, when they actually join the army, cannot reach the T5 standard. There is no way around it. This is the price of expanding the army. These soldiers have been trained, and those who have reached it themselves, so that Gu Heng can try his best to ensure that the proportion of soldiers who have reached the T5 level in the Alliance army remains above 50%. A considerable part of the Star Army, such as the Dragon Eagle 3rd Legion, is actually about this proportion. The rest will go to the battlefield to hone their skills. The battlefield is the best teacher for a soldier. As long as they fight on the battlefield and let the greenskins be their teachers, as long as they survive, they will be good soldiers. The situation of the Alliance army is still relatively optimistic. Needless to say, the equipment level is built according to the Star Army. All kinds of equipment that the Alliance can produce are given to the army without reservation. Many Star Army equipment levels are not as good as the Alliance army. In terms of training level, thanks to the baptism of war, the Alliance can actually reach a 70% T5 ratio. Quite good. Except for the 500,000 spent on talents, the remaining 700,000, Gu Heng invested all of it in the technology lottery. He drew 7 times in the 100,000 level, pursuing a higher rate of epic technology delivery in the 100,000 level. And the fact proved that Gu Heng's choice was right this time. A big product. 7 times in the 100,000 level, 3 epic technologies were directly produced, and there were also 3 elite technologies. Only 1 was advanced. Moreover, these 3 epic technologies, including the 2 elite ones, are what Gu Heng needs right now. Moon-class cruiser technology. Epic. This needs no further explanation. When Gu Heng saw it, his mouth almost cracked with laughter. With it, the Alliance can expand a new dock. The so-called musician-class cruiser on the Flying Wing Star is essentially a variant of the Moon-class cruiser, and the changes are still towards simplification and cheapness. Even this, it was a dock designed and manufactured at a high price. Flying Wing Star itself does not have the technical ability to expand the production of cruisers. But now, the Alliance has it. And, the expansion is not a weak version of the musician class, but a proper Moon-class cruiser. The Moon-class cruiser is the most common cruiser in the Empire. Common, of course, does not mean weak, but means that its performance is excellent, and it is cost-effective. If it is really rubbish, how could the Empire deploy it on a large scale in the Navy? Of course, it is not enough to just have the technical capabilities of the cruiser. Weapons must also keep up. Isn't this coming? Doomsday Light Spear Array. Epic. This is an L-type heavy artillery, which is an energy weapon. Only ships above the cruiser can be equipped with Doomsday. The Alliance will not lack main guns for new cruisers in the future. For secondary guns, M-class weapons can be used. M-type weapons, whether it is light spears, macro cannons or missiles, the Alliance has the relevant technical capabilities. Moreover, this large array of light spears can be used not only on starships. Placing it in a starport or even on the ground is suitable for powerful anti-orbital guns, which are essential for fortification of a planet. Moreover, the size of a planet is much larger than that of a battleship. Normally, a battleship cannot fight against a planet. Just like in ancient times, a marine fleet could not fight against a coastal defense gun. There is no upper limit to the heavy artillery that can be deployed on a planet. It just depends on whether there is enough money and productivity. Of course, L-shaped light spear arrays like Doomsday are expensive. And the shells are also very expensive. Productivity is also the reason why it is difficult to fortify most planets. However, it is a bit unfortunate that Gu Hang only got energy weapons Doomsday. For the L-shaped heavy artillery, there are no L-shaped macro cannons, Chunks' Wrath, and L-shaped missiles. DF. If the main gun is only light spears, there is a lack of diversity, and there will be some problems facing different enemies. Light spears are expensive, the firepower density is low, the damage to energy shields and void shields is high, but it is a bit weak against ship armor, and the orbital support effect on the ground is relatively poor. Light spears, macro cannons, missiles, the three most common ship weapons have their own advantages and disadvantages, and are good at dealing with different situations. A fleet, it is definitely best to have all kinds of weapons. And the third epic technology is a space marine technology. Iron Cavalry Terminator Power Armor, Epic. Chapter 461, Iron Cavalry Terminator. Terminator Power Armor. This is a good thing. The Alliance did not have the production capacity of Terminators before. The one on Martins was bought by Gu Hang the year. And it was an indomitable Terminator, which was inferior to the Iron Cavalry in terms of performance. The Iron Cavalry originated from an older era, when the Emperor was still alive, when the entire Empire was in a period of great expansion. A type of space marine power armor was born. Later, after a long time, and countless turmoil, especially the catastrophe brought about by the largest civil war within the Empire gradually lost the technology of the Iron Cavalry Terminator. Just like many technologies from the heyday of the Empire in the past. Such as the great tactical power armor used by Phoenix now. It has been lost. But not completely lost. Some Forge worlds can still build it. But not many can be built. Perhaps the key components can still be manufactured now. But there is no ability to expand production capacity. Perhaps it is because the manufacturing scale of substitutes is relatively large. And these old technologies are not needed. But in short, what Gu Hang extracted from the technology system does not have these problems. The Iron Cavalry type is better than the most common indomitable type among the major war groups now. The Empire's technology is always like this. The older, the more powerful. However, its manufacturing cost is also higher. And like the stalwart type power armor that Gu Hang had drawn before, it also has a problem. Rare, old, which means it is eye-catching. The craftsmanship of manufacturing the Iron Cavalry type is not common in the Forge world. Can your Alliance make it? However, Gu Hang no longer cares about this matter. The Alliance has similar situations, and there are more than just one or two technologies. He used to be very nervous, but now, he is relatively calm. Too many lice don't itch. What's more, as the Alliance grows stronger, he is gradually less worried about similar threats. After having the Iron Cavalry Terminator Power Armor, the strength of the Phoenix Regiment will be taken to the next level. They will be able to form their own Terminator team, and charge at the most terrible enemy in the universe. Of course, the Terminator is not invincible. It is only a little over 3 meters tall, and is more than half the size of the Night Mech. However, if a Terminator veteran fights against a Night Mech, Gu Hang believes that the Terminator veteran will most likely win. Both are equipped with energy shields. Due to their size, the Terminator cannot be equipped with more powerful weapons like the Night Mech. But their defense is not much different. The Terminator is much more flexible. And the internal controller is a superhuman space warrior, which basically guarantees that the Night Mech will kill one by one. As long as the Terminator veteran does not make a fool of himself, and compete with a much larger Night Mech in firepower or machine output. He will choose to win with experience, skills, and flexible tactics. The Terminator has poor flexibility, that is compared with the conventional tactical power armor. Compared with the Night Mech, it is definitely much stronger. However, the cost of the Iron Cavalry Terminator is very expensive, basically reaching 1.2 million tax coins per unit. Compared to the conventional unyielding type cost of 800,000, it is half more expensive. This may also be one of the reasons why the Iron Cavalry type is currently in low circulation. But again, there are black boxes to make finished products. There are black boxes to pull production lines. The price of this thing made by the Alliance will not be as high as on the market. Moreover, it is not a bad idea to spend more money and give more performance. After owning Cruiser, Doomsday Light Spear Array, Iron Cavalry Terminator Power Armor, Gu Heng is already very satisfied with the harvest of this technology lottery. However, among the 3 elite-level technologies drawn later, 2 are actually quite good. L-type transport ship, giant belly. This is a good thing. Although Jingjing is only elite level, in fact, its value is not much worse than that of the Moon-class cruiser. Although the giant belly is extremely inflexible, quite slow, due to the problem of the hull structure, it has no potential to be converted into an armed ship. If it is caught acting alone, it will be a pig to be slaughtered in space. But despite its many shortcomings, it has only one advantage, which can make up for everything: it can carry. It is really big, only slightly smaller than the Retribution-class battleship. As the name suggests, it has a huge cabin. It is like a 3-dimensional nest city moving in space. If it is used to transport people at the maximum, it can fit 20 million people. Because it can carry enough, its scale has been improved, and its transportation cost has been greatly reduced. Its cost is not expensive, about 1 billion, which is much cheaper than the crazy Shark-class destroyer. It is the core ship of mankind in interstellar trade. As long as it can carry goods well for a few years, the cost can be broken even, and it will be profitable later. In the past, the largest transport ship that the Alliance could build was the Whale class. That thing, the loading capacity is only 1/10 of the giant belly, and in the case of large-scale transportation, the cost is still higher than the giant belly. With this thing, it will be easier for the Alliance to establish an economic community across star regions in the future. Otherwise, it is definitely unreliable to rely on the inventory of ships of Gu Trading Company. The scale of Gu Trading Company is almost at its limit to meet the transportation needs within the Tianma Star region and the transportation needs for the current war on the front line. It is almost impossible to take into account the large transportation needs required after the integration of the 7 horses. The Alliance shipyard is already running to the point of smoking. In addition to warships, various civilian ships are also being built. In fact, now the 2 major shipyards, even if we count the small shipyard on Baishua Star in the Zima Star region, all parties are arguing. The Navy wants the civilian docks to build warships for them. Even if they can't build proper warships, we have to build armed merchant ships. The government units and caravans of the Alliance are trying hard to pull. The Alliance still has to operate, and your army has to produce in the rear when fighting. The transportation of raw materials, the transportation of goods, these civilian ships are the blood vessels of industrial manufacturing. You can make concessions for the war, let some production capacity go out to build armed merchant ships to help your navy transport goods, fight, but don't really leave nothing. The 2 sides often quarreled with each other and brought it to Gu Heng. And now, after the construction of the giant belly transport ship, this problem cannot be said to be solved, but at least it has been alleviated to a large extent. The construction dock of the giant belly can only be used to manufacture them. After all, it is too big, and it cannot be used to build large warships, because there is a lack of sufficient technical standards. Moreover, producing a giant belly, its transport capacity is 10 times that of the Whale class. 1 ship is equivalent to 10 ships, which can make the blood vessels of the Alliance become much smoother. The second elite technology is the dominant night mech. Its size is much larger than the Ranger class, even close to the War Dog Titan, and its combat power can also match the War Dog. Although there is a little difference, it is more flexible than the War Dog Titan. After all, it only needs 1 person to operate, unlike the War Dog Titan, which requires an operation team. However, its cost is also very expensive. From the 700,000 of the Ranger Knight, it has soared 5 times to 3.5 million. This is more expensive than the War Dog Titan. After all, the War Dog only costs 2.3 million. It is certainly a good thing. For many Knight worlds, the Overlord Knight Mecha is a treasure. A Knight can drive such a large machine, which has the strength to match the War Dog Titan. But for the Alliance, it is a big useless. The Knight families in the Knight world have feelings for this stuff. But the Alliance doesn't. War Dogs are cheap, and their combat power is a little higher. The lack of flexibility on the front battlefield is not as valuable as adding an extra piece of armor plate. After all, if they really want to cover the artillery fire, whether it is a Titan of more than 10 meters or a Knight Mecha, the little bit of flexibility is useless. They will be bombarded. Gu Heng couldn't think of a reason to allocate production capacity to the Overlord Knights instead of to the War Dogs. Of course, the expansion speed of War Dog is always limited. When the expansion of production capacity cannot keep up, it is not impossible to pull out a few dominant production lines. Moreover, since it has a certain symbolic meaning, the Alliance can also use it to win over some feudal worlds with night culture in the territory. Black Arrow Star is of course the most typical example. In addition to Black Arrow Star, Iron Wing Star in the Iron Horse Star Zone, Jushua number 7 in the Bien Horse Star Zone, and Ziyua number 3 in the Purple Horse Star Zone are also typical feudal worlds with night traditions. When the Alliance has the ability to manufacture both Ranger level and Master level knights, the control over these worlds will be greatly increased. The lords in these night worlds are not quite the same as those on planets with a unified government. If you really push them to the limit, those Night Masters will really fight you to the end. Killing a few people and staging a coup will not be of much use. After all, they don't even have a central government, they are just night families. If you want to conquer them by force, you may have to fight like the Black Arrow Star. That is definitely not worth it. Political means, trade means, economic control, these will be more reliable. The relevant means, the government of the Alliance, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, have already been used. And the manufacturing capacity of the Domination Knights will significantly make the various means of the Alliance more effective on these night planets. From this perspective, the Domination Knight mecha has an advantage that the War Dog Titan cannot match. As for the other two technologies, one elite and one advanced, they are both civilian technologies. The advanced class is a construction engineering vehicle, and the elite class is an improved agricultural planting machine, suitable for large-scale plantations. Civilian technology is also very good, and it is needed to develop the economy. Gu Heng is quite satisfied with the gains from this lottery, although it cost a full 700,000 points of grace. Each one can be considered a good thing. These technologies will also become a powerful engine for the development of the Alliance in the next 2 years. And these 2 years have passed very quickly. Chapter 462, It's Time to Urge. 2 years have passed in a hurry. I thought that after the Fury Corps launched an almost full-scale attack, the situation in the Dragonhawk Star region would be completely reversed. Even if the threat of the Iron-Tooth clan could not be quickly quelled, at least the human army should be led by the Space Marines and put into a comprehensive counterattack. But the fact is not so. The situation has certainly changed. In the past, we were completely pushed by the Greenskins, but now we have at least held on. But the strength of the Iron-Tooth clan still exceeds many people's imagination. When the Fury of Flame Legion first arrived, it took the lead and launched several beautiful offensives, which frustrated the Greenskins. But it was not a great success if it did not kill Titus. The entire star field, hundreds of worlds, were plunged into a 2-year-long war. The battle line was very long. The Space Marines, the Mingyang sect that had recovered, the Starfield government that continued to recruit new soldiers. Everyone was doing their best to deal with this war. But the stalemate of the war never changed. Their greatest achievement was to drive the Greenskins out of the Steel Fire Dragon Star Zone and win the Battle of Jindy Star. However, rather than saying that they won, it would be better to say that the chieftain of the Greenskins realized that it was not worthwhile to continue the key offensive under the current situation. So he took the initiative to withdraw. The human army, which pursued the victory, recovered many worlds along the way and was in high spirits, but suffered a great loss on the Eagle Star in the Snow Eagle Star Zone. Even the Fury of Flame directly lost an entire company. Eagle Star has become a focal battlefield again. But this time, it was the humans who took the lead. The green-skinned orcs on Eagle Star had long been equipped with a large number of anti-orbital guns, and were not afraid of being besieged by the fleet. The green-skinned battle moons also retreated to Eagle Star early, whether it was a space battle or the deployment of ground troops. The battle for Eagle Star became difficult. On other fronts, from the Dragonbiter Star Zone to the Thunder Dragon, to the Snow Eagle, and then to the Cursed Bone Star Zone. Across 4 star zones, the orcs stopped retreating, began to hold on, and try to counterattack. Even if the human army had the Space Marines as the backbone, the front line could not be pushed forward. The commander of the Fury of Flames, Casimir Urso, had a bad temper for a long time. In his long career, he and his warband had dealt with enemies like Greenskins. But he had to admit that the Iron-Tooth clan was the most powerful orc clan he had ever seen in his life. He never admitted that he was careless. When he decided to accept the request for help from the Dragonhawk Star region and come here to fight, he had already made all preparations. He brought an entire war band with him. Although, this is not the full force of the Fury Corps. However, under normal circumstances, they cannot deploy more than 1,000 troops in one battlefield. That is too unreasonable. This is not in the Princess Star region. It is not the base where they and the Iron Armor Corps can cover the sky with one hand. They should be more low-key. But as it seems now, the force he has invested is still not enough. After 2 years of fighting, the Fury Corps has lost more than 300 battle brothers' lives here. For an average regiment, 30% of the casualties in the entire regiment, just in one war, are considered heavy losses. Even if they win immediately, it will take a long time for an average regiment to make up for the 30% loss of personnel. Moreover, with the Empire now in a state of leaks everywhere, the Space Marines are an important mobile force and can be called the most important tinkers of the Empire. How can an ordinary regiment have the time to rest for a long time, replenish personnel, and get equipment, and then meet the next challenge in full condition? Normally, they often haven't finished the last battle yet. New requests for help, new orders from the Empire, just float over like snowflakes. At least half a company, or even multiple companies with different ships, go to different battlefields. At most, the entire regiment cannot rest, or it must be divided into multiple companies to deal with multiple battlefields, or it must simply attack with the whole army. The Fury Regiment will not be so miserable. If Urso wanted, he could immediately transfer more than 300 people to make up for the loss of the regiment. Following the Iron Armor Regiment, their Fury is also a Super Reborn Regiment. Although not as large as the Iron Armor, the number of people is already more than the 1,000 stipulated by the Empire. It is only the Empire's regulations that restrict them from deploying too many troops at once. Now the problem is embarrassing. Urso wants to end the war as soon as possible, and he does not want the main force of the regiment to be dragged here for too long. It has been 2 years. They are responsible for expanding the influence of the 3 war groups of Iron Armor, Fury, and Stone Shield in the Eastern Space region. The core method is to gain huge reputation through war after war, and then use the special political identity of Space Marines to make this region their supporter. However, they have been dragging on in the Dragon Eagle Star region for too long. Although, because the war is difficult, the reputation left after winning will definitely be greater, and it will also be more convenient for them to turn the entire Star region into a vassal in the future. But we can't really exhaust our forces, or spend too much time. Otherwise it will be counterproductive. Urso is eager to end this war. On the one hand, he has relied on his reputation to directly dispatch more fleets and defense forces from other starfields, even from the headquarters of the 3 war groups. That is, the Princess Star Field under the Spider Web Field in the north of the Eastern Space Field, and will transfer 200 new soldiers to supplement the losses of the war group. But on the other hand, he himself was not sure whether such an additional move alone would be enough to destroy the Iron Tooth clan. Therefore, opening up a second battlefield, creating a breakthrough in another place, and making a major change in the front battlefield that had been deadlocked for 2 years, became a plan worthy of serious consideration. And in the Dragon Eagle Star region, there is a suitable battlefield in the 7 Horses in the eastern part of the Star region. If the current Battle of Tamir can achieve a breakthrough, the human army can break into the Greenskins' lair from the east, and there is no need to worry about Titus not returning to defend. At least it can greatly destroy the war potential of the Irontooth clan. In the past, Urso still believed that the so-called Alliance, and the remnants of the Phoenix mixed with the Alliance, were just too weak to be defeated. But in the past 2 years, as he learned about the past history of the Alliance, and recently mentioned that the number of Phoenixes has even recovered to more than 500, he realized that he was wrong before. They definitely have the strength to break through the eastern defense line of the Greenskins. They are just not serious enough. It seems that it is time to urge them. Chapter 463, Those who lose are war criminals, only the weak will commit treason. What Casimir's Urso called urging was not just a thought. He actually put it into action. A squadron, with a company of space warriors, was on its way to the 7 Horses. It would definitely not work if they went directly, because the Greenskins blocked the way. If you want to go to the 7 Horses, you have to go through a long detour. In this sense, the two sides cannot be considered completely separated. After all, it cannot be said that the other 2 star regions in the south and east are not the territories of the Empire. But how are star regions demarcated? In the real universe, the physical distance between 2 different galaxies is very far. For human ships that can only travel at sublight speeds at most, there are no conditions for passage. They can only rely on star tunnels to jump across the desperate astronomical distance of the physical universe. This means that no matter how far the physical distance between 2 adjacent galaxies on the star map is, as long as there is a star tunnel connecting them, then these 2 worlds are called adjacent worlds on the star map, and then drawn together. The connection between star regions has the same logic. As long as the galaxies in a star region are connected to another galaxy, They will be drawn together. However, it should be noted that the reverse is not necessarily true. For the integrity of the star map, sometimes two adjacent worlds are drawn together just for the sake of completeness and convenience, and are not actually directly connected. But in any case, as long as the star regions are adjacent to each other on the map, they will not be too far away. Without direct connection, you can always jump over by jumping through other star regions. Otherwise, the distance would not be so close. Within the scope of the star field, the traffic of the star tunnel is quite well connected. As long as you are in a star field, you always have various routes, and through different detours, you can find a way to go to another star area. However, star fields are different from each other. Humans take the initiative to demarcate the area connected by a large number of star tunnels into a star field. And often, such an area, the connection with another star field, will suddenly converge to only one or two. On the star map, the south of the Dragon Eagle star region is the Carved Silk star region. On the map, it seems that there is a large border between the two star regions. But in fact, there are only two star tunnels between the two star regions. One is in the Black Bone Ridge star region, and the other is in the Fire Eagle star region. The Black Bone Ridge star region is a conflict star region, and humans and green-skinned orcs are still fighting in the star region. But it is not the main battlefield, and the fighting is not fierce. The Carved Silk star region government in the south, seeing its neighbor in the north being beaten up like this, is still a little panicked. They also had their own problems to solve in their star region, but they still squeezed out some of their forces to help defend the Black Bone Ridge. They were mainly afraid that the Iron Tooth clan would go south along the Black Bone Ridge and bring the war to their home. They couldn't go through the Black Bone Ridge, so they could only choose the Fire Eagle star region. From the Fire Eagle star region south of the Yunluo star region, they turned to the Daiko star region in the south. Then, they crossed almost the entire Daiko star region from west to east, and went north to the Donglin star region. There is a star tunnel between the Bianma star region and the Donglin star region, which can lead to the Chima land. This is the only way, which is very roundabout. Even if you take a fast ship, it will take 3 or 4 months to make a trip. It's ridiculous. But there is no other way. The team said by Urso took this route. Of course, Urso would not think that relying on less than 100 angry space warriors, the Alliance would be able to invest more seriously in the war. The Alliance does not look like an obedient one. Not to mention the Phoenix, which is even more hostile. They won't be so obedient. We can only use some strong means. Of course, not violence. Cordoba Javier, the captain of the 7th Company of the Fury Corps, who led the team to the Pegasus Star region to meet Gu Hang, carried a military order in his hand. This order, which clearly has the legal force of the Empire, is the key. They had already set out a long time ago, and I think they should have arrived by now. Captain Casimir's Urso, the highest person in charge of the Dragon Eagle War Zone, in the name of the War Zone Commander, requires our unit to attack the Golden Pass Star region with all its strength. The order requires me to end the Tamir campaign and win it within 2 months, and to bring the war to the Ingwan Star region within 4 months, and to effectively strike at the heart of the iron-toothed green-skinned aliens. The order requires us not to delay, and every goal is non-negotiable. Otherwise, Gu Hang himself, and the political entity of the Alliance will bear the unshirkable responsibility for the failure of the entire war. The maximum penalty is that I will be sentenced to death, and the political entity of the Alliance will be dissolved. When necessary, the commander of the Fury Corps sent to the Pegasus Star region, Javier Cordoba, can take over all military forces in the 7 Horses. When he needs it, from the Phoenix Corps to the Alliance forces, from the Imperial Navy, the Astra Militarum, to the planetary defense forces of the 88 worlds in the 7 Horses, all should accept all his orders unconditionally. Gu Hang looked at the copy of the order given to him by Captain Cordoba of the Fury Corps in his hand, and he didn't even feel angry, but just wanted to laugh. About half a month ago, news came from Bianma 3 that Javier Cordoba and the company of the Fury Corps led by him had entered the Bianma Star region and were heading all the way to the heart of the Alliance. He came with the order of the Dragon Eagle War Zone Supreme Command, and he was the captain of the notorious Space Marine Corps, so no one dared to stop him along the way. The Alliance did not issue an order to intercept him. He arrived at the Winged Star unimpeded. They refused to leave the ship, and Cordoba instead asked Governor Gu Hang to board the ship to meet him. Arrogant Space Marines just don't know what to do. Gu Hang ignored him, just treated him as a bunch of air. He just did what he should do normally. He is very busy now. The Alliance has spent a total of 3 years in this war, and in the past 2 years, it has finally found a rhythm that suits it. According to Gu Hang's own summary, it is to seek development in the long-term war, on the basis of stabilizing the front line and protecting the safety of the 7 horses, accelerate the integration of the 7 horses, and strengthen the comprehensive strength of the Alliance. In general, all the imperial taxes that the 7 horses should pay should fully cover all war expenses, and all the government fiscal revenues of the 7 horses should be invested in the development of the 7 horses themselves, especially the development of military potential. Moreover, the control of the Alliance over the 7 horses has expanded from the first 9 worlds to 32 worlds through the spread of the Economic Union Act. The first 9 have all entered the vassal level LV5, and half of the second batch of 23 have also reached LV5. This means that the Alliance has a strong control over them. Even these planets that have reached the LV5 vassal level can almost be regarded as the core territory of the Alliance in another sense. Moreover, in the past 2 years, the total production value of these worlds has increased by at least 30%, and the most has even doubled. The planet that has doubled is not a small planet. The Little General No. 6 in the Iron Horse Star Zone is an abandoned fortress world with a population of 2 billion. It was originally of great military significance, but now it has no military value. The situation is a bit like the previous Steel Wing Star. After the signing of the Economic Community Act, the civilianization and industrialization transformation of Little General No. 6 was carried out in full swing. The original production potential was greatly tapped, especially the demolition of abandoned fortresses, which can recycle a lot of refined gold raw materials. The planet itself also has a certain industrial foundation. Many sealed military factories were abandoned before, and the native planets were not able to develop them. But in the hands of the Alliance, these are not a problem. As of the latest report, the planet's GDP has doubled, and the per capita output value has increased from less than 0.7 to 1.5. It is not only the worlds that have signed the Economic Community Act that have developed. Other worlds in the 7 horses, even the worlds that the Alliance has not had time to develop and sign the treaty, have also gained the dividends of economic development and achieved certain economic growth in the economic trade dominated by the Alliance under the strong demand for war. Not to mention the Alliance itself, which has made further progress under the conditions of strong blood-sucking, tax exemption, and the support of many powerful technologies. Even with the drag of war, it is estimated that the growth rate of total economic output is more than 6% per year. With the superposition of these factors, the Alliance has accumulated about 45 billion in imperial taxes and fiscal revenue in the past year, which is a full 7 billion increase compared to 2 years ago. Moreover, the vassal worlds under the 7 horses framework have enjoyed the development dividends, and the Alliance will certainly not leave all of them to the local planets. The Alliance has taken out about half of their fiscal revenue, which is about 5 billion, as a special war levy. This year, the wealth that the Alliance can mobilize has reached 50 billion tax coins. Although the Alliance army has been constantly consuming in the Tamir campaign, it has become more and more powerful. By now, the total scale has already reached the target 2 years ago, which is 400 million, and will soon reach 500 million. Under the framework of the 7 horses, under the unified command of the Alliance, the number of allied forces that can be mobilized by the Alliance has reached an astonishing 1.9 billion. In terms of the Navy, the dock for the 2-month-class cruisers has been expanded, together with the original 2 musician-class docks. The Alliance will be able to complete 4 cruisers in the near future. The total number of other destroyers and frigates added up to more than 40 ships built in the past 2 years. The value of these ships alone has reached more than 60 billion, which is almost half of the Alliance income in the past 2 years. Together with the 7 cruisers on the front line, the combined fleet will soon have 11 main battleships. In short, the Alliance has its own rhythm in this war. Gu Hang would never care about him. Javier Cordoba was in the orbit of the winged star, and he didn't even enter the starport. After being left alone for 2 days, he couldn't sit still. He urged Gu Hang to come and see him, but all the information he sent was like a stone sinking into the sea. But he still didn't dare to land. The company was already discussing whether to take some tough measures. However, Cordoba rejected this idea. What the hell? They only had a frigate-class boat and 100 space warriors. What could they do? There were indeed not many warships near the winged star. Most of them were on the front line. However, the combination of the armed space station and the ground anti-orbital guns could prevent the sudden action of the Fury warriors from even landing. Unless their actions were sudden enough, Feixing would be completely unprepared. But if you think about it, Governor Gu is not unprepared now. Moreover, even if he landed, what would happen? There might be 500 phoenixes guarding on the ground. Go down to seek death? After Lien Fan urging was useless, Cordoba could only lower his posture. Although he still didn't dare to land. He no longer asked Gu Heng to see him, but directly sent Casimir's Urso order to the ground. After receiving the order, Admiral Yen Fangxiu showed it to Gu Heng. This was what Gu Heng saw earlier, and it made him want to laugh. Order me? Is he qualified? Yen Fangxiu hesitated. He thought for a moment and said, Governor, today, Gu Heng is not only the governor of 4 planets, but also the head of the Tianma Star region, the leader of the Qima land, and the commander-in-chief of the eastern front of the Dragon Eagle War Zone. However, his most important identity is still the leader of the alliance. His subordinates are more accustomed to calling him the governor. Although, the meaning of his governor has long surpassed that of an ordinary governor. We still cannot take this matter lightly. The orders brought by these people of the Fury of Flame are effective. Casimir's Urso, the commander of the Fury of Flame, is the commander-in-chief appointed by the Empire. Theoretically, he does have the right to mobilize our forces. And if we don't obey, he can really declare us traitors. Huh? Gu Heng sneered. Yen Fangxiu continued, on this Cordoba ship, there should be people from the Inquisition as witnesses. If we really don't obey orders, it may not matter at the moment. But after these people go back, they may really cause us a lot of trouble. So should we really follow the requirements of this order without making sufficient preparations, and immediately start the final battle of the Tamir campaign, and break into the Greenskins' lair within 4 months? No. Of course not, Yen Fangxiu said quickly. Why should we do what they can't do on the front battlefield? I just raise this risk. I think, Governor, you will definitely have a suitable response. Actually, I don't, Gu Heng said with a smile. I don't plan to have one either. Declare me. Declare the alliance treason? At this point, Gu Heng restrained his smile and said to Yen Fangxiu seriously, you have to understand that only those who lose the war are war criminals, and only the weak will be declared traitors. If we really rushed into battle, failed to win, and wasted our own strength, that would be a great crime. If we only had the strength we had on the Wrath of the Owl, then anyone could accuse us of treason. And now, perhaps someone could declare us treasonous, but a captain of a regiment? Or Urso? They don't have the qualifications. Chapter 464, didn't use all your strength? Slander. I don't have the qualifications. After listening to Gu Heng's words, Yen Fangxiu repeated them silently in his mind, and he actually felt a little excited, thinking back to the time when he was thrown off the ship by He Lixia and came from a promising Imperial Marine Corps to serve as a military advisor to Gu Heng, who only had a group of mechanical servants as capital at that time. He never thought that, only 17 years later, he would have been awarded the rank of general. This year, he just celebrated his 45th birthday. Many general families with military traditions, the most outstanding young descendants, may be able to become generals in their 40s. But admirals? This is already the upper limit for many top military noble families. In the past, it might be said that the admirals of the Alliance, such as the Planetary Defense Force, can be compared with the admirals of the Star Army? Now, no one has said this for a long time. It is hard to say, but at least in the small territory of the Alliance, in the 7 worlds, the words of the Star Army generals are definitely not as effective as those of the Alliance generals. He had long since stopped doubting whether his original decision was correct. However, certain ideas that had been in his mind since he was growing up were always deeply rooted. But today, Governor Gu's words had the effect of clearing the clouds and seeing the sun. The current alliance is no longer what it was many years ago. I understand, Yen Fangxiu said. Please tell me, Governor, what should we do next? We will do whatever we need to do, according to our own pace. As for the small boat in orbit, let Martins take people on board to take over. I doubt their identities. The Alliance just suffered the disaster of the rebellious Space Marines 2 years ago. I have reason to suspect that the identities of this group of people are fake. Yes. In the orbit of Winged Star, Javier Cordoba has been very silent in the past 2 days. He is not blind. He can see what the Alliance looks like now. Before coming, he heard from the Commander Urso that The Alliance did not do its best in this war. But at that time, both he and the warband leader knew this statement very well. It was a spur. An excuse. Maybe the Alliance really didn't use all their strength. And their fighting style was more conservative. But after all, they were facing the Iron-Tooth clan. In the 2 years of war, everyone in the Fury of Flame had personally experienced the strength of this Greenskin clan. Facing such an enemy, it was already difficult for the Alliance to maintain balance on the Eastern Front. Or even make some progress. Even if the Alliance didn't use all its strength, it should be almost enough. They didn't really expect that a sector-level force, plus a group of Phoenixes that were almost wiped out 10 years ago, would be able to truly achieve the war goals designated by Urso. The Phoenixes said that they had recovered to a scale of 500 people, which seemed to be a large number. But that was probably because they had used up the genetic race inventory they left behind. And they were all new recruits. So what kind of combat power could they have? The fleet's ships and auxiliary forces were all built in time. And they were all from the Alliance. Such a regiment, with only 500 people, is like a space marine without armor. You say he is a space marine. And he is. But when the battle starts, he has nothing. And he is easily killed. And he can't play the combat effectiveness he should. What they want is to force the Alliance to attack with all their strength. To tie up more greenskin forces on the Eastern Front. And to create opportunities for the front battlefield. Now, to be honest, the Alliance has done a good job. The two sides have been fighting so fiercely on the front battlefield. But the reinforcements recruited by the greenskins from their own nests have actually been lower than the strategic estimates of the human side. Of course, the missing parts were all made up on the Eastern Front. But Urso felt that it was not enough. As for how much the Alliance had to pay for their orders, they didn't care. At most, they would give a trivial commendation afterwards. However, when Javier Cordoba really arrived in the Alliance, he found that something was wrong. It was impossible for the Alliance not to try their best. They didn't even try their best. Although he did not land on Faye Star to see the capital city of Tianma Star District, the core territory of the Alliance. On the way, when he entered Kamadi from Tianma Star District, he and his soldiers still took the time to land on the ground. It didn't matter if they saw it. Even the peripheral sphere of influence of the Alliance, such as Tianma Star District, opened their eyes. It was not prosperous, but the vitality. There were large-scale constructions everywhere, newly expanded factories, and infrastructure invested and built for economic development. If the former can still be understood, since there is a war on the front line, then expanding production capacity is of course necessary, even if it is not a military factory, but some basic factories, civilian factories. It is also understandable. Now it is an interstellar society. Different worlds will naturally have corresponding divisions of labor according to their different world environments. Some worlds focus on industrial production, some worlds provide civilian goods and daily necessities, so that the workers in the military world can be supported. So, it is barely justifiable. But investing in infrastructure? It is such a time, and you are still doing this kind of thing that requires a large investment, but requires a long-term perspective to see the effect? Cordoba can only use the excuse of building better roads, better water supply systems, better power supply systems, which are preparations for the explosion of production capacity. He ignored the fact that these were not temporary measures, but were well built, as if they would last for decades or even hundreds of years, and that it would be better to use them to deal with war regardless of the short-term costs. Until he observed the living standards of the civilians in this world, he was completely devastated. According to his observation, the lives of these people were quite good, and could be considered well off. But what he saw was clearly just an ordinary worker. But the living standard was better than many worlds he had seen in peacetime. Even some worlds that claimed to be strong, especially some nest worlds, the lower-class residents live worse than pigs and dogs. And the scene he saw on Zinbakan Star in the Tianma Star region, the worker's family lived well and ate well. The family went to the street together on the weekend and bought 2 new clothes. It was at this time that they were stopped by Cordoba and asked about the situation. If they really prepare for war with all their strength, can an ordinary worker on a marginal planet in the Alliance force live such a life? The Edge worlds were like this. And Cordoba didn't dare to imagine what the core territory of the Alliance would look like when he really entered the core territory of the Alliance. His thoughts were further deepened. Although, in the Pegasus Star region, he did not land on the surface of any world for the sake of caution. But he could see many civilian ships sailing in the star tunnels, and in the void within the galaxy. The prosperity of the waterway made Cordoba dare not believe that this was a state of war. You have so many ships. Shouldn't you send them all to the front line to fight? Even if they are civilian ships. It would be helpful to put a few guns on them. Even if they are giant bellies with no combat capability. They should be recruited by the government to transport supplies to the front line. Why is the trade and exchange within the star region so developed? Is this the look of a war? Are you guys a little too careless about the war? What do you mean by not using all your strength? That's bullshit. Slander. This alliance did not try hard at all. This is the two-level reversal in Cordoba's cognition of the alliance as a political entity. But it also made him realize another problem. The alliance, which did not try hard, had fought a tie with the Iron Tooth clan, and even had a little aggressiveness. When they were completely serious, and really launched all their war potential, how strong would their war capabilities be? From this perspective, there was really nothing wrong with the order given by the war band leader. Winning the Battle of Tamir in 2 months. And breaking into the Iron Tooth clan's lair in 4 months. If the alliance is serious, it may not be impossible to do it. At this point, Cordoba can't help but be serious. He must reevaluate the strength of this so-called alliance. No, not only him, but the entire war group must reevaluate. But the current task has become difficult. The reason is simple. If the alliance is as strong as they imagined, then everything will be easy. Do you dare not obey? If you don't obey orders, Cordoba may not be able to deal with them, but when you go back, you will be declared a traitor for not following orders, and even some forces can be mobilized during the war to suppress the rebellion. And there is no need to worry that the alliance will suddenly give up and the Eastern Front will collapse. This is not a war between the same race. There is no such thing as quitting the fight against the Greenskins and turning against the enemy at the last minute. The Greenskins will not accept surrender. But now, the war potential shown by the alliance makes it impossible to do so. You labeled him a traitor, and then came to suppress the rebellion. But he beat him up, and then turned around and reported to the Empire, saying that you were messing around. What should we do about this? But since strong means are useless, what about the orders given by the chapter leader? Governor Gu clearly showed that he didn't care. Cordoba was helpless. But dragging it out like this was not a solution. He didn't even have a way to communicate directly with the chapter leader. The astropathic equipment on his ship, and the member of the chapter think tank he brought with him, had no ability to break through the layers of obstacles in the green tide of the subspace, and directly contact Yunluo Star or Jindy Star. Nor did they have the ability to detour from the Donglin Star region to the Daiko Star region, and then return to the Dragon Eagle Star region. The star communication across 3 star regions was really too difficult. After 2 days of hard work, Cordoba, who couldn't think of any solution, decided to withdraw. He planned to return the same way, at least to the East Lin Star region, to the East Lin capital world, Sanfan Star, from where he could borrow a powerful star communication tower to communicate with the commander. However, just when he made up his mind, a subordinate suddenly sent a message. The Alliance military sent a message saying that they had been attacked by space marine traders in the Iron Horse Star region before, and now there is reason to doubt whether their identity is really the friendly forces of the Fury Corps. They asked to board the ship for inspection. Cordoba was so angry that he laughed. He was also a veteran with 3 gold spikes, who had fought in the Star Sea for more than 300 years. In such a long time, he had never been treated like this before. Moreover, the Alliance request was not only humiliating in appearance, but also required deep thought about the meaning behind it. Inspection? I'm afraid they will detain him. Without even thinking about it, Cordoba was going to refuse this request. However, before he could finish his refusal, the situation changed. The stargazer on the ship detected the star fortress of the Winged Star, and the anti-orbital guns on the ground locked them. Generally speaking, these interstellar firepower can hide their intentions when locking targets, and the ship he was on has a very weak ability to detect firepower locks. If the Alliance opens fire without warning, they will definitely be smashed into pieces in space without knowing anything. But the Alliance did not do so. They openly revealed their intention to lock on, which was obviously a warning. If you dare to make any unusual moves, it will be confirmed that you may be traitors. The Alliance will stick to this point afterward. What to do? Cordoba gritted his teeth, made up his mind, and ordered the ships to ignore these fire locks and sail away from the orbit of the Winged Star at full speed. To put it bluntly, he had one idea. I really didn't expect the Alliance to be so strong. But no matter how strong it is, do you really dare to use that unfounded claim to directly attack our Fury Corps? That would change the nature of the situation. Of course, he still made basic guarantees. Nearly 100 Fury warriors under his command were all on the escape pod. If something really happened, at least there would be a way to survive. However, something he had not expected came. Indeed, on the ground, the firepower in the Star Fortress was not really launched. The political thinking of the Alliance would not be so reckless as to directly blow up a friendly ship carrying 100 space warriors. The impact would be too bad. But the Alliance is not without other means. In the flash of light, more than 300 space warriors in red armor arrived on Cordoba's ship through the means of teleportation. These figures once made Cordoba feel very familiar. At the beginning, during the Civil War in the Queen Star region, Cordoba personally experienced it and had a real fight with the Phoenix Regiment. He killed 3 Phoenixes with his own hands. And now, these Phoenixes are back again. They were fully armed and aggressive. The 3 leading tactical teams were even all equipped with Terminator power armor. The 2 sides were silent, and a conflict broke out. But basic restraints still existed. The Phoenix did not open fire, and neither did the Furies. They did not even use weapons such as chainsaw swords. The 2 Space Marines, one red and one orange, were painted in similar patterns, and they fought with bare hands and armor. After Cordoba beat down 7 Phoenixes, including 3 Terminators, he looked around and saw that all his men were lying on the ground. At the same time, 30 people, including more than 10 Terminators, surrounded him. Cordoba's hand once touched the power sword hanging on his waist. But in the end, he let go. The situation was over. These Phoenixes were not rookies at all. Although they were just fighting with bare hands and no one was killed. Their performance at the moment made Cordoba, an old warrior, admit that all these Phoenixes had the strength of formal Space Marines. Chapter 465, was it a humiliation before? No, the humiliation has just begun. In orbit, on the warship that the Fury warriors were riding, the Space Marines fight broke out, and the Phoenix won a great victory. Objectively speaking, Cordoba and the nearly 100 warriors under his command certainly are not weak hands. Among them, there is also a team of Terminators. All of them are not veterans, but at least they are formal Space Marines. After all, Fury has been following Iron Armor's ass all the time, and his life is not bad. Even if the real recruits, who have just completed the gene seed implantation surgery, have grown all the superhuman organs, they still need to go through a long period of training before they can leave the ranks of recruits and be officially awarded armor. This time usually takes 5 to 10 years. How long has it been since the Phoenixes were revived? Cordoba judged that most of them were recruits, which was normal. After the Phoenixes came to his ship through teleportation, and the 2 sides began to fight barehanded, he thought that his side would win. Although the number was only 1/3 of the opponents, the ability of the veterans was no match for the new recruits. As a result, they were beaten. But Cordoba still refused to accept it. He never thought that the Fury Corps was inferior to the Phoenix. It was impossible. More than 110 years ago, you Phoenixes were defeated. Don't worry about the process. Just the result. Can you still ride on our heads now? You can win. Isn't it all because of your numbers? I don't accept it. If you have the guts, come fight me. I will beat you into pig heads. Then, Javier Cordoba's wish was fulfilled. After being knocked down by all the members, they were forcibly disarmed. All the weapons were taken away, the power armor was stripped off, and the ship was detained. This is very humiliating. The Space Marines did not die on the battlefield, but were brought out naked. But it is not considered surrender without a fight. What can you do if you are beaten up? And both sides are human, and they have to restrain themselves. Don't let the situation get to the point where it cannot be resolved. In short, he is definitely not afraid of death. They were all sent off the spacecraft and controlled on the ground. In name, their identities were to be checked. But in reality, they were placed under house arrest. In terms of treatment, they were not really treated like prisoners. In addition to the restrictions on personal freedom, it was impossible to regain weapons and equipment. At the same time, because these people had the physique of space warriors, they needed to be more closely guarded. Other problems were not serious. But starting from the second day of their house arrest, space warriors from the Phoenix began to visit them and reminisce about the past. Most of the people in the Phoenix are from the Alliance. But among them, there are still 4 veterans who have experienced the entire atonement expedition. This means that they must have also experienced the Civil War in the Queen Star region that made the Phoenix embark on the atonement expedition. Martins is the commander of the regiment. and Rizzo is the chief priest. Their identities are not suitable here. But there are two other veterans who don't have this concern. Diego Cardoso, the captain of the Phoenix's first company, is such a member. If he could, he would have wanted to kill every one of the Furies. But the overall situation prevented him from doing so. What to do? Then let's have a fight. I won't bully you. No one needs to wear armor. They will have unsharpened weapons for training. Let's fight in the open arena. In the arena, Cardoso defeated and beat up 22 enemies in a row. It is normal for him to have such a record. Not only did he have a 200-year fighting career, but he also fought out 100 years of hell-like environment, like the Atonement Expedition. His strength should not be underestimated. Even though there were many veterans among the Fury warriors who fought against him. Some were even century-old veterans. None of them were his match. If he had not been a little exhausted after fighting 22 times in a row, he would have wanted to defeat this company of the Fury warriors by himself. However, when Cordoba finally couldn't bear it anymore and wanted to fight himself, he still rationally chose to retreat. Of course, he would not retreat in vain. He raised his neck proudly and taunted Cordoba. I have fought 22 games today. I am a little tired. I was going to retreat, but if you want to fight, I can accompany you. After all, you Fury Flame only have this much skill. He was hinting. No, it was a clear indication that the Fury Flame Corps likes to take advantage of others' misfortunes. This is what happened back then. Everyone in the Fury Flame Corps was very angry about this. They were beaten up by the Phoenix, who had a numerical advantage. On the ship before, they were already angry. Now the Phoenix beat 22 people in the arena alone. That was even more aggrieved. The people in the Fury Flame Corps, with flaming eyes, wanted to go up and fight. The current fight is called a competition. But who doesn't know what it is? They come here to seek revenge and beat people up. Nguyen's temper is not good. However, looking at the dozens of Phoenixes wearing power armor and holding bolt guns and chains words, no matter how angry he is, he can only hold it back. If he really makes some moves, something big will happen. Originally, I thought that it would be enough to humiliate him. But I didn't expect that when Cardoso put on his armor again, another Phoenix had already taken off his armor and walked off the stage with his fists clenched. Paretzanato, 14 years of combat experience. Cordoba, who was originally planning to fight in person, stopped. He was a 300-year-old warrior, and he was going to bully a 14-year-old rookie. It was a bit too embarrassing. He didn't need to speak. Someone came out from the Fury. He was a 30-year-old soldier. Although he was older than Anato who fought with the Phoenix. There was no way. There was no younger. As a result, in the battle, this Fury warrior failed again. Anato, a 14-year warrior, also pierced 3 Fury flames, and was defeated by the 4th one. Then, the Phoenix sent out the next person. The battle continued one by one. In the end, the Fury Flame Regiment's company of nearly 100 people was pierced. The Phoenix only paid the price of more than 30 people. This was very embarrassing. Especially after Cardoso. There was another old warrior, who also beat 7 or 8 people. And it was not until Cordoba personally went out that he won. But soon, Cordoba himself was defeated. He lost to an old Phoenix warrior named Simone Blevins. When Blevins first came up, Cordoba felt something was wrong. From his eyes, he could tell that this was a real veteran. He took it very seriously. He was also a veteran of 300 years and a real company commander. In the entire Fury Corps, his strength was also in the forefront. There were very few who could beat him. But he happened to meet his opponent today. And he lost the fight. It was even more embarrassing. Cordoba, with a bruised face, panted and asked Blevins, who had actually paid a certain price in front of him. What is your position? Blevins forced an ugly smile on his face. Me? Just a soldier. He was not talking nonsense. He, a former traitor, returned to the battle group with sins, and now he is just a soldier. Even before, he was not even an ordinary soldier, but a member of the Redemption Company. 2 years ago, when fighting against the real traitors, the Chaos Space Marines, the Ash Dead, Blevins and his members of the Redemption Company undertook many assault missions. There were 8 veterans with him at the time, including him, and 4 of them were lost in that battle. The 50% casualty ratio was much higher than the loss ratio of the entire battle at that time. It was precisely because of this that Martins thought they had redeemed themselves and reported it to the governor. With the governor's approval, The 4 surviving defectors were reintegrated into the regular combat sequence of the Phoenix Regiment. Although he was starting from scratch, he was a 200-year-old veteran after all, and had experienced the Redemption Expedition. His strength level, command ability, etc. were all there. As long as there were no additional restrictions, it was normal for him to stand out. Now, he is about to be promoted to a squad leader. But as long as he has not been promoted, there is nothing wrong with him calling himself a soldier. Cordoba does not believe it. But what can he say? Lost. Lost. Now, this company of the Fury Corps, from top to bottom, has been challenged. And everyone has been defeated in a one-on-one duel. Being humiliated to this extent is really rare in this life. Wait. Fury will definitely return this humiliation. Wait. Carduso spoke. Why do you want to leave? Cordoba suppressed his anger. What else do you want to do? We still have people who haven't fought yet. Don't go too far. The sound of the bolter being loaded rang out. Carduso sneered. Do you want to fight in the arena, or outside the arena? Do you want us to fight in power armor, or take it off? Killing these angry flames. Carduso will not do it unless they go crazy. Give them an excuse and an opportunity. But if you don't kill someone, it's fine. Anyway, Space Marines have thick skin and flesh, and it's not easy to kill someone with ordinary punches and kicks. At this point, Cordoba finally understood what these phoenixes meant. Is that humiliating? No. 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 That was a serious competition. Everyone relied on their ability. One-on-one, the winner stayed standing, the loser rolled off the stage. Actually, 30 people beat through 100 Furies. How can this be called humiliating? It's just a fair fight. What's next is the real humiliation. We only fight 30 people. How can it be enough? There are 50 phoenixes on duty here, and there are countless phoenixes waiting in line behind them. As for you guys who can't fight anymore, even if you can't fight anymore, you have to come on stage and get beaten. This is the round-robin battle. This is the real humiliation. Gu Heng knew about the farce created by the Phoenix, but he didn't want to care. What's there to worry about? He knew that the Phoenix and Fury had a grudge. They were just looking for revenge. Those veterans who had experienced the conflict 100 years ago, and the Atomic Crusade naturally had hatred in their personal experience, and it was engraved in their bones. And those new recruits, although they were all members of the Alliance, had just become Phoenix in recent years, and had not experienced that hatred. However, in the process of growing up after becoming a member of the Phoenix, they naturally came into contact with the history of the regiment, and naturally kept this hatred in their hearts. Although not as strong as the veterans, they are still reckless like a newborn calf that is not afraid of a tiger. They may be even more ruthless than the veterans, and do not know the severity of the situation. Let them go. Gu Heng only made a statement to Martins, asking him to control his men, and not to cause any deaths. Gu Heng himself has more important things to do. Watch the battleship. The Firestar battleship has been in the dock of Phase Star for 2 years. The effect is still very obvious. At the beginning, people working on the ship, as long as they stayed on the ship for more than an hour, they would experience hallucinations, heat all over their bodies, and distress. If they stayed on the ship for more than 6 hours, there was a certain probability that they would go crazy and attack their companions indiscriminately. So, the Alliance ship maintenance workers, engineers, and the clergy who built churches and sprinkled holy water on the ship must be forced to stipulate that they should not work for more than 3 hours at a time. There are multiple shifts of work groups every day, rotating to rest. At the same time, there are priests and psychiatrists who are on call at any time in the starport to calm their violent emotions and ensure that they do not have any serious corruption problems. With Gu Heng repeated direct cleaning of warships, as well as the actions of the clergy of the state church and the Mechanicus. The state church-style churches and Mechanicus-style churches that were built began to be completed. After the statues of the emperor were erected one by one in the warships, the problem began to gradually ease. During the process, the continuous working hours were extended from 3 hours to 6 hours, and then to 9 hours. In the past 6 months, workers have been able to work on the ship for 15 consecutive days. Of course, it does not mean that they do not take a break for 15 days. It is just that the battleship is too big, with a total length of 30 kilometers, and the width and height are also calculated in kilometers. Its scale is like a three-dimensional fortress city that has been moved into space, and its internal structure is intricate. After 3 hours in, I am afraid that I will have to come out again just after arriving at the workplace. It is necessary to work in the ship for a long time. especially when it comes to repairing and purifying the deep inside of the ship. At present, the purification and repair work of the Fire Nova has been basically completed. If Gu Heng wants, he can now order the naval forces to board the ship and drive the ship out to participate in the war. However, the Fire Nova is the most expensive single wealth of the Alliance now, and it also plays the most important role in Gu Heng's next war plan. There can be no mistakes. Gu Heng would rather delay the time of its deployment, wash it twice more, and do more inspections and maintenance, and ensure that the entire warship is in a complete state. Chapter 466, The Alliance Goes to the Battlefield. After washing the boat, Gu Heng, who was a little tired, was not ready to rest yet. He still had a lot of work to do. The Alliance was preparing for war. In fact, Cordoba had a glimpse of the Alliance situation before, and his mentality had reversed, from thinking that the Alliance had tried its best, to thinking that the Alliance had not tried its best at all, which was wrong. At least it was one-sided. Of course, the Alliance did not try its best, otherwise it would not have allowed the army troops fighting on the front line to take turns to rest according to the situation, and sent new troops to the Tamir Galaxy to fight. The Alliance headquarters call this the Tamir Rotation War. To put it simply, it is to train by fighting, to let the soldiers feel the atmosphere of the battlefield directly, and fight in person. This will of course cause more casualties than using veterans, but it is a necessary path. After the Rotation War, the combat effectiveness of the various armies of the Alliance has been clearly improved. Even for some newly formed troops, the proportion of soldiers who have received soldier card system training is actually not high. But after the Rotation War, under the baptism of the battlefield, the proportion of T5 soldiers is rising rapidly. Another manifestation is, just as Cordoba thought, if the Alliance fought with all its strength, it would be impossible for the people on the edge of the power to live a good life. Although, in many places like the Bienma Star region, the annual consumption of the people is only about 0.6 tax coins, which is not high, but this is a bad universe. Compared with the core areas of the Alliance, it is indeed not high, but from the macro level of the entire empire, a citizen of the empire, energy, food, industrial products, housing, all kinds of materials added up, can consume 0.6 tax coins a year, which is already quite good. There are many worlds in the empire, and the people at the bottom are living in dire straits. The Alliance is still investing resources, making basic investments and developments on various planets, seeking greater returns in the future. If the war situation is really very tight, and the Alliance issues a second-level mobilization order, or even a first-level mobilization order, then the people's living standards will definitely be in jeopardy. But at the same time, the Alliance, which has squeezed its potential to the limit, will burst out with a much more terrifying war potential than it is now. The number of soldiers and the production capacity of military products will be multiplied or even multiplied. However, the Alliance is not completely powerless. From some perspectives, the Alliance is actually doing its best. After all, the Level 3 mobilization order is always online. The difference is that under the Level 3 mobilization order, the Alliance is not lacking in soldiers or conventional resources. The Alliance even has a lot of these things on the Eastern Front against the Iron Tooth clan. What does the Alliance lack? It is high-tech equipment. For example, the Army's tanks, mechas, and even titans, such as warships. And these cannot be obtained by exploiting the people and workers. How does the Alliance obtain these high-tech equipment? It is a black box. Of course, for each technology, in addition to the black box that directly produces finished product/finished product parts, there is also a mother machine black box, which can produce the production line/key parts of the production line to manufacture the product. However, this also means that if there is a technology that the Alliance has not fully mastered, then without the mother machine black box, the Alliance will no longer be able to expand the production capacity of the product. Just like many of the lost technologies in the Empire now. They are all like this. There are only so many production lines that can be produced, and they cannot be expanded. Of course, the black box cannot be lost. But even if the black box exists, the expansion of most high-tech production lines can only be generated bit by bit by the mother machine black box. And the Alliance cannot build this production line by itself. This means that the speed at which the Alliance expands those high-tech equipment is limited by the production capacity of the mother machine black box. It is useless for Gu Heng to exploit the civilians. The Titan factory and the Starship dock that have been put into production are already fully efficient and cannot accommodate more workers. New factories and docks need to be built, and they need to wait for the black box to be produced. Even if there are workers, they can't help. This is the most important reason why Gu Heng did not exploit. No matter how much blood and sweat Gu Heng squeezed from the civilians, he could squeeze out soldiers, food, and primary industrial products. But the advanced equipment that the Alliance needs most will not increase at all. But the Alliance does not lack the former, but the latter. It is better to use these resources on the construction of local planets and on improving the living standards of civilians. The former is an investment for higher income in the future, and the latter is a necessary investment to stabilize the local society and gain broad support from the people. Of course, not every technology extracted from the system has this problem. The Alliance has already mastered some low-tech, basic technologies. These technologies, even if the black box disappears, will not have any impact. The Alliance can still produce and expand production capacity. For example, G-series rifles, LR-series laser guns, Wanderer tanks. Even, recently, the Alliance has mastered the technologies of Lion tanks, Wind Falcon fighters, Sentinel mechas, powered exoskeletons, flying pig transport ships, etc. However, for advanced technologies, the Alliance is still a little weak. For example, Lion King tanks, Knight mechas, Titans, and various warships have not been mastered. However, there are two sides to the story. It is very difficult to fully master these advanced technologies, and it takes a long time. After all, the black box only gave the Alliance such technology, but it could not fully supplement all the industrial bases needed by the Alliance. However, the good news is that after having the black box and its products, the Alliance scientific research team will eventually digest all these technologies. This is actually very rare. Most worlds will not even have this opportunity. During the past 2 years, the black box factory in the Kingdom of Storm God has been producing various advanced equipment day and night. Every time a production line is assembled, the production capacity of the equipment will be increased. In the past 2 years, the Alliance has accumulated a lot of assets. One starship after another, one dreadnought after another, Knight mecha, Lion King tank. Even, the Alliance has set up a production line for the Burning Sky torpedo in the past 2 years. The Burning Sky torpedo on Tamir 2, plus the stock produced in the black box before. Now, the Alliance can execute more than 10 extermination orders. For some worlds with no or very few signs of human activity, and a large number of green skins, whose ecology has been completely transformed, the Burning Sky torpedo is the best thing to use. Although, it will cause the entire surface of the planet to be burned, the ecosystem will completely collapse, and it will no longer have colonization value. However, compared to filling one planet with endless troops, and fighting with the green skins for every inch of land, the Burning Sky torpedo is more cost-effective. After all, if we take back a planet, the cost of the combination of the Burning Sky torpedo and the planetary climate reconstruction is high. But sending the army to capture such a planet is not cheap either. Moreover, in a state of war, the value of the planet itself is secondary. It is more important to directly and quickly strike the war potential of the green skins. The destroyed world is not completely worthless. After all, it is not a planet-destroying device. Humans can still go to that planet and establish mining development. Colonization is not an option. Mineral resources will not be burned by the Burning Sky torpedoes. In addition, Gu Heng has also spent all the grace points accumulated in the past 2 years. No lottery, no other messy places, but all used for military expansion. Soldier card training, commissar training, space warrior training, gene seed exchange. An average of 39,000 monthly grace points, plus an average of 8,000 points provided by vassals per month. A total of more than 1.1 million grace points, all spent on these aspects. Accumulate wealth. Improve war potential. Raise troops. There is no doubt that Gu Heng is preparing for a large-scale war. In fact, without Casimir's Urso saying it, Gu Heng had already decided to invest enough power to completely win the Battle of Tamir. His current preparations are all for this goal. However, this war must not be a gamble, and it cannot be a war in which the Alliance gambles the fate of the country. Gu Heng cannot fight this war with a force that is similar in size to the Green Orcs, or even slightly superior. If possible, Gu Heng would use 5 times, 10 times the force, to crush the green skins in the Tamir galaxy, to ensure that they could be killed in one wave. To collapse, and to prevent the main force of the Greenskins from posing any threat to the Alliance. As for what to do next, Gu Heng would have two choices. Either rush into the Greenskins' lair, to take advantage of their emptiness, to burn, kill and loot. Oh! Without the latter too, the Greenskins would have nothing to plunder. Alternatively, you can also choose to go down from the southwest, to join forces with the main legions of the human empire to attack the main force of the Greenskins led by Titus. This will depend on the war situation at that time. But for now, the first step of the Alliance war goal, which is also the most important goal, is just the Jinghuan Star region, which is in Tamir. But even though Gu Heng has already prepared for this decisive battle, the Alliance has its own rhythm, and it is absolutely impossible to do it as Urso. The Wrath of Flame requires, 2 or 4 months? Forget it. Urso already knows what happened in the Pegasus Star region. Captain Cordoba really didn't have the ability to contact Jindy Star directly, and Urso couldn't contact Cordoba directly either. However, Urso could contact Phase Star. When the time was about right, he asked the chief think tank of the regiment, a psychic equivalent to a mortal 8+ level, to open the communication with Phase Star. He asked whether Cordoba's team had arrived, and whether the Alliance had launched a full-scale attack according to his requirements and arrangements. The Alliance responded that they did welcome a group of people who claimed to be from the Fury of Flame, but they could not confirm their identities, and were verifying them. Urso was furious, and asked Gu Heng to come and talk to him in person. Gu Heng was too lazy to pay attention to him, and sent Salahovic to feign conciliation with Urso. Letting my chief diplomat communicate with you is already a big deal for you. Urso certainly didn't think so. He threatened several times to declare the Alliance and Gu Heng as traitors. Salahovic smiled and explained to him the difficulties of the Alliance, what support was needed, and then secretly questioned that Urso's identity as the commander-in-chief had never been recognized by the Alliance, and the effectiveness of the appointment signed by the head of the Star Field was questionable. In short, from all angles, Salahovic, a reliable person, talked a lot of nonsense, but he didn't say a word about the actual things. Urso was not someone who could be fooled. After many exchanges, he certainly knew that Cordoba and his men were safe, but their situation might not be very good. He was also angry that the Alliance dared to really ignore and delay his orders. However, the current situation of the Alliance revealed in Salahovic's words made him secretly shocked. No matter how angry he was, he had to consider whether it was feasible to declare the Alliance a traitor. It was not difficult for him to do so. The Fury Corps had been involved in the Eastern Universe for some time. Although the overall influence expansion was not particularly good, at least, it had a good relationship with the Grand Court of Inquisition in the Eastern Universe. Moreover, the current administration, the entire Star Region government of the Dragon Eagle Star Region, now relies entirely on the Raging Flame Corps to fight, and has almost become an administrative logistics group, doing its best to plunder resources from all the star regions and planets that can still be controlled to supply the war. The group of people led by the Star Region leader Tanjui can almost be said to be in the shape of Raging Flame. However, the Mingyang sect of Jindy Star is tougher, and has the capital to be tough. The Space Marines must guarantee a certain respect for the Mechanicus, even if it is just a branch sect, let alone the future. In this war, although the Mingyang sect lost their main fleet, their Crusaders and Titan Legion are still a very important force. Sometimes Urso has to beg these guys for help. In general, if Urso wants to, as the head of the chapter, as the commander-in-chief appointed by the Star Domain government, and with his good relationship with the Inquisition, and the Star Domain government dare not disobey, he can really convict Gu Heng of treason. But he also has concerns. First, it is a question of effectiveness. This kind of treason issued by the Star Domain government, and given by a few middle-level judges, is a bit questionable. But if it is just questionable legality, it would be fine. The key is that the sentence cannot be enforced. You sentence someone for treason, then what? Suppress the rebellion? Obviously, there is no power, as we are still fighting the Greenskins. Seek external aid, such as Imperial troops from other star domains, to suppress the rebellion? Then why not directly put them into the front battlefield, coming to fight the Greenskins? The real enemy of the Empire, if they have clear merits, they will still look at the situation and cherish their strength, or they can't come because of their own troubles, let alone fighting the Alliance. You haven't figured out the things in your star field. It's a mess. How can foreign troops intervene without clear interests? In addition to the issue of effectiveness, a bigger problem is that Urso is also worried. Now the battlefield on the Eastern Front can still be stalemate, If some tricky operation is done, the Eastern Front will be destroyed. That would be really fun. Because of these considerations, Urso could only issue threats repeatedly during his many communications with Salahovic, but never dared to take any particularly clear actions. However, his patience was gradually worn out during this period. The battle was not going well, and he was bullied every day. That Governor Gu was really a big shot. Until now, Urso had not heard Gu Heng say a word in person. When the anger accumulated due to various reasons became more and more serious, Urso even couldn't control his mentality in the end. He once again took out the idea of declaring the alliance treason, which he had previously restrained with reason. If Gu Heng continued to provoke him, he might really do it. I consider the overall situation. But you don't? Right? Then don't blame me for being rude. However, when he was about to lose control, a communication from Wuji Star, the capital of the Eastern Universe, woke him up. Zhuo Xiaofeng, the chairman of the universe, made the call personally and paid attention to the war situation in the Dragon Eagle Star region. Chairman Zhuo thanked the Fury Flame Regiment for responding to the call and praised the Fury Flame Regiment's achievements in the Dragon Eagle Star region. He also specifically mentioned the battlefield on the eastern front of the Dragon Eagle Star region. He seemed to have a good understanding of the situation on the eastern front, and he praised them in his words. In his words, Gu Heng and his alliance were exemplary in what they did on the eastern front of the Dragon Eagle Star region. Not only did they withstand the pressure of the battlefield, but they also defended the flame of human civilization in the war. And the people lived and worked in peace and contentment, and the whole society was united. These compliments themselves are nothing. However, the political significance revealed in them has made Casimir's Urso have to be sensitive. It is normal for Zhuo Xiaofeng to pay attention to the situation in the Dragon Eagle Star region. This is not the first call, after all. This is an important war in his ruling area. In fact, the Cosmic Domain government also provided very important support. Now, 40% of the resources consumed by the Dragon Eagle Star region on the battlefield come from the support of the Cosmic Domain government. Moreover, the wave of reinforcements that Urso was waiting for, in addition to the reinforcements of his own regiment, were mobilized from the Cosmic Domain government. However, he specifically mentioned Gu Heng, which seemed to express a certain meaning. Urso had to think deeply again what Gu Heng and the alliance meant. After Gu Heng irritated him, he certainly investigated some details of Gu Heng. He knew that Gu Heng seemed to have a good relationship with the current executive minister of the Central Military Affairs Department of the Empire, the former apostle of war, Baggio Gallardo. But in his original judgment, one was a high-ranking official of the empire, and the other was a leader at the level of a star region. How good could their relationship be? What's more, the three major battle groups of Iron Armor, Fury, and Stone Shield also have people in the center of the empire. Their faction is not the same as Baggio Gallardo. We are not in the same faction. So why should I give you face? But now it seems that I can't think like this. Urso is not afraid of offending Gallardo. The emperor is far away, but Zhuo Xiaofeng is the current governor. They were originally going to expand their influence in the Eastern Universe, and Zhuo Xiaofeng, the chairman of the universe, was a key figure. Moreover, he also knew that Zhuo Xiaofeng was in the same group as Gallardo. When Zhuo Xiaofeng spoke up and strongly supported Gu Heng, did that mean that Gu Heng's status in Gallardo's political faction was not low? Urso had to reevaluate the impact of this matter. Moreover, even if he offended a large number of people, the power of a chairman of the universe was obviously not to be underestimated. If Chairman Zhuo takes it on this treason, I'm afraid it won't even be approved. Casimir's Urso felt that he was about to get internal injuries. At this moment, half a year had passed since he sent people to the Tianma Star region. He had decided not to see it, and was too lazy to call the East Front anymore. Gu Heng quickly returned my people. I will just pretend that the battlefield doesn't exist. I fight my own battles. Is that okay? But at this moment, he received a call from the Alliance. The person who was talking to him was no longer Salahovic, but a man who claimed to be the chief political commissar of the Alliance military and political department, Admiral Tadius. Tadius' style was completely different from Salahovic's. He informed him of something in a very serious manner, in the name of the chief political commissar of the Alliance. I fulfill my obligation to inform the friendly forces of our military actions. The Alliance has decided that in 3 days, the entire army will march to the Tamir Galaxy, and General Gu Heng will go out in person to take a general view of the overall situation. Just this short sentence, Urso was furious again. Half a year ago, I asked you to attack on all fronts, but you didn't care. Now, I don't count on you anymore. You want to fight? Why didn't you tell me earlier? Would it be like this if you told me earlier? Is it because of the battle time plan? It's not impossible to discuss it. Let's talk about it. Gu Heng never cared about what Casimir's Urso was thinking. When he asked Salahovic to deal with it, he told the diplomats that he could handle all matters by himself, and there was no need to come and tell him. He was too lazy to care. And at the moment, letting Thaddeus tell Urso about his march, that was just the literal meaning, just fulfilling the obligation to inform friendly forces. He didn't need, let alone expect Urso cooperation. Of course, he didn't underestimate Urso's ability. As long as this war leader was not stupid, he actually had only one choice, to cooperate and support the alliance offensive. Whatever happens, you decide for yourself. For Gu Heng, his current energy has been fully focused on the current war. Winning the war is the key to everything. Gu Heng boarded the flagship of the Alliance Navy fleet, the Fire Nova. After 2 years of full-scale repair, transformation, and purification, this Retribution-class battleship has completely changed its appearance. From the original black mixed with blood red, full of dilapidation and madness, it has now been painted with blue and white. It has ushered in a new life. According to the chief technical consultant of the Fei Star shipyard, the ruling Bishop Wang Jiaoran, the machine soul of this battleship is now calm and stable, ready to go, and ready to fight for the Empire again. Under the leadership of the Fire Nova, dozens of newly built warships, and twice the number of civilian ships as transport ships, set out from the Fei Star port and rushed from the angry Owl Galaxy. This new fleet of more than 100 people set out from the Fei Galaxy in a mighty manner and headed for the battlefield. Chapter 467, I've had enough. The war has begun. Or rather, the war has never ended. Report to the commander. The astronomical agency has found the enemy traces. They have appeared. They are on standby outside Tamir number 5, and their status is similar to before. Once we start to continue to provide large-scale fire support to the ground, they should rush over immediately and attack our rear. Please give instructions. Commander. Execute according to the plan. Yes. After watching the adjutant go down, Yi Lixia stood on the bridge and stared at the void in front of her. The quintet she was on now had replaced the Opera and became the flagship of the combined fleet. In the past 2 years, she had been on the front line of the Tamir battlefield, fighting the Greenskins. But although it was called a battle, it was not fierce. She also knew part of Gu Heng's plan. Before the decisive battle, she did not need to fight the Greenskin fleet. Although according to her own thinking, with the forces at hand, if they really want to fight, they actually have a 70% chance of winning. But it is not necessary. A 70% chance of winning is not enough. Moreover, how can victory alone be enough? According to Gu Heng's idea, what they want is a big victory with a small enough cost. Not only must the main fleet of the Greenskins be destroyed, but there must not be any losses. To achieve this goal, the forces at hand of Yi Lixia are not enough. The Greenskin fleet had no idea. They were much worse in terms of strength, and naval battles could not be fought like on land. Warships were also very valuable to the Greenskins. Even with the character of the Greenskins, they would not fight recklessly. For both sides, the common bottom line was that the other side was not allowed to project large-scale orbital firepower to Tamir 5. Ground battles were equally important. The orcs had been gradually deployed, born from the local ecosystem, with a total of 4 billion troops, among which there were more than 1 billion real greenskin orcs. The total number of troops fighting here by the Alliance army was nearly 100 million. And, by arming local troops, the Alliance had always invested a considerable amount of money in Tamir 5. The total number of the Allied forces here had exceeded 1.5 billion. Compared with their total population, this was already a very high mobilization ratio, reaching a total mobilization level of 20%. There are only 800 million to 900 million people on their planet. A considerable part of the population has been evacuated, and a considerable part of the manpower has been consumed in the wars in the past few years. Now the total force of 1.5 billion can be maintained, which has reached the limit of this planet. But this scale alone is definitely not enough. The Alliance has also recruited about 800 million troops from other planets and invested them on Tamir 5. At present, the number of human warriors fighting has reached 2.4 billion, and there are more than 6 billion civilians in the rear. Under this scale, no one can withstand large-scale orbital bombardment, and the losses will be very heavy, due to various factors. The fleets of both sides were actually very cautious, and no large-scale battle broke out. The two sides still fought wits and courage around two things. First, strangling the troops sent by the other side to provide reinforcements to the ground of Tamir 5, going around the jump point to ambush, or even invading the opponent's rear area from the jump point to rob and kill the transport ship. Losing a transport ship is very painful. The value of the ship itself is not important. But the most important thing is that the people and supplies on the ship will be lost. Later, both sides began to increase their strength to protect their own transport ships. If a single ship does not go on the road, when a large wave is gathered, almost all of them will go out, and the main fleet will accompany and protect them. Without the idea of fighting a decisive battle, the other side will basically give up on this big one. The second is to secretly bombard the surface, mainly to hit one and then run away, so as not to be caught by the other side. In this regard, the human fleet has the advantage. The scale of the combined fleet is larger than that of the Greenskins, which means that they have the ability to send enough ships to confront the Greenskins, and at the same time, they can also allocate a few ships to bomb the ground. When the Greenskins are bombed, they will show that they are ready to fight to the death. Often at this time, the human side will retreat wisely and stop bombing, but they will not retreat far. Once the Greenskins show that they also want to fire a few shots at the ground, the combined fleet will rush up and fight a decisive battle if you dare to bomb. At this time, the Greenskins also had to retreat. The main focus of both sides was a struggle. In this case, there was a high possibility of accidental firing. Every conflict was actually a fleet battle, with the risk of everyone fighting to the death. In fact, this kind of thing had happened several times, but it was restrained in the end. It is foreseeable that if this situation continues for a long time, something serious will happen sooner or later. But fortunately, this situation has never happened. But this time, it was different. Yelishia showed an attitude of going all out to carry out orbital bombardment on the ground. Before that, the Greenskin fleet that had been somewhere unknown in the galaxy really came. It seemed to be a daily routine in the past 2 years, and every time it seemed like a dangerous close-fitting duet. But often, both sides would retreat in tacit understanding at the end. At the most dangerous moment, the Greenskins had not yet realized that this time was different. As usual, they put on a desperate look. But this time, the human fleet had no intention of retreating. There were still more than a dozen ships carrying out orbital bombardment. Sara on the green flagship now fell into a dilemma. Why don't you play by the rules? In the past 2 years, wasn't it good for everyone to cooperate in acting? Why did it suddenly change? What should I do? Sara hadn't thought about it yet. And the news of the captains of each ship requesting to fight, just like snowflakes, floated to his flagship. The specific words are different, but the same thing is that they contain a lot of vulgar language, and a lot of whack. And the meaning is the same: kill these shrimp ships. In fact, the Greenskins have accumulated too much anger in the repeated tugs of war in the past 2 years, not to mention others. Saru is the same. However, as the leader, Saru must ensure that the most basic rationality is not offline, and he suppresses the bellicosity in the orc blood. But at this point today, it can't be suppressed. Moreover, even from a rational point of view, is it a good choice to continue appeasement? Can he lead the fleet and watch the 4 billion Greenskins on the Tamir 5 being completely exposed to the guns of the shrimp? No. Then don't hesitate. The fierceness in Sara's eyes gradually intensified. He picked up the intercom and shouted, "You are immoral. Boys, follow me. Kill all these shrimps." Whack. Then, the information from the communicator, the howling of ghosts and wolves, and the sound of whack were heard everywhere. The Greenskins finally no longer had to suppress the fire of war in their hearts. The entire fleet began to rush forward and attack the human fleet with all their strength. This scene made Saru feel proud. Damn it! I've had enough. However, during the charge of the Greenskin fleet, the first shell fired from the human fleet instantly cooled Saru's anger. Instead, a sense of doubt arose. That shot did not hit anything and passed through the air, but its brilliance and the tremendous power it displayed in the field of vision made Saru think back. Could the biggest ship before him have fired such a cannon? The power of this shot, could it even be comparable to the main gun of Chief Titus' flagship? Am I facing the same opponent as before? Sly Shrimp. Chapter 468, Xiaomi is too insidious. A heavy artillery, Although it was off target, it still made the orc leader Sara feel a huge danger. But after all, it didn't hit. He only felt the power of this shot through observation. Maybe it's not the case? What's more, after the Greenskin fleet launched the charge, the human fleet did the same. The distance between the two sides, in a very short time, was shortened to a very dangerous distance. At this distance, the accuracy and power of the heavy artillery of both sides have reached the point where they can destroy each other. The arrow has already been shot and cannot be retrieved. If you want to turn around and run away at this time, it will be equivalent to letting the enemy fight for a few more rounds in vain. Even if some ships can escape in the end, the losses will be great, not to mention the annihilation of the whole army. At least half or even more than half will be lost, and it will be a waste of money. Then you can only continue to charge. Sara was looking forward to it, but he was wrong. However, this expectation was soon dashed, because the next shot clearly hit a ship in the orc fleet. That ship was equivalent to the level of a human frigate, and its energy shield and armor were not bad. Even if it encountered a human cruiser L specification artillery bombardment, it could withstand several hits. However, under this artillery, it was directly annihilated. The shield and the ship were completely destroyed. The judgment made by Sara when he saw the empty shot was absolutely correct. So, what should we do? Sara had no choice. No matter how thrilling he felt, no matter how low his chances of winning were, he could only lead his troops. Charge! Charge! All ships! Get ready to board. Once we are within the distance, jump over. Use our machetes, axes, and guns, and go aboard to blow up those shrimps. With no other options. This was the only possible way that Sara could think of to win. The ships of both sides began to exchange fierce fire. The total number of warships involved in the battle reached nearly 500. Such a large number of warships, outside the orbit of Tamir 5, launched a desperate battle. And the ones who fell into an absolute disadvantage, without a doubt, were the green-skinned orcs. Their ships, under the bombardment of an unknown giant cannon among humans, exploded one after another. Even the green-skinned flagship where Sara was hit by a heavy cannon. It was a kinetic energy shell, which came at sublight speed and hit it hard. This is a large ship equivalent to a human cruiser. It is not like a small ship like a frigate, which will be destroyed by one shot. However, this shot still overloaded the energy shield of his large ship. If it is hit by another shot, the ship will definitely explode. In fact, there is no need for the heavy artillery to fire. Even ordinary artillery, after the energy shield is overloaded, can pose a fatal threat to his flagship. At this time, Saru finally saw clearly what the most terrible thing was. It was a very large and powerful warship. It looked similar in size to the so-called giant belly transport ship. But when you look closer, you can see that the two are completely different. This warship is not bloated at all. It looks powerful and slender. And even the ram on the top is quite in line with the aesthetics of the orcs. It is even bigger than Chief Titus' flagship. It is only slightly smaller than the Battle Moon. But how did it come from? The orc fleet is also often active in the Tamir system. Although the principle is different, the orcs also have a role similar to stargazers, which can monitor the status information of almost the entire system. It is impossible not to find such a big and powerful warship. Sara suddenly remembered something. Not long ago, the human fleet had an operation, with many large-scale ships entering the Tamir system. The main fleet of humans escorted the fleet closely from the jump point and arrived at the orbit of Tamir 5. This was actually a very common situation in the past 2 years. The orcs all knew the name of that large-scale ship. The Giant Belly. This is a large, but very slow, and completely incapable ship. They also shot down one in a past robbery, causing the shrimps to suffer very heavy losses. Later, these shrimps learned to be smart, and each time they gathered several ships, and then sent the main fleet to escort them all the way. Sara thought it was the same that time, but it seems not. Among those huge targets, there is a battleship hidden, unless you observe closely. Relying only on the tribal shaman, you can only see a few ships of the same size, firmly protected in the middle. Sure enough, the shrimp is very insidious. However, he still has the final means to board the ship, and now he has no chance if he doesn't board the ship. The energy shield of his flagship has been broken, and he can even see that many shrimp cruisers are pointing their guns at him. If you don't jump, you will be buried with the ship. He picked up the communicator and shouted to all the green ships, Boarding. Target. The biggest ship. I will lead the charge. You all follow me. Whack. Throwing down the communicator, he took his guards and quickly boarded the boarding torpedo. The Greenskins' boarding torpedoes were different from those of humans. They didn't look like a ship at all, but more like a huge, hollowed-out stone or hill. Inside, there are some shocking greenskin technologies. It is placed on the launch pad, and greenskin boys are stuffed in one by one. When it is full, this big stone will be thrown to the target by the launch system. Of course, this is the treatment of ordinary greenskin boys. As the orc boss, Sara can still have a spaceship as his boarding vehicle. In general, the success rate of such boarding is unexpectedly not low. Those solid rock structures are thick enough and are not easy to be blown up easily. Although the greenskin technology inside looks simple, it can magically help this big stone to turn accurately. And when it lands, it forms a buffer through structural rupture to protect the greenskin boy inside from being directly crushed to death. However, the risk of boarding today is still too great. The main reason is that the distance between the two ships is too far. This results in the boarding torpedoes and spacecraft flying over a long distance without protection and bearing a lot of firepower. However, Sara still did not regret his decision, because, just as he stepped onto the boarding ship, along with a large number of boarding torpedoes, he saw that his flagship was bombarded by multiple huge cannons, including light spears, macro cannons and missiles, and exploded into space junk in midair. If he did not leave, he would also die on the ship. As for now, although it is still very dangerous, at least he can gamble his life. His scarlet eyes no longer looked back, but stared at the front. He could only see the blue and white human giant ship now. He ignored the destruction of the boarding torpedoes that he had launched one after another. He was only concerned about the human giant ship, which was getting closer and closer in front of him. What the hell? He had gone through a long flight, and he also decelerated to pass through the void shield of the giant ship and crashed into the ship. He really succeeded in boarding the ship. After the hatch opened, he could not wait to rush out, shouting "Waff!" But what greeted him was a bomb, which blocked his shouting. Looking up, he saw dozens of canned shrimps wearing red armor, standing in front of him. Each of these canned shrimps was as tall as an orc boss, which was completely different from the ordinary ones. Chapter 469, Reverse Beheading. Although he had never dealt with them personally, Sara knew that these canned shrimps were very powerful. He still knew some news about the main battlefield. He knew that, 2 years ago, a group of orange canned shrimps ran to the main battlefield and caused great trouble to the chief. He was still feeling lucky that the canned shrimps did not appear in front of them. Of course, the cunning Salu cursed in front of his subordinates, saying that it was a pity that they did not encounter such an enemy, otherwise he would definitely kill them and send them to the chief to make him happy. However, he did not expect that these canned shrimps would appear on such a critical target at such a critical moment. Boarding the battleship and destroying it from the inside was the only possible way that Sara could think of to win the war. As a result, with the blessing of Gagogo, he succeeded in boarding the battleship. But he had to face an enemy that even the chieftain found difficult. However, orcs would not be afraid of strong enemies. And neither would Saru. He took a bullet, and even the next thing he was baptized by a bolter. But he still roared and charged forward fiercely. The bullets rained down on his huge body, and there were even plasma and molten rays in between. However, he resisted all these attacks. His whole body was wrapped in super heavy orc armor, and his body was even more than 3 meters tall, taller than the larger cans in front of him. The armor all over his body was made by the master of the Iron Tooth clan. Each piece of armor was not only thick, but also made of super metals condensed by the master himself, which gave Saru a very strong and terrifying defense ability. Ordinary bombs can't break through the defense, and even heavy bombs can't do enough damage. Only hot melt rays and plasma can definitely kill, but they can't easily penetrate the energy shield around him. Moreover, he also carried a shield on his back. This shield was not really used as a shield. The portrait of Mount painted on it was made by the orc shaman. Combined with the energy shield built into his armor, his body released a layer of green light. The energy shield blessed by the orc gods has extraordinary power. The energy shield has to withstand the firepower of half a company of space warriors at close range. It is not that it cannot withstand it, but the damage will not be small, and it will be broken sooner or later. But the strength of this shield lies in that it will not foolishly resist some of the explosive and heavy explosive shells that cannot penetrate the defense will leak through. And a few plasmas can also leak through. Anyway, it is not easy to penetrate. Even if it penetrates, with Saru's extremely strong body, he can completely withstand the damage. The most dangerous hot melt ray will be blocked with all his strength. In addition to these passive defenses, Saru's counterattack means are also extremely fierce. He holds a huge automatic pistol in his hand, and his hit rate is a bit worrying. During the charge, he fired 8 shots in a row, and 5 of them missed. But the 3 shots that hit directly killed 3 phoenixes. More importantly, under the cover of Saru, the many greenskins behind him all rushed up. Following him were his black orc guards. Each of them could be the leader of a tribe. They were all heavily armed, although not as luxurious as Saru's equipment, but definitely not weak. The grenade gun could cause damage to them, but it was not enough to kill them with 1 shot. As for the marines around the phoenix, the weapons in their hands had less effect on them. The chief's guards charged forward while shooting at each other, causing some casualties to the phoenix. They ran very fast, and under the leadership of Saru, they collided fiercely with the phoenixes. Space Marines were certainly not afraid of close combat, but this was also a trick that the orcs were more good at. In the fight, the human side quickly fell into a disadvantage. Although the phoenixes are fierce, their numbers are a bit too small compared to Saru's guards. The friendly forces around them, hundreds of special warfare elites from the 10th Brigade wearing feedback power armor, and elite Marines wearing power exoskeletons, seemed quite weak under Saru's guards. The most terrifying thing is that Saru himself, an orc warrior, is unparalleled in the team. After entering the close combat, although his energy shield is ineffective, his bravery, fighting skills, and terrible brute force make him even more brutal. There was hardly any phoenix that could stand up to him. After smashing the chest armor and torso of a space marine with his battle axe, he could chop off the head of another phoenix with the next move. Only Terminator warriors, whose size was similar to that of the orc warrior, could form a small group of 3 and fight back a little. However, it was not the space marines who had the advantage in numbers. After they barely stopped Saru, they were suddenly shot in the back, or slashed by another of Saru's personal guards. This instantly gave Saru an opportunity. He put on the suit, and ignored the other 2 Phoenix Terminators, who kept hitting him from behind. The violent battle axe chopped 7 or 8 times in an instant, and chopped the enemy in front of him into pieces. Turning back, the remaining 2 Terminators were already far away. Not only them, but also the others. The Phoenix was retreating. King Saru roared and rushed forward, and started chasing with his guards. This forced the Space Marines to leave someone behind to cover their retreat. After eating up the remaining troops, and killing a Terminator, there were no other enemies in sight. Saru, whose passion for the battle had calmed down a little, did not continue to charge. He organized the team, expanded the landing site, and received a whole group of green-skinned guys who landed torpedoes. He led his men to the depths of the ship again. Saru's previous judgment was basically correct. Gu Heng did disguise the Fire Star as a giant belly transport ship, and then sneak into the Tamir system under the protection and cover of the main fleet. The other ships in the fleet he brought from the Pegasus Star region were left near the jump point of the Steelwing Star to avoid adding too many warships at once and scaring away the greenskins. Now, the battle has begun, and there is no need for the ships left at the jump point of the Steelwing Star system to hide anymore. They have received the news and started to jump. However, crossing the jump point is not something that can be completed in a short time. It will take more than 2 days at the fastest. In this battle, they can basically not be relied on. At most, they can pursue after the battle and expand the results. They may catch up, but it doesn't matter. They are not needed to win the war. A Retribution-class battleship joining the battle, plus Gu Heng's own strength, is enough to change the situation. This is indeed the case. When the Greenskins never discovered the existence of a battleship in the human fleet before the battle, and launched a fleet charge, then the outcome of this naval battle is basically doomed. However, war is something that cannot tolerate any negligence. Do the Greenskins really have no way to turn defeat into victory? That may not be the case. When all is in doubt, boarding is the solution. If an Orc general leads an elite team to cause a big commotion in the battleship, or even cause irreversible damage, it is possible that the ship will capsize in the gutter. Gu Heng has a plan and arrangements for this. The interception firepower network of each ship is fully activated, paying attention to capturing the greenskin orcs boarding torpedoes as much as possible, and destroying them in the void before the enemy completes the boarding. On each of the main battleships, there are Phoenix Space Warriors. Almost the entire regiment was brought by Gu Hang. After 2 years of development, Gu Hang invested a lot of grace points, and the total number of Phoenixes has reached 800. Among them, 300 Phoenix Warriors, led by the regiment commander Martins, are guarding the Fire Nova, and the other 11 cruisers, each of which has nearly 50 Phoenixes. The elite special forces of the 10th Brigade were almost all dispatched. Although they did not have the combat power of the Space Marines, the Special Forces elites wearing feedback power armor, in cooperation with the Sentinel mechas and the elite Marines on board, still had a good combat power. Normal greenskin troops would also be crushed by them. All troops were on high alert, protecting the safety of each ship. Most of the greenskins' attempts to board the ship were thwarted. A large number of boarding ships and boarding torpedoes were destroyed by the dense interception firepower network. The few that succeeded in boarding were also eliminated by the elite soldiers inside the ship. Among them, the Fire Nova was of course the enemy main target. Those who jumped onto this human flagship were not only Saru himself and the people on his ship, but also many from other green ships. Most of them were intercepted, but due to the large number, many still succeeded in boarding. Most of the green-skinned orcs who boarded the ship were strongly suppressed by the Phoenix and its special warfare elites. They often couldn't even get out of the landing point, let alone cause any damage to the Fire Nova. Only the position where Sara personally participated in the battle made a mistake. But this is not a mistake. It can only be said to be expected. The enemy would adopt the tactic of boarding and make a last-ditch effort, which was also expected by Gu Hang. There are some individuals with very terrifying strength among them. Gu Hang had experienced it in the naval battle that was planned in the Wrathful Isle Galaxy, and he dared not underestimate them. But this is also an opportunity. Beheading the leader of the Greenskins is the easiest way to defeat the Greenskins. As a result you, the leader, came to the door on your own. Right? The Phoenix Squad, which encountered Saru at the beginning, received the order to retreat. It is normal for a powerful orc warrior to show such strength. Although 2 Terminators and more than 20 Space Marines were sacrificed, at least the remaining people were evacuated alive. If they don't retreat, they will be killed in vain by Saru. The Phoenixes have the courage to fight to the death. But there is no need. As the commander of the anti-landing war, Martins decided to attack in person. A powerful orc warrior. Ordinary Phoenixes can fight against him, but the loss will be very large. And he is extremely distressed as a war band leader. Such a powerful individual should indeed be dealt with by a war band leader like Martins, a war band champion. The two soon met. At this time, King Saru had been active on the Nova for more than half an hour. The time seemed not short. But in fact, Saru did not have time to do anything particularly important. The Nova was too big, and it was not that easy to find and destroy some core and important areas. It would take a long time to find them. So far, the damage caused by Saru was still within the controllable range. It has a certain impact on the combat effectiveness of the Nova. But in general, the damage can be repaired. Of course, if you leave him alone, he will do something big sooner or later. The moment the two met, the battle began without a word of nonsense. In addition to Martins himself, there were also 100 Phoenix warriors participating in the battle, including the Terminator squad of the 1st and 2nd companies. A total of more than 20. Martins had to deal with more than just Saru. The entire guard squad led by the guy, all of them are the elite of the Greenskin elite, and they must all be eliminated. As soon as they fought, Martins and Saru both realized at the same time that they had encountered a strong enemy. Neither of them could do anything to the other. In terms of equipment, King Saru was better, but Martins was not much worse. His Iron Cavalry Terminator power armor was a finished product directly produced by the Black Box, without any flaws, and it could be called a finely crafted power armor. Although he didn't have the conditions to ask a Mechanica Sage to give him too many personalized equipment, the quality was not low. In terms of combat skills, to be honest, Saru is still stronger. Although Martins already has the strength equivalent to the champion of the regiment, there is still a certain gap between him and the top warriors like Saru. There is no difference in level, but it must be admitted that it is a little worse. However, Martins' every move has a little thunder power, which Saru does not have. Gu Heng has already opened up the domain of the Kingdom of Storms. Although his main job is not to buff the Space Marines, it is still easy to do it. Speaking of which, Saru also has the blessing of Brother Gomeo. But this is very different from Gu Hang's special training. The two fought evenly, even though Martins was slightly at a disadvantage. He had no chance of losing for a while. His goal was also very clear, which was to hold back the orc general. The rest of the human troops were rapidly strangling Sara's guards. 20 Terminators, without Sara personally hacking them to death one by one, still had a great advantage when facing ordinary orc guards. Moreover, the Phoenixes had strong tactical coordination. 80 ordinary space marines fought together with the Terminators, supporting them and making up for the lack of flexibility of the Terminators. Not to mention, there were more than 1,000 elite special forces helping in the battle. These human warriors in feedback power armor, although their individual combat capabilities are slightly inferior to those of the orc guards, they are outnumbered. Under their tactical coordination, Sara's elite guards are gradually being reduced, one after another. The powerful orc warriors fell, and all of this was seen by Saru. He was very anxious and very angry, and he roared and launched round after round of violent attacks on Martins. He wanted to quickly kill the canned shrimp in front of him, and then he would have a chance to help his guys and turn defeat into victory. However, Martins fought calmly, like a tough rock, bearing the strong pressure brought by Saru, and entangled him tightly, making him unable to escape. Once Saru was too impatient, tried to abandon him and go to find someone else. He would often stick out his fangs and bite him hard. A slash of the fine power sword under his powerful force could actually threaten Saru's life. The situation of the battle gradually became clear. Desperate King Salu violently swung an axe at Martins. At this moment, he didn't care about anything. Even if he was killed by Martins, he wanted to take the shrimpkin with him to death. But at this moment, he suddenly felt a strange force colliding with him. He was not knocked away, but just staggered slightly. Martins took this opportunity to stab with a sword, but was blocked by Salu with a battle axe. He was about to scold the sinister shrimp for ruining the glorious duel. But at this moment, he suddenly felt a chill in his back. Another Terminator warrior appeared behind him. That was the captain of the Phoenix First Company, Carduso. He was quite powerful, although he would definitely lose in a one-on-one fight with Saru. With the Phoenix think tank free to help interfere and control, and with Martins wrestling with Saru head-on, Carduso took the opportunity to slip behind him and give him a righteous backstab, which was not a problem. Even if the backstab failed, Saru would have reacted. With his skills, he should not have been killed by Saru. But this did not happen. His sneak attack was successful. Saru, who was stabbed in the back, felt his hand suddenly weak. Martins did not miss this opportunity. He suddenly jumped up and wielded the precision power sword, cutting off Saru's arm holding the battle axe, and then made a sword flower and cut off Saru's head. Witnessing the death of the warlord leader, the remaining orc guards suddenly became chaotic. They were already at an absolute disadvantage in the battle, and had no way to resist the joint siege of the Space Marines and the Special Warfare Elites, and were quickly wiped out. The orc leader was beheaded in reverse. Chapter 470, Great Victory in Tamir. In addition to Calduso, who completed the backstab, there was another person who helped Chapter Master Martins to kill King Saru, who was the chapter's chief think tank, Henrik Larsson. At first, he led several deployed psychers to fight against multiple orc shamans with psychic power, and successfully suppressed these orc shamans, making them unable to interfere with the human troops. Then, Calduso personally attacked these orc shamans, killed them, liberated his own psychers, and then joined forces to attack Saru. After destroying this orc warrior, the situation on the Fire Star was basically settled. At this time, the situation of the entire naval battle was basically clear. Gu Hang himself was on the Fire Star, but he didn't care about the orcs on board. On the one hand, he believed that the Phoenixes led by Martins could solve this problem well. And on the other hand, Gu Hang was busy with another thing. He was assisting in the naval battle. From the time Saru successfully boarded the ship to the time he was killed, the difference was only about 40 to 50 minutes. Not to mention that Saru had no chance of success. Even if he really succeeded in destroying the Fire Nova from the inside, it would not be able to reverse the situation. In this 40 to 50 minute naval battle, the Greenskin fleet had already suffered heavy losses. Gu Hang did not need to pay too much attention to the target of the Fire Nova. When the Greenskins chose to rush to a very close distance to launch boarding torpedoes and boarding airships in order to gain a first-line victory rate, and to engage in close combat with the human fleet, the Fire Nova, a Retribution-class battleship, naturally ushered in the best performance stage. It is not fast enough, not flexible enough, But it has strong firepower, thick shield, and thick armor, which makes it a natural firepower core and the king of battleship bombardment. The greenskin warship targeted by its main guns, at this distance, has no chance of survival. For main guns, one of which is a Class X Sky Punishment Light Spear Array, and 3 Class X Macro Guns Destruction Judgment. As long as they hit, most greenskin warships will be destroyed with their shields. Even the main battleships equivalent to human cruisers will have their shield shattered with one shot. After the shield was broken, although the ship still had armor to resist the artillery, each shot would cause damage to the hull, even if it hit the weak point of the armor, or penetrated the armor and damaged the key parts of the ship. It would cause terrible damage. Not to mention, the Retribution class has more than just these 4 main guns. There are also 20 L-class heavy guns, which are almost equivalent to 4 cruisers. Often, after firing an X specification cannon, there are 5 L-class cannons fired at the same target. As long as the first shot hits, breaking the shield, the following shots can create a huge threat. The greenskins have many main battleships, which were destroyed in this way. Not to mention that some small boats are occasionally targeted. The human side also has 11 cruisers, which are more in number than the greenskin main battleships, and they are also terrible things. And Gu Heng, since he doesn't need to assist the battleships, he can assist the 11 cruisers. He and Yi Lixia, the fleet commander, also cooperate very well. Yi Lixia was in the command channel, adjusting the formation of the entire fleet, directing the fleet's firepower to concentrate, disperse and encircle. Once there was an opportunity to destroy an enemy ship, Gu Heng would use his psychic power, which had reached the alpha level under the blessing of the Storm God Kingdom, to tear open the energy shield on the enemy ship. The cannons would often destroy an enemy ship. The two of them could be considered to have a tacit cooperation. In this way, the human fleet has 2 ways to quickly destroy a greenskin battleship in this naval battle. And how many battleships do the greenskins have? The greenskin fleet, bearing huge losses, fought in vain with the human fleet, waiting for people who wanted to board the ship, especially their own boss King Saru, to destroy the enemy flagship. If he accomplished the feat, then there is no doubt that the morale of the greenskin fleet will be greatly boosted. However, when this scene has not come yet, the orcs will inevitably wonder, what happened to King Saru? They will inevitably think so. From their perspective, after King Saru called for boarding, his flagship was blown up. Who knows if the boarding ship that King Saru took, did it land successfully? Was it blown up in the void? Even if it boarded successfully, was it destroyed by the shrimp on the ship? Otherwise, how come it took so long that the largest and most powerful warship among all the shrimps is still firing one shot after another, turning our warships into space junk? The flagship was destroyed. There was no news for a long time from the highly anticipated boarding ship, and our warships were being destroyed at a very fast speed. The morale of the greenskin fleet inevitably began to decline rapidly. At this time, an even worse situation came, because there was no news from Saru. The leader, the greenskin fleet command system was completely paralyzed, although they didn't know about Saru's death. Under heavy pressure, without a person with enough prestige to control the situation, the leaders of the greenskin ships all began to have their own ideas. Some wanted to retreat, which was obviously unwinnable. They had to save their lives so that they could fight more fiercely in the future. If they died now, there would be no more fights to fight. Some people were so angry that they wanted to fight to the end, and resolutely carry out the last order left by Saru, and continue to board the ship to fight and win. In the communication channel, the various greenskin bosses were arguing fiercely. It was normal to have differences in battle plans and battle ideas, but the taboo was that they could not argue while the war was still going on, or even when the pressure on their side was very great. They could not argue until no one could convince the other after the argument, and then everyone would go their own way, and the entire army would become extremely chaotic. The greenskin fleet had now collapsed. In fact, if they wanted to continue fighting, they would continue to deploy troops to board the ship, and most of these boarding torpedoes were blown up in midair, and the few that successfully landed were killed inside the ship. Those greenskin ships that deployed boarding troops were also destroyed one by one during the battle. Those fleeing ships were also bitten hard by the pursuit troops sent out by the human fleet during the escape. In the following hours, or even days of pursuit and escape, they were destroyed one by one. Anyway, no matter whether you choose to fight to the death or choose to escape, the outcome is the same. Gu Heng spent so much thought and prepared for 2.5 years to fight this decisive battle of Tamir. What he wanted was to completely defeat the Greenskin army on the Eastern Front in this battle. The Greenskin fleet is the most important target. If possible, Gu Heng will not let go of any enemy ship. The Tamir Galaxy is a hub for routes. From this galaxy, there are 5 jump points, leading to 5 different star tunnels, which can go to Jingguan 1, Jingguan 2, Shuewuhen Galaxy, Tongwan 2 in Tongwan Star Zone, and Steelwing Star in Ingma Star Zone. After the naval battle outside the orbit of Tamir 5, there were actually dozens of Greenskin ships that fled in all directions. Some warships of the combined fleet are chasing these Greenskins, and they are chasing them in space for several days, or even more than 10 days. At the same time, at the 5 jump points of Tamir 5, there are human fleets that have arrived first to guard them. When the Greenskin fleet arrives, they will attack from both sides together with the pursuers, and they will probably be able to destroy them. In addition, the human fleet has also deployed many warships on Tamir 5, especially the Fire Nova, which is not good at chasing battles, to provide orbital support for the ground battle on Tamir 5. This is a real dimensionality reduction attack. And this time, the Greenskins can't wait for their own ships to appear in space to blow away the human fleet. Led by the Nova, accompanied by 3 cruisers, a total of 100 warships participated in the ground orbital support. The firepower is so fierce that it is terrifying. This scale is enough to execute the extermination order. The most rustic, but also the most commonly used way of extermination order is actually this kind of plane warships conducting orbital bombing on the ground. The fleet uses powerful firepower to bombard the entire surface of the planet in a carpet-like manner without leaving any place untouched. This is the simplest extermination order. The cost is not small. After all, naval guns are expensive. If you really bomb every inch of a planet, the cost may be even more expensive than a burning sky torpedo. Moreover, it may not have the same effect as a burning sky torpedo. More importantly, the execution of this extermination order requires an entire fleet to stay in the planet's orbit for a long time. The cost effectiveness is not good. But the reason why this method is the most common is that the burning sky torpedo and the higher level extinction order weapons are too rare. This thing is difficult to manufacture, and has a long manufacturing cycle, and is actually quite rare on the market. Otherwise, who would leave the more useful, more thorough extinction order weapons unused, and use this method of naval guns to burn glass? Even the Alliance, which has the ability to manufacture burning sky torpedoes, has only accumulated a dozen or so now. If they are used too hard later, it may not be enough. Of course, there is no need for the extermination order on Tamir 5 at this moment. And they are not working for the goal of exterminating the entire planet. Just providing fire support to the ground. The existing lineup is enough. And the effect of their orbital support firepower is also very impressive. In the first half of the month, the number of Greenskins on the ground dropped sharply by 2 billion. The primary target of the human fleet is the major garbage cities where Greenskins gather in large numbers. Those garbage cities are usually built around the Greenskin ecosystem. Once destroyed, not only will the large number of Greenskins gathered there be eliminated, but the Greenskins will also be unable to regenerate on a large scale. At the same time, these garbage cities are also responsible for manufacturing weapons, equipment, and ammunition for the Greenskin army. After being destroyed, these functions will of course not be able to be exerted. However, this is a blow to the Greenskins' war capabilities, and the degree of population loss is actually quite good. The greatest killing effect was not entirely due to the fleet bombing, but also required the cooperation of the ground forces. The ground forces launched a full-scale attack recklessly, and as long as the Greenskins had the intention to resist, it was equivalent to being detected by the human forces, and the fleet bombing was directly called. This resulted in a large number of casualties. Moreover, Perbov, the commander-in-chief in charge of the ground battle, was also consciously commanding the troops when formulating the battle plan. From all angles, all routes, to intersperse and encircle the Greenskins, and try to drive them to one place. His battle plan was an unprecedented success, and it was impossible for it not to succeed. The Greenskins had no way to resist, no way to fight back. They would be surrounded and driven away if they dispersed their forces, until they were locked in an area and could not move. Then the fleet bombing came. Every inch of land in the encirclement would be bombed. The ground forces would follow up and sweep the battlefield, killing the survivors. And if the Greenskins gathered their forces to resist, then they would be bombed directly, killed, scattered. and the previous step would be repeated. These scenes were constantly played out across the entire planet. The human army, totaling more than 2 billion, was divided into more than 100 army groups, and similar plans were being implemented on the battlefields of the entire planet. And the more than 100 warships floating in orbit, including battleships, were ready to go at any time. This is why the Greenskins paid 2 billion lives in half a month. It is true that there are still 2 billion Greenskins alive on Tamir 5. But failure is already inevitable. Seriously, the number of green-skinned orcs with good combat power may be less than 100 million. After all, in battle, these orc troops are the main force in frontal combat and are the focus of attention. The remaining 1.9 billion or so are basically all fart spirits, and their combat capability is very poor. Moreover, the orc commander on the ground is also dead. After his location was discovered, he was killed by a destruction judgment from the battleship, along with his personal guard corps. Furthermore, after the garbage city and the major ecosystems were destroyed, the Greenskins also essentially lost their war potential. If it were a normal war situation, they might be able to pick up garbage directly from the battlefield, and let those fart spirits produce equipment, ammunition, and supplies on the spot. But in the current situation, they obviously don't have this opportunity. If the war continues, the Greenskins may only be able to fight with machetes. The real greenskin orcs holding machetes may still pose a certain threat. After all, their biological strength is very strong. If those fart spirits can only hold machetes, they are originally cannon fodder troops. And now they are not even as good as cannon fodder. And they have almost no combat capabilities. The main force is destroyed. The leader is killed. And the war potential is exhausted. What chances do the Greenskins have of winning? The Battle of Tamir has ended here. From any perspective, it can be called a great victory. Even the system has acknowledged this point. Chapter 471, 8 Million Gifts. The victory of the Battle of Tamir can certainly be regarded as a great victory. Whether from the scale of the war, or from the exchange ratio of the two sides, or from the influence of the war, it is not an exaggeration to say that it is a great victory. In terms of scale, this battle has actually lasted for more than 3 years. The total number of troops of the Greenskins and humans on both sides exceeded 6 billion, with an entire planet as the battlefield, and on the Star Sea, the total number of fleets of both sides participating in the battle exceeded 600 warships. In terms of influence, the result of the Battle of Tamir will directly affect the situation on the eastern front of the entire star field, and indirectly affect the war situation in the entire star field. In terms of the exchange ratio, it is even more exaggerated. In 3 years, more than 700 million human troops died on the surface of Tamir 5, mainly the Allied forces. But the Alliance army actually shed 60 million blood here, which is not a small number. But the loss of the Greenskins is even more terrifying. They have lost 5 billion manpower here, and the remaining 2 billion have no chance of survival. Those born from the local ecosystem are a minority, and most of them are reinforcements transported from other planets. It is true that Greenskins can grow from the ground, and it is also true that they grow very fast. But the loss of more than 7 billion people at once is definitely a heavy blow in the short term. But this is not the biggest loss of Greenskins. The biggest loss was on the warships. In the naval battle outside the orbit of Tamir 5, there were 193 Greenskin ships destroyed on the spot by the human fleet. The Navy recorded the results of the battle clearly. Of the more than 100 warships that escaped, 84 were killed one after another in the subsequent pursuit. There were about 30 warships left, which actually did not escape. The human side had blocked all 5 jump points in the Tamir galaxy, and the Greenskins could only flee to the outside of the galaxy through normal navigation in a panic. They have run too far, almost out of the star system, out of the range of the normal star language tower and the observatory tower. It is not easy for the human fleet to chase them beyond the star system, because it is too far away, and without the communication of the star language tower and the navigation of the observatory tower, they may get lost outside, and there is a chance that they will not be able to return. But the Greenskin fleet that was driven into the unknown universe will also have the same trouble. They travel between the stars, and they also use the star tunnel. Without the interstellar tunnel, they would also be lost in the cold and dark universe. By the time they find their way back, or if they are lucky enough to drift to another galaxy, it may take many years. Those Greenskin ships that have entered the dark universe can basically no longer pose any threat. From this perspective, The 300 greenskin ships can be said to have been completely destroyed. The price humans paid for this was only about 20 ships. And most of them were small boats. In the naval battle, it was even more exaggerated than the ground battle, which lasted for 3 years, and the exchange ratio was 1:10. In this way, the Battle of Tamir was regarded as an epic victory in the system's evaluation, which was natural. Tamir Battle Settlement, a hearty victory. 878,4990 points of grace were obtained seeing the information on the Battle Settlement interface. Gu Hang couldn't control the expression on his face, and was very happy. It was worth the time he spent. 2.5 years to fight this battle. The Battle of Tamir lasted for so long, and countless gift points were accumulated in the prize pool. He crushed them with his absolute strength, and at a relatively small cost. He won a hearty victory, and extracted them at a very high coefficient at one time. However, there should be a higher evaluation for a hearty victory. Right? It should be called an epic victory? But it is probably difficult to get that level of evaluation. It is estimated that the hard requirement is that the strength of one side should be similar to that of the opponent, or even slightly worse. And it can also win the battle with a small proportion of casualties. And the influence of the war should be relatively large, so as to get the highest coefficient evaluation. The influence of the Battle of Tamir. The casualty ratio should have met the conditions. However, the fact that the enemy was smaller than them was not enough. But Gu Hang didn't care. Real war was not a game, and there was no chance for Gu Hang to reload the game. He would not deliberately arrange a small number of troops to fight a big battle just to get a high rating or more rating points. If possible, he would hope that he could crush the enemy with superior numbers in every future war. It doesn't matter if the score is low. The key is to ensure that the battle can be won and the losses of our own troops are as small as possible. Moreover, Gu Hang is already very satisfied with 8.8 million points of grace, which is equivalent to 8 times the income of the Steel Wing Star battle. It is normal to have so much. In total, the results of this naval battle are 3 times that of the Steel Wing Star battle. And the results on the ground are dozens of times. Even though the vast majority of the greenskins killed on the ground are fart spirits, the order of magnitude is still there. It is quite normal to have many grace points. With these 8.8 million grace points, many of Gu Hang's subsequent plans will be much smoother. After winning the Battle of Tamir with an absolute crushing momentum, Gu Hang benefits are not just as simple as the income from grace points. 300 greenskin warships and 7 billion greenskins were eliminated, which means that the entire eastern part of the Dragon Eagle Star field is wide open to the Alliance. For the future strategy, whether it is to go north to penetrate the 4 major star regions of the greenskins' lair, or to go southwest to attack the main force led by the Orc Chieftain, there is always a goal that cannot be avoided. That is the Jinwan Star region itself. While the work of hunting down the greenskin fleet was in progress, the Fire Nova, with 100 warships, was also bombing Tamir 5. These 2 tasks lasted for more than half a month. After the system settlement popped up and the final conclusion was reached, Gu Hang ordered the main force of the army to move into the hinterland of the Jinwan Star region, in addition to leaving behind 30 ships to continue to provide support for the remaining battles on Tamir 5. The Fire Nova and 10 cruisers, with more than 200 million Alliance army troops transported from the rear of the Alliance, and nearly 1 billion Allied troops, were the total force to carry out the mission in the entire Jinwan Star region this time. 1.2 billion, this is not the limit of the Alliance military strength, but it is the limit of the Alliance one-time cross-stellar deployment of military strength. For this reason, the Alliance mobilized more than 30 giant belly transport ships. Each giant belly can carry a 20 million scale army group, which is 600 million. The remaining 600 million will be filled up in major warships and armed merchant ships. This is already the maximum deployment scale. If it is larger, it will have to put down people, equipment, and materials, and the fleet will go back to pull them. The round trip, including the time of loading and unloading, will take at least several months or nearly half a year. From this point, it can also be seen that the value of transport ships. But for now, the total force of 1.2 billion plus 250 human warships has an absolute advantage over the remaining greenskin forces in the entire Jinwan Star region. Chapter 472. Victory Strategy. The Jinwan Star region is an important location. Not to mention the war with the Alliance, even the main force of the greenskins led by Titus, half of the reinforcements and supplies obtained from their home base, are also from the Jinwan Star region. The other half are from the Jiaoshu Star region to the west of the Jingguan Star region. The most important world in the Jingguan Star region is Guangfu Star. In fact, the main force of the Greenskins led by Titus went from Guangfu Star to the Curse Bone Star region 4 years ago, and then to the Snow Eagle Star region, burning the flames of war all the way to the heart of the Star region. After Gu Heng won the Tamir battle, and the whole army advanced into the Jingguan Star region, Guangfu Star was an important strategic location, and was the first to be captured by the Alliance. Here, the Alliance even intercepted the Greenskin transport fleet. The Greenskins actually did not have completely civilian transport ships. Given their character, no matter what kind of ship it was, it would have to be equipped with some cannons. However, for the Greenskins, ships also needed to be manufactured. And there was also the concept of cost. After all, as long as it needs to be manufactured, it needs raw materials and human resources. For fighting, it should be made better, and the weapons and equipment should be as good as possible. For transportation, the internal space must be as simple as possible, then the combat effectiveness cannot be strong. Those cannons that were barely installed are more of an obsession. Anyway, when they encountered the Alliance fleet, even if the two sides were about the same in number, the result of the battle was almost one-sided. Those cannons, which were more decorative than practical, at most caused a little trouble to the Alliance fleet. It's just a hassle. 30 Greenskin transport ships were turned into space junk. And there was no way to count them. Naturally, there was no way to know how many Greenskins and war supplies were in them. However, looking at the size of these 30 Greenskin transport ships, you can tell that this wave is coming hard. If they are all fully loaded, hundreds of millions of Greenskins and a large amount of supplies are indispensable. The loss of these 30 ships is not small, and it will significantly reduce the Greenskins' ability to operate and deploy troops and supplies. Moreover, after Guangfu Star was blocked by the Alliance fleet, the Greenskin ships basically could not go through here. This road was blocked, and all the Greenskins' transportation could only go through the Jiaoshu Star district. Of course, the orcs could still transport supplies and personnel from the Jiaoshu Star district. At most, the supplies from the Yingguan Star district would have to be transported a little further, which would not have much impact on the resource operations of the 3 Greenskin nests of Jiangmeiyu, Tiaduan, and Kualyuo. But the scary thing is that from Guangfu Star to the northwest, one jump would allow you to enter the Jiaoshu Star district. If the Jiaoshu Star region is blocked again, the Greenskins' resources will have to go through a larger circle, from the northwest corner of the Dragon Eagle Star region to the front line, and the efficiency of the entire material operation will be fatally affected. The original one-way operation time of 2 or 3 months will be extended to about half a year. The attack on the Jiaoshu Star region was originally part of Gu Heng's strategic plan, the first step of his overall strategy. That is, to win a key battle in the Tamir galaxy and annihilate a large number of living forces, has been accomplished very well. The second step of the strategy is to include the 3-star regions of Jingguan Star region, Tongguan Star region, and Jiaoshu Star region. There are 7 star systems in Jingguan Star region, a total of 12 worlds, 6 star systems in Tongguan Star region, 11 worlds, and 9 star systems in Jiaoshu Star region, 15 worlds. In total, there are 38 worlds. In Gu Heng plan, he wants to take down all these worlds. The way to take them down is actually clearly reflected on Tamir 4 and 5. In fact, the situation of the more than 30 planets in the 3-star regions targeted by Gu Heng is basically similar to that of the 3 worlds in the Tamir galaxy. Some places, like Tamir 2, are regarded as the focus of development and invasion by the Greenskins. And the defense problems of the planets themselves are also relatively large, and they are basically hopeless. Some places, like Tamir 4, still have a lot of people surviving. Because of the terrain, the defense is reliable, and most importantly, the Greenskins don't pay much attention to it. So the current situation of humans is still relatively good. Other places, like Tamir 5, are in danger. Since the Green Tide came out and the war began, it has been 4 years. The 38 worlds in the 3-star regions of Jingguan, Bronzeguen, and Jiaoshu were the first to fall, even before the Green Tide broke out. These 3-star regions were the battle zones where humans resisted the orcs. Either they were battlefields, enduring the constant invasion of Greenskins, or they were supply bases that provided resources for the battlefield. In these 30-plus worlds, there is not a single place with a good economic situation. And after the fall, It goes without saying. These 30-plus worlds have been occupied for 4 years, but it must be emphasized again and again that human beings are a tenacious race. No matter what the harsh environment, there are always people who can find a way to survive, and even some heroes of all sizes have emerged. Some of them can lead dozens of people to survive in hardship, and some of them can lead the entire world to form a resistance organization and fight against the greenskins in different environments such as city ruins, in the countryside, and in tunnels. Of course, these are all human factors. Subjective factors. The real reason why they have been able to hold out for 4 years and have not been exterminated by the greenskins is that the greenskins' strategy is not like this. The greenskins certainly have no need to rule humans. They do capture prisoners and enslave humans. But these are occasional situations. In most cases, they will choose to massacre. However, the power invested by the greenskins on various planets is actually insufficient. For years ago, the Green Tide led by Titus, in just a few months, spread the flames of war to hundreds of worlds in most of the Dragon Eagle Star region. Of course, his approach was not to bite off one planet after another, which would be very slow. Anyway, the human fleet had been defeated by him at that time, and they were just running. The huge star region was open, so he naturally led the fleet and chased them all the way. In the many star systems he passed by, he just left hundreds of thousands, millions, and tens of millions of guys and farts. The specific number depends on the value of the planet. In some important places, such as Guangfu Star, the number of active greenskins may have reached 1.5 billion, although a large part of them grew on the planet in the past few years. The fact that they grew so fast and so many must be related to the fact that a lot of greenskins were invested in at the beginning. In some places, such as the Shuewuhan Galaxy next to the Tamir Galaxy, there are 2 ocean worlds here. The natural environment is basically scattered islands and floating continents, and the main means of survival are fishing and collecting seabed resources. This galaxy is not on the main route, and the natural environment is not suitable for the growth of greenskins, and in fact, it is not very suitable for human survival. The original population of the 2 planets was only about 200 to 300 million. The orc invasion only released a few 100,000 people, and after the establishment of the ecosystem on some islands, the large-scale ocean environment is not easy to expand. There are often storms at sea, and there are powerful sea monsters in the ocean, so the expansion of greenskins is quite limited. Up to now, the Shuewuhan Galaxy has been invaded by greenskins for 4 years, and the situation is not too serious. After the human fleet arrived, they carried out orbital bombardment on the islands occupied by the greenskins, and then deployed about 1 million allied troops, as well as a considerable amount of weapons and equipment, to arm the local planetary defense forces to retake the islands. With this step, the problems of Shuewuhan number 3 and number 7, the 2 human-colonized planets, can be basically solved. Of course, they also signed the 7 Horses Agreement, which was included in this framework. 2 planets can provide 50 million tax coins of imperial tax revenue a year. Guheng has extended similar treatment methods to Jingguan, Tongguan, and Jiaoshu Star region. The overall idea and method is to have the fleet visit, blow up the main enemy strongholds, deploy a part of the Alliance army and the Allied forces as the main force to stabilize the situation, deploy supplies, provide relief and resettle local people, and arm local troops, join the Allied forces, and clean up the local greenskins. The fleet's visit is a temporary solution, a rough sweep and suppression. The Alliance army is to give confidence to the local planets. The last resort is to unify the planets and solve the problem. Of course, this is for worlds that can still be saved. Some worlds that cannot be saved, such as Guangfu Star, are important transit centers for the greenskins during the expedition. There are few signs of human activities. The greenskins have invested a large number of people here from the beginning and slaughtered almost the entire planet. But the Alliance did not launch another burning sky torpedo at Guangfu Star. There was no need. Lock the galaxy and bomb the surface for a few rounds. Anyway, after bombing the important greenskin garbage city, the greenskins on Guangfu Star suffered heavy casualties, and their main production capacity was also lost. They did not have the ability to build starships to leave the surface, at least not for the time being. Then, the Alliance began to continuously deploy troops to the surface. Although this place was hopeless, its importance as a transportation hub still existed. The human army that is deployed will build some strongholds, or repair some existing fortresses on the planet, and place some transported orbital cannons on this planet. Gu Hang must of course be on guard against the return of the main force of the Greenskins. However, the Alliance manpower and its delivery capabilities are always limited, and it cannot adopt a strategy of retaking every planet. Things must be prioritized. Although Guangfu Star is beyond saving, its hub attribute of the main transportation route is of high value, so the Alliance must invest manpower to try to retake it. The core goal is to build enough fortresses and anti-orbital cannons on the planet to deal with possible subsequent wars. However, there are some planets that are hopeless and have no value. For example, Lungfeng and Jiaoshu, Tallulah 3, Bronze Galaxy and Tongwan, and Dado Galaxy are all in this situation. Just like Tamir 2, there are a lot of greenskin activities on it, and there are almost no traces of humans. But it is not like Guangfu, which is in a battleground. For these galaxies, it depends on the situation. If there are relatively few greenskins on the planet, only a few billion or 2 billion, then bomb once, destroy the larger garbage cities, and then patrol from time to time to ensure that there are no large-scale greenskin factories that can build starships. If there are a lot of greenskins on the planet, such as on Jing 3, it is estimated that there are more than 5 billion greenskins on it. The greenskins gathered here are probably the reserve forces that Sara placed here in preparation for the Battle of Tamir. The reason why not all of them were transported to Tamir 5 was because of the limited delivery capacity. However, on this planet, the billions of greenskins were not idle. Humans even saw an open-air greenskin factory from orbital reconnaissance, which was building something that looked like a ship. For a planet like this, without saying anything, they would just fire a sky-burning torpedo. 5 billion greenskins were burned to ashes. But instead, the entire planet was basically scrapped. It is very difficult to go down to the planet to build a fortress. It will take at least a few years, until the geological conditions are relatively stable. If you want to recolonize and use this planet, you have to use climate reconstruction technology. This technology, the Alliance does not have yet. In addition to the recovery and cleanup of the 3 major star regions, the Alliance Army has 2 equally important tasks. First, it is to build an orbital defense system in the Guangfu Galaxy, the Thumb Star of the Jiaoshu Star region, and the Duxing Star. These 3 planets are built as fortress worlds, in order to prevent the main force of the Greenskins from returning to defend, so that they can have a reliable base for fighting. This task, in fact, took up a considerable part of the Alliance energy. Among the 1.2 billion main forces, half of them were placed in these places. Moreover, more troops were being mobilized in the future, and workers came to fill these 3 key points. If these 3 planets were blocked, especially Guangfu Star, the Alliance would have a barrier in the west, and the throat of the Greenskins would be strangled. Another task was to march into the Greenskins' lair. This mission seemed very risky, but when Gu Hang arrived at the Yingguan Star Zone with a Nova and 1/3 of the Alliance fleet, he found that it was not difficult at all. Every planet here may have been occupied for decades, and there are basically no humans. However, the number of greenskins is not as many as imagined. The reason is very simple. A large number of greenskins were pulled out by Titus. His expedition was the full effort of the Iron Tooth clan. Chapter 473 goes straight to the dragon. Titus is the chieftain who unified the Iron Tooth clan and set off a world-shaking whack. With the character of the Greenskins participating in this grand expedition, is the dream of all the Iron Tooth Greenskins. What's the point of staying in your own nest? The civil war between the Greenskins is already boring. How can it be more interesting to go out and fight with shrimps? Most of the Greenskins think so. If it weren't for Titus' fleet, which couldn't accommodate so many people, the Greenskins in the Iron Tooth nest would have wanted to follow him. Here, it is necessary to explain what the ecology of Greenskins is like on these planets that are almost completely occupied by Greenskins. Large and small garbage cities, and the ecological circles surrounding the garbage cities, are the core environment of Greenskin society. The garbage cities are their camps, their factories, and the outer ecological circles are the birthplaces of Greenskins. Greenskins are not divided into males and females, and there is a kind of spore in their bodies. When the concentration of spores reaches a certain level, the host's consciousness will become confused, and they will stay away from their tribe and walk alone in the wild. At this time, the spores will be released from the body and lodge in the soil. Afterwards, the Greenskins will return to their own clans. and even they themselves do not know what happened at the time. In addition to natural reproduction, greenskins will also reproduce in another situation. That is, when a greenskin is forced to release the spores in his body, injured or dead, their blood, the spores carried in their flesh, will fly in the air, drift to certain lands with the wind, and can also take root and sprout, because the greenskins will directly carry out the work of passing on the family line when the host dies. This nature existing in the body prompts the greenskins to have only two thoughts in their minds: beating and being beaten. This nature also explains the phenomenon that the greenskin tribe is keen on fighting. The spores that were spilled had very strong vitality. In an unsuitable environment, they could remain dormant for decades until the wind or other organisms brought the spores to a suitable place for growth. And then, they would begin to grow. The spores in the soil slowly germinated and spread underground, forming countless plant ovaries. This process took about a year. As long as there were sufficient nutrients in water, the first batch of green-skinned creatures, squigmen, would begin to be cultivated in the plant ovaries. It only takes about 3 to 6 months of growth for squigmen to land in batches. Of course, the squigmen at this stage are not giant beasts, but at most the size of wolfhounds. They are food for the greenskins, a source of animal power, and at certain times they are also used in war, such as releasing dogs to bite people on the battlefield, or helping with explosive packs to carry out suicide attacks. The main purpose is still food. The greenskins do not need to eat, but it is obviously better to have something to eat, which will significantly increase their physical strength and allow them to grow further. The entire ecosystem does not need any extra nutrients from outside, ensuring that the orcs will never lack manpower and food resources no matter where they march. In the second year, the ovaries of plants can give birth to some larger squigs. In the third year, the cultivation of fart spirits begins. The cultivation time of a fart spirit is about half a year. Starting from the fourth year, the cultivation of real green-skinned orcs can be carried out. However, overall, the number of green-skinned orcs cultivated is much less than that of the first two, squigs and fart spirits. Moreover, the development time of the orc boy in the ovary is as long as 3 to 5 years, depending on whether the environment is suitable. Although 3 to 5 years seems a bit long, it is already a very terrifying speed. The greenskins are adults at birth, at least 1.8 meters, 1.9 meters, which is considered short and weak. They are bullied in the group of orc boys. Normally, they are 2 meters tall and have a sturdy and strong body. Compared with humans, they need to combine the two sexes, take up a mother's 10-month pregnancy, and grow for more than 10 years to reach adulthood. Half of them are female, which is not a very suitable source of soldiers. What about the greenskins? Regardless of gender, once they are sown, the land is covered with green-skinned plants. They are adults at birth, and have a growth period of 3 to 5 years. When they grow up, they are much stronger than normal humans. In terms of the war potential brought by racial characteristics, green-skinned orcs beat humans in the 4 major star regions occupied by greenskins for a long time. Greenskins have developed a population of more than 100 billion in just a few decades. If it were humans, this would be unimaginable. Moreover, the greenskin technology is shocking. Those great masters of skills can even use their imagination to create starships with their bare hands. It's outrageous. This is a race born for war. But they also have some problems. Their warlike blood makes the internal fighting among them completely unstoppable. When an entire area is full of green-skinned ecosystems, and there is nothing else to fight them, they will fight among themselves. It's a very cruel and bloody fight. If there is no leader, the tribes will fight fiercely. And even if they are united under the banner of a leader, it can only curb the internal fighting in the overall situation, and let the greenskins strive for the same war goal as much as possible. But it cannot stop the individual fighting. A greenskin can't live for long. And there is no birth, aging, sickness, and death. They will fight each other, compete for a team leader, and the team leader will fight with other team leaders to create a squadron leader, and so on. A green-skinned boy will either climb higher and higher in this endless battle, or die on a road in the middle. This also leads to the fact that when an area is full of greenskins, their number will actually reach a limit. The carrying capacity of land and nutrition, the internal fighting of greenskins, will curb their numbers and achieve a dynamic balance. According to the estimates of scholars who study greenskins in the star field, the total number of greenskin creatures in the 4-star regions, only greenskin boys and fart spirits, not counting Skigo beasts, is estimated to be around 150 billion. According to the general ratio of orcs to fart spirits of about 1:10, the number of real orcs can also reach 15 billion. This number, before the Third Iron Tooth War, may have been only 30 to 40 billion. In 26 years, their number has skyrocketed 4 or 5 times. And everyone has become a soldier. After the rise of Titus, the expedition he launched triggered a fierce pursuit by the iron-toothed beastmen. During the war, the greenskin transport ships kept transporting the greenskins from the 4 major star regions. The greenskins were also continuously spread to various worlds with the expedition. During this process, the total number of greenskins transported out of the 4 major star regions may have exceeded 70 billion. The number of the entire Iron Tooth clan has definitely increased in the past 4 years of war. Even though they are constantly in war, losing population in brutal battles. On the Eastern Front alone, Gu Heng has eliminated billions of them. The losses of the greenskins in other battlefields, on the main battlefields, are estimated to be no less. However, within the 4 major star regions of the clan's home, after a large area of living space was freed up, their population began to grow explosively. And after they took root on various planets, their population also increased. Of course, the growth contributed by the latter is not that big. After all, it has only been 4 years. But in their old nest, where the ecosystem has long been mature, the number of greenskins has increased rapidly. However, during this process, because the battle line was too large, the greenskin transport ships never stopped. And they were always transporting people, which led to the population of the 4 star regions in the greenskin nest being on a downward trend. But in comparison, the most empty part of the Iron Tooth Empire is the naval warships. Titus was under great pressure from the war on the front line. There was a great demand for ground troops and naval ships. The ships produced in the giant garbage city in the old nest were almost finished, and they were about to pull a full ship of greenskins to the battlefield. Now, there were not many greenskin ships in the 4 star regions. This was indeed the case. When Gu Heng led 1/3 of the Alliance fleet and entered the Ingguan star region with a very cautious attitude, the strong confrontation he thought he would encounter did not happen. There were not many greenskin ships. There was even an unexpected gain. Several greenskin transport ships were blown up. Moreover, on White Mist Star, we received information from the ground. There were still survivors of the expeditionary force 4 years ago. At the beginning, when the Star Domain government gathered its forces and prepared to solve the troubles of the Iron Tooth clan, in addition to mobilizing the 3 major fleets in the Star Domain, it also mobilized many Star Realm troops, and a lot of human taxes collected from all over the Star Domain. Some of the population collected through human taxation were deployed to various worlds in the Golden Gate Star region to fill the population lost in the war and serve as laborers. A considerable number of them were deployed with the army to the White Mist Star, Water Mist Star, Silver Gate 2 and Silver Gate 3, which were recaptured by the human army at that time. They built many ground fortresses and fortresses. These 4 planets were originally planned by the Star Region government to be used as bridgeheads for attacking the Greenskin hinterland. However, the green tide brought by Titus destroyed the plan of the Star Domain government. But after all, the fortresses and strongholds built, as well as the population and Star Army deployed on the ground, were real investments. The war was indeed beyond everyone's expectations. The Northern Fleet was destroyed, and all the personnel deployed on the 4 planets lost contact. But they had to survive, so they could only hold on to the spot without space reinforcements and external supplies. This defense lasted for 4 years. During these 4 years, they could not get any news from the outside. On the same planet, they could only hear every day that this fortress was breached and that settlement was massacred. More and more places were lost, and the loss of personnel was getting bigger and bigger. That is, the greenskins were in a hurry to rush out to fight, and they did not deploy too many troops to these 4 planets. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to survive. And now, on these 4 planets, the least has 1 or 2 million troops, and the population is 30 to 50 million. On the most White Mist planet, there are 200 million people and more than 10 million human troops. It is worth mentioning that, among these people, a considerable proportion are Karogia people. Before the Alliance took over, Karogia had to contribute 400 million people as human taxes every 2 years. And many of them naturally filled in here. Gu Heng accepted all of these legacies left by the former Star Domain government for the expedition. He set an acting governor to each of these 4 planets. And as the commander-in-chief, he incorporated all the population and troops there and incorporated them into the Eastern Theater. Then, according to the template of the Seven Horses Agreement, orbital bombing destroyed the core garbage city and ecosystem of the Greenskins, and then deployed the Alliance troops to strengthen the defense of those fortresses, and took the initiative to start clearing out the Greenskins outside in large areas. It took about a week, and after a little tidying up these 4 planets, Gu Heng continued to lead the fleet forward. Going deeper, there would really be no trace of humans. But it also meant that Gu Heng could be more unscrupulous. He didn't plan to send a single soldier to these planets completely occupied by Greenskins. There was no need. These planets were completely impossible to occupy. There were at least 2 billion, and at most tens of billions, or even hundreds of billions of Greenskins on each planet. How could they be occupied? Even if the power of the Alliance, or even the power of the entire Seven-Horse Alliance, was thrown to the ground, it would not be enough to fight against the Greenskins. What Gu Heng had to do was to try to destroy the Greenskins' war potential to the greatest extent. Population, industry, and resources. Gu Heng would bomb every green planet. He didn't have time to arrange a fleet to bomb the entire planet. Even if he had time, he didn't have so many shells. All he had was money. However, he could find the largest garbage city and ecosystem on this planet, and then bomb it. With the Greenskins' ability to turn waste into treasure, after the garbage city was bombed, it wouldn't take them long to rebuild. Those ecosystems were destroyed, and once the spores were released, they would grow again soon. However, these also take time. It takes at least 3 to 5 years for the redeveloped ovary of the greenskin plant to start growing orc boys. Those large-scale garbage cities that can even build starships will take years to rebuild to their original scale after being destroyed. These are all major losses for the Greenskins. On this basis, the Alliance also launched 4 burning sky torpedoes. The 4 places where the extinction weapons were launched are Qianyuan Star, and Yingguan 1 in the Yingguan Star Zone, and Exxon 5 and Tiaguan V in the Tiaguan Star Zone. These 4 planets were chosen because their environmental conditions are quite suitable for the growth and development of greenskins. And it is estimated that there are indeed nearly 10 billion greenskins on them. After 4 sky-burning torpedoes, the iron-toothed greenskins lost more than 30 billion people. Even on Exxon 5. The Alliance also observed that in the largest garbage city on the planet, there was a greenskin ship that was about to be completed, which was similar in size to a human battlecruiser. This is a major surprise, and it must be destroyed. Chapter 474, The End of the Great Chief. Gu Heng led 1/3 of the Alliance fleet, and made trouble in the 4 major star regions occupied by the greenskins for 3 months. For burning sky torpedoes, destroyed the 4 most prosperous greenskin worlds, killed more than 30 billion greenskins, and destroyed the most important industrial core garbage city of the greenskins. This was also a heart-wrenching blow to the greenskins. And Gu Heng actions, undoubtedly, had a profound impact on the entire battlefield. The Jingguan Star region and Jiaoshu Star region were controlled, and the greenskins lost the channel to transport troops and resources directly to the south. They could only go around the northernmost part of the star region, which took 2 to 3 times longer. Not to mention that many of the greenskins' transport ships were destroyed during the human fleet's advance. This made the main force of the greenskins feel the pressure of the war on the front line. Originally, they fought a beautiful counterattack with the Fury Flame Corps, with multiple star regions as the battle line. Especially on the Eagle Star and the Snow Eagle Star region. They were regrouping and bringing the war to the Upper Plateau Star. Both sides invested an unknown amount of strength here, and fought to the death. This time, the greenskins' lair was dug out, and the support from behind was cut off, which directly led to huge problems on the front battlefield. In the main battlefield of the Snow Eagle Star region, the battle between the 2 sides has reached an extremely fierce level. The total number of troops deployed by each side has exceeded 10 billion. And more than 2,000 warships of various types are chasing and pulling in multiple star systems. And even a decisive battle breaks out from time to time. On a battlefield of this level, fantastic ideas, unconventional tactical actions, and even a single seemingly glorious victory or a major defeat actually have little impact on the overall situation. We suffered a great defeat last week, losing 70 million troops. This week we will get 50 to 60 million reinforcements, and we can launch another large-scale battle. Even if we win, the opponent will suffer heavy losses. Both sides are fighting for their internal strength, for who can't bear the loss, and who can't make up for the loss. All tactical goals are for this purpose. unless we destroy the flagships of both sides, or kill the war leaders of both sides, or annihilate more than 1 billion enemy forces at one time. The victory or defeat of a single battle will definitely have significance, but it won't be that great. And now, the reinforcements from the greenskins were suddenly cut off. In several battles, due to the untimely reinforcements, they had to retreat across the board. Titus of course also knew the news of Sarah's defeat, and also knew that his nest had been destroyed. To be honest, this was a situation he had never expected. When he launched this earth-shaking whack, his target was directly aimed at the most core and prosperous places in this star field, the Yunluo star region and the Steel Fire Dragon star region. This was his goal. He never expected that the Eastern Front, which he had never taken seriously from the beginning, would bring him such a big trouble. He thought that the so-called Pegasus star region was similar to other areas in the entire Dragon Eagle star region. As long as he sent out a fleet of ships and spread the green-skinned boys everywhere, he would be able to solve the problem. At the beginning, things did develop as he expected. The Eagle Horse star region and the Fog Horse star region were like all other invaded star regions. They had no resistance at all and were turned upside down. Then, the so-called alliance dealt him a heavy blow. His aggressive fleet was destroyed in one battle. In the Battle of Steel Wing Star, his general, Dufon Ghost, was killed, and hundreds of millions of greenskins were destroyed in various places on the Eastern Front. At that time, he had already realized that a powerful opponent had emerged on the Eastern Front. He took it very seriously. He sent his general, King Saru, to give him a fleet, troops, and high authority. He could also enjoy the allocation of some of the resources requisitioned from the greenskins' lair. He also told Saru clearly that he didn't want Saru to achieve any results on the Eastern Front, but just to hold on and fight a stalemate with the small forces called the Alliance on the Eastern Front. Saru listened to him very much and indeed achieved his goal. Even though Saru had bothered him a lot in the past few years and cut off many reinforcements, he endured it all. As long as there were no more problems on the Eastern Front, Saru held on for 2.5 years, and the Eastern Front was safe and sound. Titus had been relieved, but he didn't expect that Sarah would make a big splash and give him a big job. After the great defeat in the Battle of Tamir, the Alliance army blocked the road to the south of the Iron Teeth's nest, and they could only take a detour to the north. This made Titus very uncomfortable, and all the supplies became slower. Then, when the Alliance rushed into his nest, even this slow supply was gone. One by one, the core planets of the green skins were destroyed. How could he deal with this? Titus has realized that the overall situation is seriously problematic. He has already taken the initiative to shrink the front line without the annoying canned shrimps in front of him. But those canned shrimps apparently also seem to know something, and launched a fierce attack on all fronts. One side intends to retreat, while the other side intends to pursue and expand the victory. The result that is shown is that the green-skinned orcs' front line will collapse. In an emergency, Titus can't care so much. There was no way to mobilize troops from the old nest, so he could only mobilize troops from other planets that had been invaded in the past 4 years. This was definitely not a good choice. Most of those planets had not been completely occupied by the greenskins, and could not provide sufficient support of all kinds. However, he had no other choice but to protect the main force on the main battlefield first. Casimir's Urso certainly knew what happened on the Eastern Front. In fact, after the victory in Tamir, Gu Heng changed his style of not contacting the Western Front in the past few years, and sent the victory news as soon as possible. Half a year ago, I sent an envoy to ask you to take the initiative to attack, but you ignored me and even used the chairman of the Eastern Universe, Sui Xiaofeng, to pressure me. As a result, now you are attacking on all fronts without even saying hello? What on earth do you want to do in your alliance? Urso was indignant. In fact, the main reason was that he was a little skeptical of the battle record reported by the Alliance. When he heard the news that 300 warships and billions of greenskins were destroyed, Urso was indeed a little bit unconvinced. Such a scale, if placed on their main battlefield on the Western Front, it would be a very heavy blow to the greenskins, and it would be enough for him to push the front line forward a long way. Can they fight on the Eastern Front? You have battleships? That's fine. After the Battle of Tamir, Gu Heng continued to maintain this style of full communication with him. In fact, to say full, that's only compared with the previous 2 years. Gu Heng basically just sent messages unilaterally, and had no intention of discussing with the Commander-in-Chief Urso how to fight this war. The Alliance will only clearly tell these friendly forces what we have done, what we are doing, and what we will do. As for whether you cooperate or not, you can do it yourself. The Alliance attitude actually made Urso a little annoyed. But he couldn't say it. Gu Heng ignored him. And he thought about it, and found that he seemed to have no choice. In addition to seizing this opportunity, and actively pursuing. What else could he do? He secretly had an idea in his mind. Let the main force of the Greenskins go back. And he would follow behind. And then watch the Alliance, and the main force of the Greenskins fight a fierce battle. And see what expression the arrogant Gu Heng would have on his face at that time. But this is just a thought. The former flagship of the Greenskins has been destroyed by the Fury Corps. What they have left is a poor version of the Battle Moon. Its real combat power is about the same as that of a battleship. The main force of the Greenskins' ground forces may only be around a few billion. If they retreat and fight with the Alliance may not be defeated. In particular, he also received a notice from the Alliance that on the roads that the Greenskins must take to retreat, such as Duxingsing and Guangfuxing. The Alliance has been working hard to build a defense system and fortify the planets. If a subsequent battle breaks out in these places, I'm afraid they won't be considered the Greenskins' home turf. What if the Alliance wins? Or the battle ends in a draw? What will he do? He came to reinforce the Dragonhawk Star region with great fanfare, fought for 2.5 years, and has been the main force on the front line, with ships falling one by one, and companies of fighting brothers dying one by one. But in the end, the Alliance won the Iron-Tooth clan? All the honors belong to the Alliance? Just thinking about that situation, Urso would never accept it. At present, no one can erase the role of the Alliance in this war. After all, objectively, they did make a huge contribution to the overall war situation. However, in front of Urso, there is still a biggest victory, which is also the biggest crown of the entire Iron-Tooth War. That is Titus himself. The main force of the Greenskins, led by this Orc chieftain, must not be allowed to escape. Take them down. Eliminate this chieftain, and the Iron-Tooth clan will become another medal in the history of the Fury of Flames. This medal is still very valuable. After all, a large Greenskin nation with battle moons, even if they are the poorest of the poor, and with a total number of hundreds of billions, that has troubled a star field for decades, was destroyed by the Fury Corps. This is one of the most worthy achievements to boast about in the long history of the Fury Corps. Although the role of the Alliance in this war is great, it is at best a secondary position, and can only be regarded as a small episode in the story behind their medal. From this perspective, he still has to thank the Alliance. Without the huge advantage gained by the Alliance on the Eastern Front, the Fury Corps would not know how long it would have to fight with the Iron-Tooth Orcs in the Dragon Eagle Star region, and how much sacrifice it would have to make. Now, they have a huge advantage and can defeat them. As long as they win and kill Titus, it will not only add a glorious chapter to the history of the Corps, but also successfully achieve the biggest goal of participating in the Iron-Tooth War, to expand the influence of the Corps in the Eastern Universe with military exploits. Of course, the premise of everything is that Urso must wear the crown of Titus' death on his head. If the Alliance takes it away, the Fury will be nothing but clowns. Fortunately, the Alliance does not seem to have any intention in this regard. The Alliance fleet, at its southernmost, only adheres to the two strategic points of Dumingsing and Guangfuxing, blocking the Greenskins' escape route to the north, and has no intention of going south to participate in the main battlefield. Although Gu Heng did not say it explicitly, his meaning was actually quite clear. You can get what you want by yourself, and I have provided you with the greatest help. Urso decided to put aside some of his opinions on Gu Heng and focus on the battlefield first. The relentless pursuit of the Fury Corps had indeed had a great effect. After several defeats, Titus did not dare to continue fighting, but fled all the way. Moreover, he did not dare to flee directly from the Snow Eagle Star region to the Pride Hand Star region. That would have blocked him from the Alliance fleet stationed at the capital star. Although his main force was much larger than the Alliance defenders in size, but he was not sure that he could quickly defeat the capital star that the Alliance had been operating for several months. If he got caught up in a fierce battle with the Alliance there, and was caught up by the Fury Corps, he would be in danger of destruction. On the Eagle Star at the junction of the three regions of Snow Eagle, Pride Hand, and Thunder Dragon, Titus hesitated for a moment and made a choice. He fled to the Thunder Dragon region. Here, the human army had not yet set foot on a large scale. The main force of the Mechanicus that counterattacked from the Steel Fire Dragon region conquered the Dragon Biter region, but had not yet blocked his escape route to the north, using the Thunder Dragon Star region as a springboard. With only 2 jumps, he could reach the Lesu Star region. At this point, he once again faced a choice. He could go southeast, sneak into the Jiaosho Star region through the Five-Finger Star, and then escape from the Jiaosho Star region to the Qiluo Star region from the north, which would be back to his old nest. But this was somewhat dangerous, although the Five-Finger Star was not like a major star, which was built by the Alliance. It was closer to the main force of the Alliance. The Alliance had enough time to deploy forces and gather troops to stop him before he returned to the Qiluo Star region. The pursuers behind him were not just the Fury Corps. They failed to stop him. The Mingyang Sect's guardians also caught up. This group of mechanical arcs were destroyed by the Greenskins, and the oilmen who invaded the Forge World Jindy Star by the Greenskins also hated the Iron-Tooth Orcs. Another option is to continue to flee north from the Lesu Star region and escape to the Manwu Star region, where he can directly enter the Jiangmayu Star region. The humans in the Manwu Star region have not yet attacked, and the Jiangmayu Star region is the only one of the 4 major star regions of the Iron-Tooth clan's nest that has not been swept by the Alliance, and the training of soldiers and the greenskin industry are relatively well maintained. There is the place where he has the best chance to make a comeback. There are 2 options. One is high risk but can return quickly, the other is a detour but relatively safe. How to choose? Before he could think of a result, something that should have been expected, but was the thing he absolutely did not want to see, happened. Rebellion? Chapter 475, Let me show you the corpse. The first fatal problem that Titus encountered was not the pursuit of humans, but an internal rebellion. In fact, it is not accurate to say that it was a rebellion. In the culture of the Greenskins themselves, there is not much about the concept of betrayal. They have always been the strong in the upper position, and the weak should get out of the way. Titus himself is the same. For the Iron-Tooth clan, he is certainly a fierce man sent from heaven. With a gun, a hand cannon, and a battle axe, he killed his original boss, and killed the warlord who ruled them, and became the leader himself, then unified his own planet, and later boarded the starship, unified the entire Iron-Tooth clan. He was one of the few rational people among the Greenskins. After unification, he was able to suppress the restlessness of all parties, and calmly worked in his old nest for several years, trying to make the brutal internal fighting milder. He accumulated some elite guards, the kind of chieftain guards who were super heavy armored and could fight back and forth with cannons. He also accumulated many green mechas, even the green statue King Kong that could compete with Titan, not to mention the fleet. Originally, he had to accumulate wealth for a few more years, but the active attack of humans 4 years ago still brought trouble to his plan. The Greenskin Society is a powder keg. He sat on it and used his big ass to suppress the inherent tyranny. This was already very remarkable. It was something that many orc leaders could not do. However, the human attack ignited the powder keg. If it could not be suppressed, then there was no need to suppress it. He led the army, fought back the human attack, and attacked on all fronts. Victory, 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 a grand whack, ignited the passion of the entire Iron-Tooth clan, pushing his prestige to the peak. But the prestige brought by war will also be lost because of war. The thinking of the Greenskins is actually very simple. They do not have the concept of loyalty or betrayal. If you say you are strong, then you can show it. Kill the current boss, and you will be the boss in the future. Then, if you can lead us to fight and win, then you are a good boss, and we will all follow you. But if you can't win, don't blame the Greenskins for starting to grumble in their hearts. In the past 2 or 3 years, when the Fury of Flame arrived, this was the situation. The victorious momentum of the invasion was terminated. Of course, it was okay at that stage. Although the battle line could not be pushed forward, the goal of Whack announced by the chief was right in front of him. The place where Jindy Star and Yuluo Star fought with him was not far away. Moreover, everyone had always had very fierce and interesting fights, and they had won and lost with those shrimps. However, in the past few months, the situation has taken a sharp turn for the worse. Lose a battle, run away. Lose another battle, run away again. Lose 1, 2, 3 battles. Okay. It's okay. Let Mao teach us. We must be both cruel and cunning. Temporary failure. We can regard it as a strategic need, as temporary forbearance for a greater victory, as a cunning strategy to lure the enemy into the trap. But if you keep losing, that won't work. What's more, Titus is not only losing, but also running away. This is the most annoying behavior of the greenskins. No matter how great your talent is, or how much you have to endure for the sake of the overall situation, but you run away, and fail to bring a victory in time, so that the greenskins know that this is cunning and not cowardly behavior, then don't blame your prestige for falling to the bottom. If your prestige falls, then some problems will naturally follow. The first is the challenger. Picking up the warhammer, looking at the subordinate in front of him, who has been beaten to pieces, Titus has no expression on his face. This was the third challenger he had killed in the past 2 days. Each of them was an important subordinate whom he had relied on, and each of them had the title of a general or a king. In the past 2 days, the three of them stood in front of him one after another, saying that they wanted to challenge him. Titus gave them this honor, and personally gave them death. However, things did not end there. The three challengers, who could be said to be abiding by the rules, had an open duel with Titus. However, the power struggle between the greenskins. How could they all be so disciplined? While he was killing the second challenger and fighting the third challenger, a rebellion broke out on the battle moon where he was. 2 leaders, with their personal guards, each instigated a large number of young men to attack the area where Titus was. The number of orc young men who were instigated actually accounted for half of the entire battle moon. The guards loyal to Titus fought desperately with these traitors or power contenders. Titus also participated in the battle personally. He felt weak. 3 consecutive challenges, and those who dared to challenge him directly were of course the 3 most powerful leaders in the Iron Tooth clan. Except for him. Although he won consecutively, it cannot be said that there was no cost at all. He was also injured and spent a lot of energy. Before the battle to suppress the rebellion was over, everyone felt that the battle moon they were in suddenly trembled violently. There were greenskin warlords sailing outside. The kings also began to challenge in their own way. Killing Titus in a one-on-one duel could take his place. Leading the army to kill Titus could also take his place. Bringing the fleet, destroying Titus' vehicle, which was the battle moon, could also take his place. The civil strife of the Iron Tooth clan, at this moment, in the most disorderly way, completely broke out. As a result, Titus did not die. However, he could not continue to be the chief. 1/3 of the main army and fleet of the Iron Tooth clan, which he led, were destroyed in this battle. His battle moon was also destroyed. Internal rebellion and external bombardment smashed this super war weapon into pieces. At the last moment, Titus boarded a spaceship and escaped to another ship loyal to him, thus avoiding being buried with the battle moon. 1/3, led by a famous orc warrior, went south to fight the pursuing fury of flame. This King Muru was now known as the new chieftain of the Iron Tooth clan. The reason he received so much support was that he wanted to lead the greenskins to stop running away, and he claimed that Brother Gomeo had blessed him, and that they would win the battle. This was of course impossible. Titus knew that Muru, who catered to the greenskins' warlike and hot-blooded nature, would actually only lead the elite force of the Iron Tooth clan to destruction. They can't win without supplies and reinforcements. However, this is fine. Muru's behavior actually played the role of his rear guard. No matter how weak they are still 1/3 of the main force of the greenskins. With this wave of power, they will definitely be able to stop the group of oil men of the Fury Corps and the Mechanicus for a long time. And he can take this opportunity to escape back to the Jiangmayu Star Zone. In his hands, he still controls 1/3 of the main force of the greenskins. Among the 4 major star regions of the Iron Teeth lair, there is also Jiangmayu, a place that has not been swept. After returning there, he will manage the entire star region well. On the one hand, he will suppress the internal turmoil, and on the other hand, he will build fortresses on each planet. He estimated that after humans have won all kinds of victories, they will free up their hands, and will definitely pursue the victory and exterminate them. At that time, he will be in Jiangmayu, with the advantage of home field, and will drag those shrimps into the quagmire of war, and seek development in the war. He still has a chance to make a comeback. The first half of the story was just as he thought. 1/3 of the greenskin main force, whose morale was boosted, led by King Muru, fought fiercely with the human army in the 2-star regions of Leilong and Leisu. The intensity was very high. Although the force was less, Muru adopted a full-scale offensive posture, leaving no room for maneuver. The combat power that erupted like this was also quite terrifying. The human pursuit force was caught off guard, and the 2 most aggressive companies of the Fury Corps were even destroyed. Urso, the head of the Fury Corps, was very angry. Being bitten by a cooked duck, he must not feel good. He boarded the mothership of the Corps fleet, a battle barge equivalent to the battleship level, and personally joined the battle. Normal battles are fierce, but they also end quickly. King Meru lost in the naval battle. His fleet was almost destroyed, and the planet he was on was also attacked by the Fury of Flame led by Casimir Urso. In this decisive ground battle, although the Greenskins were numerous and well-equipped, they were ruthlessly annihilated when they lost orbital control. Meru himself was also beheaded by Urso himself. However, Urso was still unhappy. He wanted Titus' head, not Meru's. This guy called himself the Great Chief. But in the wars of the past few years, the situation of the leaders of the Greenskins was basically understood by humans. Urso knew that although this guy had a high status, he was actually just a general, a king. He originally thought that the Greenskins turned around and fought him desperately, which was a desperate counterattack by the Great Chief Titus. But it turned out not to be the case. Combined with the information he received about the civil strife among the Greenskins, he can now almost confirm that Titus has escaped. Besides, because of Meru's obstruction, Urso spent 2 months to eliminate this group of Greenskins, no matter how fast he was. With these 2 months, the distance between the two sides has widened a lot. I am afraid that Titus has already run back to his nest? This guess is very likely to be true, which makes Urso even angrier. Chief Irontooth fled back to his lair. This group of Greenskins still had some remaining fleets, and they had the support of the ground orbit of the planets that were completely under their control. And on those planets, there might be tens of billions of Greenskin troops. No longer in the expeditionary state, the Greenskins would no longer be restricted by supplies and reinforcements, and their war potential would be released to the maximum. On the contrary, the human side became an expeditionary force. Although the main battlefield of the entire star field was won, the invasion of hundreds of planets by Greenskins was not over yet. The number of Greenskins on these planets varies, but with their characteristics, they are the stubborn disease of the planet, psoriasis, and it will take a long-term battle and governance to finally get rid of the threat of Greenskins. As a result, the newly recovered planets can only provide very limited help to the human expeditionary force. In some places, Urso may even have to invest troops to help them solve the problem. In this case, Urso can imagine that it will become extremely difficult to gnaw down the Irontooth clan one planet at a time and capture and kill the Great Chief Titus. It's not impossible, but it will take a long time. The cost will be very high, and it will take a lot of blood and money to achieve the goal. But can we not do it? The Fury Corps has already shed so much blood. Should we give up at this time? The cost lost in the past is really a sunk cost. Annoyed. Angry. This is Urso mood now. He missed the best opportunity to eliminate Titus in the pursuit. He was angry, and the endless troubles behind him made his scalp numb. However, at this time, Gu Hang communication request came. This is normal. Since the end of the Battle of Tamir, the Alliance has changed its past style and started to communicate with him frequently. Although it still disobeys orders, there is some tacit understanding. The best example is that the Alliance did its best to block the support from the south of the Greenskins' nest, and set fire to the Greenskins' nest, destroying the Greenskins' war potential, leading to the Greenskins' full retreat, which allowed Urso and the Mechanicus to pursue and expand the results of the battle, and achieved victory on the front battlefield. Secondly, when the Fury Corps was chasing the Greenskins, the Alliance also blocked the routes of many Greenskins to escape northward, forcing the Greenskins to escape along the Thunder Dragon, the Lesustar region, and a long detour, giving the Fury Corps and the Mingyang sect ample space to pursue. For this reason, in recent exchanges, Urso has been more polite. Just a little. Every time he would still criticize the Alliance, asking them to quickly release the detained Fury Corps company, and threaten the Alliance, accusing them of disloyalty. At most, the wording was a little milder. But today, it was a little different. The person who made the call was no longer the diplomat who had been communicating with Urso, but the supreme leader of the Alliance, Gu Hang. Urso was very unhappy that he could not talk to Gu Hang directly. In addition, the war was not going well, and Titus ran away, which made Urso very upset. Today, he did not give any face. Governor Gu. Right? You coward. You didn't continue to hide behind me and suck milk today. You dare to talk to me face to face? Hearing this direct and malicious words, Gu Hang didn't intend to argue with him, but smiled, and reported a message to Urso. We have eliminated Titus. Do you want to see his body? Chapter 476. Let's get past Gu first. The atmosphere between Urso and Gu Heng suddenly fell silent because of this sentence. After a few seconds, or maybe a few minutes, Urso said, "What did you say?" After saying it, he himself felt that he was not good enough. No one would joke about this kind of thing, or say it was fake news. Moreover, the possibility was very high. The main force of the Alliance was already making trouble in the nest of the Greenskins, and it was easy to understand that Titus ran to the nest of the Iron Teeth and was blocked by the Alliance. But he couldn't help but confirm it. At the same time, he also had a huge sense of absurdity in his heart. Titus died in the hands of the Alliance, so where was the benefit of the Rage of Flame's efforts in the past few years? Before, no matter how big a commotion the Alliance made on the Eastern Front, that was also a side battlefield. The main battlefield was still here. The leader of the Orcs, the great chieftain Titus, was right in front of him. According to the history of the Empire's tens of thousands of years of entanglement and fighting with the Greenskin race, everyone understood that the leader of the Orcs was the most critical thing in a war against the Orcs. Only by destroying the supreme leader of the Orcs can we declare victory in a war. As long as Fury kills Titus, they will undoubtedly be the biggest contributors to this Iron Teeth war. No matter how great the contribution made by others, they are at most just a foil, which helps the main battlefield and cannot take the lead. But now, this greatest achievement has been taken by the Alliance. The statement will be different immediately. The Alliance is no longer a foil, nor a supporting role. In general, the Fury held back the main force of the Greenskins, and the Alliance attacked from the side, greatly destroying the war potential of the Irontooth clan, forcing Titus to retreat and causing civil strife among the Greenskins, and in the process of encirclement, annihilated a part of the main force of the Greenskins, killed the Orc chieftain Titus, and won the war. In this version of the story, the Alliance is not a supporting role. On the contrary, the Fury is the supporting role. They attracted the attention of the Greenskins directly, creating an opportunity for the real hero, the protagonist, to attack the dragon head and kill the Greenskin chieftain. Well, the golden supporting role. However, this is totally unacceptable to Urso. The Fury is not an ordinary warband. The logic of fighting for a normal space marine warband is actually very simple. They have their own home planet, and all the output of the home planet belongs to them. And the reward for the Empire is that the Space Marines will accept the Empire's conscription. But direct orders from the Empire are relatively rare, and Space Marines can even refuse to act. But they usually don't do this. In most cases, the chapter receives a distress signal from a planet, and then dispatches a company, or sometimes even less than a company, to rescue, depending on what kind of trouble the planet is in. They can also ignore these distress signals. From these perspectives, Space Marines have a very strong right to independence. Of course, most Space Marines will not ignore calls for help or refuse the Empire's orders. This is their honor. The Fury of Flames came to the Dragonhawk Starfield to fight this battle, and they also followed this process. But the difference is that, for ordinary warbands, after receiving honor, they are satisfied. From this perspective, the supporting role is the supporting role, although it is a bit regrettable. Ordinary warbands don't really have to fight for this. But the Fury of Flames can't. What they value more is the actual meaning behind the glory. It would be fine if they were just supporting roles. But the key is that they paid such a high price to indirectly exert influence on the Dragon Eagle Star region by spreading their reputation and winning the war, and to develop this star region into a part of the Iron Fury Stone's outer circle of influence. Now, after they have paid a high price, the benefits they wanted were taken away by Gu Heng. Even for a warband leader like Urso, who had hundreds of years of life experience, it was still difficult to remain calm. He tried to take a deep breath, but still could not suppress the anger in his heart. Good, very good, Governor Gu did a good job. However, the war is not over yet. Our Fury Flame warband will stay in the Dragon Eagle Star region for a while. There is a long way to go. Having said this, Urso hung up the communication. The last sentence left by Urso was obviously a threat. However, Gu Heng did not care. He did not actively seek to kill Titus. However, he also realized that he could not let Titus escape back to the Greenskins' lair alive. Otherwise, the subsequent eradication operation would become very difficult. The appeal of an Orc chieftain was too strong. If he came back alive, it would mean that when the Alliance was clearing out the 4 major star regions of the Greenskins, it would not face a fragmented and loose Greenskin world, but would unite and act together. By then, Even if the Alliance could complete the cleanup operation, the cost would be completely different. So, after learning about the Greenskin civil strife, Gu Heng then judged that the intention of Chief Irontooth should be to return to the Jiangmayu Star Zone. He led the main force of the fleet in advance and came to the Star Zone, blocking the fleet of Titus on its way back. The returning Titus, with 1/3 of the main force of the Greenskins, was still a large scale. However, in the sudden attack, Gu Heng spared all other fleets, but only the green flagship that Titus personally rode. After realizing that he could not escape the pursuit and could not win the Star War, Titus wanted to land on the surface of the nearest planet and put up a final resistance. But this plan was also discovered by Gu Heng. The psychic power captured his warship, tore the void shield, and the fire nova brought several human cruisers to fire together. Titus' vehicle was no longer the Greenskin battleship that was blown up by the Fury Core, nor was it the Battle Moon, which was destroyed in the Greenskin Civil War. The one he was riding now was just an ordinary Greenskin cruiser, which could not withstand such a blow. After his battleship was destroyed, Gu Heng sent people to board the several large pieces of the ship that were blown up to find his body in order to ensure his death. This was quite a matter of luck. Even with a strong physique like the Orc Chieftain, it was impossible for him to survive after the ship was destroyed. Whether there was a complete body or not depended on the specific situation. But Gu Heng was lucky. Among the many ruins of the ship floating in space, the phoenixes who went there actually found his body. He was seriously injured because a steel column that broke during the explosion pierced his chest. There were also signs of him breaking and pulling out the steel column at the scene, struggling to survive. Even his chest, which was pierced, had signs of wound repair due to his strong physique. However, due to the destruction of the life support facilities, the extremely cold environment made it impossible for his destroyed armor to provide him with life support. But even with the serious injuries and direct exposure to space, he still survived for at least 39 hours. When the phoenixes found him, he was still alive and could move. This was an extremely dangerous individual. After consulting Gu Heng, in order to eliminate future troubles, he did not consider the issue of imprisonment after capture, but directly executed him and brought the body back. With the help of the pharmacist of the regiment, Titus' body was made into a specimen. Then, there was this interstellar phone call between Gu Heng and Urso. In fact, at the beginning, Gu Heng considered whether to completely break up with Urso and the Fury of Flame, and even considered whether he could use Titus' body to exchange for some benefits. However, Urso's attitude at the beginning was a bit too much. Gu Heng has a mature mentality, but when it comes to revenge, he will not shrink back. Moreover, will selling Titus' body really ease the relationship between the two sides? After Gu Heng carefully analyzed the overall situation, he thought it was impossible. The easement is only temporary. There are fundamental and irreconcilable contradictions between the two sides. After the Iron Tooth War is over, will Gu Heng retreat to the Pegasus Star region with all his honors, be satisfied with the current 9 planetary plates of the Alliance, and abandon the political framework brought by the 7 Horses Agreement, and abolish it? Obviously not. The Alliance has already demonstrated its strength. From now on, it will be impossible for him to make money quietly. He must expand the Alliance base, from the Tianma Star region to the Qima land at least. At the same time, by means of political alliance, joint defense, economic alliance and other means, all the star systems that the Alliance has circled will also be included, so as to live up to this opportunity. And to get so many places, there are many conditions required. Military and economic capabilities are the most basic. Gu Heng must be able to pacify these planets and restore their economic conditions. But at the same time, his huge reputation and political legitimacy are also absolutely not to be ignored. The so-called interstellar political entity, that is, the license of the Alliance, cannot support such a large area. Although, his Alliance license did not actually limit the number of governors who joined. But if hundreds of worlds were really destroyed in one go, it would definitely cause a great uproar. The impact of this incident is not just at the regional level, but will directly attract the attention of the central political arena of the Empire. Gallardo can't hold it back. Gu Heng must obtain this legitimacy from other aspects. The most direct route is to seek the position of the head of the Dragon Eagle Star region, with the identity of the first leader of the Star region government. The strength of the Alliance can be transformed into a serious political influence, making his position more stable than anyone else. At the same time, the identity of the head of the Star region will in turn provide shelter for the Alliance. allowing the alliance to develop with confidence within the scope of the entire star region. The next level plan. If he cannot become the head of the star domain, then he must make the head of the star domain his own people, which can also achieve a similar effect. But there will be some hidden dangers and problems. Worse, the head of the star domain stands on the opposite side of Gu Heng. Then he can only take conventional interstellar trade, military exchanges, and political alliances. It's not impossible. No one stipulates that several planets cannot help each other. But if the scale is large, without a proper political name, it is very easy for people to trip him up and cause trouble. Gu Heng didn't want to fall into the third situation, so he could only seek 1 and 2. This was an irreconcilable contradiction with the Fury of Flame. The so-called Iron Fury Stone refers to a huge political entity headed by the Iron Armored Core, with 2 staunch allies, the Fury of Flame Core and the Stone Shield Core, with the Princess Star Domain as the core, radiating to multiple surrounding star domains. They can almost be regarded as a separatist force within the Empire, which is much more excessive than Gu Heng Alliance. Although the 3 chapters have made some cover-ups, anyone with a discerning eye knows that their numbers and chapter specifications far exceed the regulations of the Space Marine Code. Generally speaking, it is normal for a normal chapter to exceed the regulations by a little bit, or for their style of doing things to be different from the regulations. After all, they have special identities, and their cultural histories are different. As long as they are loyal to the Empire will usually turn a blind eye. But if the scale exceeds 10 or 20 times, what kind of chapter are you still? You might as well return to the Legion era. Moreover, it's not just the Space Marines who violate the rules. The Imperial tax of the Princess Star region, now they can pay whatever they want. Giving some Imperial tax, that's giving you face. If you don't give me face, the Void Zerg has been invading fiercely recently, and I spend too much, the Empire will give me money. Don't approve? Then the neighboring star regions sympathize with us, and give us donations. Please ask the Empire to exempt their Imperial tax. No! Who will take it, and let me see. This is the attitude of Liguisher, the husband of the princess, the tyrant of the spider web, the shield of the Eye of the Void, and the leader of the Iron Armored Core. It is much more excessive than the Alliance, which has never defaulted on the Imperial tax. Recently, every account of the Imperial tax collection, how much money was collected, where it was used, what results were achieved, are all clear and clear. In the future, when the war is over, Gu Heng has never planned to refuse to pay the Imperial tax at most. Ahem, just pay it more flexibly. In Gu Heng view, it's not just Gu Heng. In the view of many high-ranking officials in the Central Empire, Iron Fury Stone has become a de facto separatist regime. And it is unscrupulous. Gallardo once talked to Gu Heng about this matter. From this perspective, the Fury Flame Regiment came to the Dragon Eagle Star region with the mission of expanding the territory. What should Gu Heng do? Bow down and give in. From now on, like many Imperial forces in the Princess Star region and several star regions around the Princess, become a dog of Iron Fury Stone? That is obviously impossible. Political conflict is inevitable. Gu Heng gave up the idea of appeasement. With the military exploits this time, the strength of the alliance, and the relationship with the upper level, Gu Heng has a chance to get what he wants. In addition, Gu Heng also plans to find common interests with some people in the central high level of the Empire to support the alliance. Iron Fury Stone, if you want to get the Dragon Eagle Star region, you have to get past me. Gu. Chapter 477, Land Grabbing. After the brief conversation between Gu Heng and Urso, these two forces, each of which is considered the largest military and political force in the Dragon Eagle Star region, have not had any high-level communication. This is a very dangerous thing. Such an obvious situation, as long as those in the Dragon Eagle Star region, who are slightly informed, can smell something unusual, so that countless people are worried, and even trembling with fear. The Iron Tooth clan was defeated as a whole. And in detail. Countless worlds are still in the flames of war. And the war has not ended yet. As a result, the two greatest war heroes over there are about to turn against each other, and draw their knives to fight? How can this not make people tremble? However, although the Alliance and the Fury of Flame have irreconcilable core contradictions, and their relationship is bad, but in fact, the two sides really have no intention of directly fighting, at least not in the short term. The two families, no matter what, are part of the Empire. No matter how much they hate each other, they wish each other dead, use methods behind the scenes, and attack each other verbally, but they cannot really fight on the battlefield. If it really comes to that, There is a very clear term: civil war. Once a civil war breaks out, the nature will immediately become extremely bad. The central government of the empire will absolutely not tolerate such a situation. It is a breakthrough of the bottom line. The possibility of a direct war between the two sides is not that great. Gu Heng does not intend to fire the first shot. The high political risk requires him to act cautiously. Urso on the other side probably has the same idea. However, no one can completely rely on accidents not to happen. The most important thing is that the probability of the two armies meeting each other is still quite high. Titus was killed, and the main force of the Greenskins was almost completely wiped out. In the latest report provided to Gu Heng by the Alliance Intelligence Department, it is mentioned that they believe that in the entire Dragon Eagle Star region, except for the 4-star regions completely occupied by the Greenskins, there may be a total of 20 billion Greenskins in other places. This is an estimated data, and no one knows the specific details now. But the Alliance Intelligence Department believes that this data should be relatively credible, and there will be no order of magnitude deviation from the actual situation. These Greenskins are scattered in various worlds throughout the star field. Some places have more, some places have fewer. But most of these worlds invaded by Greenskins have not completely gotten rid of the influence of Greenskins. On some poor planets, the human population may be only a few 100 million. Productivity is underdeveloped, let alone rich and strong. On such a planet, even if there are millions of Greenskins, they cannot solve the problem by themselves. And some stronger worlds, facing hundreds of millions, or even hundreds of millions of Greenskins, will also be very troubled. These planets, relying solely on their own, can hardly resist the crisis brought by these Greenskins. At this time, they need the help of external forces. In the entire star field, there are now 3 parties that can do this: the Alliance, the Fury Corps, the Mechanicus' Mingyang sect. The Mingyang sect can be put aside for now. Among the 3, the Mingyang sect is the weakest. Their core territory was damaged in the war, and they also suffered heavy losses during the war. Moreover, the Mechanicus has never been interested in getting involved in such things, and they are not keen on expanding their territory. This group of oil men, they just guard the small piece of land of the Forge world, do scientific research, do faith, do production. The manpower and resources needed can always be obtained from the outside world through trade, and no one will reject a Forge world as their partner. They participated in this strangling operation against the Greenskins. It was purely because the Greenskins threatened their survival, plus hatred. In actual operations, the Mingyang sect basically only cleaned up the Steel Fire Dragon Star region where Jindy Star was located, as well as the Dragon Tamer Star region and Dragon Pass Star region where there were many important resource areas for the Mingyang sect. In other places, they had no strength, nor were they interested in competing. Of course, no one would come to provoke them. The Mingyang sect's crusaders were once part of the coalition forces for a short time, under the command of Urso, the leader of the Fury War Band. But after the war, the sages of the Mingyang sect took back the military command and went about their own business. For Urso, although he wanted to tie the Mingyang sect to his chariot, this was also an important part of his plan. However, when the alliance emerged and became his strong enemy, he did not dare to use any means against the Mingyang sect. The Mingyang sect was not like the several forging worlds they had dealt with in the past. They now had another option, which was the alliance. If he pushed the Mechanicus' Forge world to the alliance side, he would have done more harm than good. Gu Heng Alliance would not have any idea about the Mechanicus. The 3-star regions they controlled, Steel Fire Dragon, Dragon Tamer, and Dragon Pass, were all at the westernmost end of the entire star field, and had nothing to do with the Alliance's current sphere of influence. Excluding the more Buddhist Mechanicus, the competition between the Alliance and the Fury of Flame was more intense. They were all sending troops to various worlds in the name of helping various planets and resolving the Greenskin crisis. The fleets of both sides were also wandering in the space of various star regions. This was of course an external war. In fact, there were 20 billion Greenskins on various planets, scattered into dozens of battlefields. It was a great pressure for either side to send troops to fight separately. With so many troops, it was not necessarily a sure thing to win on a single planet. During the battle, they were attacked by the Greenskins and suffered relatively large losses. This also happened in the actions of both sides. However, generally speaking, they have almost lost the ability to travel between the universes. Those Greenskins scattered on various planets and separated from each other are not a big problem after all. The Alliance and the Fury Legion are each other's big trouble. The current behavior of the two parties is quite like a post-war land grab. And in this process, the two sides will inevitably meet. The ships of both sides appear in a star system at the same time, and both sides simultaneously deploy troops to a world. This situation is still very common. Under the hostile and tense attitude, the two sides are in direct competition, and it is not impossible for the two sides to accidentally fire. Gu Heng does not want to fire the first shot, and he does not want to start a civil war with Nguyen. It is not that he cannot win, but the key is that after the war, his place will become the biggest news in the entire empire. Gu Heng does not want to get to that point. He estimates that the Nguyen regiment is in a similar situation. Tai Nushi wonders if the separatist regime they have established in the Princess Star region is a thorn in the side of the central government of the empire, unless they have made some plans that are difficult to say. Otherwise, they probably don't want to make big news in the Dragon Eagle Star region. However, Gu Heng never relies on the rationality of others for his own safety. What if Urso goes crazy? What if the troops below go alone? He always keeps a mobile force at hand, so that if the worst situation really happens, he must be able to react quickly, so as not to disperse too many troops due to scrambling for territory, resulting in being unable to gather strength and being defeated one by one. However, the good thing is that the accidental shooting did not really happen. Generally, when the Alliance or the Fury Corps enters a star system and finds that the other side has been doing well here, they will make an assessment and retreat. If they can't beat the other side, there is no need to make things easier for them. If the other side is not doing well, the other side will come over immediately and send ground troops to beat up the green skins on the ground and try to get the local planetary government to stand on their side. From this point of view, it seems like a friendly competition, but in fact, there are many acts of stabbing in the back. We can't be directly hostile, but it's okay to shoot in the back, right? It's not necessary to do the accidental bombing. Otherwise the other party will bomb back by mistake, and it will be a life-threatening situation. This is a slippery slope, and we can't fall into it. But using the green skins, we can't say what I am doing, right? It's good to stay still when friendly forces are in trouble. Lure the greenskin army to chase, and then suddenly run away. Suddenly give up the flank battlefield, and create opportunities for the greenskins to steal the opponent's butt. Similar things are endless. In this way, the two sides, in many star regions, in many worlds, launch countless intrigues. In this matter, both sides actually have their own advantages and disadvantages. The advantage of the Fury Corps is that they control the Star Region government. This is the biggest source of political legitimacy. The Star Region government listens to the Star Region government, and the planetary government listens to the Star Region government. Isn't this reasonable? But the disadvantage is also here. The control of the Fury Corps over the Star Region government is not so absolute. For Tanjioi and his group of people from the Dragon Eagle Star Region government, being controlled by the Fury Corps was something they were unwilling to do. But they had no choice. What they hoped most was, of course, that the Fury Corps could come to help fight like the other Space Marine Corps, and leave with honor after the battle. In this case, the local government would generally not be stingy in giving honor to these helping Emperor Angels. They would give them medals for free. And then, they would spare no effort to brag to the Empire, even if they want some practical benefits. That's fine. They helped us fight the war, wanted to recruit soldiers within the star domain, wanted supplies, and wanted all kinds of materials, and we could try our best to satisfy them. But the Fury Flame Corps looked like they were not going to leave, which made people feel uncomfortable. Moreover, they directly intervened in the affairs of the star domain. Would the Dragon Eagle government be happy? Obviously not. But they had no choice. The military forces were all in the Fury Flame Corps, and the command system was independent. They could not intervene at all, and could only serve as logistics officers honestly. And they were also supervised by the Fury Flame Corps. If they did not do their job well, they would be punished. Even many high-ranking officials in the star domain were killed as a warning to others. Another point is that the actions of the Alliance also made the star domain government very worried. From this perspective, the introduction of the Fury Flame Corps is something that must be done. What would happen if the Fury Flame Corps really withdrew immediately, compared with the star domain government, which has already exhausted all its forces? The current alliance, who will have the final say in the Dragon Eagle star domain in the future? Of course, on this matter, the Dragon Eagle government is actually divided into two factions. Some people think that things in the star field should be solved in the star field, And the Fury Core and their Iron Fury Stone are not good things. Some people also think that no matter what, the Space Marines like the Fury Core, whose roots are not in Dragon Eagle, will leave sooner or later. But the Alliance will not leave. They are here, and there is no one to check and balance them. So they must rely on the power of the Fury Core. There are voices from both factions, and they are not small. As the head of the Starfield government, Tanjui currently seems to be inclined to the latter. Casimir's Urso had visited him more than once, and perhaps they had reached some secret agreement in private. Because of this, the Star Region government is now generally cooperating with the actions of the Fury of Flame, which gives legitimacy to many things done by the Fury of Flame, and many difficulties are solved. However, the people who drag their feet in the government are also making it difficult for the Fury of Flame to do things smoothly. On the Alliance side, the situation is roughly the opposite. The Alliance military operations are faster. There are Space Marines on both sides, but the Alliance mortal troops are obviously better than those under the control of the Fury. Space Marines are always limited, and many frontal battlefields still rely on mortal troops. In terms of military performance, the Fury is indeed not as good as the Alliance. The Alliance is more efficient in beating up the greenskins than the Fury. Moreover, the Alliance can always come up with quite attractive economic cooperation plans. This point is something that the Fury can never compare with. The Star Region government had been almost completely drained of its funds during the war, and could not afford such support. The Jindy Star, which was originally relied on by the Star Region government, was also licking its wounds. In addition, the Wellmen did not want to get involved and remain neutral, providing very little support. They could not afford the price given by the Alliance. If it were not for the fact that many rulers on the planets were more suspicious of the Alliance system and worried about the loss of their own rights, there would probably be more planets turning to the Alliance. But in this regard, the Alliance has also made some changes. Is it so easy to join the Alliance? You may not even have the opportunity to join. These planets are at best developed into peripheral forces. And economic aid also requires something to be exchanged. Ports, resources, manpower, orders, markets, are not given for free. This is a mutually beneficial process. And the Alliance does not seek domination. The doubts of some planets have been dispelled, coupled with the military strength of the Alliance, and the influence of Fury has been driven out, and they finally chose to stand on the side of the Alliance. Overall, both sides have gained and lost in the enclosure of land. A series of battles of wits and courage are still going on, and Gu Heng, in addition to paying attention to these overall issues, is still worried about one thing. He now has tens of millions of gift points on hand. How can he spend them? Chapter 478, Spending Big Money. In this matter of grabbing land, Gu Heng grasped the general direction. He did not care much about the specific strategy and execution. The battlefields were scattered across dozens of planets, and the situation was changing every day. It was impossible for him to do it by himself. The powerful psychic power gave him the ability to handle multiple affairs, and it was not impossible for him to coordinate and take care of everything by himself, but it was not necessary. He fully believed in the military command system of the Alliance, and left it to them. Gu Heng himself began to think about how to use the tens of millions of grace points in his hand. This is the basis for the subsequent development of the Alliance. The two biggest waves came from the victory of Tamir and the killing of Titus. The former brought him more than 8.78 million grace points, and although the latter war lasted for a short time, it was actually not small in scale. When Gu Heng blocked Titus in the Jiangmayu Star Zone, that guy still had a force equivalent to about one-third of the main force of the Greenskins, most of which were destroyed by him in the naval battle. There were also a few who took the initiative to drive their ships to the surface before the explosion, forcing them to land even at the cost of disintegration. It is estimated that there were many casualties, but it was better than being blown up by human ships in space. Only a very small number of them drove away. The total number of dead greenskins could not be counted, but Gu Heng could see it from the battle report. There were 700 million greenskins. In addition, there were more than 200 greenskin warships. These results provided Gu Heng with about 4 million grace points in total. In addition, the Alliance has been bombing the 4 major star regions of the greenskins these days, and has also bombed out more than 2 million points of grace. All of these add up to 15.22 million grace points. With so many grace points, Gu Heng does not plan to keep them, and will definitely spend them. He roughly divided these grace points into 3 consumptions. The first is the development of the civilian economy, the core goal of which is to improve productivity. which cost Gu Heng about 5 million grace points. And all kinds of engineers, teachers, civil servants, etc. Talent enlightenment is carried out. A large number of heroes in production positions have improved the productivity development potential of the alliance from a human perspective. Here, Gu Heng spent 2 million. And hundreds of thousands of people suddenly felt that their talents in the areas they are best at were further enhanced one day, becoming heroes within a certain range in their respective fields. And these people will also be included in the list of the Talent Reserve Bureau of the Alliance Development Department. After a period of observation, these people will be promoted faster in the alliance system in the future, and will be more likely to be sent to key positions and play a greater role. Then, Gu Heng also spent 3 million on factories, colleges, churches and other civilian buildings. This means that tens of thousands of factories have been blessed by the system, and thousands of schools and churches have been built in various parts of the world. Half of these expenses were spent in the Tianma Star region, and the other half were spent on those worlds that signed the Economic Community Act. The first 10 worlds that signed the Economic Community Act have reached the vassal level LV5. Gu Heng thought about it and merged these worlds into the alliance in order to expand the core territory and enhance the development potential of the alliance. This means that the alliance directly sent officials to manage these planets. Originally, the economic community would have a large number of alliance officials involved in the government. And now, the alliance planetary government was directly established. The merger of these LV5 planets did not cause any major waves on the planets themselves. On the contrary, the native inhabitants and the ruling class of these planets, after 2 years of baptism of the alliance policy, are eager to formally join the alliance. However, this matter still has a certain impact on other worlds whose vassal level is not high and have not even signed the Economic Community Bill. On those planets, the current ruling class has doubts about this, and is worried that the alliance annexation will befall them in a few years. The propaganda and diplomatic departments of the alliance are working together to minimize the negative impact of the merger of the world and the expansion of the alliance. There are 2 main means. First, publicize to the public the benefits of signing the economic community and joining the alliance, which will solve the unemployment problem, the survival problem, and the future development prospects will be better. Second, publicize to the ruling class that they will not be liquidated after joining the alliance. Take the worlds that have joined the alliance as an example. Whether they want to lie down and enjoy wealth, the alliance will give them. Those who want to make progress will have more opportunities under the big system of the alliance. After all, it has broken the past stage of only one planet. In the future, there will be dozens of planets as the stage. Their work did have some results. The resistance was dispelled by the propaganda work. The improvement of the civilian economy will make the alliance richer and more developed in the future. In addition, Gu Heng also spent 6 million grace points on military construction. The largest amount was spent on the training of personnel for the alliance army and navy. The number of officers and generals who were enlightened was also tens of thousands. In addition, there were 400 million soldiers, most of whom were from the army, and a small number of navy sailors who received training in the soldier card system. The alliance has grown to a total of 500 million army troops. It seemed quite a lot before, but now it seems not enough. Totally not enough. Moreover, the role that the alliance army can play is completely incomparable to that of the allied army. In some key battles, even if the allied army has 10 or 20 times the number, it is useless. A trench can only hold so many people, and the alliance army can hold out there for a month. If the allied army comes, those who arrive today will be defeated tomorrow. It's not that the allied forces are too weak, they all have at least 1 year of military training. However, the level of the alliance army is too high, completely reaching the level of the Star Army. There is a gap in level between the two. Coincidentally, after the alliance merged 10 new worlds, the core population also increased by about 15 billion, and the human resource pool was greatly expanded. Afterwards, Gu Heng plans to expand the number of the alliance army to more than 1 billion, and at least ensure that the proportion of T5 soldiers is above 80%. This means that Gu Heng will have to use the soldier card system to train 400 million soldiers. This is an investment of 4 million points of grace. Another investment is in Space Marines. Gu Heng plans to fill the last 500 people of the Phoenix Regiment at once, which costs Gu Heng about 500,000 points of grace. In this way, the Phoenix will have a scale of 1,000 people, reaching the number of standard regiments. But in fact, it is not enough. The Alliance will probably have to deal with Iron Fury Stone in the future. There are rumors that the Light Fury Flame Regiment has exceeded the scale of 3,000 people. Not to mention the Iron Armor Regiment, which has an even larger scale of overbirth. They may really have tens of thousands of people. According to the regulations of the Empire, the Phoenix must have revived. However, according to the need to fight against Iron Fury Stone, the Phoenix is still completely unable to compete. What to do? Directly increase the number, there is no problem. If Gu Heng wants, he can save more from other aspects, keep 10 million points of grace, and immediately increase the number of Phoenix to 10,000 people. But the overbirth cannot withstand investigation. Iron Armor is shameless. It is obvious that he is separatist. Is Gu Heng going to do the same thing? Chapter 479, The Long-Awaited Technology Lottery. Space Warriors rebirth this kind of thing. Gu Heng thought about it, still didn't dare to do it blatantly. Take it slow first. However, it's okay to make some preparations in advance. In this regard, Gu Heng has two ideas, quality and quantity. Of course, these two are not contradictory, and can be used together. Gu Heng is already using the quality plan. Whether it's Gu Heng new trainees, or the old Phoenix, it's definitely not all new recruits. The cost of cultivating a Phoenix, from gene seeds to its own cultivation, is 100 for seeds, 100 for training, and 200 to 300 for elimination in the middle. Not to mention the floating probability of surgical failure of about 10%. The full cost of a Phoenix new blood is about 400 to 500 points. If Gu Heng is impatient and can't stand the superhuman organ growth period, he will have to exchange for a superhuman organ growth acceleration, which is another 100 points of grace. Then, train all the members to at least the veteran level, costing 200 per person. But Gu Heng did not stop there. He would spend another 300 to get each person to the level of non-commissioned officer. This level of Space Marines, almost everyone is a veteran among veterans. Compared to the 7 veterans who first came to the Wrathful Owl Star and went through a century of atonement expedition, they are only slightly behind. In this way, training a Space Marine out, the minimum is 1,000 points of grace. Not to mention, if we need to add a think tank team of about 30 people, and find people with psychic talents among these new blood to train, the points will be consumed even more. If Gu Heng wants to train the Phoenix to the level of per capita company champion, it can actually be done. It's nothing more than spending another 400 points per person, a total of 400,000, to bring them to this level, which means that they have reached the level of per capita experience of the atonement expedition. Only one level weaker than the past Martins, who has the strength of a Space Marine captain. If it's still not enough, Gu Heng can even use the hero panel to enlighten as much as possible in the Phoenix, and then raise the hero evaluation potential of these people one by one, and directly use the gift points to upgrade them when the time comes, without waiting for them to grow up. However, if it comes to this, the gift points consumed per person will be like a wild horse running out of control. That's a bit too shocking, and it costs too many points. Gu Heng is a bit reluctant. But if the problem of the number of Space Marines cannot be solved, if 1,000 pits is the limit, Gu Heng has enough gift points, and when it is really necessary to use Space Marines to fight certain crises, he will not care about those. Pull each person to the level of company champion, and then inspire heroes. It can't reach the level of the regiment champion, but all the masters can fight 5 or even 10, that's not impossible. There are solutions for quality, and there are actually solutions for quantity. Gu Heng thought about expanding another regiment, but after thinking carefully, it was not a good idea. There were a certain number of regiments, and each one was recorded in the Empire, and there were corresponding documents. Giving a name, designing a livery, and forming a regiment by yourself would definitely be illegal, and it would be a serious crime if it was found out. The key point is that it is not easy to hide. Once discovered, it would be better to just use the Phoenix to survive. However, Gu Heng could use the reserve team, the name of recruit training, to form a shadow regiment outside of the Phoenix. Of course, the gene seeds of the Phoenix are still used. Gu Heng can only exchange their seeds now. However, the Space Marines that have been trained are hidden and not used. The most common use is to quickly and seamlessly replenish the Phoenix when there are personnel losses. Even if the Empire knows about this use, it is difficult to say anything. They are not formal Space Marines, but just reserve forces. What can be said? It is just that this reserve force is more powerful. But using this statement, at most, the number can be maintained at a scale of 1 or 200. If there are more, the Empire will not tolerate them. Another use is even more marginal. When necessary, the power armor of these reserve troops, the members of the Shadow Regiment, can be painted to look like phoenixes and act as phoenixes. But if there are too many phoenixes acting at the same time, it will also fall into the situation similar to the Ironclad Regiment. Although it is an idea, in any case, expanding the number of Space Marines to a particularly outrageous level is currently difficult to do. First, the cost is high. In addition to the large amount of grace points, so many sets of power armor, and a full set of expensive individual equipment, will also cost a lot of money to equip. Second, the political risk is too high. If it is exposed, it will be difficult to explain. And it will be a big taboo. The reputation of him and Phoenix will fall to the level of iron armor in an instant. If iron armor is the imaginary enemy, Gu Heng cannot let his reputation fall to that level. If the central government of the Empire thinks that the confrontation between the Alliance and the Iron Fury Stone is a dog-eat-dog fight between separatist warlords, it will be very bad. First of all, Gu Heng feels that he is not a separatist force. Secondly, he cannot let others think that he is. At the very least, even if others think that he is, they cannot give them two obvious handles to accuse him. The consequences of these three levels are completely different. The most direct one is that if Gu Heng and the Fury Flame War group really quarrel, the official Empire will support him, or sit on the sidelines and watch. Gu Heng thought about the expansion for a long time, and decided to put it aside as a backup. Gu Heng still had about 1.5 million grace points left for military construction. He temporarily reserved 500,000 as a backup, to ensure that when necessary, Gu Heng could immediately bring all the phoenixes to the level of the company champion. And the remaining 1 million grace points, Gu Heng used for the training of political commissars. 100,000 political commissars were recruited. They will be distributed in units above the regiment level, and a small number of battalion-level units can also be equipped. There are not enough points for a company-sized instructor. Under the military system of the Alliance, the role played by the political commissar cannot be ignored. Discipline, morale, and thought are the core factors that determine the combat effectiveness of the troops. Sometimes, they are even more important than the training level and equipment level of the troops. In fact, the political commissar system of the Alliance starts with company instructors and battalion-level instructors. However, the political commissars trained by Gu Heng could not go down to this level. The number of people required was really too much. Each political commissar also required 10 points of grace, which Gu Heng could not afford. The Alliance army would reach a scale of 1 billion people in the future, so he could only take care of units above the regiment level. Not to mention, the scale was several times larger than that of the Alliance army, and the total number might have exceeded 4 billion at present. These allied forces, Gu Heng had to ensure that they stood with the Alliance, and to achieve the goal of the Alliance unification, also required a large number of political commissars, at least to the brigade level, to the army level, and they had to be equipped with the Alliance political commissars. To be honest, after calculating this, the number of 100,000 may not be enough. When Gu Heng just got 15 million points of grace, he still thought that he didn't know how to spend such a large amount of grace points. But when he really spent it, he found that no matter how many points he had, it was still not enough when he put it on the scale of hundreds of millions. But Gu Heng could no longer throw more grace points into these bottomless pits. He had to spend all the remaining 4 million on the lottery. He no longer cares about the rewards of the 10,000 level, as the pool has been basically drained. However, the 100,000 level has only been open for a short time, and the rewards are still very generous. He can directly make a 40 draw streak. He will draw 30 rounds first, leaving 1 million grace points. He will decide whether to go to the 1 million level or not. The probability of getting epic technology at the 100,000 level is 50%. Before, Gu Heng had drawn 7 times at this level, and got 3 epic technologies. Now the probability has been reduced to 35%. Each time a product is shipped, the probability drops by 5%. But at the current 35%, it is still a high number. 30 consecutive draws yielded 5 epic technologies, and the remaining 18 ordinary, advanced, and elite technologies, leaving 7 empty. Overall, it was in line with expectations. There were also some surprises for those non-epic technologies. Although there was basically nothing new. They were all upgrades or variants of some existing technologies in the Alliance. But some of them could still be useful. For example, more efficient servo skull manufacturing technology, such as two types of Space Marine power armor, a feedback power armor. The first two are 5 Malawang Quachas and Mk8, of which Gu Heng does not plan to pull out the production line for 5 Malawang Quachas. This type of power armor is not popular among Space Marines at present, and there is nothing particularly outstanding in performance. On the contrary, due to some historical factors, it is the power armor with the largest number of Chaos Space Marines. The latter can be manufactured. Although the performance is different from the 4 Malawang Quachas majestic power armor that is currently used by Phoenix, it is relatively simple to produce, and the cost is half cheaper. If Gu Heng wants to significantly increase the number of Space Marines in the future, but the production of 4 Malawang Quachas majestic is relatively low, the saved Mk.8 Eagle power armor can be used. If it really doesn't work, it can also be used for foreign trade. The feedback power armor is called the Commander type, and the main difference from the current God Servant of the Alliance is that the latter was originally developed for the Battle Sisters. There are some theological links in the manufacturing process. In the hands of Battle Sisters, these links can bring some metaphysical effects, making the sisters luckier, and even showing some miracles, as if they were favored by the Emperor at special times. But when worn by ordinary mortals, there are no such effects. On the contrary, due to these special manufacturing steps and links, the manufacturing cost is raised. On the contrary, the Commander type is different. This is a battle armor developed for the Astra Militarum. Although, in terms of individual soldier performance, it is much lower than the Servant, but the cost is greatly reduced, and it integrates many command link communication systems. The commander wearing it does not need a command vehicle. At the same time, a whole team of special combat soldiers wearing the commander can also cooperate better. For this kind of power armor, Gu Heng plans to greatly increase the production. When cultivating new blood of the Phoenix, the part eliminated during the screening process is only slightly unqualified for the Space Marines. Looking at the entire human population, they are talented, and after the training bonus of the soldier card system, they are all rare elite soldiers. In the process of training 500 new Phoenix blood recently, more than 9,000 T2 soldiers and nearly 30,000 T3 soldiers were born, not counting T4 soldiers, which are relatively few. Among these T2 and T3 soldiers, some will be sent to the Special Operations Brigades and Skeleton Divisions established in the frontline troops of the Alliance Army. The other part will be gathered together to form an elite force called the Glory Guards. Their predecessor is the 10th Special Warfare Brigade of the Alliance Army. Gu Heng positioned the Glory Guards to be the same as the elites of the famous Star Army in the Empire, such as the so-called Kashijan, Katakan and the like. The Alliance does not have the environment to create similar supermen, but the Alliance has money to invest in training and equipment. In Gu Heng plan, the Glory Guards can be used to fight the Space Marines head-on when necessary, even at the cost of a high exchange rate and a large number of casualties. At least they can fight and not be quickly annihilated. This is also a supplement to the problem of insufficient number of Space Marines. At least each Glory Guard must be equipped with an exoskeleton and carapace armor, and as much as possible, they should be equipped with feedback power armor. Their number is many times more than that of Space Marines, so the demand for power armor is naturally much greater. The cost of the Servant is too high, and the production is low. A cheaper Commander type is a good supplement. Some other technologies that were drawn are actually similar. For example, there is a Walrus transport ship, which is smaller than the Whale transport ship but faster. It also has the potential to be converted into an armed merchant ship, but the cost is even higher. If these technologies are drawn, it is definitely better than nothing. But for the Alliance, it is more of an icing on the cake. If the problem of going from nothing to something is not solved, it will not lead to qualitative change. If you want to achieve a qualitative change, you still have to look at the 5 epic technologies you have drawn. L-type missile weapons, DF, L-type macro cannon, Chujui's Wrath, Predator-class Titan, Dreadnought Mecha, Strike Cruiser. The first 2 technologies directly supplement the needs of the Alliance for various L-specification weapons. Before this, the Alliance only had the ability to produce L-type Doomsday Light Spear arrays, which led to the main guns of the 4 new Moon-class cruisers produced by the Alliance being all light spears. This is a very passive thing. Before this, the main guns of the Musician-class cruisers built on Wing Star were imported from Jindy Star and assembled on board. Wing Star itself does not have the ability to produce these L-class heavy guns. Now, these problems no longer exist. Predator-class Titan is a proper medium-sized Titan, much larger than the Warhound-class Terra, which is also known as the Dog Titan. Among those famous Titan Corps, the Predator is also the mainstay. After having it, the Alliance National Knights, as a unit developing towards the Titan Corps, can be regarded as entering the door. As for the last two, Dreadnought and Strike Cruiser, both belong to the technology of Space Marines. Chapter 480, Apocalypse-class technology. Dreadnought and Strike Cruiser are both Space Marine technologies. The reason for this is that these two technologies are basically only seen in Space Marine chapters. Let's talk about the Dreadnought first. This is a type of mecha that is exclusive to Space Marines, but not everyone can use it. Space Marines are very strong, but they are still not immune to injury or death. When a comrade is so seriously injured that no amount of conventional medical treatment can restore his combat effectiveness, the general chapter will have two choices: contribute gene seed and obtain the peace granted by the Emperor, or enter a sarcophagus with a life support device, connect nerves and machinery, and become a Dreadnought. Once you enter the Dreadnought mech, you will never be able to get out, and you will become one with the mech. But at the same time, the life support system in the mech can almost make its operator immortal. Therefore, the Dreadnought mech is not only a super powerful combat unit, but also a veteran with rich experience. The one Gu Hang drew is the Iron Fortress type Dreadnought mech, which can almost be regarded as the most common Dreadnought mech. This thing has strong combat power and is huge in size, just slightly smaller than the ordinary Knight mech. But this small size allows it to participate in battles inside ships. It is almost the size limit for battles inside ships. However, although the Dreadnought is smaller than the Ranger Knight, if they fight, the former can basically beat the latter. Even if it encounters a larger Overlord Knight, it has a high chance of winning. This is mainly because since the Dreadnought has been integrated into a Space Marine and connected to it by spirit, many control systems are no longer necessary. The Iron Coffin is their body. The flexibility of operation is greater than that of the Knight mecha, and the combat power of the Space Warrior itself is also greater than that of the Knight. After saving the operating system, a large amount of space in the Dreadnought mecha can be used to load weapons and thicken the armor. However, the biggest problem with using the Dreadnought mecha is that the manpower is scarce. It must be a dying Space Warrior. It is not impossible to put a normal surviving Space Warrior into the Dreadnought mecha, but this operation is too inhumane. At least Gu Hang has never heard of any regiment that would operate in this way, and of course he would not do it. In the wars of the past few years, the Phoenix has suffered about 300 casualties, especially in the anti-boarding operation of the Battle of Tamir. The Phoenix fought hard with the elite guards of the Greenskins, which caused considerable casualties. In the subsequent ground operations on multiple planets, the Phoenix also served as the main force of attacking various places and accompanied the battle. A considerable number of particularly dangerous battlefields were attacked by the Space Marines themselves. Among the 300 casualties, more than 100 were real deaths. Nearly 200 people were seriously injured and could no longer hold on, so they were evacuated. Among them, there were hundreds of people who were able to save their lives through the various civilian technologies drawn from the Alliance advanced medical means, including some related to medical care, even after a period of recuperation. At most, they could be equipped with some mechanical prosthesis and return to the battlefield. Only a few dozen people were unable to recover from their serious injuries, died in the rear, or simply retired with their bodies broken. After Gu Hang and Martins discussed, these Phoenixes who were able to return to the battlefield were also retired. This certainly does not count as overbirth. Space Marines who retired due to injuries are not counted in our recruitment. It is reasonable, right? They are not afraid of being investigated. The dozens of Phoenixes who were seriously injured and unable to return to the battlefield became candidates for the Dreadnoughts. Of course, this still has to be based on the principle of voluntariness. They have already paid a lot for the Alliance and the Chapter. If they do not want to continue fighting, the Alliance and the Chapter will respect the ideas of these heroes. But in fact, the proportion of seriously injured soldiers who signed up to become Dreadnoughts is quite large. They were unwilling to not be able to return to the battlefield, and now they have a chance, so they must seize it, even if the price is that they can never come out of the Dreadnought Iron Coffin again in their lifetime, or even have to endure long-term pain inside. The experience of being stuffed into the Dreadnought must be uncomfortable. But these seriously injured soldiers have no hesitation, since there are dozens of candidates in the back. The Dreadnoughts that the Alliance has manufactured through black boxes and finished product production lines at once may not be enough. They have to wait for a year and a half. or even several years, before they can get in. In any case, with the Dreadnought, the Phoenix Regiment once again possessed more powerful weapons, and could save the lives of some veterans who had survived brutal battles. This would definitely be a major boost to the strength of the entire regiment. As for the strike cruiser, it is also a space marine technology. The Empire commissioned the Mechanicus to build a warship specifically for the needs of the Space Marines. It required rapid deployment, convenient deployment of elite forces, strong independent combat capabilities, and no shortcomings. So, the Mechanicus came up with a thing called the strike cruiser. In terms of performance, the strike cruiser is superior to the conventional cruiser, and can also support the space warriors to directly connect to the ship's command and control system through the interface of the black shell, just like controlling the power armor. But the complexity is much higher. It is smaller than the Moon-class cruiser, but the firepower, defense, speed, performance in all aspects are superior to the conventional cruiser. The cost of the Moon-class cruiser is 8.5 billion tax coins, while the cost of the strike cruiser is 12 billion, which is almost 1.5 times that of the Moon-class. However, building it should not conflict with the Moon-class. Its dock also needs to be specially made. In the shipyards of Winged Star and Angry Owl Star, there are now 2 Musician-class docks, 1 Moon-class dock, and the 3rd Moon-class dock is already under construction. Now we can also start building a strike cruiser dock. In the future, with a 4-year cycle, the Alliance will be able to produce 6 cruiser-class main battleships. Moreover, the construction of the Alliance docks is still ongoing, and the output of starships in the future will continue to rise. According to the productivity of Winged Star and Angry Owl Star, it is estimated that it will reach the upper limit if 10 cruisers are produced every 4 years. This upper limit is determined by the size of the starport plus the labor cost plus the upper limit of productivity. If there are more, the starport will have to be expanded, and the scale of various production lines for ground base supporting starship production will be increased, and more manpower will be added. But if this is done, the production of other resources will be greatly affected, and the product will be a bit unbearable. But the Alliance also has other tricks. On the one hand, the Angry Owl Star is constantly absorbing population. When the population of the Angry Owl Star reaches about 5 or 6 billion, which is about the upper limit of the planet's environmental carrying capacity, the construction of the dock can be expanded. In addition, Guhang plans to build large docks on Fash 1, Kurogia, and Baishua Star in the Purple Horror Star region. The starports of Fash 1 and Kurogia are relatively large, which are suitable for expanding the dock. Baishua Star, the capital planet of the Purple Horror Star region, originally has the ability to manufacture ships. Although they are small ships, it is better to have a foundation than to start from scratch. This planet signed the Economic Community Act in the second batch, and now it has been incorporated into the Alliance. The conditions for large-scale investment and construction are already in place. After the large docks on these 3 planets are built, Guhang Naval Construction Plan will be able to reach 20 ships in 4 years. The shipbuilding industry of these 20 cruisers alone is a huge industry with an annual output of 50 billion. In comparison, now in Kimati, except for the Tianma Star region, the total annual output value of more than 80 worlds in the other 6 star regions is only about 120 billion. The shipbuilding industry will not only provide a large number of powerful warships for the Alliance in the future, but will also be a huge economic development engine. It will drive a series of developments in the surrounding supporting facilities of multiple planets, and even multiple star regions. Various heavy industries related to shipbuilding will burst into vigorous vitality. Of course, such a large-scale shipbuilding expansion plan will definitely not be completed overnight. It will occupy an important chapter in the next 4-year plan of the Alliance, and will be promoted as a core point. Give it more time to develop, and the Alliance fleet will have a promising future. After drawing these 100,000 level technologies, Guhang still had 1 million points of grace in his hand. The epic explosion rate of the 100,000 level has been reduced to only 5%. This is already a less than ideal number. Although the prize pool is not drained, the cost effectiveness is not particularly high. Guhang set his sights on the million level. This is a virgin land he has never touched before, and the probability is full. Not to mention the 50% epic level winning rate. More importantly, there is also a higher level of apocalypse level technology. Before, Guhang looked at the things drawn from the epic level and felt vaguely that the top technology of battleships may not be as simple as the epic level. The reason for thinking this way is that The things that come out of the epic level are obviously not up to the level of battleships. And then, the facts also prove this point. Gu Hang's luck in this $1 million lottery was quite good. With a 20% probability, he drew an apocalypse-level technology. X-Class Giant Macro Cannon, Destruction Judgment. This is the main gun on the Retribution-class battleship. It is a bit regrettable that the battleship, which is the most needed technology of the Alliance, was not produced. But it is also basically certain that the battleship technology must be in the Apocalypse class. Destruction Judgment is of course meaningful. In fact, if there is no production capacity of X-Class giant cannons, it is useless to just draw out a battleship without a cannon. This is a necessary technical reserve. Moreover, in terms of current practical significance, the produced Destruction Judgment can also be installed on the Star Fortress in some important core locations. After the starport is equipped with the Judgment of Destruction, the Star Fortress is equivalent to an immobile battleship. In fact, since the defense system of the Star Fortress is not limited to the hull, its combat effectiveness as a fixed firepower platform may be stronger than that of a battleship. The same is true for the ground deployment. In short, after having the Judgment of Destruction, when the Alliance transforms a planet into a fortress, the planet will become really difficult to conquer. Right now, Gu Hang has several worlds that need to be fortified like this. Guangfu Star and Duxing Star are among them. The Alliance is currently fighting wits and courage with the Fury Corps on the front line. Who knows if it will really turn into a civil war later? These two worlds are the only way for the Fury Corps to attack the heartland of the Alliance. Strengthening defense is very necessary. Gu Hang is still looking forward to a few more million-level draws. And for the current Alliance, accumulating 1 million points of grace is not a particularly difficult thing. First of all, the monthly fixed gift points have increased significantly, mainly due to the increase in the number of vassals. Let's not talk about the 4-star regions of the Iron Tooth Greenskins lair. There are almost no humans in these places, which is not very meaningful. However, before that, the star region called the Iron Tooth Line, which served as a buffer zone between humans and greenskins, has always been under human control. In fact, in order to stabilize the Iron Tooth Line, in the past few decades, the Star Region government has immigrated to these places to strengthen local defense. Falling under the Greenskins' attack for about 4 to 5 years, these worlds were severely damaged, but the numbers are there after all. Gold Pass, Bronze Pass, Arrogant Hand, Wei Rui, Speed Cover, these 5 major star regions are now basically under the control of the Alliance. These 5-star regions, adding up to 59 worlds, the total population is estimated to reach 76 billion or more. This is already a very tragic number, because according to the pre-war estimate, the 5-star regions should have a population of more than 110 billion. In 4 or 5 years, the Greenskins' comprehensive erosion caused these planets to lose a total of 30% of their population, which means the death of tens of billions of people. It was very scary. But at least there were 76 billion people left. All these worlds were included in the 7 Horses framework of the Alliance. In fact, there were quite a few worlds where the original planetary governments had collapsed and no longer existed. After the Alliance took over, it simply established a cooperative government in the local area and directly joined the Economic Community Act, which was even closer to the Alliance than the 7 Horses framework. Moreover, due to the Alliance status as a savior, it has received a high degree of support from the local people, so that the vassal level of these worlds is not lower than LV3. They provide the Alliance with a total of about 3,000 points of gift points per month. Add to that the 8,000 points from Kamadi, and the total is more than 10,000. Moreover, the gift point income of the Alliance has soared from 39,000 to 58,000. The reason for such a high increase is that, on the one hand, the productivity of the Alliance is continuously improving. On the other hand, more than 10 worlds have been incorporated into the Alliance homeland. These worlds, which have developed well under the Economic Community Act, provide a lot of gift points. If the restrictions on vassals are removed, it is natural to give a large bonus according to the local calculation. Now, Gu Hang monthly gift point income is about 70,000. In a year, he can get more than 800,000 just by fixed income, which is almost enough for $1 million lottery. The Alliance now has another big source of grace point income, which is war. Although the Tamir War is over, the war to kill Chief Titus is also over, and there will be no large-scale wars against the Greenskins. However, the threat of Greenskins still exists on many worlds currently controlled by the Alliance, and on many worlds that the Alliance is fighting with the Fury. These relatively isolated wars that take place on the surface of various planets. Each victory will provide Gu Hang with a considerable amount of grace point income. The exact amount depends on the scale of the war on that planet. But no matter what, in a war on a planet, as long as a symbolic victory is achieved, it can be settled once, when the overall situation has been determined. Although the points given for clearing out the remaining enemies are not many, they are still there. For example, on Tamir 5, the more than 10 billion greenskins still alive are basically equivalent to pigs waiting to be slaughtered. Even the proportion of orc boys is not high, and most of them are just surviving farts. The Alliance army did not have many troops left there. They mainly relied on the local allied forces and the war materials sent by the Alliance to clear out the remaining greenskins. According to the report given to Gu Hang by the Alliance War Committee, the Alliance did not need to invest too much extra manpower on Tamir 5. They could basically eliminate the greenskin threat on the planet in about 3 to 5 years. The subsequent land purification and long-term prevention and control of greenskins would last for decades, or even hundreds of years. But at least, the current clearing operation can bring Gu Hang thousands of points of grace every month. In so many worlds, the greenskins are being cleared in a similar way. Gu Hang can get about 150,000 points of grace from this every month. The greater profit comes from the clearing of the greenskin nest. In the 4-star regions of Jiangmei, Tietuan, Yingguan, and Kuayu that were once completely occupied by the greenskins, the number of ground troops deployed by the Alliance is very small. They carefully evaluated the conditions of each planet and decided which planets were worth saving. Only places with superior resources or natural environment, where the greenskins on the surface can be cleared, and where the cost of clearing is not high, are worth saving. For worlds that do not have these factors, just throw a burning sky torpedo down. Now, the Alliance has less than 10 burning sky torpedoes, which are definitely not enough to cover all the worlds in these 4-star regions that need extinction orders. But it doesn't matter. Just surround them, and the extinction orders behind are being produced one by one. As long as the cost of recovery is higher than the production cost of the extinction order, just throw one down. And by clearing a world in this way, Gu Hang can get at least hundreds of thousands of points of grace. Chapter 481, Battlecruiser Technology. Monthly income from the homeland, vassal income, income from clearing greenskins in the actual controlled area, cleansing operations in 4-star regions of the Iron Teeth Lair. These constitute the overall situation of Gu Hang's subsequent gift point income. The big head in the latter two. Gu Hang even had a dark idea. Should I keep these greenskins and not kill them all, wait until they grow up for a while, then go and cut some leeks? Isn't this a good way to brush the gift points? But this idea just passed through his mind for a moment, was thrown away by him. Although it sounds tempting, but if you think about it calmly, you will know that it is a bit suicidal. How dare you raise greenskins like this? By then, you will be harvesting grace points happily. And while you are harvesting, someone will send you a fierce man from the sky. And it is very likely that you will make a huge hole. If a Titus comes, that is something the Alliance cannot stand. Even if the Alliance is capable of suppressing the greenskin riot. What if the Alliance is in a state of foreign war? If the greenskins in the hinterland riot, who can bear it? Moreover, Gu Hang seriously doubts that the war system of the system panel will not give itself such a loophole. It is estimated that it is possible that less or even no grace points will be issued at that time. Let's just forget it. 2 years have passed, and Gu Hang is still calculating the grace points in his office. Oh, don't get me wrong. He definitely didn't just sit in the office for 2 years. In fact, he was very busy in the past 2 years. 30% of his time was spent fighting on the front lines. 30% of his time was spent inspecting various planets. And 1/3 of his time was spent returning to the current capital of the Alliance, Winged Star, to govern. 2 years have passed, and the Alliance army has been fighting the green-skinned orcs on various fronts. And at the same time, it has been competing with the Fury Corps in countless ways other than direct warfare. The competition between them still has positive significance. At least, in the planets invaded by greenskins in the Dragon Eagle Star region, the number of greenskin aliens is decreasing rapidly in the struggle between the two sides. The two powers are fighting, and the greenskins are almost wiped out. After Titus' death, the total number of greenskin invaders surviving in various star regions is estimated to be around 20 billion. Now, this number may be less than 8 billion. In fact, there are many worlds with minor disasters, which can basically declare that the greenskins in their territory have been completely eliminated. Because of this, Gu Heng obtained 3.6 million grace points. The monthly fixed income is still rising with the development of the alliance, and the vassal level of each planet is rising, and even directly joining the alliance. Gu Heng has earned more than 2 million in 2 years. The cleanup operation in the 4-star area of the greenskin nest is also going smoothly. Among them, the initial cleanup of the Yingguan star area has been basically completed, and 3 worlds have been destroyed by the burning sky torpedo. For the remaining worlds, the Alliance army and the Allied forces have already settled in, and are carrying out ground cleanup operations with the support of the fleet. Even, there are tens of millions of civilians, under the guidance of the Alliance, migrating to these planets. This is of course a hard job, but at this time, the Alliance will not completely emphasize tenderness. For the cleanup of these planets, Gu Heng also received about 5 million points of gifts. In total, after 2 years, he has tens of millions of gifts in his hands. Compared to the previous 10 million points of gifts, this 10 million is much easier to earn. But it cannot be said that the last 10 million wasted. On the contrary, without the victory of the Battle of Tamir, without the victory of killing Titus and destroying the main force of the Greenskins, the Iron Tooth War might still be in a stalemate in the past 2 years, where would so many grace points be earned? The current gains are essentially the additional benefits brought by the victory 2 years ago. And with 10 million grace points in hand, Gu Heng is now ready to start the technology lottery again. 10 consecutive draws of the million level. The probability of getting apocalypse level technology at the start of the million level game is 20%. Last time, I was lucky. I got it right in one shot, and the probability dropped to 15%. This time, according to this probability, it's not too much to get 1 or 2. The result is just as Gu Heng expected. 1 apocalypse level, 4 epic level, and the remaining 5 are not very important. Among these 4 epic level technologies, 3 are civilian technologies: nest design and construction, planetary climate modification technology, advanced biochemical research facilities. These 3 technologies are of course very useful. Hives, although the living conditions of these things are terrible, the people in the lower level hives live in a horrible way. But in fact, such urban construction requires a very high level. A 3-dimensional city, containing multiple levels, hundreds of different planes, and buildings are distributed in a staggered manner, can accommodate hundreds of millions of people. Under such a high density, it can also maintain smooth traffic and ensure that each functional area can operate efficiently. This level of urban construction is so outrageous that it makes people feel incredible. The people of many hive worlds in the Empire have a miserable life. In Gu Heng's opinion, it is mainly caused by serious mismatch of productivity, low management level, and too many people exceeding the carrying capacity of the environment. In short, it is a man-made disaster and has nothing to do with the design level of the hive. On the contrary, the urban construction technology and design level of the hive, which has been passed down from ancient times, have covered up quite a lot of problems. If it were not for the advanced urban construction level, those messed up hive worlds would not be able to support tens of billions of people, and would have been in chaos long ago. The Alliance will not make such a mistake. They have already had relevant experience on the real hive world of Karogia. Later, if a hive needs to be built, the first thing to consider is the purpose of the hive. It is definitely not to build a hive for the purpose of mindlessly increasing the population. The causal relationship between the two should be reversed. If the planet's environmental carrying capacity and industrial scale really need a large population and high-density aggregation, then build a hive. Otherwise, the planet should not maintain an overly large population scale, and the excess population should be colonized in the interstellar. And when the conditions of ultra-high density population gathering are met, when a hive city is really built, the corresponding urban management level must also keep up. A hive city should be a developed super 3-dimensional urban complex, with a fairly high level of production, residence and commerce, rather than an ultra-high density giant slum. The hive cities and hive-like areas built in various worlds in the past are historical problems that cannot be solved. But even so, the Alliance has not given up governance, and in the subsequent development plan, the transformation of these high-density settlements is the focus, not to mention the construction of new hive cities. The technology that Gu Heng has drawn will not only be useful in the construction of nest cities in the future, but also provide good technical support for the transformation of high-density settlements in nest cities and nest-like areas in various parts of the Alliance. As the governance level of the Alliance catches up, Better technology can repair the unreasonable places in the original nest cities when they were designed and built, and can maintain the aging and damage of the infrastructure of the nest cities during the long period of use. Moreover, even if it is not a hive city, at least a city, an urban agglomeration, there are quite a lot of contents in the hive city technology that can be borrowed and applied. This has obvious benefits for the development of the Alliance. Planetary climate modification technology, the use of this thing is even more straightforward. It is like a pillow when you are sleepy. The Alliance has already launched a lot of sky-burning torpedoes. This extinction order is to burn the atmosphere and oceans of the entire planet with a fire. It is a permanent solution, but the climate of the planet is also completely destroyed. Without an atmosphere, the soil becomes a lifeless desert, and even large areas are burned into glass. The ocean no longer exists. It is impossible to reuse and colonize such a planet. However, planetary climate modification technology can save it. Of course, it is not a complete change. Sometimes the burning sky torpedo does not burn thoroughly enough. So it may be okay to modify the climate. But if some planets are really burned into a glass ball, it is not very useful to modify the climate alone. And it may have to be combined with the Earth reshaping technology. But that thing may be a little more advanced. If the land reconstruction and climate transformation are complete, it can almost transform a completely dead planet into a habitable planet. Even if it is not used in those worlds that have been dealt with by the extinction order, among the many worlds currently controlled by the Alliance, there are some places with bad climate and environment. The environment of some worlds is bad, not because of climate, but other problems, but some are. If you can save one, save it. However, the cost of climate modification technology is quite high, and too drastic climate change may also cause adverse effects. In the future, the specific application of this technology still needs to be analyzed according to the specific situation of different worlds. Especially for some planets that have already developed to a certain extent, the effect should be less cautious and slower. However, it has a direct application place at present, Angry Owl Star. This place where Gu Heng started his career has now become a pearl of the Alliance. But its development mainly relies on Gu Heng starting from here, the initial various production capacities, and the subsequent large number of new industries, are first settled on the Angry Owl Star. The hard conditions of the planet itself, before the war that destroyed the world 100 years ago, but now, it is very poor. The climate can be transformed, and Gu Heng can use his Storm Kingdom to make up for the problem of subspace energy leakage, which can effectively alleviate the problem of waste energy storms, and even create a spiritual gas field again. This will allow the natural environment of the Angry Owl Star and the planetary resources to rise to several levels at once. Gu Heng is no longer going to delay this matter. He plans to go to the Angry Owl Star immediately to deal with it. It is estimated that it will take about 3 months to complete the preliminary work. Of course, all this still requires the black box of climate modification technology, the production of relevant instruments, and a large amount of energy supply. But now the Alliance is not short of energy. Stellar energy technology has been used for some time. There are these energy plants next to the stars in many galaxies controlled by the Alliance. It is definitely not as good as a Dyson sphere, but building a small piece will not have much impact on the balance of the star system. But the energy collected is already quite powerful. These accumulated energies should be able to support the application of climate modification technology. The third technology, Advanced Biochemical Research Facility, is a black box for building various high-precision biochemical research equipment used to set up corresponding laboratories and research rooms. Its greatest significance, in Gu Heng view, is not to come up with any new inventions. In this universe, it is very difficult and dangerous to research and innovate new technologies. Its main significance is to help the Alliance to thoroughly digest and master the technologies that Gu Heng has drawn through the lottery. It is unreliable to rely solely on the lottery, as there will only be one finished black box and one mother machine black box. The latter can indeed pull out a production line, but it can only pull out one by one. The Alliance itself does not have the ability to build the corresponding production line. If you can fully understand the technology, it will be different. The speed of production capacity will be faster. However, the Biochemical Research Institute is a little unreliable. Among the technologies that Gu Heng has extracted, especially the advanced technologies, there are not many related to biochemistry. But this is a good signal. If you can extract the Engineering Research Institute or the Ship Research Institute in the future, it will be more helpful. In addition to the 3 civilian technologies, There is another thing in the epic technology Dragon Elephant Fighter. This is a descendant of the Feng Falcon and the Qilin. But it is a higher level and a larger fighter. This thing is expensive. About 1.4 million per unit. This price is almost 200 times that of the Feng Falcon and 12 times that of the Qilin. But at the same time, it is of extraordinary value. Its huge size makes it look more like an airship. Unlike the Feng Falcon, which can only carry a single soldier, and the Qilin, which can only carry light vehicles, the Dragon Elephant can carry heavy armor and vehicles such as the Night Mech, the War Dog Titan, and the Lion Tank. This will allow the troops to have stronger delivery capabilities when conducting rapid maneuvers and striking behind enemy lines. Moreover, if it is not loaded with troops and is purely used as an air combat platform, the role of the Dragon Elephant is also very important. It can directly carry an M-class naval gun. Although it is a castrated version, it is still a naval gun. When it comes to more flexible air-to-ground support, it is extremely powerful. It can even carry 2 L-type DF air-launched missiles, or 14 N-type sky-splitting axe missiles, with several Dragon Elephants as support. It might be like having a destroyer floating in the sky. Of course, it might be shot down by anti-aircraft fire, and the loss might be relatively large. Not only is a Dragon Elephant worth millions, but if it has 2 DF missiles, the 2 missiles together are even more valuable than the fighter itself. But in any case, with the Dragon Elephant, the Alliance Army Air Force has a killer weapon. At the same time, the Alliance Navy can also equip some space versions of the Dragon Elephant Fighter as an air combat weapon. In addition to these 4 epic technologies, the last apocalypse-level technology that Gu Hangzhu finally lived up to his 2 years of waiting. Battlecruiser technology. It's finally here. Chapter 482, You Have to Be Crazy to Pay Taxes to You. Battlecruiser. Although it is not a proper battleship, but its significance may be no less than that of the battleship itself. It is essentially a high-speed battleship. Compared to the battleship, the battlecruiser has slightly thinner armor and slightly weaker firepower, but the speed gained by sacrificing some armor gives it extremely high tactical value. It has the same firepower as a battleship, but has the same speed as a cruiser. The mainstream thought in the Empire is of course still based on fleet-decisive battles. Battleships with thick armor, thick shields, and strong firepower are the undisputed core. However, in the Imperial Navy doctrine, there is also a group of theorists and naval commanders who prefer battlecruisers in war. What they pursue is that anyone who can catch up with me cannot beat me, and anyone who I can't beat can't catch up with me. The former refers to cruisers, and battlecruisers can easily defeat cruisers through high speed and firepower. The latter refers to battleships, and compared to cruisers, battlecruisers are much slower, and they really can't catch up. Maybe the battlecruiser has gone around to the other side of a planet, or to the other side of a star, and the battleship is still chasing after it. This gives the battlecruiser a very flexible position in the war. It is more suitable for single combat than the battleship. It is not easy to fail to catch the enemy after the attack, and it is easy to be besieged. It can be used as the vanguard of the fleet, and put the enemy vanguard into a difficult situation. If the vanguard fleet fights alone, it will obviously be disadvantageous to the enemy. If the enemy vanguard retreats and joins the main force, the battlecruiser can pursue at high speed, causing considerable damage before the battle. It can also outflank one end of the enemy fleet, creating a flanking advantage. If that doesn't work, it can also return to its own main fleet when the main forces of both sides are fighting. Acting as an ordinary battleship and participating in the fleet-decisive battle, it can also serve as a rear guard, reacting quickly to join the frontline battle after the battle begins, and can hold off the enemy when retreating, making it impossible to ignore it. But it can also use its speed advantage to easily complete the blocking mission and leave the battle. The faction in the Imperial Navy that supports battlecruisers believes that in the current cosmic environment, the forces of the enemy and us are balanced, and fleet-decisive battles that rely on battleships to solve problems are rare. In war, there is always one side with an advantage, and the other side with a disadvantage. As the advantage side, battlecruisers are better at chasing, breaking the situation, and annihilating the enemy. As the disadvantage side, they are also more flexible than bulky battleships, and can make more detours. They believe that building more battlecruisers is a more advanced solution than traditional giant ships and cannons. Gu Hang didn't care who was right or wrong in those theories. If he had to choose, he would choose all of them. And now before he got a battleship, a battlecruiser would be a good choice. The battlecruiser drawn this time was called the Holy Grail class. Its length was similar to that of the Retribution class battleship, but it was much thinner and longer. It had similar power specifications, or even stronger. Its firepower was also very strong. It couldn't beat a regular battleship, but it could easily beat a cruiser. Not only does it have 12 L-spec heavy guns, 6 times the Moon class, but it also has an X-class heavy gun, which is a sure kill for cruisers. But the price is that its armor and void shield energy level, compared with the Moon class cruiser, can be considered the same level, at most a little bit stronger, and can't make a big difference, let alone a battleship. But so what? Gu Heng doesn't know how long it will take to build a battleship after extracting the battleship technology. But it will take a long time. But it only takes 6 years to build the Holy Grail class, which is only 2 years longer than a Moon class cruiser. It's just that the cost is much higher. The cost of a Holy Grail is 45 billion tax coins, which is 5 times that of the Moon class. And there is no dock in the Alliance that can build the Holy Grail now. The dock for building cruisers is too small. There is no room for modification. The Alliance has to build a larger dock to accommodate the assembly and production of the Holy Grail class. But fortunately, Gu Heng had already planned for this. He never doubted that he would draw a larger ship technology. It was just a matter of time. In fact, during the cleaning process, the berth where the Nova was moored was originally used to park the giant belly transport ship. It has been transformed in the past 2.5 years to make it more suitable as a battleship military dock. On the one hand, it is convenient to have a dock available when the Nova has a major problem and needs to return to the port for overhaul. On the other hand, it is to prepare for the current situation. It can be built first. The finished black box can pull out some parts with high technical difficulty. One by one, it will be sent to the sky. The production line is built in an orderly manner, starting with the simple ones. And finally, the assembly work is completed in the battleship dock. With the help of the finished black box, the construction time of the first battleship started by the Alliance can be shortened by more than half. Of course, if 2 ships are to be started at the same time, the help provided by the finished black box will not be that great. But now the Alliance can only start 1 ship, unless a new large dock is built, and a complete production line with all parts of the battlecruiser can be built. However, it is enough for the time being. The Alliance needs the Holy Grail now. If we can build one in 3 years, that would be great. A battlecruiser can barely serve as the flagship of a star-level fleet, and it can hold up the scene. After completing the technology lottery, the black box Gu Heng naturally put it into the black box factory in the Kingdom of Storm God. The heroes will operate it, and the related products will go through the Alliance Research Institute, and then they will be delivered to the various industrial circles that specifically produce these products. At the same time, the Alliance government will also receive Gu Heng instructions and start making plans based on the situation after acquiring these new technologies, and ensure that these technological products are truly implemented, which will greatly help the development of the Alliance. Gu Heng himself was not idle either. He took his entire staff team to the Angry Owl Star. The team was convenient for him to leave Phase Star, so that all the work related to the function of the Alliance governor could be carried out normally. At the same time, going to the Wrathful Owl Star is also to make use of the planetary climate transformation technology. The Wrathful Owl Star is the first place, and Gu Heng will use his powerful psychic power, as well as the close relationship between the Kingdom of Storm God and the Wrathful Owl Star, to transform the planet's climate while guiding the penetration of subspace energy. The special thing about the Wrathful Owl Star is that the reality curtain here is very thin. In the prosperous era hundreds of years ago, this was a good thing, bringing high-level energy such as the spiritual gas field. More than 100 years ago, this was a disaster. The overexploitation of the spiritual gas field made the subspace energy penetration uncontrollable. An accident directly caused a subspace rift, which opened up the demon invasion. The Imperial Army did suppress the demons, destroyed and closed the subspace rift, but it also almost destroyed the Wrathful Owl Star. But now, this has become a benefit, as long as the climate modification technology is used, and Gu Heng control over the Kingdom of Storms is used, and this subspace area native to the Wrathful Owl Star is used for cooperation. The waste energy storm can be calmed down, and the spiritual gas field can emerge again. Moreover, there should be no need to worry too much about the recurrence of the accident in the future. The history of the spiritual gas field mining on the wrathful Owl Star during its heyday is hundreds or thousands of years. And there has only been one major incident. And the probability is actually not high. Not to mention, the subspace area closest to the Angry Owl Star is Gu Hang Kingdom of Storms. The demons want to invade the Angry Owl Star? Let's get through the Kingdom of Storms first. Gu Hang plans to stay on the Angry Owl Star for 3 months this time, and cooperate with the climate modification instrument pulled out of the finished black box to complete the preliminary work of the transformation of the Angry Owl Star. After finishing the most difficult part, he won't have to stay here in person for the fine-tuning and maintenance. However, when Gu Hang arrived at the Angry Owl Star and started his work for the 2nd month, the trouble caused by the Angry Flame Core came. The one who came was his old acquaintance, the former chief of taxation of the Dragon Eagle Star region, and now the chief of government, Ms. Neil Lays. She seemed to be back to her old job, bringing a tax fleet to the controlled area of the Alliance, and now was blocked outside the capital star by the Alliance border defense. The tax fleet led by Lays did not force its way in, but only stated its purpose, to collect imperial taxes. The war was basically over, and the eastern and western parts of the star field were nominally connected. The imperial tax that had been stagnant for several years was of course due for repayment. The information about the arrival of the tax fleet of the Starfield government was quickly sent back. Without orders, the border guards did not dare to let them pass. The Alliance War Committee, after seeing the news from the border guards, did not dare to make a decision on their own. Asuna made this star language call to Gu Hang, reported the situation, and waited for Governor Gu instructions. Kick her out. Gu Hang gave a very clear statement. But the imperial tax. Didn't you let our Ministry of Finance reserve this budget specifically for paying the imperial tax? Yes, that's right. Of course we have to pay the imperial tax. Does the loyalty of our alliance need to be questioned? Of course we will pay the imperial tax. At this point, Gu Hang paused and continued, but who said we have to hand over the imperial tax to the Star Region government? Osina asked, do you mean directly contact the higher level government to pay the tax this time? Yes, that's what I mean. Gu Hang said. We hand over the imperial tax to the Dragon Eagle Star Region government, and let Lao Isi fill her tax transport ship and send it to Yunluo Star. Can this money be transferred to the Empire? Obviously not. After they collected the imperial tax in the western part of the Star region, how much did they hand over? Aren't they just making up many names, and using them for their own use by the Fury Flame War Group? No matter how many reasonable reasons there are, the imperial taxes currently collected by the Dragon Eagle Star region government are mostly controlled by the Fury Corps. They have too many reasons, and use various excuses to spend this tax money. Suppressing rebellion, defense, and clearing out greenskins. Just like what they did in the Princess Star region. If we pay taxes to the Star region government honestly, we will have to take 1/10 of the output value of the entire alliance. The imperial taxes for the past 2 years will give them 76 billion tax coins in materials. Are we crazy? Give 76 billion to Nguyen, and then let them use our money to fight us? I understand what you mean. I will arrange the corresponding transport fleet and escort work. The route we can choose now, to the capital of the universe, Wuji Star, may be a little roundabout, to go from the Donglin Star region in the east to the Wuji Star region. The route in the middle is more roundabout, and not necessarily safe. We need to allocate a lot of manpower, to ensure that the tax fleet can reach the target safely. It will take at least half a year to complete the tax payment. What I want to say is that paying the imperial tax is a great pressure on us. This work will not only occupy a part of our warships, but more importantly, it will occupy 1/3 of our interstellar transportation capacity. A large number of transport ships will be occupied to transport the large amount of materials represented by the imperial tax. These are the costs of levying and transporting taxes. In the past, they were all borne by the Star Domain government. Now, we have to bear them ourselves. Osina's voice sounded a little unhappy. This is also normal. As the Prime Minister of the Alliance government, I haven't paid imperial taxes in recent years. No, I use the imperial taxes locally, and the accounts are still clear. Now I suddenly have to pay taxes seriously, which is really painful. The area occupied by the Alliance is not small. In the struggle with the Fury of Flame in the past 2 years, the Alliance has basically stabilized in addition to the 7 horses, and also controls 12 star regions. Except for the 4 greenskin nests. There is no output, there is no other population except the new immigrants, so naturally there is no such thing as imperial taxes. But the remaining 8-star regions, now that they are in the hands of the Alliance will naturally be responsible for paying taxes. Although it is not the Alliance itself that pays, but these planets. But since these planets, either under the Common Defense Framework or under the Economic Community Act, in Asana's view, their money is equivalent to the Alliance money. They are paying taxes, which is equivalent to the Alliance paying taxes. These newly acquired territories, with a total population of more than 150 billion, the imperial taxes to be paid naturally reached more than 15 billion tax coins. However, these planets have just been in the hands of the Alliance, and there is no time to develop them. Moreover, if they are to be developed in the future, they will also need a large amount of initial investment. After paying the imperial tax, the remaining fiscal revenue that the Alliance can collect from these planets only adds up to more than 5 billion. This is based on the fact that the living standards of the residents on these planets are very low, and the average annual per capita consumption is only about 0.6 to 0.7. Life is so bad, and they are exploited so badly, but they can only squeeze out this little. If the Alliance continues to invest money in their development, the fiscal surplus of 5 billion yuan will definitely not be enough, and the Alliance will have to pay for it. After working so hard for a long time, you just work for the imperial tax? And lose money? Asuna will definitely not be reconciled. And just the imperial tax, that's fine after all. It's a sum of money that can't be avoided anyway. But what makes Asuna even more unhappy is that it seems that the cost of paying taxes will still be borne by the Alliance in the future. 1/3 of the Alliance transport ships have been occupied for more than half a year. How much capital loss is this? It will have an impact on the development of the Alliance. Gu Heng probably understood what Osina was thinking. He could only comfort her. I know it's not easy, but it must be done. In the future, we will have to reach this step one day. Why not take advantage of the opportunity of the Fury Flame Regiment, which everyone can understand? To take this step forward, tell the United Fleet to send 4 cruisers to form a battle group to serve as the escort fleet. Speaking of this, Gu Heng added, moreover, we don't really need to transport all the supplies to Wuji Star. Osina took a breath of cold air. Just now, the governor was still scolding the Fury Flame intercepting imperial tax. Now you are. Chapter 483, you made the right choice. Through the virtual image of the Star Voice phone, Gu Heng saw the astonishment on Asuna's face, and said dissatisfiedly, what's that expression on your face? Nothing, I'm just waiting to hear your next brilliant remarks. Governor. Gu Heng mouth twitched, and decided not to argue with Asuna, and patiently explained, we can't do things like the Fury Corps. They intercepted the imperial tax for many reasons, but the most important part is that the green skins on the planets in the control area have not been completely eliminated, and still need a lot of investment, so they require unilateral tax reduction or tax replacement. Of course this is illegal, because in theory, the green skin threat on each planet is the responsibility of the local government of each planet to resolve. Even if they fight in the name of the Star Domain government, the only part they can legally and reasonably leave behind is the part that the original Star Domain government can retain. However, the number of people intercepted by the Fury Corps far exceeds the number that a normal Star Domain government can retain. This will greatly offend the higher level government, and will also affect its reputation. We have to cut ties with the Fury Corps and make a distinction. We can't be the same as them in this respect. Otherwise we will become birds of a feather. Asuna nodded to show that she understood. But she also said, I understand what you mean. But 76 billion tax coins plus the collection and transportation costs are all borne by us. The price is still too high. If we really follow this number, it may have an impact on our current 4-year plan. Gu Heng also agreed with Asuna's statement. Imperial taxes are imperial taxes. But it is always hard to just hand over such a huge sum of money, especially when the amount is so huge. 76 billion is enough to build 1.5 Holy Grail class battlecruisers. So, we have to think of some other ways. Gu Heng said. I have discussed this with the universe government, and they are of course happy for us to do this. After all, a large amount of wealth will be directly gathered to them, without having to go through the Star government. Chairmans will also knew that if the Dragon Eagle Star region took the tax revenue, it would fall into the hands of Nguyen, and not much would be paid. Next, I will talk to the Cosmic Region government again. Since they have received such a great benefit, it is only natural that they would share some of the costs for us. I am quite confident that they should be able to agree. Osina thought for a while and asked, is there a chance to directly reduce or exempt taxes? Just deduct the costs directly at our stage. It should be possible. That will indeed reduce a lot of pressure. Besides, we don't have to transport all these materials to Wuji Star by ourselves. I have talked to the government of the universe and the government of the neighboring Donglan Star region. We can send the materials directly to Maling Star and have the Donglan government transfer them there. That will save a lot of time and cost. It is reasonable and legal to do so. When the imperial tax is collected, it is impossible for a large number of physical materials to be transported to Holy Terra and then handed over to the imperial center, and then distributed to various universes, star regions, and star regions according to demand. That way, the loss on the road is extremely large. As the scale of the transportation industry increases, the cost will indeed be greatly reduced, but if it is reduced further, such a large base here requires a large number of transport ships. The ships don't have to do anything else, and the fuel consumption on the road is also huge. Even the Empire can't afford this level of waste. For this reason, the Empire's method of using imperial taxes is to let the two levels of government, the Star Domain and the Universe Domain, retain a part of it, and the remaining part that is collected by the central government. In fact, not all of it will be transported to Holy Terra. Part of it will be transported, and the other part will be directly distributed to the corresponding places in need according to the current strategic goals of the Empire. If there is any surplus, some storage worlds will be established in various universes to store materials. The costs generated in these processes are generally borne by the imperial system. The Alliance is now doing transportation taxation, which actually replaces some of the functions of the Star Domain government. Naturally, it can follow the requirements to avoid bearing this part of the cost. However, this is somewhat unreasonable. The Star Domain government still exists in theory, and it is your Alliance's turn to pay taxes directly. If the Universe Domain government stands on the side of the Star Domain government and refuses to accept the taxes you have paid, then you are finished. This is actually the most likely scenario. The Star Domain government is a lower-level government under the formal Universe Domain government, and they are directly subordinate to each other. Under normal circumstances, the Universe Domain government cannot accept the imperial taxes directly paid by local forces in a Star Domain. That is to say, the Dragon Eagle Star region is in a special situation, and Zhu Xiaofeng, the chairman of the Universe region, is willing to provide some extra help under the suggestion of Gallardo, so that this matter can be implemented. It is not just implemented. I will talk to Chairman Zhu later. After all, we are still in a state of war, and we do bear half of the responsibilities of the Star Region government. We should also be able to get a part of the corresponding funding for the Star Region government. It's a bit difficult to take the conventional 30%, but giving us 20% is reasonable. However, the way to keep it is not for me to keep it directly. We still have to hand it over, and then the government of the universe will provide funding. Osina, you have to make the corresponding preparations for receiving it. I understand. Osina nodded. She didn't ask why she had to go through so much trouble. She knew the reason, which was a question of legality. No matter how powerful the Alliance is, it is not the Star Domain government yet. It is not compliant to pay taxes to the next higher level by directly bypassing the Star Domain government. It is even more compliant to keep the imperial tax directly. After paying the tax, the Universe Domain government will distribute it in the form of special grants, which is relatively better. Before hanging up the call, Osina said to Gu Hang, Governor, this is not a solution. Nguyen has used this kind of thing to cause us too much trouble. I look forward to you becoming the true Dragonhawk Lord as soon as possible. Soon. As Osina said, the imperial tax is not the first trouble that the Fury Corps has caused. In the past 2 years, they have used similar means to discuss the Alliance many times. The simplest one is to send the heads of the Star Regions and the planetary governors to the Alliance-occupied areas in the name of the Star Region government. Gu Hang will detain one for each one that comes. In the name of the Commander-in-Chief, issue orders to the Alliance army. Ignore each one as they come. The rest, such as cutting off trade, are all routine operations. Of course, the Fury Flame Corps also knows that these things are impossible to achieve results. However, whenever the Alliance detains, expels an official of the Star Domain government, ignores the order of the Star Domain government once, it is equivalent to giving them an explanation, an excuse. They use these things to criticize Gu Hang for being domineering, criticize the Alliance for actually separatism, and say that they are traitors. This was not said to Gu Hang, but to the surrounding star regions, to the universe government, and to the Empire Center. What can the Alliance do? This kind of thing cannot be tolerated. so it can only make excuses. Of course, just making excuses is not enough, no matter how it is explained. It is all passive defense. The Alliance also kept blasting the Fury Flame Corps, saying that they were holding the Star Region government hostage, plotting against the government, and being traitors to the Empire. Who doesn't know how to curse? And another disgusting thing is the reward for the Iron Teeth War. In theory, the Iron Tooth War took place in the Dragon Eagle Star region. After the war, the Star region government should report the course and results of the war. Who, which army, played a greater role in the war, and who made specific contributions, are all determined in this way. This not only determines the honor, but also determines how the rewards to be issued by the Empire are determined. The funding for the reconstruction of each planet and the replenishment of the army's losses are all considered actual benefits. For Gu Heng, the more important point is that he wants to gain the orthodox status of the Dragon Eagle Star region government through his undoubted contribution in this war. The various troubles caused by the Fury Flame group to him, to put it bluntly, are all using the naturally legitimate name of the Star region government. The core means to solve these troubles is to become the spokesperson for legitimacy. But since Gu Heng has already had such a mess with the Fury Flame group, how can he expect the other party to say good things about him? If the Alliance reports its achievements through the Star Domain government, then it is likely that it will become invisible. Gu Heng deeply understands that victory and the fruits of victory are two different things. There is a possibility that one may win the war, but gain nothing in the end. He must fight for this right to speak. His war report, like the imperial tax, bypasses the Star Domain government and is submitted directly to the upper level. However, the efficiency of the Empire is too slow. A year ago, Gu Heng contacted Gallardo and asked about the conclusion of the Dragon Eagle Star Domain War. As a result, Gallardo told him at that time that the relevant information had not been sent to the Imperial Military Affairs Department. Gu Heng had to ask the Space Domain government again. Chairman's was said that he had sent it. This is fucked up. Now, no one knows where this report of merit is stuck. But it is said that this is normal. For Holy Terra, the Eastern Space Domain is a very remote place. A Star Domain level war took place here, and the scale is just like that. The entire universe, the entire Empire, wars of similar scale, happening every day is a bit too exaggerated. There are several wars every day. Just wait. But in general, with the attention of Zhui Xiaofeng, Gallardo and other big figures, the efficiency will be faster than usual. This wait has lasted until now. Gu Heng can't keep urging. He can only continue to wait. And if the final result of the wait is not satisfactory to him, he also had some follow-up preparation plans. Hopefully, they won't be used. Before Gu Heng received a response to the war report, he first waited for an old acquaintance. It was Lao Yisi again. The Alliance Border Defense Forces in Duxingsing, after receiving instructions from Governor Gu, of course, had to drive away the tax fleet led by Lao Yisi. They refused the tax fleet's docking, and the Navy forces were also approaching, and warned the Dragon Eagle tax fleet, telling them that if they forced their way through the Duxingsing system's jump point, it would be considered an act of war. But the tax fleet did not leave. Lao Yisi applied for a personal call with Gu Heng. Gu Heng thought that this high-ranking official of the Star Region government was going to persuade him. After all, Gu Heng could guess that the reason why the Fury Corps asked Lao Yisi to be the tax officer was because Lao Yisi had the so-called favor of knowing and meeting for Gu Heng. Of course they thought that it was impossible to receive money from Gu Heng. And it was still a disgusting thing for Gu Heng. And the nature of the imperial tax was worse than anything else. They were just waiting to use Gu Heng excuses to continue to catch him. Logically speaking, after being expelled by the Alliance, Lao Yisi should have gotten what she needed, and should have left. What to talk about? As a result, after the call was connected, Gu Heng realized that he had been wrong. Gu Heng, please save the Star Region government. This was the first sentence Lao Yisi said. Save the Star Region government? Gu Heng said. How to save it? Can the Star Region government admit that the Fury Flame Corps held you hostage? Yes. This is the fact. Gu Heng did not comment, and continued to ask, then, does the Star Domain government want to give me a secret order, so that I can lead the troops to expel the Fury Flame regiment? If you need it, of course. Okay, please give me the secret order, Gu Heng said with a smile. But his heart was cold. Even with the so-called secret order, he could not send troops westward to fight a civil war. This wave, just like every time the Fury Flame regiment disgusted him, with this secret order, Gu Hang could shout everywhere with great fanfare, "See what your Fury Flame Regiment has forced the Star Domain government into." But Lao Yisi couldn't give him this secret order. She said, "I don't want to go back to Yunluo Star." "Oh!" At this point, Gu Hang became really interested. "It's meaningless for me to go back. I can only continue to be a puppet of the Fury Flame Corps. They have never thought about leaving the Star Domain government. Tanjiui wishful thinking is just a dream. I want to reorganize the Star Domain government in the eastern part of the Star Domain, or at least reorganize the structure of the Star Domain government department. Gu Hang, will you support me?" Gu Hang's attitude became enthusiastic. "Of course. We are old friends. I will definitely support you." What the Fury Flame Corps did was really too much. The Star Domain government needs people like you, General Lao Yisi, to stand up, expose them, and then independently assume the responsibilities that the Star Domain government should have. Since you want to, then stay. The Alliance will provide you with all the help you need. Believe me, General Lao Yisi, you have made the right choice. Chapter 484, Silver Court. Lao Yisi's choice for Gu Hang, it was a pleasant surprise. Isn't the concern about legitimacy? If Lao Yisi can come, it will be a great help. She is the Chief Minister of the Dragon Eagle Star Region's Political Affairs Department, and in terms of the entire Star Region government, she can be considered the second person. After she comes, Gu Hang will be able to establish a small Star Region government in his actual control area. The name is obvious. The Chief Minister of Political Affairs will carry out the work of the Star Region's Political Affairs Department here, which is very reasonable. After that, Gu Hang could do whatever he wanted in the name of the Star Domain government. He could even cause trouble for the Fury Flame Corps. This was a battle between name and reality. In fact, Gu Hang suffered a lot in the name of the Star Domain government. But he also made some efforts in this regard. Although there were many difficulties, the intelligence departments of the Alliance showed their magical powers, and thought of some ways to plant some agents in various worlds in the western part of the Dragon Eagle Star Domain, including Yunluo Star. It is unrealistic for these agents to subvert the Alliance. The Alliance influence and instigation ability are not enough. However, they can gather some intelligence and make secret contacts with some key figures. Through the intelligence that is not even confidential, Gu Hang can see that the Star Domain government is not so willing to serve the Fury Flame Corps. Some high-ranking officials of the Star Domain government have reached a certain tacit understanding with the Alliance. They cannot directly resist the Fury Flame Corps, but they can inform the Alliance. They dare not help the Alliance blatantly, but they can resist and delay certain things that the Fury Flame Corps needs their cooperation, and increase the cost of the Fury Flame Corps. After all, the Fury Corps is a guest army, half of the star field, hundreds of billions of people, and the affairs of 100 or 200 worlds cannot be solved by less than 1,000 space marines. Although they also brought a large number of auxiliary troops, they still need to rely on a large number of local forces to maintain their rule. To be honest, this is very unstable, and completely different from Urso's original idea. Originally, in Urso's idea, the Fury Corps would become the heroes of the Dragon Hawk Star field, and then everything would become very easy to handle. They will return power to local forces, and only form a strong alliance with them through influence and security. Then, they will introduce the power of Menghe Star Region and Huangnu Star Region, and continue to infiltrate through trade and political cooperation. After a few years, Dragon Eagle Star Region will become the de facto ally of Iron Fury Stone. And after a few more years, they will have to rely strongly on Iron Fury Stone. They have tried this method in many star regions. Although it took a long time, it was successful. However, in the Dragon Eagle Star Region, everything was different. The step of becoming a hero and a savior was greatly reduced. Now, half of the star region regarded them as enemies. So how could they be considered heroes? Moreover, it was precisely because of the hostile relationship with the Alliance that they could not devote their full efforts to building their own glorious image, and had to squeeze the power of half of the star region controlled by them to maintain this Cold War. But this will significantly consume their prestige that they have worked so hard to build up through the Iron Teeth War, which has been greatly reduced due to the existence of the Alliance. It must be emphasized again that they are guest troops, and they are not the masters of the Dragon Eagle Star region. They can control half of the star region because of their victory in the war, the prestige brought by saving the world, and their powerful strength. These two are indispensable. If the former is constantly consumed, no matter how strong they are, It will be impossible for them to continue to control half of the star region after the local forces really begin to become disunited. Gu Heng, on the other hand, is much more patient in this regard. If it drags on, the eastern part of the Dragon Eagle Star region will only develop better and better under his control, and the society will become more stable. He can turn the 200 worlds in the east into his base. On the contrary, as long as Gu Heng still maintains the Cold War situation with the Fury Flame Core, the internal contradictions in the western part of the star region will become increasingly difficult to suppress, and the whole society will become increasingly boiling. The rebellions that come one after another may not be easy to see, but the cost of the Fury Flame Core's rule will undoubtedly continue to rise, so that not only can they not generate blood here, but they need to constantly transfuse blood to maintain it. Be patient, don't rush, don't make mistakes, digest the results of the battle, and accumulate wealth. This is the overall idea of Gu Heng leading the alliance to fight against Fury. Only 2 years have passed, and Laius has defected. What about another 2 years? What about 4 years? If you have the ability, you can fight me for 6 years, 8 years. By then, I don't know how the alliance naval formation will grow. But it is obvious that Urso does not want to fight with Gu Heng anymore. What Gu Heng can see from afar in the east of the star field, Urso is in it, and of course, the feeling is more personal. He was already feeling more and more uncomfortable. So far, he had to admit that the alliance standing opposite him was a very powerful enemy. He was not very good at spying on the intelligence within the alliance, but the few words that were revealed still let him know that this enemy would only become stronger and stronger. But he couldn't take advantage of this time to directly use force, and had to stay here and engage in a cold war. This was very frustrating, but what was even more frustrating was that he felt that the local forces in the western part of the Dragon Eagle Star region, because of the resources exploited by the Cold War, because of the high pressure and strong rule that the Fury Flame Core had to adopt, were rebounding. The allocation of materials and personnel replenishment became increasingly unsmooth, and the transmission and execution of orders became increasingly obscure. He felt like he was stuck in a quagmire. He could clearly feel that if things continued like this, he and his regiment would be drowned in the Dragon Eagle Star region. He had to break the impasse. But the way to break the impasse could not be war. At least not a war without a reason. It was not enough to just say that the alliance was treasonous. He could talk big. But in fact, Urso understood better than anyone what kind of image Iron Fury Stone had in the imperial political arena. He can't even clean up his own dirt. And he's still pointing at others and calling them traitors. No one will believe him. Once he takes the initiative to start a war, if his declaration is not enough, it may cause a very big reaction. In the worst case, it may even lead to the Empire declaring the Fury Core a traitor and mobilizing forces to suppress him. At that point, it will be another Bauhinia rebellion. That is the most important opportunity for the Iron Fury Stone to grow and develop. But it is also their biggest crisis. At that time, if they didn't win, the fate of the 3 war bands, Bauhinia, Starbreaker, and Phoenix, would be the fate of their iron armor, Fury, and Stone Shield. But on the other hand, what if the claims were enough? In the past 2 years, Urso has been causing all kinds of trouble for the Alliance. Just to accumulate claims, disobeying orders, refusing to be assigned, and refusing to accept officials from the Star Region government. And this time, the issue of the imperial tax is a decisive blow. Urso had long thought that Gu Heng would not pay taxes for him. Otherwise, if more than 70 billion fell into his hands, many things could be settled, and he would not have to exploit the locals so much. And he could even share the benefits. But it didn't matter if he didn't pay taxes, even if Gu Heng went to the upper government to pay. Just like the previous report of merit, it was also within his expectations. He even thought about whether to rob the transport fleet sent by Gu Heng. Anyway, it was not a formal imperial tax fleet, and it was not the same as robbing imperial taxes. But after thinking about it, the risk is still too high. That would offend the universe government too much. After all, the money is shipped to the universe government. If the universe government jumps out and says that this is the official tax fleet they recognize, it will be a big trouble. Under the current situation, it is enough. Skip the Star Region government and pay taxes directly to the higher level government, even if it is approved by the higher level government. There are too many things to do about this matter. In this universe, there are only a few things that are truly black and white. Most things are in gray. But the gray is different in depth. The same thing, under different judgment standards, or even different standpoints, has completely different natures. The materials accumulated in the past, plus the issue of the imperial tax this time, are all accumulated as the cannonballs that Urso will use next. But this cannonball cannot be fired by the Fury Corps, for the same reason that he cannot start a war without authorization. However, Iron Fury has been in the imperial political arena for so many years, and has done many things that are against the rules and laws. There is a reason why he can still be so arrogant now. In addition to their own strong hard power, they have also developed some partners, some communities of interest, which has formed a certain degree of protection. Without some connections, they would have capsized long ago. Now, it is time to use these connections. The Inquisition. Over the years, Iron Fury Stone has maintained a very good relationship with many Imperial Inquisition institutions and orders. Speaking of the Inquisition, it is a very special organization in the Empire. They are a super spy organization that combines secret police, spies, intelligence, internal monitoring, handling heretics, and exterminating demons and aliens. Their power is almost above any other political entity in the Empire, and they monitor all living things in the Empire all the time. In theory, the Inquisitor has almost unlimited power. As long as the reason is justified, they can do whatever they want. Sign an extermination order, kill billions or even tens of billions of people on a planet, execute an Imperial Marshal, monitor the Lord of the Supreme Council, and sentence a Space Marine chapter for treason. At the same time, the Inquisition is a huge, loose, and complex organization. Each Inquisitor has his own ideas on how to more effectively defend the Empire, according to different philosophies and methods of doing things. The Inquisition is actually divided into countless factions. There is the Demon Inquisition that specializes in dealing with the demons of the Abyss. There is the Anti-Foreign Inquisition that focuses on fighting all kinds of aliens. And there is the Heretic Inquisition that specializes in uncovering traitors from within the Empire. These three are the largest, but there are many small, other factions with completely different ideas. The tribunal has no formal structural framework. When some judges encounter major problems that they cannot solve on their own, they will form a cooperation group. Often, such a cooperation group is the predecessor and prototype of a faction of the tribunal. It seems that the power of the judges is boundless, but in reality, the situation is much more complicated in specific matters. The excessive power of the tribunal in name often turns into no power at all. In other words, what a specific judge wants to do depends on his strength. This strength, on the one hand, depends on how much power the Inquisitor can mobilize within the Inquisition itself, how much support the Inquisitor's own faction has, how much power the Inquisitor can mobilize from other factions, whether the Inquisitor can get enough support from organizations outside the Inquisition, whether the Inquisitor can mobilize the help of the State Church, the Mechanicus, or even the Astra Militarum, or the Imperial Navy. These are all components of the Inquisitor's strength. On the other hand, it depends on how much recognition the Inquisitor's words and judgments can get within the Empire. So although the Inquisitors have almost unlimited secular power in legal terms, if they abuse their power in reality, they will soon face various kinds of retribution in this life. Even the Inquisition itself has a special agency to supervise the Inquisitors who abuse their power. Therefore, although it is theoretically feasible, the Inquisitors cannot really do whatever they want. And Iron Fury Stone's relationship in the Inquisition is surprisingly good, especially the Silver Inquisition, a large faction that often operates in the east of the Empire. This Inquisition once had a glorious history, with tens of thousands of official judges under its command, and maintained good cooperation with many powerful Star Army Corps and admirals. There are two biggest achievements. One is that they successfully launched a trial against the chairman of the space domain of the Macri space domain. This person, who is definitely a top official of the Empire and a frontier official, was sentenced by the Silver Inquisition, regardless of whether he was treasonous, incompetent and corrupt as the Silver Inquisition said, causing huge losses to the Empire. Anyway, the final result was that the chairman of the space domain wanted to start a rebellion to protect himself, but was still disintegrated and executed by the Silver Inquisition. The second biggest move was to prove the loyalty of the Iron Armored Corps in the Bauhinia Rebellion more than 100 years ago, to sentence the Bauhinia Corps to extinction, and to sentence the Starbreaker Blade and the Phoenix to a penance expedition. After these two major events, the Silver Tribunal became famous in many cosmic domains in the eastern part of the Empire. Iron Fury Stone also often cooperated with some of their actions and made a lot of things happen. The judgments made by the Silver Tribunal were always able to become a reality under their original strong strength and the support of Iron Fury Stone. At the same time, they could also get the Imperial Tribunal headquarters to sign and approve their judgments. Chapter 485, Fighting the Trial. The Silver Judges had not yet entered the Dragon Eagle Star region, but Gu Heng had already known about it. They came with great momentum, without any cover-up, and widely publicized it. Even a message asking the Alliance to cooperate with the investigation was sent to Gu Heng. After receiving this message, Gu Heng sighed. What is coming will come. Of course, he did not want the tribunal to enter his territory, especially a hostile tribunal. Gu Heng thought carefully about the possibility of refusing the Silver Tribunal to enter the Alliance. It doesn't feel like much. If he does this, he will have problems no matter if he has any. The Fury Corps will immediately get the most reasonable excuse for war, and the Silver Tribunal will join in. If it were just that, they would have been enemies long ago, and they would have to fight sooner or later. But the most important thing is that, after giving them a perfect reason for war, all the Imperial forces that could have helped Gu Heng could no longer help him, but instead passively became his enemies. At that time, he would not be fighting the Fury Corps and the Silver Tribunal, but the Fury Corps that had released all restrictions and could fully deploy all its forces, and he would be fighting alone. That's definitely not possible. Gu Heng gave up this idea. He could only let the Silver Tribunal in. And since he couldn't stop it, Gu Heng also had some ways to deal with it. There are mainly two aspects, and they can be done in two ways. The first is to target the review itself. The second is outside the review. Let's talk about the review itself first. Gu Heng combined the information and statements from all sides, and believed that this matter was not completely without room for mediation. The Silver Tribunal was not a subordinate of Iron Fury Stone. At most, they could be regarded as having a good relationship, sharing the same interests, and belonging to an alliance relationship. They are still the tribunal, and must abide by the rules of the tribunal. Even quite a few judges have ideals. This also determines that they will accept Iron Fury Stone's invitation, help Iron Fury Stone, and be Iron Fury Stone's umbrella. But they are definitely not subordinates. They will not nod to Iron Fury Stone. If you believe that the Silver Tribunal has its own judgment and will conduct a fair review to a certain extent, then this matter is indeed worth doing. However, this is actually what worries Gu Heng the most. If the Alliance really has no problems and can withstand investigation, he would not worry about others coming with malicious intent. True gold is not afraid of fire. But the key is that there are too many things in the Alliance that cannot withstand a detailed investigation. Those things are not just the nonsense that Urso accused. Gu Heng is not worried about that. What he is afraid of is the many problems of the Alliance itself. In such a short period of time, the Alliance has rapidly developed various industries. Where did the technology come from? Why is the training of the Alliance soldiers so efficient? How did the number of phoenixes expand from hundreds to thousands in just a few years? Where does the legitimacy of the Alliance as a political entity come from? Does Gallardo have the power to make decisions on such a multi-planet political union? Is the process of the Alliance joining many planets so far in accordance with the laws of the Empire? Are the Seven-Horse Framework and the Economic Community Act legal? Even if these are legal, the Alliance is replicating its own political system on each of the joining planets, undermining each planetary governor, which is a method that is completely inconsistent with the basic political structure of the Empire. Does the Alliance have the right to do this? For these matters, if a whole team of professional Inquisition officials were to come, even if they were truly selfless and without the influence of the Fury of Flame, they would still make Gu Heng sweat profusely if they investigated carefully. For these questions, Gu Heng actually made a lot of preparations, and each had his own explanation. Some of them could stand up to scrutiny, and some of them could not. But if you investigate carefully, there is always a great risk. You can only face it head-on. Gu Heng has already arranged the specific response methods. This will be a high-priority task for the Alliance. All preparations are underway. As soon as the fleet of the Silver Tribunal arrives, it will be implemented. As for the work outside the review, no one can help. Gu Heng can only do it himself. He began to frequently talk to two parties, Zhou Xiaofeng and Baggio Gallardo. Who doesn't have an umbrella? Who knows who has a bigger umbrella of protection? And Gu Heng activities have also achieved some results. In terms of Zhou Xiaofeng, the chairman of the universe provided Gu Heng with considerable help. He said that he had no feelings for Gu Heng at first. After he came to power, he was a frontier official of the Empire. In comparison, Gu Heng, who was only in the star zone at that time, what was he to him? The difference between the level and grade was too big. The reason why he provided some help to Gu Heng was purely because Gallardo, his most important political ally, had told him several times about Gu Heng and asked him to take good care of him. In this case, Zhuo Xiaofeng would naturally regard Gu Heng as a member of the same political faction, and it was natural for him to provide some help. Later, the Iron Teeth War in the Dragon Eagle Star region also attracted the attention of the Cosmic Domain government to a great extent. The Cosmic Domain government was of course very concerned about the war in the Dragon Eagle Star domain. The sudden outbreak of the Greenskin crisis here was indeed quite frightening. The Eastern Cosmic Domain was also afraid that the Iron Tooth clan, which had swept across the entire Dragon Eagle Star domain in a few months, would evolve into a larger and more uncontrollable green tide, so that it would break out of the scope of the star domain and affect other star domains, and even the entire cosmic domain. Even later, when the battle was stalemate, the Cosmic Domain government still maintained a high level of attention here. They also didn't want the entire Dragon Eagle Star region to be destroyed in this war. The Dragon Eagle Star region was also very important in the Eastern universe. If an entire star region was destroyed, the loss would be too great. Zhuo Xiaofeng, the chairman of the universe, had only been in office for a few years, and he had destroyed a star region during his tenure. This was a major blow to his upward political career. For this reason, the universe government actually provided considerable help during the Iron Teeth War. A large amount of supplies, as well as the star army that the cosmic government could deploy, and part of the naval fleet, were sent to the Yunlu government as reinforcements. Even the trump card in the hands of the cosmic government, the Eastern Fleet with 3 battleships and 7 battlecruisers, had received orders, when necessary, they would allocate part of their main forces to directly interfere in the Iron Tooth War. In the later stages of the Iron Tooth War, the reason why the Fury Corps was able to fight against the Green Skins on the front battlefield and even had an advantage in the war of attrition was that the strong support from the Eastern Cosmic Domain was a very important core factor. Even, the Fury Flame Regiment came to the Dragon Eagle Star region to fight, and part of it was because of the invitation of the Eastern Universe government. However, after the war, the two sides had a honeymoon period, which soon ended and even became full of contradictions. This was also thanks to Gu Heng, because they had to compete with the Alliance. The Fury Flame Regiment had to squeeze every bit of strength to maintain the Cold War situation. In this case, a lot of the assistance provided by the Eastern Universe was naturally retained by URSO for use. The war materials distributed as aid were fine. They were consumables. You said they were used in the war, and they were all spent. Then the cosmic government had to accept it. However, you also kept the Star Army, the Navy fleet, and the transport ships, which caused considerable dissatisfaction. The two sides had a lot of quarrels over this matter. The Fury Flame Corps also pretended to stay in the Dragon Eagle Star region and refused to leave, holding the Star region government hostage, which made the cosmic government even more unhappy. The Star Domain government is the subordinate of the Cosmic Domain government. To override the Star Domain government, isn't it the same as cutting meat from the Cosmic Domain government? After the relationship quickly deteriorated, the alliance represented by Gu Heng became more attractive. Comparing the two at the same level, they are completely different. The alliance contribution in the war was also very great. Not only did it go straight to Huanglong, it destroyed the Greenskins' lair, and forced the Greenskins' main force to retreat in a hurry. In the end, the Great Chieftain was eliminated by Gu Heng, the governor of the alliance, and his men. During the whole process, the alliance received almost no additional assistance from the Space Domain government, nor did they complain about anything every day. Instead, they received good news. After the Cold War began, the words said by the Fury Flame Corps were a bit bullshit. On the contrary, the alliance accused the Fury Flame Corps of undermining the Star Domain government, which was true. More importantly, although the alliance actually controlled half of the Star Domain, it was not rebellious at all. It was normal that the imperial taxes in the previous few years could not be paid. They were spent on the war, and the accounts were quite clear. They were also respectfully submitted to the higher government for review. After the war, the imperial taxes every 2 years came due, and they paid honestly. It is normal not to hand it over to the Star Region government. After handing it over to the Star Region government, won't it be detained by you, Nguyen? It is reasonable to hand it over to the higher level government directly. The imperial tax of 76 billion tax coins simply makes Zhuo Xiaofeng very happy. What is a family member? This is a real family member. With the size of the alliance now, it can't be regarded as a small role. Such a powerful family member with development potential, how can we let others mess with him? Zhuo Xiaofeng sent a note to the Silver Tribunal in the name of the Imperial Universe government. The two sides had no affiliation, and he could not command the Silver Tribunal. But as the chairman of a universe, his words still had a certain effect. After all, the Eastern Universe was also a place where the Silver Tribunal was often active. Before this, the Eastern Universe government also cooperated with the Silver Tribunal in various actions in the Eastern Universe. The relationship between the two sides was good, and the Silver Tribunal also needed to rely on Zhuo Xiaofeng's support. In this case, Zhuo Xiaofeng's clear expression of dissatisfaction also put a lot of pressure on the Silver Tribunal. A chief judge of the Silver faction rushed to meet Zhuo Xiaofeng to explain the matter. But this alone could not completely stop the actions of the Silver Tribunal. At most, it could make them restrain themselves and be more moderate. But Zhuo Xiaofeng was not satisfied. In addition, another faction of the tribunal was also mobilized. The most active faction in the Eastern Universe was called the Flash Tribunal. The scale of this tribunal was very small, and its strength could not be compared with that of the Silver Tribunal, which had caused many major events and spanned multiple universes. But after all, there are hundreds of legitimate judges under its command. At Zhuo Xiaofeng's request, the Shimmer Tribunal dispatched half of its personnel to the Dragon Eagle Star region. The Shimmer faction was not going to stop the Silver faction, nor did it have the ability to do so. The size and strength of the two factions were too different. After they arrived at the Dragon Eagle Star region, they split into two groups. One group went to investigate the Fury Flame, which was a tooth for a tooth. Although, even if the Shimmer faction sentenced the Fury Flame Corps to treason, it would be meaningless. No faction of the tribunal would do a judgment that could not be executed, which would ruin their reputation. But this is the attitude of the cosmic government, and the Fury Corps has to restrain its behavior. The other way, they went to the area actually controlled by the Alliance. They will not investigate the Alliance, nor will they issue an investigation conclusion that is completely different from that of the Silver faction. That would be tantamount to falling out, and the Flash faction would not do such a thing. But they will supervise the behavior of the Silver faction inquisitors to ensure that colleagues from another faction will not act lawlessly. If you want to investigate, you can do so, but do it reasonably and legally. And don't do anything tricky. Otherwise, although I can't stop you, it won't prevent me from reporting it truthfully to disgust you. Under Zhuo Xiaofeng's will, the bloated system of the universe government has shown a rare high efficiency, and the series of support brought by this even surprised Gu Heng. His pressure was reduced a lot, both internally and externally. Internally, many worlds that had just been acquired and were not particularly loyal became much more stable. I thought the Alliance was really a traitor before. But, goodness, the Inquisition has come. Now it seems that, although the results have not yet come out, I can rest assured. As for the outside world, the official caravan of the Alliance, Gu Company, and the newly established Alliance Chamber of Commerce have trade relations with Daiko Star Region and Donglin Star Region, and the situation is much more stable now. More importantly, Gu Heng does not have to worry about the future. When the Silver Tribunal really makes the worst judgment, he should not be deserted by his friends and relatives and face a comprehensive encirclement. His enemies still only need to focus on the Fury Flame Corps, and at most add the Iron Fury Stone and the Silver Tribunal. Well, even so, the pressure is actually great. But the good news is that Iron Armor, Stone Shield and Silver Tribunal all have their own things to do, and it is impossible for them to use all their strength to deal with him. He still only needs to deal with Fury. If Zhuo Xiaofeng gave support and relieved Gu Heng of some of his worries, then what Gallardo gave him was another choice. Come to Terra. In the star language communication, Gallardo invited Gu Heng. Chapter 486. Marshal Gu looked at the planet in front of him, and he could not recognize that this was the home planet of mankind. Earth. The beautiful blue planet in his memory was gone. The ocean that should have occupied most of the planet's surface area had dried up many years ago, and the floating white clouds had naturally disappeared. Instead, there were countless man-made buildings that were clearly visible from space, covering every inch of the planet, including the dry seabed. That was a hive city. This was Gu Heng's first thought, but he quickly overturned it. It was too inaccurate. That was a hive city. Today's Holy Terra is the largest hive city world in the empire. According to the empire's data, there are 1 trillion people living here, among which there are more than 50 billion officials of the imperial government, responsible for ruling the vast territory of the entire empire. What a terrible number is this! Koroja is already a standard hive city world, and its huge population resources are its most core output. But even so, its peak population was only 40 billion, which is only 4% of Holy Terra. Today, the Alliance controls half of the star field. If we count all the worlds indirectly controlled by the Seven Horses Framework and the Economic Community Act, there are 182 in total, and the total population is only 340 billion, which is only 1/3 of the planet Holy Terra. And Holy Terra has more than just population. Its productivity is also very developed. The entire solar system is indeed the core area of mankind. There is not only Holy Terra, but also the moon base, and another magnificent world, the headquarters of the Mechanicus, the Mars Forge world. The starport area of Holy Terra is also extremely large, like a flat space world, with continuous steel creations, almost connected to the moon starport in the distance. Countless ships, large and small, are densely packed, entering and exiting this magnificent starport area. Most of them are transport ships of various types. It is hard to count the daily cargo handled by the starport. Gu Heng can even see several ships dragging a huge ice comet into a specific starport. These ice comets may be the source of living water for the trillions of people on the long-dried Holy Terra, which is beyond Gu Heng imagination. In addition, the core solar fleet of the Imperial Navy is patrolling in this area. Gu Heng can see many powerful warships of various shapes at a glance, each of which is comparable to or even larger than the size of the Retribution-class battleship. The most numerous of them are definitely the most common Retribution-class battleships. But there are also some battleship models that look different, which look more powerful than the standard Retribution class. In the orbit of Holy Terra, the most eye-catching thing is still a round one, which is a bit like a star fortress, but it is larger than any star fortress Gu Heng has seen before. It is called the Mountain Phalanx, and it is currently the largest mobile fortress in the Empire. It is the size of a satellite or a large asteroid, and the front deck alone can dock 10 battleships. It can even be regarded as a cosmic hive city, which can accommodate an unimaginable population and requires an incalculable number of mortal pilots. It is not only large, but also fast. In the few times it left Holy Terra to fight, it was always able to reach the battlefield quickly and destroy the enemies of the Empire with unmatched firepower. Its history even exceeds that of the human empire. It is a prehistoric creation. Human technology can only maintain it. If it is severely damaged, it can only be repaired by alternative technology, which will cause permanent performance loss. Not to mention building a new one. 10,000 years ago, the Phalanx was found by the original 7th Legion of Space Marines. After the split of the regiment, it also became the home of the Golden Knights after the reorganization of the 7th Legion. Today, the Golden Knights are the only Space Marine regiment stationed in Holy Terra, together with the Imperial Guard. Both are super warriors painted in golden color, jointly defending the home planet of mankind, the heart of the Empire. The spaceship that Gu Heng was riding passed the Phalanx from a distance, and his eyes were always reluctant to leave this huge, mighty, and beautiful creation. What he thought in his heart was, when can I have such a big guy? Only when the Phalanx disappeared from his sight did he reluctantly withdraw his gaze. Entering a starport, changing into a small spaceship, Gu Heng headed for the ground. During the near-ground flight, Gu Heng caught a glimpse of the people living in those towering nests. Well, they were not living very well. This slightly cracked the aura of the sacred Terra in Gu Heng's heart. In the orbit of the planet, he was almost shocked by the human heart of this capital of the Empire. However, the living standards of the people on Holy Terra are similar to those of the hive world in his stereotype. But it is said that the housing prices on Holy Terra are very expensive. A small, shabby room may be worth a palace on other planets. On the surface of Holy Terra, the most magnificent building complex is the Imperial Palace. It is located in the Himalayas and covers the entire Qinghai Tibet Plateau. Its spires reach the sky, and the magnificent palace shines brightly under the sun. Countless spaceships hover above it, guarding the glory and dignity of the Empire. It is not only a symbol of the power of the Empire, but also an eternal fortress, standing tall in the long river of history, witnessing the rise and fall and changes of the Empire. The Emperor made his fortune here, unified the whole world, created the Space Marines and the Imperial Guards, who were called perfect humans, and launched a great expedition to establish the current territory of the Empire. The Emperor also ascended to become a god here, protecting mankind for 1,000 years after another. And the destination of Gu Heng trip is exactly here. Gu Heng trip to Holy Terra took him a long time. The longest journey was from the Alliance to Wuji Star. The road to the south was a bit too dangerous. Gu Heng could only choose to go from the east to the Donglin Star region, and then go south to the Daiko Star region, and then to the Wuji Star region. After arriving at Wuji Star, he made another jump, entered the Winshou universe, and then entered the Sun universe. The Empire also had its own rules when dividing administrative regions. Each universe capital planet, while serving as the core of the entire universe, had another requirement, that is, the connection with the Sun universe should not exceed the jump of one star region. Even for the second point, the first point is sometimes sacrificed, leaving the capital planet of a certain star field isolated on the edge. This is obviously to ensure that the entire Empire can maintain better control over the vast territory of the Empire as much as possible. Until later, the Empire's territory was too large, and this rule was relaxed to 2 star fields. But in general, the journey from Wuji Star to the core of the Empire, the solar universe, is not as far away as it looks on the Empire's star field map. However, even so, it took Gu Heng 7 months to reach the solar universe, and another 3 months to reach Holy Terra. This was because Gu Heng was riding a high-speed spacecraft, without a whole fleet, without any stops on the way, rarely slowing down, and carrying the pass issued by the central government of the Empire to various places, and only completed this voyage in 10 months. If it were a larger fleet, or a transport fleet, it would generally take 2 years to complete this journey. For Gu Heng, a man who makes millions of dollars a minute, he certainly would not be happy to spend such a long time on the road, especially at such a critical juncture when the Silver Tribunal is approaching. Isn't Gu Heng worried that after the Silver Tribunal arrives, it will withstand the pressure and sentence the Alliance to treason? And then the Fury Corps will start a war and launch a full-scale attack on the Alliance-controlled areas? Of course he is still worried. However, after considering it again and again, Gu Heng decided to come this time. Gallardo invited him to come, in order to solve the problem that the Iron Fury Stone brought to the Alliance. In name, he wanted Gu Heng to come to Holy Terra, where there would be a commendation meeting specially open for Gu Heng. The victory report of the Iron Tooth War finally went through the process in the Imperial Military Affairs Department. Although there were some twists and turns in the middle, it can now be basically established that Gu Heng and his alliance are the greatest heroes in this war. But if it was just a commendation and awarding of honors, Gu Heng would definitely not spend almost 2 years going back and forth to Holy Terra. Even if Gallardo said that he had a chance to get the rank of Marshal, it would still be the same. Marshal. This is an absurdly high rank. Moreover, when the rank is awarded in Holy Terra, it is obviously not a useless rank like some local world defense forces, but a solid rank of Marshal of the Imperial Astra Military. This is usually the highest military commander of the Astra Military or the Imperial Navy of an entire universe. And it is also the highest permanent rank of the Astra Military and the Navy. Although, actually above the Marshal, there are 2 levels, Grand Marshal and Supreme Marshal, but they are basically honorary. Generally speaking, in a large-scale war involving multiple Imperial Marshals, the Imperial Center appoints a Marshal to take on the highest, unified command identity. Generally, after the war is over, the temporary Supreme Commander will be removed, or because his performance in this war is very critical, his contribution and merits cannot be ignored. It is also possible that the rank of Grand Marshal will be retained, as an honorary rank. As for the Supreme Commander, there is only one in the entire Empire. As a representative of the Star Army, he sits in the 13 seats of the Imperial Parliament. In these senses, the Marshal is indeed the highest level of the normal military rank in the Empire, and it has great political significance, even if it is a Marshal without any troops. The influence brought by this title alone is also quite great. But for Gu Heng, this Marshal rank is not enough to make him waste nearly 2 years on the way back and forth. He is different from the regular Star Army Marshals. After being promoted, they have to be transferred to, or take charge of more Star Army troops, and become a commander of a higher level, before they can be assigned such a top military rank. However, Gu Heng's Marshal was created as a relatively independent force. His Angry Bear Corps, although it is also a registered Star Army Corps, but after several rounds of expansion, The overall scale is only 20 million, and of course, it is impossible to support a marshal. If this marshal title is just an honor for him, it is not that valuable. However, the meaning behind it is quite great. Although he cannot expect that after being awarded the title of marshal, the Empire will allocate a large number of Star Army troops to expand his power. However, the Angry Bear Legion that Gu Heng already has can be further expanded. If it can be legally expanded to a scale of billions, then the money for maintaining the army every year, according to the standards of the Star Army, would be hundreds of billions, or even hundreds of billions of appropriations. And the money for maintaining the army every year would also be calculated in tens of billions. Moreover, in the discussion between Gu Heng and Gallardo, the Empire may give the Alliance another admiral rank. A real admiral of the Empire. Gu Heng will certainly give this opportunity to Yi Lixia. In addition to the honor of the rank, this also means that, as the Empire's naval fleet, it can be expanded to several times its current size. This also means hundreds of billions of dollars in funding, and tens of billions of dollars in maintenance costs each year. Of course, the Empire will not actually give a penny for these military construction funding, all of which will be paid by the Alliance. But it can be used to offset taxes. That's equivalent to real money. Anyway, it takes time to build an army. The amount of imperial taxes that the Alliance should pay each year can be offset as much as it needs. Rather than paying this money in vain, it's better to build the Star Army and the Imperial Navy to offset taxes. Of course, we can't really build that much with 38 billion in taxes per year, otherwise other people on the entire line who need this money will be offended. But the tax offset is about 20 billion per year. With the development of the Alliance and the increase in taxes, this number can also be increased. It would take 20 to 30 years to build these two forces. Although, if the Alliance army is transferred to the Star Army and the Imperial Navy, then in theory the Empire can mobilize them. But, in the past, Gu Heng had to do whatever he was told to do as soon as he was given a transfer order. However, if Gu Heng really had a Star Army and Navy fleet worth hundreds of billions, then no matter who wanted to issue this transfer order, they would have to think twice. Of course, Gu Heng is a loyal minister of the Empire, and he will definitely execute the orders. Otherwise, wouldn't he become a domineering warlord? However, before the order is issued, Gu Heng's opinion must be sought. As the Marshal of the Empire, and a Marshal with real power at that time, who can ignore his opinion? The meaning behind the two military ranks of Marshal Angry Bear and Admiral Pegasus is the superficial reason why Gu Heng wants to come to Holy Terra in person. This involves a total value of 200 or 300 billion, which is equivalent to the imperial tax amount of the Alliance for 4 to 5 years. It also represents major political interests and cannot be ignored. Chapter 487, Only You, My Friend. Outside the Terra Palace, Gu Heng saw two famous imperial armies, the Golden Knights and the Imperial Guards. The former is one of the first Space Marine Legions, a founding legion, and countless legions that have been separated from the 7th Legion all regard the Golden Knights as their mother legion. The Golden Knights are stationed in Holy Terra, and are the only Space Marine Legion that can recruit soldiers from Terra. In addition to Terra, they also have a mother planet, Duong, where they can recruit soldiers, and another special world for recruiting soldiers, Ramen, which is a hive world with a population of 200 billion. Gu Heng sometimes complained, "Does your regiment need so many recruiting worlds?" The population of these 3 worlds combined is much greater than that of a star field. Could it be that the rumor that the Golden Knights would recruit a large number of new soldiers, which was strongly denied by the Golden Knights, is true? There are also rumors that the Golden Knights would send the elite new soldiers that they cannot use to some of their sub-regiments, such as the famous Black Crusaders Regiment, which Gu Heng suspected was true. Outside the Terra Palace, Gu Heng could no longer ride on the original aircraft, and had to change to the aircraft inside the palace. This step was supervised by the Space Marines of the Golden Knights and the Terra Defense Force. Then, after changing to the Terra Palace's exclusive aircraft, through the high walls standing on the plateau and one of the countless palace gates. After entering the palace, Gu Heng saw the formal Imperial Guards again. They were wearing golden armor, and their stature was taller than any Space Marine Gu Heng had seen. The patterns on the armor were terribly complex, and there were also gemstones inlaid. On the long helmet, a bunch of red tassels fluttered proudly, and with the bright red hem of the armor and the cloak, the overall golden and red color scheme looked noble and extremely powerful. Gu Heng believed that the things on the 2 Imperial Guards were not just for decoration. He could feel a force that made him quite uncomfortable. and the surrounding spiritual activity was suppressed. This was not enough to stop Gu Heng from using his psychic power, but it made him feel threatened. If these two Imperial guards really fought, Gu Heng felt that he could handle it, but it was much more difficult than handling the Space Marines. He was indeed the ceiling of the Imperial super soldiers, a creation made by the Emperor himself, and a template for the perfect human. Gu Heng honestly accepted the review and handed in his personal documents. Of course, there was no problem with his identity, but as a psychic who was identified as A-level in the application, he was an object that needed to be strictly restricted. So he was ordered to wear a bracelet made of some kind of black stone. This thing strongly suppressed Gu Heng's psychic power. He estimated it himself. Under normal circumstances, he couldn't even break free of the bracelet by his own strength, and his psychic strength would be suppressed to a very low level. And if he tried his best, tear open the subspace rift, let the power of the Storm Kingdom descend, then he could destroy the bracelet. But doing this in the Terra Palace, purely courting death. A bracelet has such a strong psychic suppression effect. Then in this palace, there must be many psychic suppression methods that are much stronger than the bracelet. Gu Heng felt a little insecure, but he still wore the bracelet obediently, followed a Terra official obediently, and went deep into the palace. He finally met Gallardo. The Terra Palace is the core of the current Empire's government. As a senior official in the central government of the Empire, Gallardo's office and residence are here. The latter is a match for the official position. As soon as they met, Gallardo gave Gu Heng a big hug. It's been more than 10 years, and you haven't changed at all. Gallardo's attitude seemed very intimate. Gu Heng felt that the psychic seeds he had planted in this former war apostle, now the executive director of the Military Affairs Department, had disappeared. To be honest, this made Gu Heng heart tremble. But soon, he calmed down again. Gallardo's attitude did not seem fake. This was not like the psychic seeds that changed his mind were discovered. It was also possible that Gallardo was acting, pretending to be intimate. But on the one hand, it doesn't look like it. And on the other hand, it's unnecessary. Given Gallardo's personality, if he knew that his gratitude to Gu Heng for saving his life, and the subsequent close feelings, were all fake, and were all tricks created by Gu Heng, then given his personality that has nothing to do with tolerance, it would be impossible for him to endure it for so long without getting angry. He would have started to make trouble for Gu Heng and tried to kill him. But none of these things happened. Gu Heng was still quite confident in his original methods. Not only are his methods secretive and exquisite, but most importantly, what he did was very minor and difficult to detect. Gu Heng also determined the current situation. The psychic seed was completely digested, and Gallardo's feelings for him were genuine and sincere, and he was not afraid of any investigation, because the influence of psychic energy had completely disappeared. This was a good thing. Gu Heng did not need to worry about his tampering with Gallardo's brain being exposed. But there are also disadvantages. The favorability is no longer locked, which means that if Gu Heng offends Gallardo with a certain word or action, then the former war apostle's impression of him will become bad, or even hostile. In general, Gu Heng believes that the benefits of this matter far outweigh the disadvantages. A crisis that may lead to the risk of extinction no longer exists. As for not locking the favorability, it doesn't matter. At least there is no loss. Moreover, the initial favorability is almost full, and Gu Heng himself is not a troublemaker, so it is not so easy to ruin the relationship between the two. Moreover, they still have quite consistent interests now. After the initial greetings, the dinner of the day was a banquet arranged by Gallardo. He found a restaurant in the palace that was specially for senior officials, and officials from all walks of life accepted his invitation and came. Gallardo took Gu Heng with him, and met many people one by one. These people were from various departments of the imperial government: the military department, the political department, the legal department, the tax department. In addition to these government departments, there were also several senior generals of the Star Army, the Imperial Navy, and even senior clergy of the state religion and the Mechanicus. Those who could be introduced by Gallardo in person, of course, would not be small characters. At least they were members of the higher-level committees of various ministries. And there were also several deputy ministers of the central government. Among them, the highest-ranking participant was a vice premier from the Imperial Taxation Department. Gu Heng really admired Gallardo. In the past, he thought that this guy was just a good money-maker who relied on the title of the Lord of the Sun. But now it seems that after the Lord of the Sun was gone, it was like a seal was lifted for him, and his other side of being good at dancing with long sleeves was revealed. It is not easy to make so many friends. Gu Hang's network of contacts was expanded a lot. Of course, these people would not easily become Gu Hang friends just because of an introduction. But at least, they got to know each other and exchanged contact information. When Gu Hang needed something, he at least knew who to find. And he would not be ignored when he went to the door. It may not be appropriate to ask someone for help, but if there are some opportunities, it is possible to exchange interests and make both parties benefit. There should be no big problem. In short, getting familiar with people is always beneficial. The high-level figures of various departments and forces in the Empire all have a good attitude towards Gu Hang. Of course, there is the reason of Gallardo, and it is the main reason. But as for Gu Hang himself, there are also many people who are quite interested in him and talk to him very cordially. You can really get in touch with these people more. They are all people who need the support of local powerful forces. If you have any ideas, you can communicate with them more and exchange some things with each other. At the end of the banquet, Gallardo and Gu Hang were chatting on a terrace. The executive director of the Military Affairs Department whispered to Gu Hang about the people they had just talked about, and the deputy minister of the taxation department. He is our real friend, Gu Hang said with a smile. I thought everyone in the hall was your friend. Ha ha! Gallardo laughed. But his tone unconsciously carried a little contempt. How is it possible? You are the only one who deserves the word friend here. In my mind, people are divided into different levels. The people in the meeting hall, the largest number of them, are all in the lowest level. Most of them are mediocre people, with neither outstanding abilities nor firm wills. Their greatest value is the position they hold. Such people are just minions, and can only play a role in making a strong momentum. Relying on them at critical moments is not their fault, but our fault. There are a few truly capable people, but they are just using each other. You can trust them when there is benefit, but you must always be vigilant. In the cruel world of fame and fortune of Holy Terra, betrayal and bribery exist all the time. The fewest few can be considered accomplices. They are trustworthy, capable, deeply bound in interests, and have a certain emotional foundation. Such people can be relied on. But they are not friends, and you cannot trust your life to them. Only you, my friend. I will always remember that you saved my life, and gave me the opportunity to quickly return to the center of power. I can safely hand over my life to you, and I will never worry about your betrayal. After hearing these words, even Gu Hang was moved. He said to Gallardo seriously, Me too. Gallardo patted Gu Hang on the shoulder, smiled and drank a glass with him, and continued, Don't be so serious. Today is not a serious occasion. However, later, there will be a smaller gathering, and we will have to be more serious then. We need to talk about some big things, real big things. Yeah. Gu Hang drank the wine in the glass. Later, Gu Hang sat in a small lounge in the banquet hall. Gallardo, who had said goodbye to him before, and went out to work for a while, came back again. Let's go! He shouted. Gu Hang stood up, but saw Gallardo walk to a bookshelf wall in the lounge, knock twice, and a combination lock popped up. After a few seconds of input, the carpet in front of Gu Hang was automatically lifted, and a secret passage appeared. Gallardo went down first, and Gu Hang followed closely. At the end of the stairs, there was actually a small underground railcar, riding in it, winding through many complicated intersections in the deep underground of the palace. Arriving at a certain place, after leaving the railcar, Gu Hang was taken into a dark conference room. Here, there were already several people sitting. Some of them attended the banquet just now, and some did not. Gallardo enthusiastically pulled Gu Hang and introduced him to everyone. This is our new member, Gu Hang from the Dragon Eagle Star region in the Eastern Universe. The alliance he controls is a real local power faction. Everyone looked at Gu Hang, full of scrutiny. No one spoke, but Gu Hang could see some doubts in the eyes of some people. Local power faction? Only half of the star region. How many battleships do you have to be a local power? Gu Hang did not speak, but just smiled and sat down. Gallardo spoke. Everyone, please pay attention. The man sitting in front of you, 20 years ago, with only one follower, entered a world abandoned by the Empire and started from scratch. In 20 years, he can now have an influence on 182 worlds. He eliminated the rebels on the planet, destroyed the plague demon that was about to destroy a Ness world, and won an orc war with a war scale of hundreds of billions. The star region he controls now has a battleship, a fleet of more than a dozen Moon-class cruisers as the main force, and a Space Marine regiment that has returned to its prime to fight alongside him. His army is even more powerful than the average Star Army. You may have lived in the central government for a long time and don't know the situation in the local areas. However, I guarantee with my decades of experience in various parts of the Empire that Gu Heng and his alliance are absolutely the real powerhouses we can rely on. He now has a power that no one can ignore. And under his wise leadership, his power will surely grow rapidly. And we are the best helpers and investors. Gu Heng is undoubtedly qualified to be one of us. The current investment will surely bring us rich returns in the future. Don't you envy the Prime Minister, who can easily mobilize the Ortopus Regiment? Don't you envy the local forces that each family has close ties with? I know we have it too, but who would mind having one more trump card? Gallardo is an eloquent man. After speaking, the eyes of the people present, when they looked at Gu Heng again, were already different. And at this moment, 2 more people walked in from another entrance of the conference hall. The leader smiled and clapped his hands, saying, Bojioya is right, you are very welcome. Governor Gu, with your joining, our future will become brighter. When he spoke, everyone present stood up. Of course, Gu Heng also stood up. He had seen one of the 2 men. The one following the leader was the person with the highest status in the previous banquet, Tang Mili, the Deputy Prime Minister of the Ministry of Taxation. Although Gu Heng had never seen the leader in person, he could often see him in other places. He was one of the 13 High Lords of the Imperial Parliament, the Prime Minister of the Imperial Ministry of Justice, Ojuran. Chapter 488, It's time for him to step down. Gu Heng was somewhat surprised by Ojuran's arrival. From the previous dinner, Gu Heng could see that, after Gallardo came to the heart of the empire, he had made quite a scene, formed or joined a powerful political faction. Otherwise, his own promotion would not have been so fast. However, now that he found out that the leader of this faction was Ojuran, it was still beyond his initial expectation. Being able to bring in a top official like Ojuran is really awesome. In the imperial government's propaganda and policy making in various places, Gu Heng roughly understood that Ojuran was an upright and impartial person. The position of the Prime Minister of the Ministry of Justice also means very high authority. Among the 4 major institutions in the Empire that can directly lead to the chairmanship of the Supreme Council, the work of the Ministry of Justice is mainly to ensure the stability of public security on various planets in the boundless territory of the Empire and the law-abidingness of the inhabited worlds, which is similar to the Supreme Police Department. The Ministry of Justice will also serve as a representative of the Terran Supreme Council to adjudicate conflicts between regional governors and ensure their loyalty. The Prime Minister of the Ministry of Justice, as a High Lord with direct access to the Imperial Senate, is responsible for staying in the Ministry of Justice Grand Court on Terra to plan overall law enforcement policies. In fact, not all Imperial law enforcers are subordinate to the Ministry of Justice. The relationship between the Ministry of Justice and local law enforcement agencies on each planet is similar to a cooperative relationship, rather than a superior subordinate relationship. Only in the 2 levels of government, the Star Domain and the Universe Domain, will the Ministry of Justice and the corresponding violent organs be directly arranged. And at the Star District level, the Ministry of Justice liaison officers and offices will be arranged. If the case only involves violating the laws of the local planet, it will be handed over to the local police, that is, the planetary government, and the planetary governor. Only cases involving interstellar crimes or violations of imperial laws will be reported to the Ministry of Justice's liaison officers in the local Star District. The job of this liaison officer is usually to supervise the work of local law enforcement agencies. When serious interstellar crimes occur, the liaison officer will first assess the situation and mobilize the police force of the Starfield or higher-level Ministry of Justice to deal with it. Generally, the regional law enforcement agencies of the Empire do not want to see the Ministry of Justice intervene in the investigation, because this often means that they either messed up or got into trouble. If they messed up, the Ministry of Justice will clean up the local police station while cleaning up the criminals. If they get into trouble, they will also be in trouble. What's even worse is that the Ministry of Justice may report the case to the Inquisition, and the Inquisitor will usually let the law enforcers go before the criminals. However, for places like Holy Terra, and some other important planets of the Empire, the Ministry of Justice will actually be in charge of their public security work to ensure that the rulers of the planets within their jurisdiction abide by the laws of the Empire, and supervise the local law enforcers to maintain order. If a riot occurs on the planet, the Ministry of Justice can issue a martial law order and dispatch police to control the situation until the situation calms down or the Imperial Guard takes over. The Ministry of Justice has the power to enforce the law on most people in the Empire. Except for Space Marines, Inquisitors, and Navigator families. They can arrest, interrogate, and execute almost anyone within their jurisdiction. The core of the Ministry of Justice's authority lies in tax arrears and heresy. Other matters such as smuggling, organized crime, subversion, and treason can be solved by local governments. Only these two are the things that the Ministry of Justice cannot allow the most. But there are many things to say about these two. Tax arrears are not a big deal. This is the core business of the Ministry of Justice. When the taxation department fails to collect taxes, whether it is the execution of the planetary governor or the use of violence to ensure the tax results, it is the Ministry of Justice. They have their own violent agencies. Elite police officers of the Ministry of Justice have laser guns, bolt guns, and other weapons. Storm shields, power weapons are not lacking. There are riot armored vehicles and police tanks, police fighters, and special legal cruisers in space. To be honest, the armed police officers of the Ministry of Justice, except for the relatively small number, lack of artillery support due to the special nature of their work and tasks, can fight better than ordinary Star Army, especially in small-scale conflicts, not to mention the local defense forces. Moreover, the Ministry of Justice's work usually does not reach the point of fighting, but is more inclined to police work, suppression, and planetary security. If the armed police of the Ministry of Justice cannot handle it, they can of course ask for help, usually from the Star Army and the Imperial Navy. However, relatively speaking, dealing with heretics is a bit embarrassing. Heresy is a typical pocket crime, which can be pinned on almost anyone in any way. On the surface, the only crimes that will be seriously investigated are heresy and tax arrears, but in fact, heresy alone can be used for almost anything, and whether to arrest them depends entirely on the mood of the Ministry of Justice. It seems to have such a great power, but in fact it is not. As one of the most important tasks of the Ministry of Justice, investigating heresy is much more difficult than imagined. Let's not talk about the small things that we are too lazy to deal with. Among the big things that are really worth the Ministry of Justice's attention, a large proportion of them will go wrong. The entire investigation process of the case can easily change from a suspenseful police and gangster film to a horror film involving a chaos cult, a greenskin killer, and some terrifying alien creatures. However, this part of the function has been diverted to a large extent by various other institutions in the Empire. The Inquisition is also a professional counterpart in this regard. When the situation becomes serious and a war is needed, the regular armies such as the Astra Militarum and the Navy will come, and the Space Marines will also come when necessary. When the Mechanicus and the Ecclesiarchy encounter similar situations, they will also send forces to intervene. Everyone can make decisions on the biggest function of the Ministry of Justice, and even do it better than the Ministry of Justice. Who can we complain to? But in fact, this whole process is not very conflicting. In fact, a large number of cult activities, whether chaos or alien behavior, will not alarm the Space Marines and the Inquisition before they become popular. At this time, the Ministry of Justice will handle it. If the Ministry of Justice cannot handle it, it will become a big deal. At this time, the Ministry of Justice is often the last line of defense in the area, and needs to work hard to fight, maintain the situation as much as possible, and wait for the support of the Space Marines or the Inquisition. They do the most trivial work, and become the background board when something big happens, and become the footnote of other success. From this perspective, the Ministry of Justice is still a bit miserable. As an ambitious Prime Minister who wants to do something, it seems that he will not easily tolerate such things continuing for a long time. At least, that's what Gu Heng felt during the meeting. This group, headed by the Prime Minister of the Ministry of Justice, High Lord Ojurin, is undoubtedly a powerful political faction in the central government of the Empire. Ojurin himself, as one of the people at the top of the Empire's power, is already very strong. What's more, there is also a Deputy Prime Minister of the Ministry of Taxation and Gallardo, the Executive Minister of the Ministry of Military Affairs. The remaining dozen or so people are at least senior committee members. Together, they can exert their strength from various institutions of the central government and act towards their common governing goals and interests. As a political faction, the guys headed by Ojurin have a core idea, which Gu Heng saw, to take back power and centralize the government. This centralization is not reflected in the central and local governments, but in the government and other messy political organizations in the empire. The work of the judge. Can't our Ministry of Justice do it? If there are enough resources, we can do the same. The tax department wants to allocate so much money to the Inquisition and the Space Marines. There are also some independent war decisions of the Astra Militarum and the Naval Fleet. The same is true. Can the Military Affairs Department gather the military forces of various imperial forces as much as possible and bring them into the unified command of the Central Empire? Can the Administrative Affairs Department implement the appointment of personnel and the formulation of development strategies in every place? These are the general directions that Gu Heng heard. Of course, it is impossible to realize them. Not to mention that there are other political factions in the central government of the empire, with various political ideas and demands. Even if the masters of the central government of the empire all unite and think in the same direction, it is extremely difficult to use their combined strength to deal with the objects they want to concentrate power, such as the forging worlds, the war groups, and even the local powerful people like Gu Heng. They are not so naive. The specific strategies discussed are all detailed rules, and we hope to promote them in the next period of time. For example, the Ministry of Justice should allocate more budget for the police force. Although Gu Heng is a local powerhouse overall, in fact, he is the one they want to win over. You join us, and you are one of us. Then your local power is equal to our power, and equal to the power of the central government. After discussing several budgets and several important official positions, their topic turned to Gu Heng. Gu Heng, you came in person this time, and your attitude is in place. With our full support, you will be awarded the rank of Marshal in the next awarding ceremony. And the Rear Admiral you recommended will be directly awarded the rank of Admiral. It shouldn't be a problem. The corresponding military expansion plan and funding, as well as the tax deduction funding plan, should also be passed smoothly with our full support. Jiren spoke to Gu Heng, and Gu Heng expressed his gratitude. No need for so much courtesy. Since you have joined us, we are friends. Friends should help each other. We will certainly help you get what you deserve for your outstanding performance in the Iron Teeth War. Not only that, we will also help your alliance to resolve the threats brought by the Silver Tribunal and the Iron Fury Stone. When he said this, Gu Heng became serious. Marshal Angry Bear and Admiral Pegasus, as well as the supporting benefits, are the bottom line for his visit to Holy Terra this time. The things mentioned now are the core of his concern. At the beginning, when Gallardo told him that he would solve these problems for him, he was a little skeptical. But now, he has probably understood. This is not a case of you are one of us, so I will help you, but a naked exchange of interests. Iron Fury Stone is an undoubted cancer within the Empire, and they are becoming stronger and stronger under the connivance of some people. Jiren first defined this situation. It's time to end it. Nobel. Hee. Jiren read a name, and then sneered. Gu Heng knew who this Norberto was. He was the Prime Minister of the Imperial Military Affairs Department, and was considered to be Gallardo's immediate superior. This person had many achievements, but the way he got started was that 100 years ago, he relied on his mouth to quell the Bauhinia rebellion. He persuaded the Iron Armored Corps not to continue to expand its operations, and at the same time, he also pulled the Silver Tribunal into the group, and dealt with the 3 corps of Bauhinia, Starbreaker, and Phoenix. Nobel made a big mistake 100 years ago, and the bigger mistake is that, in the past 100 years, he was not punished for it, but rose to prominence, and even reached the position of Prime Minister of the Ministry of Military Affairs. After he was in a high position, he did not have any way to solve the problems he left behind, but let the situation become worse. All parties in the Empire are very afraid of the Iron Fury Stone. Now, it is time to deal with them. Gu Heng, you will have to bear a lot next. Everyone's eyes turn to Gu Heng. The price has come. Jiren will help him solve the problems brought by the Silver Tribunal and the Fury Flame Corps, at least from the legal level. With this guarantee, Gu Heng no longer needs to worry that he will be declared a traitor by the Silver Tribunal, and the Alliance will not become an illegal organization. If the Silver Tribunal really does this, then they will miss the last chance and will definitely be counted on the side of the Iron Fury Stone when Jiren said that he would solve the various forces of the Iron Fury Stone. That would be a disaster for the Silver Tribunal. This is a good opportunity to cut off, and the Silver faction will not miss it. Even if they don't catch it, The Empire will probably deny the Silver Tribunal's judgment at the first opportunity. In short, Gu Heng doesn't have to worry. At the same time, Gu Heng can also hear the implication of their words. That is, the Alliance, a multi-star political entity that Gallardo had created with his own power, is now considered to be formalized. The Ministry of Justice should give him another document later, and give the Alliance legal status another layer of protection. The price of all this is that Gu Heng will be pushed to the front line against Tai Nu Shi. Will Gu Heng accept it? Of course. He is already on the front line. Does he still have a chance to stand on the other side? If he can't get out of it, and is already in the vortex, Gu Heng would be stupid to stand on the side of Tai Nu Shi. Not to mention the past grudges. Just consider who is most likely to be the final winner. It won't be Tai Nu Shi. They have been arrogant for many years. The Empire is afraid to use force. But when the Empire is really determined to solve this cancer, Gu Heng does not believe that the Iron Armored Corps, which has made countless enemies, will win. Gu Heng nodded and said, I have no choice but to do it. Gallardo clapped his hands suddenly, and said excitedly, that old man Norberto, if it weren't for him, the king would have stepped down, and the position of vice prime minister should have been mine. Since he is blocking the way, and he is so ignorant, it's time for him to step down. Chapter 489, If you can't play the game well, I'll kill you. Oh, Jiren wants to fight the Iron Fury Stone. Gu Heng thinks it's natural. This is in line with their centralized political philosophy. At the same time, after Gu Heng came to Holy Terra, he found that fighting the Iron Fury Stone also has huge political dividends. Some people were able to rise to prominence by quelling rebellions 100 years ago. So 100 years later, of course, someone can quell rebellions again and gain great achievements. In fact, this is not something that Ojiren, Gallardo, and their group pushed alone. Gu Heng believed that the multiple parties they mentioned were true. Behind the scenes, the shadow of the Prime Minister of the Empire cannot be ignored. After the death of the Lord of the Sun, the current Prime Minister, named Chibodu, is theoretically the person with the highest status in the Empire. The position of Prime Minister is not only one of the 13 High Lords, but also the highest person in charge of the imperial government. The 4 Prime Ministers all have to report to him. Once the Iron Fury Stone is destroyed, the Silver Tribunal will either be killed if it chooses the wrong side, or it will be severely damaged even if it chooses the right side. Jiren can take over many of the Ministry of Justice's powers that overlap with the Tribunal in multiple universes in the East. At the same time, Norberto, the Prime Minister of the Ministry of Military Affairs, who rose to prominence in the Bauhinia Rebellion, will also be liquidated, and his entire faction may be uprooted. The large number of vacant positions are the spoils that the factions involved can compete for. Among them, the most dazzling one is the position of Prime Minister of the Ministry of Military Affairs, which Gallardo covets. Everyone has a bright future, and they only need Iron Fury Stone, Silver Tribunal and Norberto to contribute themselves. But their ending is also their own fault. Iron Fury Stone's expansion and tyranny are really too outrageous. In this matter, Gu Heng is the vanguard, a knife in the hands of the big men behind the game. The huge benefits were taken away by them. But it was me who had to risk my life. Gu Heng didn't feel too unbalanced. First of all, he would not be, nor would he be willing to be the first line against the Iron Armored Corps. Fighting Fury and Iron Armored Corps are two different things. Entering the Royal Princess Star Domain, which is managed like an iron barrel, to face tens of thousands of Space Marines, and billions of auxiliary troops who are specially equipped to cooperate with Space Marines? Gu Heng would definitely not do it. According to intelligence from all sides, Iron Armored Corps' auxiliary troops may be even stronger than the Imperial Star Army. In terms of the Navy, the Bright Side has 18 battleships and 3 Juga-class space aircraft carriers, which are extremely powerful. The current alliance, will it fight with its head? However, it is not the right time to fight the Iron Fury Stone. The bigwigs of Holy Terra still need time to unify their thoughts, eliminate the protective umbrella of the Iron Fury Stone, and mobilize forces to prepare for war. Perhaps the army of the Alliance will be one of the participants at that time, but it should not be the main force. And Gu Heng is not willing to be the main force. You have to pay more. However, the first to open fire should be the Alliance. In the secret meeting, after Gu Heng said that it was his duty, Ojiren and Gallardo had already made it clear that, before taking action against the Iron Fury Stone, they must first eradicate the Fury Flame. It just so happens that their main force, at least the main force in the open, is in the Dragon Eagle Star region. It just so happens that they are fighting against the alliance. It just so happens that they have a ready-made crime of manipulating the Star Region government and fabricating evidence to slander the loyal ministers of the Empire. Killing Nguyen, for Gu Heng, is indeed his duty. He would do it even if he was not paid. What's more, he was paid. He could ignore other things. The alliance was officially recognized by higher levels, no longer a temporary regime created by Gallardo before, and its legitimacy was immediately improved. At least, no one could cause trouble for him in this regard in the future, unless the central government of the Empire issued a decree to terminate his position. If this situation really happened, it would either mean that Gu Heng and Ojuran, Gallardo, and their political faction had a falling out, or that this political faction was overthrown by someone. At present, it should not be the case. So far, Gu Heng's goal of coming to Holy Terra this time has almost been achieved. The remaining thing is to wait for the Marshal's inauguration ceremony in a while. After that, he can take his Marshal scepter, return home, and beat up Nguyen. The Marshal's inauguration ceremony is grand, and it is prepared very quickly, mainly because, although the number of Empire Marshals is small, there are actually quite a lot of them. In each universe, including the Navy and the Star Army, there are at least 2 or 3, at most 5 or 6, and there may be more in some key areas. In the entire Empire, there are still 300 to 500 Marshals. Although it is a lot, it corresponds to the infinite territory, infinite population, and infinite army of the Empire. In terms of proportion, it is quite rare. At least, the status of a single Marshal is not worse than that of a senior member of the 4 major ministries of the Empire, and most of these Marshals have military merits. So a special and grand ceremony of conferring titles is justified. The grand ceremony was prepared quickly, naturally because in Holy Terra, there is a special team responsible for this work. There is a special magnificent building in the Terra Palace, the Star Tower, which was built for this purpose. All matters have been prepared long ago. Even if there is a need, this set of things can be taken out immediately and arranged quickly. Today, Gu Heng has put on a full set of Marshal's uniforms. The bright red gorgeous and serious military dress, paired with black boots and white pants, many medals on the chest, the ceremonial belt across the torso, the golden tassels and ribbons, embellishing the clothes with great complexity. Gu Heng has already gotten used to similar attire. As the highest authority in the Alliance, when attending many formal occasions, he must inevitably dress like this, whether he likes it or not. Sitting in the airborne vehicle heading to Jiangxingtai, the speed is not fast. It will take a while to arrive. Gu Heng began to think about the process of becoming a Marshal. Although he got the guarantee from Ojuran, in fact, this matter had some twists and turns in the past few days. According to Gallardo, his boss, the Prime Minister of Military Affairs, Mr. Norberto, firmly opposed this matter with a very fierce attitude. Norberto said that Gu Heng had little experience, had never led a proper Star Army, had never fought for the Star Army, was just a local power, and was even a warlord whose legitimacy was questioned. It was a joke to give him the title of Imperial Marshal. Even someone like Gu Heng could be given the title of Star Army Marshal. Then what would those veterans in the Star Army, who had remained at the level of general for who knows how many years, and had fought countless battles in countless battlefields across the entire Empire think? In a way, what he said makes sense. Compared with most of the Star Army generals, who fought in many battles, and led the army for countless years, they only got the rank of general or general. The war that Gu Heng participated in was limited to 1 star field, and only 1 battle. Although his contribution was very great, was he really worthy of the rank of Marshal of the Star Army? That was definitely not enough. If Gu Heng was really a simple Star Army general, his achievements could at most make him promoted from general to general, and no more. If he were a general, then at most he would be given an honorary rank. And now, Gu Heng's rank will rise directly from Lieutenant General to Marshal. Gu Heng does not deny this. But of course he deserves it. His rank of Marshal, war exploits are only a small part of it, more importantly, the strength he possesses. This is different from the generals of the Star Army, whose power comes from the Empire. The central government of the Empire, such as the Ministry of Military Affairs or the central headquarters of the Star Army, thinks you are not suitable and removes you, then your power will be gone. But Gu Heng is different. Because he has actual power, he can command billions of allied troops that have reached the level of the Star Army, and tens of billions of defense troops. The Empire needs to recognize this, and then confer him the title of Marshal. The nature of the two is completely different. If the Empire removes Gu Heng's position as marshal one day, it will not have any impact on Gu Heng's command of the army. So Gu Heng will not feel guilty about this. The Prime Minister of the Military Affairs Department, doesn't he understand this principle? Understand? He understands too well. But because of this, he must oppose. If you have the real thing, and then give the name, then you will go to heaven? Or you are still a hostile element. Of course, he will oppose it to death. And the title of marshal cannot be avoided by the military prime minister. This matter was also brought to the Supreme Council. In the Supreme Council, according to Gallardo, after a fierce debate, everyone finally passed the proposal to promote Gu Heng to marshal with 6 votes in favor, 4 abstentions, and 3 votes against. The title of a marshal was voted on in the Supreme Council, which was quite rare. Gu Heng carefully asked about the composition of the 13 votes. Those who voted in favor were the Prime Minister of the Empire, the Prime Minister of the Ministry of Justice, the Prime Minister of the Ministry of Taxation, the representative of the State Church, the Supreme Marshal of the Imperial Navy, and the representative of the Space Marines. The 4 who abstained were the Prime Minister of the Executive Yuan, the Supreme Judge of the Tribunal, the Martian representative of the Mechanicus, and the representative of the Chairman of the Province Space Domain. The 3 who voted against it were the Prime Minister of the Military Affairs Department, the Supreme Marshal of the Imperial Guard, and the Chairman of the Star-Devouring Universe in the Northern Frontier. From these compositions, Gu Heng could roughly get a glimpse of the attitudes of the major forces in the Central Empire towards dealing with the Iron Fury Stone issue. Speaking of this, we have to mention the source of these seats in the Supreme Council. There are indeed only 13 seats in the Supreme Council, but in fact there are about 20 types. Some seats are fixed, although there is no clear regulation. But there are seats in every term, such as the Prime Minister of the Empire, the representative of Mars, the representative of the state religion, the representative of the tribunal, and so on. But such seats are relatively rare. Most of them are like representatives of the Imperial Chamber of Commerce, the 4 prime ministers of the government, representatives of the Space Marines, and representatives of the Psychic Order. Sometimes they are there, sometimes they are not. Whether it is a fixed seat or a non-fixed seat, if one can occupy a seat in the 13 seats, it must be because of their strong enough strength. It is because of strength and influence that one can get a seat. For fixed seats, it must be because these forces are strong enough and have been strong. The changes in non-fixed seats may show the changes in the influence of certain forces. Those who voted in favor may not necessarily have good intentions towards him, or may even be disgusted with Gu Heng's behavior of grabbing military rank beyond the norm. However, they must be going to do Iron Fury Stone next, or want to share the benefits in this matter, and have reached a certain tacit understanding of interests with the political factions of Ojuran, Tang Nili, and Gallardo. The Space Marine representative, usually, when the Space Marines have a seat, each major regiment elects a regiment leader to take the position. The current one is the chapter master of the Angels of Death, Jerry Earl Steelron. His chapter was reorganized from the 1st Legion of the Legion period and is a founding chapter. It is hard to say how much political benefit the Space Marines can gain from this matter, but it is definitely their political will to eliminate the Ironclad, who seriously affects the reputation of the Space Marines and openly violates the provisions of the Space Marine Code. The Space Marines have always been a rather delicate role in the center of the human empire. Their existence makes people love and fear them. They are superhumans created with the Emperor genes as a template. When the Empire was founded, they were led by the Emperor adopted sons, and established this huge country in the form of a legion. But after the Emperor ascended, they also tore apart and almost destroyed the Empire because of a great rebellion and mutual opposition. Since then, the Space Marines have been subject to various restrictions of the Space Marine Codex, and have almost withdrawn from the power field of the Central Empire, when encountering someone like Tai Kai who ruins the pot and the overall situation. Of course, the major war groups will hate him. The Prime Minister of the Taxation Department and the state religion are similar. You, Tai Kai, made up all the taxes for the several star regions you occupied, and let me pay them based on my mood. So, I have to punish you. You don't let me preach. And you have a big conflict with my church. And even drove away the clergy. So far, the churches in the Princess Star region are all wrong. And they are still being demolished. Their attitude towards the state religion is far worse than that of the Alliance. The others who voted in favor are basically those who want to gain benefits from this matter, such as the Prime Minister of the Empire, Chi Bodu, Ministry of Justice, Ojuran, and the Imperial Navy. Those who abstain from voting probably have nothing to do with this matter, such as the chairman of the province universe. In addition to the Supreme Council, there is another parliament with a strong presence in the Empire, that is the Presidium Council. It is composed of more than 50 chairmen of the Empire's universe, representing the largest collection of local forces. They will elect some members to become one of the High Lords. The exact number of seats depends on the situation at the time. There are 2 seats in this session. Of course, like the Space Marines, these domain presidents or chapter leaders cannot personally perform the duties of High Lords in Holy Terra. They will send people to represent them. The province domain is in the western border of the Empire, and has nothing to do with the eastern border of the Empire. They directly abstained. The representative of Mars, the executive yuan, is similar. The Inquisition has to say that the Silver Inquisition is on the side of the Iron Fury Stone. But the Inquisition is a scattered organization. For example, the Heretic Inquisition is very dissatisfied with the behavior of the Iron Armored chapter. There is also the Internal Affairs Inquisition, which is a faction that specializes in supervising the Inquisitors. It is also investigating many of the Silver Inquisition's cross-border behaviors, secretly trying to make a big news. The chaotic and loose internal structure made it impossible for the Supreme Judge to clearly state his position. Of the 3 opposing parties, Norberto, needless to say, was the big fish to be eaten, and he must resist. The Supreme Marshal of the Star Army would not stand on the side of Iron Fury Stone. He just needed this vote of opposition to express his position to the countless marshals and generals under his command. Otherwise, if Gu Heng, who had never been in the Star Army system, became the Marshal of the Star Army, it would definitely not be good for him to not say a word. However, Gallardo also told Gu Heng that this was just a statement. In fact, there had been private communication. The Supreme Marshal would not really stop it. The attitude of the chairman of the Star-Devouring Universe was worth pondering. They were not far from the Spider-Web Universe, and had a certain relationship with the Iron Fury Stone, but was the relationship good enough to support the Iron Fury Stone? Gu Heng analyzed that. Probably they did not want to fight a big war. If a war broke out, they in the Star-Devouring Universe might be part of the front line, and a large amount of resources would have to be requisitioned from the local area. If the Iron Armored Corps strikes first, the main force of the Empire may not be assembled yet, and the Star-Devouring Universe may suffer. But his attitude is not important. 3 votes against can no longer stop the overall situation. Gu Heng formal procedures for becoming the Empire's Marshal have also been completed. And it is quite hard. The 13-member High Lord Council voted to approve it. In the entire huge empire, how many things can be brought to this council for a vote? Very few. And each one is a big deal. Ordinary marshals don't get this treatment. It's approved by the Ministry of Military Affairs, and the Navy, or the Star Army. And Marshal Gu Heng also has an embarrassing situation. The only 2 departments that are supposed to be the most important, the Ministry of Military Affairs and the Supreme Marshal of the Star Army, both oppose his promotion. However, Gallardo also conveyed a situation. During the inauguration ceremony, the Supreme Marshal of the Star Army will be present and personally confer the title. After expressing his position, he has already explained to the people below, this is the decision of the highest authority of the Empire, and there is nothing I can do. Then he can happily deal with Gu Heng, the upstart. Gu Heng fully understands this. Norberto, who was supposed to attend, will definitely not come. As for the 2 vice premiers, Wang Xuan, the former chairman of the Eastern Universe and vice premier of the Ministry of Military Affairs, has already retired. It is said that he is seriously ill and may only have 1 or 2 years left to live. The other vice premier is Norberto's confidant and will not come either. But Gallardo will come, as the executive minister, which is barely enough. While thinking, the tall star platform has appeared in front of him. We will arrive at the scene soon. Gu Heng finally tidied up the instrument with the help of the waiter in the same car, making sure everything was fine. However, at this moment, Gu Heng's heart tightened, and suddenly a palpitation came. He felt a huge danger, and his spirit was frantically warning him. He instinctively wanted to open the psychic shield. However, the black stone bracelet on his wrist suppressed his psychic power. But he did not hesitate at all. Although the consequences would be a bit troublesome, he still called for a small tear in the subspace. Of course, he chose to believe in his spiritual warning. No matter how serious the consequences were, they would not be more serious than his own death. It was very difficult to tear the subspace rift. The Terra Palace was obviously a place that seriously rejected the power of the subspace. And Gu Heng's psychic power was also suppressed by the black stone bracelet. But just a tiny little subspace rift was enough to give him a certain enhancement, allowing his psychic power, which was already close to the threshold, to exceed the limit of the black stone bracelet. The black stone bracelet broke, and a psychic shield appeared on Gu Heng's body. The next moment, the car window broke, and a bullet was shot at Gu Heng's head. The bullet was captured by his psychic power, and stopped less than 3 centimeters away from his temple. He used his psychic power to gently move the bullet in front of his eyes. This was a bullet about the length of a palm, and the thickness of a thumb. The bullet was made of some kind of copper-green metal, and the tail was a complex mechanical device, supporting a transparent tube with some green liquid inside. Gu Heng had no doubt that if this bullet hit him, he would definitely die. In fact, this sniper bullet that came from nowhere gave him tremendous pressure. This was no ordinary sniper. After breaking free from the black stone bracelet, with the power of the subspace, his psychic strength suddenly reached the alpha level. Conventional sniper rifles could not break through his defenses. In Gu Heng's mind, a term flashed: Assassin Court. This was a mysterious organization within the Empire, and as the name suggests, it specialized in assassinations. Most of their assassination targets are disloyal elements in the Empire. Occasionally, they will assassinate aliens or leaders of chaos. They act in a mysterious way. Anyone in the Empire, including the High Lords of Terra, may die suddenly at any time, and the cause of death varies. Whenever these things happen, it is probably the people of the Assassin Court who come out to do the work. The assassins in the Assassin Court are all skilled, have undergone a lot of biological enhancement, and because the Assassin Court has any means or tools can be used to complete the task, so they always have all kinds of black technology or alien equipment. This bullet, and the gun that fired it, is very likely one of them. It has a strong penetrating effect on psychic protection and physical armor, and contains a deadly poison. If Gu Heng's psychic power was weaker, if he had not reached the alpha level, if he had hesitated just now, because he was worried that tearing open the subspace to reveal his power would cause uncontrollable consequences, if he had doubted his spiritual warning for a moment, he would be dead now. However, the crisis was not over yet. The driver of the hovercraft stopped the car in panic and tried to land. And the same was true for the surrounding cars. But Gu Heng, who was completely unsealed, could sense multiple strong auras on the ground through his psychic power. And another bullet was shot from a distance. This time, the bullet was not highly toxic, but a high explosive bomb. The bullet directly caused a violent explosion, which blew the armored hovercraft that Gu Heng was riding into pieces in midair. Chapter 490, Fatal Assassination. The limousine exploded violently, and the vehicle was torn apart instantly, with debris flying everywhere. But in the flames and debris, a circle of blue light balls flew out, which was naturally Gu Heng with his psychic shield. With his full strength, it was not so easy to kill him. The assassin obviously did not give up. In addition to the extremely penetrating and highly toxic bullet at the beginning, and the high explosive bullet that was fired in succession, they also arranged personnel to deal with the aftermath in the surrounding area. I saw 4 people wearing optical camouflage suddenly taking action. They were almost invisible before. Not only did the optical camouflage make them invisible visually, but they also had deodorization, thermal masking, and psychic shielding. When they were completely still, almost no one could detect them, even if they took action now. And very quickly, the effectiveness of various camouflage equipment was greatly reduced, and it was still difficult to capture their figures. Each of the 4 fired a shot. The target was not directly at Gu Heng, but at the open space around him, for dark green threads connected from the shooting point, forming a dense net in an instant. Gu Heng suddenly felt a strong psychic suppression. The feeling of being targeted was full. These assassins had a high degree of intelligence on him, and knew that he was a powerful psychic. Even though Gu Heng must have worn the black stone bracelet when he entered the Terra Palace, they still prepared a more powerful psychic suppression method, which was to avoid the first wave of assassination attacks failing to complete the task, and then make a finishing move. This wave of attack was really fierce. They were clearly targeting top psychics. Even though Gu Heng had torn open a subspace rift and displayed alpha-level psychic strength, he still couldn't break free. His psychic shield flickered twice, and was on the verge of collapse. The fireworks from the exploding limousine covered his body again. He couldn't even maintain his flying posture, and almost fell into the fire again. Seeing that the next fatal blow would follow, Gu Heng only had one last trick left. He hid in the subspace. The magic forbidden web suppressed psychic energy, but it could not completely close the subspace cracks, allowing Gu Heng to slip in. Others were no longer in the real world, so all attacks, naturally all failed. But Gu Heng could not stay in his storm kingdom for too long. He counted a few seconds in his mind, and at the same time called for strength in the kingdom, and thunder was added to his body, forming a lightning shield, and then he went out again. These forces brought out from the subspace will still be suppressed by the magic forbidden web, but will not dissipate immediately, and can play a protective role. Unfortunately, the subspace rift is where it is, and Gu Heng can't tear another hole and get out from somewhere else immediately. Otherwise he can flash directly. When he popped his head out again, Gu Heng felt the high temperature coming. This is not the flame produced by the explosion of the courtesy car, but the heat. In the few seconds when they lost their target, the assassins did not do nothing. They directly used hot melt weapons to cover the area where Gu Heng was before. If Gu Heng didn't have this layer of thunder protection on his body, he would probably be burned when he came out. But the good news is that Gu Heng felt that the intensity of the psychic suppression had been greatly reduced. Looking up again, he saw that one of the 4 assassins had fallen in a pool of blood. The invisibility cloak on his body was still working, but it couldn't stop the blood from flowing out, dyeing him bright red. The assassin was killed by Lacroxia. Gu Heng did not come alone to Holy Terra this time. That would not be consistent with his status as a powerful local leader. In fact, on the ship he came, there was a whole team serving him. This included a life team responsible for his daily life, and a whole team of secretaries to assist him in his work. He would often communicate with the Pegasus Star region in astropathic communication to guide the overall development direction of the Alliance. The level of the star communication tower on Phase Star is not low. Gu Heng's ship also has a high-level shipborne star communication tower. In addition to his own strong psychic level and increasingly proficient star communication skills, he has been able to build a stable communication route with Phase Star in about an hour. In addition to these daily necessities, in addition to the civilian secretary, Gu Heng also brought a bodyguard team. When setting off, Martins, the commander of the regiment, once proposed to send an elite veteran company to be responsible for Gu Heng's security. However, this proposal was rejected by Gu Heng. It was a bit too high profile. Instead, Gu Heng mobilized some good players from the newly formed Glory Guards. All members wore servant power armor, and all members were not only trained to the T1 level, but also enlightened in the hero template. The combat strength of these Glory Guards can basically tie with the Space Marine recruits in a single fight, or even be slightly better. If they really meet the veterans, they can also give them a fight. In addition, a small team of members of the Storm Mage Corps also came. They are the most skilled among all the troops under Gu Heng, except for the Phoenix Corps. Lacrosa is one of the best. This man who has won the Alliance Hero Medal is almost the first combat hero to receive enlightenment. When he wears power armor, his personal strength is now even better than that of the Phoenix veterans. Of course, this is almost the upper limit of normal mortals. Even with the blessing of the hero template, it is impossible to improve it to a higher level. Lacrosa is immortal, and the feedback power armor is different from the real Space Warrior power armor. In terms of hard conditions, he can never catch up with a Space Warrior. All he can rely on is his powerful combat skills and excellent combat wisdom. At this time, Lacrosa used all these things to the best of his ability. When Gu Heng took the courtesy car to the star platform, Lacrosa, as a bodyguard, also took 2 teams of soldiers, took 4 hovercrafts, and followed Gu Heng courtesy car. As soon as Gu Heng was attacked, the elite warriors had already reacted. Lacroxia was particularly swift. The 4 assassins, their main goal was to deal with Gu Heng, and they were not good enough to deal with Gu Heng bodyguards. Moreover, in terms of objective conditions, the frontal combat capabilities of both sides were also very different. The equipment of the assassins was obviously very sophisticated and expensive, but their main skill points were all placed on hiding themselves. As for the physical bonus, protection ability and other attributes needed for direct confrontation, they are definitely slightly insufficient. At least not as good as the real feedback power armor servant god. And they obviously did not expect that. The bodyguards around Gu Heng, who were just mortals, would have such strong combat power. Especially Lacroxia. After he got out of the car quickly, the precision grenade launcher in his hand, with extremely accurate manner, sent multiple grenade launchers to an assassin. The assassins were surprised to find that their disguises had almost no effect. However, the assassins were extremely flexible and delicate. The one targeted by Lacroxia was injured when he was caught off guard, but he was still able to dodge. Of course, he couldn't dodge the bullets, but he could catch Lacroxia's shooting rhythm and predict the dodge in advance. However, this was still within Lacroxia's expectations. He kept running while shooting, and his shooting also forced the assassin route when dodging to get closer to him. As they ran in both directions, the distance between them was shortened very quickly. The assassin was aware of this, but he was not afraid. Lacroxia's shooting skills were beyond his imagination. He was eager to get into close combat. Even if he could not defeat him quickly, he could still entangle this unexpectedly powerful bodyguard and delay time for his teammates as much as possible. The powerful camouflage coat, as well as his outstanding body movements and flexibility, made his posture look like dancing. This technique and skill obtained from a certain tribe called Eldar can be used to a certain extent by these assassins, who have undergone special human body modification. During the dance, he only saw a flash of knife light, and his body was cut into 2 sections diagonally. The fine power sword in Lacroxia's hand was like lightning, leaving him no way to avoid it. His Eldar war dance seemed to have no effect at all. The assassin's eyes still had a trace of surprise, as if he was telling that he didn't understand why this person's eyes were so vicious, and why the sword was so fast, which was even more outrageous than the space marines he had seen. But Lacroxia would not give him any answer. He was extremely anxious at the moment, and the bolter in his hand was already firing at another assassin. And this was the scene that Gu Heng saw when he came out of the Kingdom of Storm God again. After the death of an assassin, the magic forbidden web that blocked the space where Gu Heng was located suddenly became unstable. At least, it could not lock an alpha-level psychic. Gu Heng, who was no longer restrained, propped up the psychic shield, replaced the lightning body protection that resisted the heat-melting temperature, rushed out of the heat-melting area, and called for thunder, locking the 2 assassins. Thunder struck down from nowhere, killing the 2 assassins who had realized that the mission had failed. And the last one was left behind by Gu Heng on purpose. He tried to keep him alive, and the power of psychic energy seized the assassin. When the magic forbidden web completely collapsed, Gu Heng could control every inch of muscle on that guy, ensuring that he could not move at all. However, a moment later, the assassin still died. There seemed to be some special mechanism in his body, which was automatically triggered when Gu Heng controlled him, and destroyed his life from the inside. Putting down the body, Gu Heng looked into the distance. That was the direction from which the first 2 sniper bullets came. There were 5 assassins. Gu Heng looked in another direction, and saw 3 golden lights coming at a rapid speed. They were the Imperial Guards riding on hover bikes. Inside the Terra Palace, it was undoubtedly the territory of the Emperor Imperial Guards, and they were fully responsible for the security of the Terra Palace. The Terra Palace was certainly not an absolutely safe place. As the core of the Imperial power field, assassinations and coups are common. However, most assassinations are carried out in secret. Poison, a dagger in the dark, a silent bullet from nowhere, all disappear quietly after the attack, leaving only a corpse. In this case, the Imperial Guards will not care. What exactly is the Imperial Guards protecting in the Terra Palace? No one knows. But it is not protecting the High Lords, let alone ordinary Imperial officials. But who made the assassination of Gu Heng a forced killing? The first bullet did meet the definition of assassination. The sniper hiding in the dark fired a deadly and silent bullet. If it succeeded, Gu Heng would be like the countless high-ranking officials of the Empire who died in the Terra Palace covering the entire Qinghai Tibet Plateau. No matter how many storms will happen in the future, it has nothing to do with the dead. But that bullet did not succeed. Nor did the second bullet that destroyed the entire limousine. Nor did the 4 masters who were ambushed. The noise was getting louder and louder. Silent assassinations, the Imperial Guards could ignore them, but explosions and deafening gunshots, these were not acceptable. What's more, there was such a powerful, unrecorded psychic reaction. It's not that there were no psychics in the palace without Blackstone bracelets. After all, there were still some psychic equipment in the palace, which needed maintenance. Especially the Star-Tongue Tower cluster and the Imperial Astronomical Torch. However, those who could legally use psychic power in the Terra Palace all had permission and were registered. What happened now was definitely not on the list. The Imperial Guards reacted very quickly. It had only been 2 minutes since the assassination attempt began. The Imperial Guards were almost there. Should we trust them? Gu Heng hesitated for a moment. and his body turned into a flash of lightning, heading for the sniper's position. That man was also retreating, and fully activated his invisibility. However, the furious Gu Heng still found him out, and once again used his psychic power to try to control him. This time, he changed his method. Controlling the body would trigger suicide, and he changed it to soul spikes, and knocked him out? That didn't work either. The self-understanding mechanism still happened. Gu Heng could only regretfully bring the body back to the crime scene. At this moment, 3 Imperial Guards also arrived. They were confronting the Glory Guards led by Lacrosa, and shouted loudly to lay down their weapons. Of course, Lacrosa and the others couldn't surrender so easily, arguing something in their mouths. Gu Heng quickly told Lacrosa to obey. Why are you fighting with the Imperial Guards? If you keep pushing them, these golden armored corn spirits will not show mercy. With Gu Heng's order, Lacrosa and the others put down their weapons. However, the 3 Imperial Guards did not relax their vigilance. All their eyes were fixed on Gu Heng. They saw the broken black stone bracelet on Gu Heng's wrist, and they looked very surprised and fearful. To be able to break free of the black stone bracelet, that was definitely not the level that Gu Heng, the A-level psychic registered, could achieve. In fact, even S level is not enough. Only Alpha can reach this level. However, Alpha level psychic power cannot be stably controlled by humans, and Alpha level psychics are unstable. But Gu Heng does not seem to have such signs. Although his psychic power looks grand at the moment, it has not reached the Alpha level. The Imperial Guards did not dare to be careless, and the leader ordered Gu Heng, stop all resistance and accept our investigation. Of course, Gu Heng cooperated and dissipated his psychic power. However, when the Imperial Guard stepped forward, Gu Heng also took a step back. He said, "No offense, but I just faced an assassination. I will not ask why there are such big loopholes in the security work in the palace. But please forgive me for being cautious. How can I be sure that you are real Imperial Guards, and not fake ones? You have no right to resist. These golden corn spirits are really arrogant." But Gu Heng didn't intend to confront them. "I won't violate your rules, and I will cooperate with your investigation. I have no intention of resisting, but please consider my suggestion. Let's all wait here. There is such a big commotion here, the news should have spread. When more people come, we should be able to get to the bottom of the whole thing." At this point, Gu Heng paused for a moment, not intending to be weak to the end, showing a little toughness. "Otherwise, I can only think that you are in cahoots with the assassin." The Imperial Guards hesitated. "Stop here. No one is allowed to leave." "Of course, I have no intention of leaving." After that, Gu Heng, Lacroxia and a group of guards, the 3 Imperial Guards, looked at each other in silence and waited. The 3 Imperial Guards called for support from a higher level, and Gu Heng didn't have to do anything. This place was actually very close to the star platform, and they must have known what happened here. While waiting, Gu Heng's mind was spinning rapidly. He was thinking about the current situation, and how it would evolve in the future. There was no doubt that Gu Heng was under a fatal threat this time. The assassin court acted fiercely, and arranged it completely according to the assassination of a controllable alpha-level psychic. This was already a very outrageous arrangement. On the surface, Gu Heng's psychic strength was only A level, although as long as the intelligence was a little stronger. Knowing his deeds in the Dragon Eagle Star region, it would be known that he was not just A. But the most we can guess is that he is S, or S+, no more. Alpha-level psychics are uncontrollable, this is an iron rule. But the assassin court still treats Gu Heng as an alpha-level psychic, which can be said to be overly cautious. If Gu Heng was really an ordinary alpha-level psychic, he would have died under the combination of the third wave of the magic forbidden web and the heat melt. Is this the limit of the assassin court? Obviously not. If they want, they can organize many similar actions, or even more threatening actions. Can Gu Heng withstand 1 or 2 times, or countless assassinations by the assassin court? Is it impossible?